Chapter 1. Crossing into the world of One Piece in the captivating realm of One Piece, on a solitary island in the South Sea, the azure sky stretched endlessly above, with sunlight cascading down upon the golden sands. Chenfeng opened his eyes wide and abruptly sat up from the beach. No way, is this real? He gazed at the boundless sea before him and quickly turned around, only to find a dense forest looming behind. Is this truly happening? Once a recluse, Chenfeng's greatest pastime was indulging in anime and playing games, until he found himself enmeshed in a dream. In this dream, he had arrived in the world of One Piece, becoming an 18-year-old lieutenant commander in the Navy headquarters. He was a young man with limitless potential, yet unexpectedly found himself besieged by dozens of pirate ships in the East Sea. He recalled abandoning his ship in the final moments, and as he surveyed the vast ocean and the sandy beach beneath his feet, it became unmistakably clear. This dream had manifested into reality. Reaching out, he plucked a bright red fruit. Swallowing hard, though uncertain of its toxicity, he had to quell the anger in his stomach and dared to take a bite. After regaining some strength, Chenfeng resolved to explore the island. He fashioned a sharpened stick into a weapon, mindful of the unknown dangers that might lurk in this unfamiliar territory. The forest was filled with unfamiliar flora, at least none he had ever encountered on Earth. After wandering for some time, without spotting any wild beasts, he was startled by the occasional flutter of birds, nearly chasing after them with his stick in hand. What on earth is this place? The silence around him was unnervingly profound, intensifying as he ventured deeper into the island. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled violently. Chenfeng's senses heightened once more. Gripping the stick tightly, ready for an attack in the next instant, two rabbits burst forth from the thicket. Watching the wild hares scamper past his feet, Chenfeng sighed in self-deprecation. Perhaps this island bore no real threats after all. Rustle, swoosh. Just as he began to relax, a shadow lunged at him with alarming speed, a mouth brimming with fangs aimed for his neck. A single bite could very well cost him his life. Yet, in this moment of peril, his honed combat instincts saved him as the beast pinned him to the ground. Its gaping maw was thwarted by the stick he gripped, preventing it from sinking its teeth into him. It was then that Chenfeng finally discerned the nature of his assailant, a wolf, one far larger than any he had encountered on Earth. The stench emanating from its mouth nearly overwhelmed him. Damn it, I need to push it away. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation surged through Chenfeng's entire being. With a mighty roar, Chenfeng unleashed a tremendous force, propelling the wooden stick in his grasp and sending the wolf soaring through the air. The beast, weighing at least 100 kilograms, plummeted to the ground like a heavy sack of sand. Is this really happening? Chenfeng stared in disbelief at the ferocious wolf that had been hurled nearly 4 to 5 meters away. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His ascension to the rank of lieutenant commander in the Navy at such a young age was no mere coincidence. It was because of his formidable strength. At that moment, as he gazed at the wolf, a look of disdain filled his eyes, and he even extended his hand in a gesture of provocation. The wolf, incensed by Chenfeng's taunting, transformed into a shadow and lunged towards him once more. The wooden stick in Chenfeng's grasp now resembled a true weapon. Sharp and perilous, with a swift sweep, he struck the shadow, and the air erupted in a cloud of crimson mist. Wolf blood splattered across Chenfeng's face, while the once menacing creature lay lifeless on the ground, its innards exposed. Witnessing the demise of the wolf at his hands filled Chenfeng with a sense of pride, yet when he glanced down at the motionless carcass, he was suddenly overwhelmed. Ugh! Having been an ordinary person in his past life, Chenfeng had never encountered such a scene. He had never even butchered a fish at home. The wild fruits he had consumed earlier came rushing back up, and the tumult in his stomach persisted for several minutes before it began to subside. Despite inheriting the physical prowess of this body, his own soul remained, and the sight of such bloodshed was enough to induce a bout of vomiting. After taking several deep breaths, Chenfeng pressed onward into the depths of the island. Along the way, he encountered a few more wolves, inevitably engaging in combat. Fortunately, he faced no significant danger, a testament to his remarkable strength. Chenfeng envisioned himself as an invincible ruler, effortlessly dispatching these wretched wolves, each falling to his blade or stick with ease, satisfying his vanity. Immensely yet, he still had to confront certain personal issues as he ventured deeper into the island. The number of wolves dwindled, as if no creatures dared to approach the heart of this secluded land. Fearless, Chenfeng brandished his unbeatable wooden stick and strode proudly into this forbidden territory. At the very center of the island stood a towering hill, several dozen meters high, home to a spring that provided fresh water. With both hands, Chenfeng cupped the clear liquid and eagerly drank, Subsequently, using the spring water to cleanse the blood from his face, a handsome visage emerged in the reflection. Gazing into the water, Chenfeng found himself lost in thought. The reflection revealed a young man with short black hair, embodying the features of an Easterner. Though not conventionally handsome, his countenance exuded a warm and amiable charm. Chenfeng could no longer recall his original appearance, yet he found solace in his present self as he vaguely remembered his days as a reclusive otaku, a time he preferred not to reflect upon. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberated behind him. Jolting Chenfeng from his reverie, he hastily grasped a nearby wooden stick, ready to defend himself. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the small island, and Chenfeng, mere meters away, felt the full brunt of its ferocity. Surely, there are no normal creatures in this place. Before him stood a beast that far exceeded his expectations. This ferocious tiger towered over 3 meters in height and stretched nearly 6 meters in length. The spotted beast regarded Chenfeng as an intruder in its territory, its eyes gleaming with savage ferocity. Chenfeng composed himself. After all, he was a naval major. Dealing with such a creature shouldn't pose a significant challenge, or so he thought. When the tiger noticed that Chenfeng was not fleeing, but rather aiming his weapon at it, the beast truly lost its temper. With a thunderous roar, the tiger lunged at Chenfeng. A colossal shadow enveloped him, nearly obscuring his entire form. Chenfeng muttered to himself, "It seems I may have overestimated my capabilities." Chapter 2. The Plunge from the Cliff. Having witnessed the overwhelming charge of the tiger, Chenfeng instinctively made a move to evade. The sharp claws of the beast grazed past his ear, and the ground trembled violently beneath him, causing him to wobble precariously. Just as he narrowly dodged the tiger's assault, he barely had time to react before another swipe came at his waist. Why is it so fast? Chenfeng gasped. The tiger's paw was at least the size of an adult's hand, and its razor-sharp claws were akin to knives. If they struck him, he would surely be cleaved in two. In that critical moment, Chenfeng felt a surge of adrenaline, and he leapt into the air. Whoosh! A dull thud echoed as the tiger's claws swept through the air, only to grasp at nothing but empty space. The tiger lifted its head, gazing upward with a bewildered expression, as if pondering whether this intruder was a bird. Unbeknownst to him, Chenfeng had somehow suspended himself in midair, rhythmically tapping the air beneath his feet. This was one of the Navy's 6 forms, the moonwalk. Although it appeared that Chenfeng's movements were slow and deliberate, he was, in fact, executing a rapid series of footfalls against the air to generate thrust for levitation. The 6 forms are techniques reserved for naval officers or operatives of the world government, and here was Chenfeng, an 18-year-old naval major, already proficient in its application. Haha, come and bite me. In this moment of triumph, Chenfeng hovered 8 meters above the ground, effortlessly evading the tiger's every lunge, occasionally retaliating with a strike from his wooden stick. Though his counterattacks were of little consequence to the tiger, they served to infuriate it further. The ferocious tiger prowled beneath Chenfeng, who understood that as long as the latter did not take flight like a bird, he would always have a chance to devour him. Roar! The tiger let out a thunderous bellow, as if to assert its dominance. If you won't come to me, then I shall come for you. Seizing the opportunity during the tiger's roar, Chenfeng thrust the wooden stick in his hand towards it with great force. The tiger, caught off guard by Chenfeng's sudden assault, failed to realize that the wooden stick was only 2 meters away from its head. Suddenly, Chenfeng's figure swayed, and he unexpectedly tumbled to the ground. With a thud, a cloud of dust erupted around him. What just happened? Chenfeng had been careless. Despite his remarkable talent at the Navy headquarters, he had only mastered the moonwalk technique and had yet to fully grasp it. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, he might not have instinctively executed the technique successfully. Seeing the tiger's menacing gaze so close, Chenfeng exclaimed in alarm and turned to flee. Why does this unexpected turn of events have to happen now? He cursed inwardly while the tiger pursued him relentlessly, the distance between them gradually diminishing. The tiger, relying on its massive size, bulldozed through the plants obstructing its path. Chenfeng could already sense the heavy breaths of the beast behind him, prompting him to quicken his pace, expending every ounce of energy he had. Suddenly, his surroundings brightened. The dense trees began to thin out, and ahead lay a precipice. He skidded to a halt at the edge of the cliff. Peering over, he saw a sheer drop of several dozen meters. A single step forward would lead him to an unplanned journey. Yet, the tiger behind him showed no signs of slowing down. Having cornered its prey, it seemed destined to claim him as its next meal. As Chenfeng looked around, he noticed numerous bones of unknown creatures scattered near the cliff's edge, some resembling wolves in size. It appeared that many animals had been pursued by the tiger, only to inadvertently stumble into this fatal trap, ultimately becoming its prey. With the tiger slowly closing in, Chenfeng realized he could not retreat any further. Do not underestimate me if it comes to it. I shall traverse through time once more, He gripped the wooden stick anew, his gaze filled with determination. This would be a brutal duel if he could not emerge victorious. How could he establish himself in a world where the strong reign supreme? With a resolute stride, Chenfeng activated the moonwalk and charged at the tiger, which now appeared as feral as a wolf, believing a single strike would suffice. One sword style. The tiger, seemingly taken aback by Chenfeng's sudden surge of energy, retreated a step, yet its pride as a sovereign beast compelled it to retaliate. Slash! The wooden stick and the tiger's claw collided with a crack. The stick shattered. Chenfeng plummeted like a kite severed from its string, and he barely had time to scream. Roar! The roar of the tiger did not herald victory, rather, it was imbued with the fury of a fierce beast. The once sharp claws of the tiger bore the marks of battle, having lost 2 of their number, and a deep wound, exposing flesh down to the bone, marred its paw, blood seeping profusely onto the ground. Could it truly be wounded by a mere wooden stick? Chenfeng felt an immense sense of relief that he had not succumbed to death, at least for the moment. He found himself precariously suspended upon a branch, clinging to a cliffside, with a sheer drop of over 10 meters beneath him. Fortunately, the foliage was sufficiently dense. Had it not been so, his predicament would have been dire. What is this? Gently parting the leaves beside him, Chenfeng discovered a cavern, wide enough for a person. Concealed beneath the thick canopy. Driven by curiosity, he ventured into the cave, believing that such a cliffside grotto must surely harbor some extraordinary adventure. Entering the cave unarmed, he soon grasped its true scale. After several minutes of walking, he reached its farthest end. Though sunlight could not penetrate this darkness, a soft blue luminescence illuminated the interior, allowing him to discern his surroundings clearly. Yet, contrary to his expectations of finding mystical tomes, the cave was filled solely with flora. Damn it! Disappointment was evident on his face. Though he had prepared himself for this outcome, after all, he was in the world of One Piece, where the existence of celestial manuscripts seemed far-fetched. Plucking a fruit from the nearby plants, he took a bite. The pale blue glow emanating from the vegetation was indeed a product of this fruit. In his frustration, he disregarded concerns about toxicity and devoured it hungrily. Chenfeng had lost count of how many times he had retched that day, doubting whether his stomach could endure much more. What kind of fruit is this? It tastes horrendous. As he scrutinized the fruit in his hand, he suddenly noticed a distinction. The fruit he held was unlike those hanging from the vines. This one lacked the luminous glow. In his earlier turmoil, he had carelessly snatched a fruit, believing them all to be similar at a cursory glance. Yet fortune favored him. He had unwittingly chosen one that was exceptional. Suddenly, an extraordinary surge of energy erupted within him, swiftly coursing through his entire being. What the hell could it be? That I've truly been poisoned. Chapter 3. The Fury Fruit. Naturally, Chenfeng was not poisoned, but the sensation was maddening. To describe it in his own words, it felt akin to having consumed dozens of energy drinks, an overwhelming heat radiating through him, his heart racing perilously close to its limits. He yearned for an outlet for this energy, suddenly feeling as though an immense force had been thrust upon him. If he were to encounter that ferocious tiger once more, he would have the confidence to defeat it with a single blow. Thud! With a powerful punch, Chenfeng struck the stone wall, leaving a deep imprint in its surface. Yet his fist emerged unscathed. Without pausing, Chenfeng swiftly dashed towards the cave's entrance. The surge of energy coursing through his body was extraordinarily uncomfortable, compelling him to unleash it entirely. With a single step out of the cave, he executed a series of moonlit strides, traversing the air with remarkable ease, soaring over several meters in an instant to land gracefully on the ground of the wood. Before Chenfeng loomed a pack of over a dozen ferocious wolves. Their acute sense of smell had led them to his location, tracking him relentlessly after witnessing him plummet from the cliff. Having harbored a long-standing enmity with Chenfeng, the wolves, as social creatures, were driven to avenge the loss of their numerous companions. It was only natural for them to take action against him in his moment of misfortune. Suddenly, a dominant wolf emerged from the pack. This alpha wolf was larger in stature, its robust limbs teeming with immense explosive power. Had this been in the past, the sight of such a formidable assembly would have sent Chenfeng fleeing, for he had never before faced so many wolves at once. At this moment, Chenfeng took a decisive step forward, clenching his fists in preparation, an overwhelming aura of battle emanating from within him. This formidable spirit of combat was so potent that it instilled fear in the entire pack of wolves, even causing the alpha to hesitate rather than launch an attack. However, its reluctance did not imply that Chenfeng would remain passive. In an instant, he surged towards the alpha, and with a fierce howl, the startled wolf barely began to emit a sound before Chenfeng's massive fist sent it flying. The lifeless body of the alpha landed behind the pack, and a thick scent of blood permeated the air. Chenfeng shook his still bleeding fist and continued to stride forward. In that recent blow, he had merely exerted a fraction of his strength, as if savoring the moment. However, the lead wolf had already succumbed beneath Chenfeng's fist, and the remaining ferocious wolves, upon witnessing his imposing presence, vanished almost instantaneously. Nothing but worthless creatures. With a disdainful sneer, Chenfeng cursed under his breath, consumed by a singular desire to confront the malevolent tiger that had cast him down the cliff. He yearned for a rematch, determined to transform the beast's flesh into his evening repast. A resounding roar reverberated from ahead, startling a multitude of birds into flight. How fortuitous! Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. Just as Chenfeng contemplated the wicked tiger, it appeared before him. From a direction in which the wolf pack had fled, a colossal tiger emerged, its blood-red eyes fixated on Chenfeng. It became evident that the moment Chenfeng had exited the cave, this ferocious creature had been hastening toward him. For the first time in a lengthy period, a being dared to threaten its dominion. It was imperative for it to consume this intruder, thereby proclaiming itself the true sovereign of this island. Roar! What a futile roar! The celestial wind ascends into the air, casting a gaze upon the malevolent tiger below. With a roar, the furious tiger raises its paw and strikes towards the celestial wind. Lunar step. In a fleeting moment, Chenfeng materialized before the ferocious tiger, narrowly evading the claw that grazed his hair. Bang! With a powerful punch, Chenfeng struck the head of the vicious tiger. In the next moment, the tiger's skull crashed heavily against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the evening breeze descended, staring at the malevolent tiger, which had succumbed to its fate, bleeding from every orifice, a myriad of thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Suddenly, he felt an immense surge of power, and he realized it was due to the consumption of the devil fruit. Yet, what precisely was this devil fruit? Chenfeng gazed at his own fists. Just moments ago, he had vanquished a fierce tiger with a single blow, and the surging power that had nearly overwhelmed him granted him an extraordinary combat prowess. A superhuman-type devil fruit? Perhaps. It shall be named the berserk fruit. Chenfeng naturally understood that this was an unmanifested devil fruit, symbolizing boundless possibilities for the future. Perhaps, in the near horizon, he too could ascend to the status of a formidable figure like Luffy. The strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is not solely derived from the protagonist as Halo. It is inextricably linked to the relentless efforts of each member. With a leader like Luffy, alongside the formidable might of Zoro, as well as the contributions of the Cook, Navigator, Doctor, and others, the world of One Piece does not permit a solitary individual to reign supreme. Even the Pirate King, Roger, was accompanied by the astute Rayleigh and a cadre of powerful crewmates, with the current 4 emperors having once sailed under his flag. Chenfeng resolved to assemble a crew for his pirate ship, aspiring to navigate the Grand Line with the same audacity as the Straw Hat Pirates and to become a formidable pirate crew in their own right, perhaps even surpassing them. On a vessel in the South Sea, dozens of pirates, armed with swords and firearms, patrolled the deck. It was rather astonishing that such a multitude of pirates would emerge on a pleasure boat. The truth was that this very boat had fallen victim to a pirate attack the previous night, during which the marauders had stealthily boarded, eliminating all guards and taking every tourist and crew member hostage. These pirates intended to leverage the hostages for ransom. While this approach was cumbersome, it was far more lucrative than mere robbery. With the ransom secured, they would invest heavily in weaponry and ammunition, gearing up for their ventures into the Grand Line. As their captain often proclaimed, only by setting sail on the Grand Line could one truly be considered a pirate. Since the final words of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, countless pirates have flocked to the Grand Line in search of the legendary One Piece, heralding the dawn of the great age of pirates. To this day, innumerable pirates have perished in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, while many have risen to prominence, wielding power that rivals nations. The 4 emperors, the 6 kings, the 7 warlords of the sea, these pirates are the objects of admiration and pursuit for countless souls. Treasures and fine wines, freedom and dreams. Captain, with this ransom, we can recruit more crew members, can we not? One pirate inquired. Indeed, a ship full of hostages could fetch at least 6 million berries, another replied. The 2 pirates debated the ransom, while the bearded man wearing a skull cap, their leader, was peeling an orange, savoring its taste. Once the ransom is in hand, we must procure a magnificent pirate ship. I want to hoist a black flag, he declared. A black flag? Isn't that a bit dangerous? The crew exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily failing to grasp the captain's intent. I want the entire world to know that Captain Plank of the Great Pirates has arrived. All treasures on the Grand Line will belong to me. With that, Plank tossed the orange peel into the sea. Though we may only have a handful of crew members now, We shall inevitably become the rulers of the seas. Plank raised his cutlass, and the surrounding pirates lifted their weapons in unison, chanting, "Long live the Plank pirate crew." Ha ha! Plank stroked his beard and resumed peeling the orange. Chapter 4. The misfortunes of Plank. Captain A Lookout lowered his spyglass and pointed towards the sea, exclaiming, "A ship." The crew turned their gaze in the indicated direction, where a small wooden boat was rapidly approaching, with a solitary figure standing atop it. The individual, youthful in appearance, was garbed as a traveler, with golden hair and goggles perched atop his head. "Bah, who cares who it is?" Plank ordered, pointing at the small boat. "Sink it." "Yes, Captain." A host of pirates raised their firearms, the dark muzzles aimed at the small vessel. It was rather pitiful. Despite being pirates, they lacked their own ship and were forced to resort to guns for their assaults due to the absence of cannons. "Fire!" With Plank's command, flames erupted along the edges of the deck. Dozens of bullets rained down upon the small boat, while the golden-haired youth paused, slowly lifting his left hand, only to discover a peculiar circular device adorning his wrist. The device pulsed with a blue light, and in the next moment, he swept his palm forward, unleashing a volley of blue missiles that soared forth, colliding directly with the pirates aboard the larger ship. Wherever the missiles flew, the incoming bullets were obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles struck the deck with tremendous force, sending nearly half of the gathered pirates flying. The splintered planks were thrown into the air by the shock waves of the explosions, revealing a gaping hole in the rear of the ship. "Damn it. What in the world is this accursed thing?" Plank gritted his teeth. "Where are the cannonballs? Bring them to me." Strangely enough, although this band of pirates was devoid of heavy weaponry like cannons, they had amassed a considerable stock of cannonballs. Yet, it was only when crates of cannonballs were hoisted aboard that the truth began to unfold. Each pirate grasped a cannonball, and at Plank's command, they all hurled them toward the small boat. Though the cannonballs were heavy in their hands, for these pirates, tossing them was as effortless as throwing grenades on earth. However, at that moment, the distance between the small vessel and the larger ship was still significant, and given the small size of the target, the likelihood of hitting it with the barrage of cannonballs was low. Indeed, the cannonballs scattered haphazardly in various directions, and judging by the current trajectory, it seemed unlikely that even one would strike the small boat. "Hey!" Plank suddenly removed his gloves, extending his left hand toward the direction of the small vessel. "Gather." In an instant, the cannonballs appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, converging toward the front of the small boat. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, as the cannonballs aligned almost perfectly in a straight line, hurtling towards the small vessel. "Ha ha ha!" Plank laughed heartily, confident that this maneuver would reduce the small boat to mere splinters. "A devil fruit user?" The golden-haired youth chuckled, donning his goggles, while the circular device on his wrist began to coalesce with an even more potent blue light than before. This time, the radiance seemed to solidify into form. Observing the row of cannonballs approaching the ship, the golden-haired youth suddenly unleashed a powerful left punch. A colossal missile shot forth, its size nearly equivalent to the combined mass of the earlier missiles. Explosive. The resounding explosions reverberated as the bombs struck the artillery shells, resulting in a violent detonation. As all the shells were aligned, the initial explosion triggered chain reaction. The ferocity of the blast churned the sea beneath, causing the small vessel to rise and fall with the surging waves. Subsequently, the tumultuous waters produced by the explosion threatened to capsize the boat. With a thunderous crash, the waves battered against the hull, shattering a portion of the small craft and allowing seawater to pour in. The golden-haired youth activated the device on his wrist once more, unleashing a surge of blue light towards the small vessel as he propelled himself skyward with the force of the thrust. He soared above the heads of the surrounding pirates, casting a disdainful gaze downward. To his surprise, he encountered a band of marauding pirates. It seemed they had crossed paths with misfortune. In a swift motion, a barrage of missiles descended from the heavens. These projectiles, though not immensely powerful, posed no threat to the hostages within the cabin and effectively sent the pirates tumbling into the sea. In an instant, chaos ensued as the pirates scattered. The deck left in disarray. The golden-haired youth landed atop the mast, still observing from his elevated vantage point, fixating on the pirate captain, Plank. "Do you really think this little trick will defeat me?" Plank bellowed, his voice booming. Yet, the reality was that this was precisely what was unfolding. The youth removed his goggles, directing a condescending gaze at Plank. Fuming at the insolence, Plank's beard quivered as he removed his other glove. "It is time for you to witness my true prowess," he declared. "Attack!" Dozens of cannonballs were hurled towards the golden-haired youth from all directions, while Plank coordinated a simultaneous maneuver with both hands, directing the projectiles into dual paths of assault. Though the youth managed to obliterate all incoming cannonballs with a burst of energy, he found himself still besieged by the onslaught from behind. With no options remaining, he ascended once more into the air, propelled by the thrust. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Before he could descend, 2 more cannonballs hurtled toward him from either side. He successfully deflected one and narrowly evaded the other. Plank shouted, swinging his arms downward with great force. The golden-haired youth, just having landed, was taken aback to see 7 or 8 cannonballs plummeting from above, aimed directly at him. The thrust mechanism, having been employed recently, was temporarily out of commission. Moreover, he glanced at the circular device on his wrist, noting the diminished blue glow, indicating it could only unleash one more explosive burst. But what would happen after that? In that moment of peril, a figure suddenly descended from the heights. Wow, that's high. A voice of terror echoed above the crowd, prompting everyone to gaze upwards in astonishment at the shadowy figure. Such height! Could it be that he had fallen from the heavens? A tempest of fury. Suddenly, a violent aura enveloped the figure, accelerating its descent beyond the speed of a cannonball, with the force of its plunge sending projectiles hurtling away. Boom! The figure crashed heavily onto the ship's hull, creating a gaping crater 5 meters in diameter on the deck, while the resultant shockwave propelled numerous pirates into the sea. Among them was the devil fruit user, Plank. "This is bad, help me." Plank splashed into the water, bubbles rising in his wake. "Oh no, the captain has fallen into the sea. Quick, save the captain." The pirates leapt into the water, desperately searching for Plank, who was sinking beneath the waves. The golden-haired youth clambered up from the deck, gazing down at the massive pit in the center of the ship, cursing under his breath. What on earth is this? Chapter 5. Water's Edge Village Puff, cough cough. A hand grasped the edge of the pit, and a figure emerged from the depths. "At last, I have found a ship." As Chenfeng emerged, the first thing he did was burst into hearty laughter. In his quest to escape the desolate island, he had drifted on a makeshift wooden raft for nearly an entire night. When the silhouette of a cruise ship appeared on the horizon, he was filled with an irresistible urge to board. However, unbeknownst to him, the ongoing skirmish caused a fish to suddenly catapult his raft into the air. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, with Chenfeng descending from the sky. Fortunately, he activated his berserk ability during the fall. Otherwise, the landing could have resulted in severe injury. Accompanying Chenfeng out of the pit were several tourists and crew members. The ship was now in tatters, and the pirates had taken to the sea in their haste to escape, allowing the others to seize the opportunity to flee. With a swift motion, the captain produced a flare gun and fired it into the sky. With this signal, it was hoped that villagers from the nearby area would soon arrive to offer assistance. The passengers aboard busied themselves, as the ship's damage was considerable. Without prompt emergency measures, it was uncertain whether they could withstand until help arrived. The blonde youth continued to gaze at Chenfeng in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire fist. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Chenfeng inquired curiously, pointing to himself. "Is there something wrong with me?" The blonde youth, still in a daze, nodded slowly. Chenfeng brushed off the splinters clinging to his attire. Although his naval uniform was in tatters, he was reluctant to allow it to reach a state of indecency. Alas! A hero! The captain suddenly approached the golden-haired lad, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for driving away those pirates. Otherwise, we would have been taken hostage." Upon witnessing the scene with the captain, all the tourists promptly gathered around. "Indeed, thank you for dispelling them. We are grateful for your rescue." The golden-haired youth, clearly unaccustomed to such adulation, became noticeably bashful, a sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. Had he truly done anything at all? Chenfeng scratched his head, truly perplexed. He still could not comprehend what had transpired. He merely observed as the golden-haired youth, looking utterly bewildered, was surrounded by a throng of people. The distress signal had indeed proven effective, for within a mere 10 minutes, 2 civilian vessels approached. These were essentially militia forces organized by various villages, as the rampant piracy of this era rendered the navy insufficient to ensure safety. Consequently, nearly every village maintained its own militia. The crowd aboard the 2 vessels appeared somewhat cramped, yet fortunately, the distance to the village was not far, and they would arrive shortly. The damaged pleasure boat would have to be left to others for resolution. Chenfeng, in a state of confusion, boarded a civilian vessel without a clear understanding of the situation, choosing instead to blend in among the tourists. The golden-haired youth and the captain appeared to be the representatives elected by the passengers. Upon embarking, they took on the responsibility of negotiating with the leading militia commander. Upon hearing that the golden-haired youth had single-handedly driven away all the pirates, the commander felt inclined to foster goodwill, recognizing that this individual possessed considerable prowess. Chenfeng cast a few glances at the golden-haired youth, lingering momentarily on his wrist. A sense of familiarity flooded Chenfeng's mind. However, despite examining the device several times, he could discern no hidden mysteries. Soon, they arrived at a picturesque island, encircled by the sea, where a quaint village stood. This was our beloved Linshui village, embraced by the ocean and adorned with enchanting scenery. The militia captain, Ted, seemed to have temporarily assumed the role of a tour guide, though his robust physique ill-suited such a persona, and his clumsy tongue often mispronounced Link as Lingshe. The golden-haired youth appeared quite intrigued by the village, incessantly inquiring and prompting Ted to offer nothing more than perfunctory responses. A group of jovial tourists entered the village, and the captain of their boat promptly produced a hefty sum to present to the village chief, requesting their generous hospitality for the next 2 days. Perhaps due to the captain's generosity, the villagers extended unparalleled care towards all the guests. The village chief, clutching the money pouch and stroking his sparse, graying hair, proposed, "Why not host a grand dinner tonight to honor our visitors of Linshui village?" Indeed, this seemingly amiable chief was a cunning old fox. Upon discovering that these unfortunate souls were tourists, he sought to take advantage of the opportunity to promote the village's wares, perhaps even elevating the village's GDP in the process. Chenfeng, stroking his chin, stood by in a daze. He was neither as affluent as the tourists nor as popular as the golden-haired lad, and now he found himself utterly at a loss. Suddenly, a woman rushed into the village, exclaiming in distress, "Oh no, little QB is hanging from a tree." The crowd gasped in alarm and hurried after the woman towards the seaside, including Ted and the golden-haired youth. Chenfeng was unaware of the unfolding events, nonetheless. When others ventured forth, he felt compelled to follow, for it would be rather solitary to remain idle alone. It turned out that a young boy, having heard of a banquet scheduled for the evening, took it upon himself to ascend a tree in pursuit of coconuts. Ultimately, as he descended, his foot became ensnared by a branch, leaving him dangling headfirst from the lofty height of 20 meters atop the coconut tree. When Chenfeng arrived, the young boy named Kubi was still hanging from the tree, crying out incessantly, "Please, save my son." A woman rushed forward upon seeing Captain Ted, grasping his arm urgently. "You must think of a way. Rest assured, with me here, everything will be fine." However, before Ted could finish his words, a sudden crack echoed as the branch holding the boy unexpectedly snapped. "This is bad." The crowd surged towards the base of the tree. Ted aimed to dash below to catch the boy with his own body, while the golden-haired youth also moved, his wrist device propelling him towards the child. Yet, they were both too slow. The branch had broken so abruptly that it remained uncertain whether Ted could reach the ground in time, let alone the golden-haired youth's device requiring activation. Just as despair engulfed the crowd, a shadow darted overhead. The boy fell into his arms when he was merely 10 meters from the ground. The gentle breeze descended gracefully, cradling the young boy who lay unscathed in its embrace. The onlookers were taken aback. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the boy's mother hurriedly approached. "Kubi, you frightened me to death," she exclaimed, as she took her son from the hands of the breeze, her face still etched with panic. The danger had finally passed, yet the crowd's gaze lingered on the ethereal figure. They had just witnessed the remarkable sight of the breeze walking upon air, effortlessly catching the falling boy and gently returning to the ground. Among them, the golden-haired lad remained the most composed, having previously witnessed the breeze descend from the heavens unscathed. He found it entirely plausible that it could now tread upon the air. Chapter 6. A Duel with Ezreal. Chenfeng has finally revealed his prowess before the villagers, and he has now become a figure of considerable interest, much like the blonde youth. However, Ted's gaze towards Chenfeng and the blonde youth bore a distinct difference. It was only before the banquet that he took the initiative to approach them. "Gentlemen, might you have a moment to engage in a friendly exchange?" Upon uttering these words, Ted felt somewhat abrupt and quickly waved his hand, smiling as he added, "But if you are pressed for time, it is of no consequence." "Not all. I find myself quite idle." The blonde youth inclined his head and then turned to Chenfeng, inquiring, "What do you think, my friend?" "I have no objections. In Linshui village, there exists a designated area for militia training, conveniently located not far from the village, where numerous militia members were still diligently honing their skills." Observing the sweat-drenched militia, immersed in their rigorous training, Ted nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, everyone. Take a moment to rest. The banquet will commence shortly." "Ah, a banquet. How splendid." As the militia members dispersed, a training ground of at least 200 square meters unfolded before Chenfeng and his companions. Ted gestured invitingly towards the duo, while the blonde youth turned back to Chenfeng, noticing his repeated gestures to decline before stepping forward. I shall go first. With the prospect of a sparring match, over 20 militia members gathered in a circle, eager to observe. Hey, brother. Chenfeng approached a burly militia member and inquired. How formidable is your Captain Ted? Quite impressive, I presume. The man, with a bushy beard, responded with a tone of certainty. Impressive is an understatement. He is exceptionally formidable. The wind of destiny has shifted. The two individuals entered the arena and, adhering to the customs of etiquette, commenced their self-introductions. The militia captain, Ted. The explorer, Ezreal. What? Upon hearing the name of the golden-haired youth, Chenfeng was taken aback, quickly glancing at the peculiar device on the youth's wrist, as if he had unearthed something incongruous with this world. I concede, Ted was the first to strike, wielding a massive blade nearly the size of an adult, though it suited his robust physique perfectly. In the face of Ted's assault, eyes displayed remarkable composure, deftly evading as the enormous sword swung through the air, missing its mark. Subsequently, Captain Ted showcased his formidable swordsmanship. However, despite the ferocity of his strikes, he could not land a blow on Eyes. Eyes nimbly dodged from side to side, occasionally utilizing the device on his wrist to propel himself behind Ted. As Ted began to sweat profusely, he observed Eyes behaving as if nothing were amiss. I have lost, Ted admitted without hesitation, realizing that after such an extended struggle, he had failed to even graze the hem of Eyes' clothing, and persisting further would only lead to his own exhaustion. Indeed, as the militia captain, Ted possessed considerable skill. Chenfeng had already heard from the bearded man below that Ted had previously served as a naval officer, though the reasons for his retirement remained unclear. Eyes approached and raised a hand towards Chenfeng, who was still processing the situation. It is your turn. Me? Chenfeng felt a sense of frustration. Having not witnessed Eyes make a move before the conclusion of the encounter, it was truly inconsiderate. He had only observed Eyes skillfully evade Ted's assaults, occasionally utilizing the peculiar device on his wrist to create distance from Ted, yet he had not seen Eyes employ that device to launch an attack. Now, the conjectures lingering in his mind could only be validated in due course. As Chenfeng stepped onto the training ground, Ted eagerly requested that he select a weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Chenfeng ultimately chose a straight sword as his armament. Although he could rely solely on the powers granted by the Devil Fruit to contend with Ted, he opted not to unleash his berserk abilities. After all, they both shared a history as former members of the Navy. It would be a test of who was truly superior. As the two prepared for battle, they exchanged names, Ted and Chenfeng. Ted, brimming with vitality, required only a brief respite to recharge his energy. Once they nodded to signal the commencement of their duel, he charged forward with vigor. It was the very same colossal blade, and as Chenfeng confronted it directly, he felt the overwhelming force of the blade's wind, a testament to the difficulty his must have faced evading it so many times. But he had no intention of retreating. In a flash, as the blade gleamed, Chenfeng successfully parried Ted's attack. However, the sword had yet to be fully drawn. Taken aback, Ted immediately retreated with haste. With a swift flick of his sword sheath, Chenfeng shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The blade in Ted's hand was deftly flicked away by Chenfeng, who then gracefully retreated to the side. Ted had met his defeat. Alas, he had not anticipated such remarkable talents in both of them. With a sense of reflection, Ted's gaze lingered a moment longer on Chenfeng, as though he had discerned something profound from their brief encounter. Would you care to engage in a friendly sparring session? Ted inquired, addressing Chenfeng and his companion. Chenfeng and Ize exchanged a glance, each feeling a surge of eager anticipation. Very well. They entered the arena and introduced themselves, after which Chenfeng opted for the same straight sword as before. Please, you may go first. Chenfeng gestured for Ize to make the first move, as he was eager to observe Ize's method of attack. Shall I go first? Then I suppose you will find it quite challenging to close the distance between us. Without further ado, Ize raised his left arm and thrust it in Chenfeng's direction. In the next instant, a missile was launched from his wrist. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, including Ted, who was equally bewildered. What kind of technique was this? Was it truly a missile? Chenfeng did not evade. Instead, he advanced directly towards the incoming missile. The missile collided with his blade, yet it was effortlessly halted by Chenfeng. Do not take pride in this. Consider it merely a reminder. The circular device emitted a brilliant blue light, and a dozen missiles, identical to the previous ones, shot towards Chenfeng's position. Chenfeng will not be foolish enough to stand there and take the blows this time. Even if he can withstand these projectiles, it remains uncertain whether the knife in his hand can endure as well. Bang, bang, bang. The morning breeze began to chase after Chenfeng, pursued by missiles whose destructive power, though inferior to that of artillery shells, could still leave a dark mark upon the training ground. With a thunderous shout, Ize concentrated a powerful explosive in his hand. Whoosh! The explosive hurtled towards Chenfeng's direction. Chenfeng had initially thought it was a missile, but only realized the gravity of the situation when the massive blue explosive detonated right before him, compelling him to wield his blade in defense. With a resounding crash, the shattered blade fell to the ground, leaving Chenfeng with merely the hilt in his grasp. "Well, I have triumphed," Ize declared, clapping his hands as if to signify the conclusion of a grand endeavor. "No, it is far from over." Not only Ize, but the onlookers were equally astonished. How could one continue to fight with a shattered weapon? The projectile hurled at him possessed considerable destructive power without a blade. Was he expected to catch it with his bare hands? "You have lost your weapon. Do you intend to engage me with your fists?" Ize turned his head towards Chenfeng, clearly unfazed by his words. Hee. Chenfeng chuckled, a surge of immense power suddenly coursing through his arms. To the spectators, it appeared as though his fighting spirit was ascending to unprecedented heights. "That is precisely my intention." Chapter 7. The fury of power. The surging momentum of Chenfeng compelled Ize to reassess the situation. Could it be that he truly intended to engage with bare hands? While Ize remained deep in contemplation, Chenfeng had already launched his assault. Once again employing the moon step, Chenfeng soared gracefully into the air, reaching a height of 5 meters. What a splendid opportunity. Several missiles hurtled towards Chenfeng's position. If he were grounded, Ize would have hesitated to use the missiles for fear of collateral damage. However, with Chenfeng aloft, he cast aside such concerns. Undaunted by the approaching missiles, Chenfeng charged resolutely towards Ize. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a state of fury, Chenfeng adeptly maneuvered with the moon step, evading a multitude of missiles that were launched at him. This was troubling. Ize realized that he could not hit his target, and Chenfeng was rapidly closing in on him. Utilizing the device's recoil, Ize retreated swiftly, just as Chenfeng descended upon the spot where he had stood moments before. Seizing this opportunity, Ize hurled another explosive device. Yet, in a blink, Chenfeng sidestepped the explosion and continued his relentless advance. The explosion created a significant crater where they had previously stood. While the missiles lacked the potency of artillery shells, the explosive device's power was indeed comparable to that of cannonball. The velocity of Chenfeng was astonishingly swift, leaving Ize's device unable to coalesce the necessary energy. Aware that his defeat was inevitable once Chenfeng closed the distance, Ize recognized that his superior speed rendered evasion futile. Once again, Ize employed a counter-thrust to elevate himself into the air, with Chenfeng positioned directly beneath him. Without hesitation, Chenfeng leaped upwards in pursuit of Ize, employing his graceful moonwalk technique. Mega explosive. Ize hurled forth another explosive device, this one exuding an even greater ferocity than its predecessors, its intense azure glow and substantial size attesting to its formidable power. He deliberately prefixed the term mega to the explosive's name, intending to alert Chenfeng to evade in order to avoid being harmed by his own onslaught. However, in that moment, Chenfeng raised his right fist. Teddy, observing the fierce confrontation before him, found himself at a loss for guidance. As Ize unleashed such a formidable attack, he felt a surge of anxiety for Chenfeng's safety. Having engaged with both combatants, Teddy recognized that, despite the vast disparity in their strengths, Chenfeng and Ize were relatively evenly matched. Yet it seemed that Chenfeng should effortlessly evade this assault. The militia members spectating were utterly captivated by the intense exchange. They had never witnessed such exhilarating duels, and it became evident that their usual training paled in comparison to the spectacle before them. Ize was astounded. He could hardly fathom that Chenfeng could withstand his assault without weaponry. After all, he had expended all the energy within a magical device to conjure this mega explosive. I had stated that relying solely on one's fists would suffice. With a mighty roar, Chenfeng concentrated the ferocity of his power into his right arm, causing the veins to bulge prominently, akin to a heavy cannon, as he struck the incoming explosive projectile. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and the ensuing shockwave propelled both Chenfeng and Ize away. The force radiated outward, stirring a tempest of dust and debris, causing the militia present to stagger and struggle to maintain their footing. Once the tumult subsided, the training ground lay in utter disarray. Under Ted's leadership, all the militia surged forward. After all, the recent explosion had occurred between Ize and Chenfeng, and with their fates uncertain, he was unwilling to bear the weight of significant casualties stemming from his suggestion for a sparring match. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to find Chenfeng standing resolutely in the midst of the chaos. Chenfeng appeared unscathed, though he bore the disarray from the recent explosion, rendering his already tattered garments utterly unwearable, riddled with numerous holes. Iza, too, had been located outside the training grounds. Unlike Chenfeng, Iza lacked the ability to employ the moon step. He ascended into the air solely by leveraging the magical device on his wrist, having been forcefully ejected from the training area by the powerful shockwave. At present, both Iza and Chenfeng emerged uninjured. However, Iza had indeed been thrust out of the arena by the explosion. The victor was Chenfeng. Iza acknowledged his defeat with grace, not merely because he had been cast out of the field, but rather due to his admiration for Chenfeng's capacity to single-handedly manage such a formidable explosive. At that moment, Ted approached Chenfeng and inquired, "Was that the power of a devil fruit?" "Devil fruit?" Iza pondered, perplexed. Chenfeng nodded slightly. Even a naval elite would find it challenging to withstand such an intensity of attack, let alone remain unscathed as you have. Ted exhibited no particular expression. He merely harbored a sense of wonder regarding Chenfeng's formidable prowess, abstaining from inquiring about the nature of his abilities. "Well, the banquet is about to commence. You cannot possibly attend dressed like this," Ted remarked, glancing at their tattered attire. With a generous wave of his hand, he added, "Go to the village and procure a few new garments. I shall cover the expenses." As night approached, bonfires were lit within the village of Linshui. Crew members, visitors, and villagers alike gathered around the flames. And to showcase the villagers' warm hospitality, they presented an array of their finest culinary delights. Chenfeng and Ize sat beside Ted. Perhaps having witnessed the prowess of the two, the militia approached one after another to offer their toasts. The militia demonstrated impressive drinking capacities, particularly Ted, who imbibed with the ease of drinking water. The villagers brewed a light-bodied wine, imbued with a subtle sweetness, rendering it exceptionally palatable. However, the sheer number of toasts proved overwhelming. In a previous life, Chenfeng was merely a recluse. Though he had partaken in alcohol, it was only in moderation. Conversely, Ize appeared entirely unaccustomed to drinking. After a few cups, both began to show signs of inebriation. Uncle Ted, with a jovial demeanor, poured 2 cups of strong tea for the pair. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose from the sea, causing the bonfire to sway precariously. Yet it could not dampen the exuberance of the crowd. After drinking the tea, Chenfeng felt considerably more sober. "Uncle Ted, what accounts for this peculiar weather?" Chenfeng was perplexed by the sudden tempest that had arisen from what was once a tranquil sea. The temperature had also dropped several degrees. Such was the nature of this environment. In the Grand Line, such weather was even more commonplace. "Have you ever ventured into the Grand Line?" Izzy asked, leaning closer. Indeed," Ted sighed, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. On a desolate isle, over 20 pirates clambered ashore in a state of disarray. Plank was soaked to the skin, the sea breeze causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Fortunately, his crew had rescued him in the nick of time. Otherwise, he might have truly succumbed to the depths of the ocean. It felt as if he had regressed to a time of despair. "Damn it, did any of you see what fell from the sky?" Plank inquired of his subordinates. It seems to be a person," one pirate stammered. "How could a person possibly fall from the sky?" Another questioned skeptically. Plank's fury surged. "Damn it, I shall venture into the Grand Line. The treasures are mine, and no one shall thwart my path." Another gust of sea wind swept through, causing Plank to hunch his shoulders in the chill. Chapter 8. Macduff. Though the sea winds raged, they could not quell the fervent atmosphere of the evening banquet in Linshui village. Revelers sang and danced, while fine wines and delectable dishes were continuously served. By the campfire, 3 men indulged in drink and conversation. "The Grand Line, you say? I have only traversed it once." Ted lifted his cup and took a hearty swig before continuing. "The first half of the Grand Line is known as Paradise, while the latter half is referred to as the New World. During my time as a Navy officer, I had the chance to visit the Grand Line." "The New World?" At this, Chenfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, it was the very gathering place for the most formidable pirates. And the end of the Grand Line lay there. "Uncle, you have been to the New World?" Ted chuckled and shook his head. "The New World is not a realm for the ordinary. I was there only once on a mission." The sea breeze rustled the coconut palms, sending a chill through Chenfeng and Izzy. The wind tousled Ted's somewhat disheveled hair. "Chenfeng, you are a member of the Navy, are you not?" "Well, I suppose so," he replied. It is hardly surprising that Ted can discern his own identity. After all, he was once a naval officer. "The largest town in our vicinity is known as Macduff, which encompasses 16 villages, one of which is our riverside village. Should you wish to return to the Navy, a visit to the Macduff Naval Base may prove to be quite beneficial." Chenfeng was still troubled by his next plan when he discovered that Ted had already prepared a guide for him. A naval base? How many sailors are there? Isa inquired with keen interest. There used to be around 200 personnel, but now it is estimated to have exceeded 400. Ted seemed quite familiar with the situation there, effortlessly explaining the circumstances of Macduff Town to Chenfeng and Isa without a hint of hesitation. Macduff is a town with an exceptionally low crime rate, where people live and work in peace. The frequent trade interactions have rendered Macduff a prosperous locale. Oh, that is indeed commendable. To maintain such a remarkably low crime rate in this era of grand maritime exploration suggests that Macduff possesses extraordinary characteristics. Haha, in Macduff, there is a renowned bounty hunter. A bounty hunter? Upon hearing this, Chenfeng nearly thought of the three-sword style of Zorro, but a swift slap brought him back to reality. This was the South Sea, where Zorro was but a figment of imagination. No criminal could ever evade her relentless pursuit. Thus, one must tread carefully to avoid drawing her attention. Do we really fear her? Ise raised the magical artifact in his hand, expressing skepticism towards Ted's remarks. Very well, Ted said, producing a coin from his pocket and placing it into Chenfeng's palm. If you present this coin to her, I trust she shall not cause you any trouble. Observing the rusted coin in his hand, its original visage now obscured, Chenfeng pondered who might discern anything from it. All right, we shall set sail tomorrow. Indeed, I have arranged a vessel for your journey to Macduff. The sea breeze gradually returned to a tranquil state. While the banquet approached its conclusion, Chenfeng remained quite lucid, yet Ise was thoroughly intoxicated. And ultimately, it was Chenfeng who painstakingly dragged him back to their room. It was truly vexing. How had he ended up sharing a room with his fellow? Chenfeng observed that the individual before him, soundly asleep, bore no resemblance to the valiant heroes of the Alliance. Yet, the device upon his wrist undeniably signified his true identity, the explorer Ezreal. Chenfeng leaned against the wall, gazing at the bright moon outside the window, murmuring to himself. What differences might this world hold? The following day, the sun rose high in the sky, and the villagers awoke early to begin their daily routines. With a vigorous motion, Chenfeng yanked the blanket off Isa, simultaneously shouting into his ear, "It's time to rise. Time to rise." Isa, feeling irritable, merely turned over and disregarded Chenfeng, slipping back into slumber. Damn! With a surge of fury, Chenfeng kicked Isa out of bed. Get up! The fishing boat arranged by Ted had long since docked at the shore, and the two were now hastily making their way. If one were to check the time, it would likely be past 9 in the morning. Indeed, drinking had led to their delay. Isa continued to yawn, while Chenfeng approached Ted with quickened steps. Apologies for the wait, he said. Ted waved his hand dismissively. It seems you both had quite an enjoyable time yesterday. Chenfeng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that Ted's words were easily misinterpreted. Ted handed a straight knife to Chenfeng, which was indeed the very one he had wielded during yesterday's training session. Well, I shall not accompany you any further. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Farewell. Farewell. Chenfeng, wielding a knife, stood on the fishing boat alongside Ise, waving farewell to Ted. Now, Chenfeng and Ise were bound together by circumstance, as both harbored dreams of venturing into the sea, and only a grand town could procure a seafaring vessel. The village by the water was not far from Macduff Town, under the old fisherman's guidance. They could reach the port there in just over an hour. Chenfeng is now filled with anticipation for Macduff. He has resolutely decided to become a pirate, rendering this journey to the naval base somewhat insignificant. Yet, he remains uncertain about the adventures that lie ahead. Macduff Town, a place where the crime rate approaches zero, has established a military port due to the presence of the naval base, housing no fewer than 10 small warships. The townsfolk live in stability and prosperity, although this does not guarantee absolute safety. In the streets, a man, having stolen money, makes a hasty escape. His speed is remarkable as he leaves the young girl, from whom he snatched the money, far behind, seemingly on the verge of a successful getaway. The man accelerates, darting into a secluded alley. As a novice thief in Macduff, he feels a wave of apprehension. This is his first attempt, and he hopes not to encounter the legendary suddenly. He halts, for a woman stands before him. The woman possesses a striking figure with cascading long hair, adorned with a stylish hat, and the imposing presence of a firearm slung over her shoulder adds an air of authority. The man retreats a few steps, perceiving her as a formidable beast. The woman takes a step forward. In an instant, more than 10 burly men armed with knives, guns, and clubs emerge from both sides of the street. Upon seeing his comrades, the man feels a slight sense of relief. Do not think that just because you are a pirate hunter, we will fear you, he shouts, summoning his courage as he brandishes a dagger menacingly. The woman extends her left hand, slowly lowering the brim of her hat, partially obscuring her enchanting visage. Suddenly, from beneath the shadow of the hat, her large, luminous eyes shine brightly. The spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 9. The Blood Wolf Pirate Crew at last. They have arrived in Macduff, and both Chenfeng and Eyes cannot help but marvel at the beauty of this town. Macduff is not only characterized by its remarkably low crime rate, but is also a place of exquisite scenery. The citizens thrive here, with numerous fishermen leisurely napping and conversing near the port, under the blue sky and white clouds, blissfully unaware of any pirate incursions. Well, I shall take my leave of you here. The old fisherman who brought Chenfeng and Eyes nods in farewell before rowing his small boat back. As he watches the fisherman's retreating figure, Chenfeng suddenly realizes something and turns to Eyes. Do you have any money on you? Are you joking? I am an explorer. Eyes replies with a condescending lift of his chin, as if Chenfeng had uttered something utterly nonsensical. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's eyes widen in disbelief, almost overwhelmed by the urge to bow before Eyes. How can an explorer possibly have money? Alas! Thus, the two penniless adventurers find themselves in Macduff Town. At present, they cannot even muster a single belly, let alone mention that they have traveled the entire way without consuming any food. Chenfeng meandered despondently along the street, casting longing glances at the taverns and restaurants that he passed, yet he could only sigh in wistfulness. Alas, how ravenous I am! Chenfeng realized that his appetite had become somewhat exaggerated, seemingly influenced by the devil fruit, as his portions had significantly increased. Are you not part of the Navy? Surely, upon arriving at the naval base, assistance would always be at hand, right? Indeed. Chenfeng scratched his head, although the current situation suggested a visit to the naval base. His future aspirations did not involve continuing as a sailor. What prospects lay in a naval career? None could compare to the freedom and exhilaration of being a pirate. Just as Chenfeng and Isa pondered their next course of action, a little girl squatting by the roadside captured their attention. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, seemingly lively and well-behaved. Yet now she was buried in her own tears, sobbing incessantly. Chenfeng approached with curiosity and asked the little girl, "What is the matter, my dear?" The young girl lifted her gaze to Chenfeng, tears streaming from her bright, glistening eyes. "Please, save my grandmother." It turned out that the girl had gathered money to purchase medicine for her ailing grandmother, due to the peculiar nature of her illness. The medications were rather costly, and the girl had painstakingly managed to accumulate the necessary funds. However, just moments ago, the money intended for her grandmother's life-saving treatment had been stolen by a thief. Upon hearing this, Isa could no longer contain himself. How could there be such despicable people? If I catch him, I will make him feel the sting of retribution. Calm down, Chenfeng interjected. We are unfamiliar with this place. Where shall we find the thief? No, Chenfeng, we must help her recover the stolen money, Isa replied earnestly, and upon hearing that someone was willing to assist her, the little girl immediately looked up at Chenfeng and Isa, her eyes still brimming with tears. Seeing the girl's pleading gaze, Chenfeng let out a soft sigh. After all, he was not a native of this world and was reluctant to create conflict with anyone in an unfamiliar territory. Yet, the current situation had pushed him to the brink of his patience. With a fierce swing of his fist, Chenfeng exclaimed, "Let us go. We shall teach them a lesson." He pointed in the direction the girl had indicated where the thieves had fled and dashed forward without a second glance. Ise glanced at the little girl beside him, resignedly hoisting her onto his back, and pursued Chenfeng's path. Caitlin effortlessly subdued all the thieves. It was a task that required minimal effort on her part. Having been in Macduff for nearly a year, she had sent countless pirates and robbers to the naval base, with Colonel Lita periodically dispatching warships to escort the prisoners away. However, at present, with a dozen thieves to contend with, it would be quite a challenge for her alone to escort them back to the naval base. Thus, she found herself waiting idly for the Navy to send someone for the handover. Bored, Caitlin fiddled with the firearm in her hand when suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. Well, if at ISNT the esteemed pirate hunter, Miss Caitlin, a mocking tone echoed. Caitlin furrowed her brow at the taunt. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged into the alleyway. The leader of this group was a robust figure, adorned in opulent attire, resembling a merchant or a newly rich individual, and his 20-odd henchmen appeared equally as his accomplices. The Blood Wolf pirate crew, led by Captain Eric. Caitlin murmured under her breath upon seeing the newcomer, her grip on the firearm tightening. "It's been quite a year, hasn't it?" Eric remarked, seemingly unfazed by the animosity reflected in Caitlin's eyes. "A year ago, you managed to escape. Who would have thought you'd become a renowned pirate hunter by now? I wonder how much your abilities have progressed. It's time to settle the blood feud from back then. Eric laughed heartily, then gestured to his men. Capture her alive. The pirates disguised as merchant associates immediately revealed their true colors, drawing weapons and charging at Caitlin in unison. Caitlin, with her abundant combat experience, faced the overwhelming numbers of adversaries without a hint of fear. Equipping a spinning blade to her specially designed firearm, she aimed it at the approaching pirate. Get back! Eric was about to utter a warning, but it was too late. The spinning blade shot forth, injuring the foremost pirates, who then collapsed into a pool of blood. Shockingly, the blade changed direction. It whirled and flew towards its targets from various angles, leaving the pirates utterly incapable of discerning the source of the attack, rendering them defenseless. It was too swift. The pirates could only watch in horror as the blade hurtled towards them, unable to react in time. With the enhancement of this firearm, the speed of the blade far surpassed that of ordinary ammunition. After dispatching yet another pirate, the blade whistled toward Eric. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed a brilliant flash, deflecting the spinning blade with a single strike of his sword. Caitlin frowned. Although this blow had eliminated numerous pirates, the most formidable among them remained unscathed. It's been a year, and I didn't expect you to be even harder to deal with, Eric said with a smile, brandishing his sword. Let me see just how much you've progressed. Caitlin immediately retreated, but Eric's speed was remarkable, closing the distance in mere moments. She was forced to retaliate with her firearm, yet every bullet was deftly intercepted by Eric's blade. The bullets clanged against the sword, producing sharp, resonant sounds, while Eric's momentum barely faltered. Eric struck down, and Caitlin narrowly evaded. However, his speed was overwhelming. As he delivered his blow, he swept a leg toward her. Caitlin hastily braced her firearm against his leg, but the immense force sent her flying backward. Her body crashed heavily against a brick wall, creating a spiderweb-like crack upon impact. Blood trickled from the corner of Caitlin's lips. That blow felt as though it had shattered her bones. She attempted to rise several times, but each effort was in vain, unable to withstand even a single strike. How can you still call yourself a pirate hunter? Eric scoffed, his eyes filled with derision as he regarded Caitlin. The renowned pirate hunter Caitlin, also a rare beauty, would fetch a handsome price if sold to another pirate crew. Eric paused, then revealed his grotesque intentions. She must be worth a fortune. As the approaching pirates surrounded her, Caitlin felt their mocking and vile expressions weigh heavily upon her. Clenching her fists in rage, she thought, how infuriating. Chapter 10, Cooperative Warfare. Caitlin's eyes blazed with fury, intimidating the encircling pirates. That glare of yours, Eric laughed arrogantly. You were just as feeble a year ago. Who would have thought that, despite everything, you remain powerless today? However, this time, there will be no escape for you. Once again, the pirates pressed forward, and Caitlin retrieved the flintlock that had fallen to the ground. If that moment truly arrived, she would fight unflinchingly until the very end. Stop. All the pirates, including Eric, were taken aback as they suddenly noticed the presence of an unfamiliar figure beside them. Chenfeng panted heavily, having run with such urgency that he had left Iza and the others far behind. And who might you be? Eric inquired, tilting his head to gaze at Chenfeng. To him, this young man appeared neither to be a naval officer nor a pirate hunter. Could it be that he was merely an interloper? Indeed, Eric's suspicions proved to be correct. I am here to meddle. With immense pride, Chenfeng shouted loudly that, whether in this life or the last, he had never engaged in an act of valor until now. This was his first. The crowd was taken aback. Even Caitlin wore a look of astonishment. What the hell are you? A pirate, unable to contain himself at Chenfeng's demeanor, raised his knife and charged at him. The pirate seemingly did not regard Chenfeng as a contender, but rather as a foolish meddler, a misguided hero whose fate was sealed with a single strike. Yet, the sensation of the blade piercing flesh was not as he had envisioned. It felt as though the knife struck nothing but air, devoid of any resistance. Bang! Before the pirate could react, Chenfeng had already sent him soaring into the sky with a single punch. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Eric's eyes. He had not anticipated that one of his subordinates could be dispatched so effortlessly. Caitlin, whose hopes had waned, felt her spirit reignite once more due to Chenfeng's audacity. That damn fool! Eliminate him! The remaining pirates, witnessing their comrade being sent flying by a mere punch, immediately charged towards Chenfeng. Come at me! Chenfeng unsheathed the straight blade at his waist and swept it toward the approaching pirates. With a slash, a wave of sword energy surged forth, mercilessly cutting through the foremost pirates and causing blood to spatter wildly. Having witnessed Chenfeng's swordsmanship before, Eric instinctively exclaimed, "The Navy." He was taken aback that someone dressed like an ordinary citizen could belong to the Navy, uncertain of the forces behind him and his purpose for being there. Eric's eyes were filled with caution and wariness. Although Chenfeng's blade displayed remarkable prowess, it was insufficient to intimidate this band of bloodthirsty pirates, prompting another to charge forward without hesitation. "Wait," Eric commanded his subordinates to cease their assault on Chenfeng and stepped forth himself. "You cannot be one of Macduff's navy, can you?" Chenfeng was perplexed by Eric's words and retorted, "What does it matter to you where I hail from? Have you ever heard of the Navy headquarters?" Eric's brow furrowed even tighter. What could the personnel from the Navy headquarters possibly want? Had they uncovered something? "Be careful," Caitlin shouted to Chenfeng. Clang! The two blades clashed fiercely. Just moments ago, Eric had launched an unexpected assault, yet Chenfeng had successfully parried the blow, revealing that their strengths were remarkably matched. Indeed, there was some skill involved. What would follow? Eric relentlessly pressed his attack, the blades dancing in rapid succession, sparks flying with each collision. Both combatants moved with remarkable speed, and to Chenfeng's surprise, he held his ground against Eric after several exchanges. As Eric swung wide, poised to counterattack, Chenfeng abruptly realized that another blade was aimed at him. Two blades. As Chenfeng prepared to deflect with his blade, Eric would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike with another knife. In a moment of desperation, Chenfeng immediately unleashed the power of his devil fruit. His left fist instantly infused with an overwhelming force. With a fierce shout, this furious energy enveloped his entire left fist as he launched a punch towards the blade aimed at him. What? He intends to meet Eric's knife with his fist? Caitlin thought it impossible. She was well aware of Eric's formidable strength, and how could flesh easily withstand a blade? Though skeptical, she silently prayed for Chenfeng's success. Clang! The fist and knife collided, and then, the blade shattered? What? Caitlin's bright eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that this individual could break Eric's knife with nothing but a single punch. It wasn't only Caitlin who was taken aback. The crew of pirates shared her astonishment. They had believed their captain would effortlessly handle this brash youth, yet they were met with this bizarre spectacle. No, it cannot be. The pirates stared, eyes wide, at the broken blade that lay on the ground. Oomph. Eric casually discarded the remnants of his knife and continued to engage Chenfeng with another blade. "You may possess great strength, but do not presume that this will secure your victory over me." Eric's speed surged dramatically as his weapon transformed into a flurry of flashing blades aimed at Chenfeng. As the pressure on Chenfeng surged abruptly, he had no choice but to desperately wield his weapon to fend off the enemy's frenzied assault. Eric, with a swift motion, spun his blade and unexpectedly delivered a kick towards Chenfeng. How infuriating! Before Chenfeng could defend himself, he was struck squarely by a kick, sending him flying through the air. Eric swiftly drew his knife and pursued him, but as Chenfeng crashed to the ground, he saw the blade descending ominously toward his head. Goodness! Chenfeng silently lamented his predicament, sensing that he was on the brink of disaster. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the air as Eric's knife was unexpectedly flung away, granting Chenfeng a narrow escape. Caitlin's firearm emitted a faint wisp of smoke. It was she who had thwarted Eric's assault. Whoosh! Boom! An explosion erupted amidst the crowd, engulfing 3 pirates in its chaos. Whoosh whoosh! 2 more detonations followed, sending several members of the Blood Wolf pirate crew soaring into the sky, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Caitlin immediately opened fire on the pirates. As the opportunity presented itself, Chenfeng rose once again, fully aware of the identity of his opponent, which bolstered his confidence. He engaged Eric in combat once more. Do not rejoice too soon. A torrent of ferocity surged into Chenfeng's arms, and with a powerful grip on the hilt of his sword, he swung it forward with force. Slash! A ferocious wave of sword energy sliced towards Eric. Startled, Eric immediately attempted to evade Chenfeng's lethal strike, though he narrowly escaped. The pirates behind him were not so fortunate. The blade's aura swept through them, and augmented by the power of the rage fruit, its reach expanded, ensnaring 10 pirates in its wake. Ugh! The pirates swiftly lost their combat effectiveness, collapsing to the ground, blood splattering around them. Chenfeng, I'm coming! Eyes was sprinting towards them, carrying a young girl on his back. Simultaneously, a blue light flickered from the magical device on his wrist, culminating in a massive orb of blue energy materializing in his hand. Make way! Eyes hurled the explosive projectile, aimed directly at Eric. Chapter 11. The hasty retreat of the pirates. Eric had already surmised that the recent explosion was caused by the blue light, and promptly retreated to evade the impending attack. He quickly distanced himself to a safe zone. As the explosive detonated at his previous location, its impact rivaling that of conventional cannon fire, if not surpassing it. Retreat, Eric commanded without hesitation, and the Blood Wolf pirates hastily withdrew, with all but a few severely injured pirates fleeing towards the street. Should we pursue? Eyes inquired, glancing at Chenfeng. At this moment, Chenfeng's appearance was quite disheveled, his face covered in dust, which added a comical touch to the scene. Ah! Upon witnessing Chenfeng in such a state, Iza felt an urge to laugh, yet he valiantly stifled it. However, suppressing laughter was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Did you not see me here? What are you throwing explosives for? Chenfeng bellowed furiously. Just moments ago, he had been nearest to Eric, and although the explosive had not harmed him, the debris had nonetheless coated him entirely in dirt. A blunder, it was undoubtedly a blunder. Iza quickly apologized with a smile. Thank you, Caitlin said, using her firearm to support herself as she rose, although her movements remained somewhat awkward. It was indeed shameful that at this time, Chenfeng and Iza only just remembered Caitlin's presence nearby. It was Caitlin who had previously come to Chenfeng's aid, prompting him to take notice of her. Meanwhile, Iza had completely overlooked Caitlin, who was leaning against the wall. Are you all right? Chenfeng gazed at Caitlin, who approached with a noticeable limp, and inquired softly. Caitlin smiled gently, shaking her head, and then turned her attention to the little girl behind eyes. My dear, this belongs to you. Caitlin produced a pouch from her attire, the very one that had been taken from the girl. Moreover, she retrieved some coins and placed them in the girl's hands. Use this to buy something nice for your grandmother and for yourself. Thank you, the girl stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Caitlin tenderly ruffled the girl's hair before directing her gaze towards Chenfeng and Eyes. And you are? Ah, greetings, fair maiden. Eyes interjected, suddenly animated at the sight of a lovely lady. I am Eyes, the illustrious adventurer destined to embark on a grand voyage. Chenfeng and Caitlin exchanged glances of exasperation. I am Chenfeng, and he is Eyes. We have come here in search of a vessel. Chenfeng spoke frankly. Caitlin, in a peculiar manner, remarked, You cannot possibly be pirates, can you? No, came the reply. We are mere travelers who have encountered a shipwreck and now find ourselves homeless. When Chenfeng became flustered, his eyes did not blink, while Ize continuously nodded in agreement. I am Caitlin, a bounty hunter of pirates, and my mission is to eradicate all pirates. You say your name is? Upon hearing the woman's introduction, Ize was evidently startled by her objective, and Chenfeng was equally taken aback. It was only then that Chenfeng noticed Caitlin's attire. Upon closer inspection, it struck him as remarkably familiar. Caitlin. Indeed, it was Caitlin. Chenfeng glanced at Yi's, then shifted his gaze to Caitlin, his eyes brimming with disbelief. What on earth was happening? Why were they both present in this world? Chenfeng was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions, yet to Eyes and Caitlin, he appeared more like a person experiencing a sudden mental breakdown. Is he all right? Caitlin inquired of Eyes. I'm not sure either, he replied. In the tavern of Macdufftown, Caitlin stretched her limbs, instantly feeling her weary bones rejuvenate significantly. Chenfeng and Iza exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose behind Caitlin's summoning them to this place. Judging by your appearances, you surely haven't eaten, Caitlin remarked with a slight grimace. How did you know? Chenfeng and Iza responded in unison. With a shrug, Caitlin indicated that they understood her meaning. The atmosphere turned awkward. As a renowned pirate hunter, Caitlin was not short of funds. Soon, a lavish spread of exquisite food and drink adorned the table. Upon seeing the feast, Chenfeng could no longer maintain his composure. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the meal as if he had not eaten for several days. Iza, while also hungry, exhibited a level of restraint that was quite reasonable. In stark contrast, Chenfeng's voracious appetite left Caitlin silently exclaiming, What a remarkable individual! Perhaps influenced by the powers of the devil fruit, Chenfeng found that the more he utilized his frenzied abilities, the more pronounced his hunger became, requiring him to consume significantly more than an ordinary person. Brother, could you please be mindful of your table manners? Iza pleaded, covering his face, while Chenfeng, unfazed, reached for a chicken leg from the table. Caitlin took a sip from her glass of spirits, and then turned her gaze towards Chenfeng and Iza. Are you here to acquire a ship? She inquired. Indeed, Chenfeng mumbled indistinctly. How much money do you possess? Chenfeng and Iza were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the scant funds they possessed were insufficient even for a single meal, let alone the acquisition of a vessel. Were they to resort to thievery? Sigh. One cannot fathom your thoughts, Caitlin remarked, exasperated. After their meal, Chenfeng was astonished to discover that the trio had consumed food worth 8,000 berries, with a staggering 80% of it attributed solely to his appetite. Fortunately, they were not required to pay. This lavish feast was Caitlin's way of repaying Chenfeng and Iza. Furthermore, Caitlin had graciously offered to serve as their guide to MacDuff. She retrieved 2 food containers from the tavern, intending to pay a visit to the little girl's home shortly. Chenfeng and Iza clearly had other matters to attend to, so they took their leave from Caitlin. Chenfeng, are you truly intending to visit the naval base? Indeed, after all, I am a naval officer. Seeking assistance at the naval division is not unreasonable. Weren't you the one who expressed a desire to leave the Navy? Iza recalled Chenfeng mentioning his disinterest in continuing with the Navy, and could even sense an underlying inclination towards piracy in his words. Why do you have to be so troublesome? Chenfeng walked briskly a few steps ahead, leaving eyes behind. In truth, Chenfeng had an inkling that he needed to meet with the highest authority in this place, whether to inquire about MacDuff's situation or to seek certain assistance. He deemed this visit to be of utmost importance. Since he had no money and nowhere else to go, he decided to venture to the naval base in hopes of finding some fortune. Chenfeng pondered that, at worst, he could continue his service in the Navy and wait until he infiltrated the Grand Line. Soon, a deep blue base came into view. Izar, gazing at the naval base before him, was momentarily taken aback. The scale of this base far exceeded their expectations. If one were to describe it as a naval base, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a fortress. Several cannons were mounted within the bastions of the base, and from outside, one could observe naval soldiers engaged in drills within. Chapter 12. Colonel Laika, are you truly going to enter? Izar asked hesitantly. Of course, Chenfeng replied, waving his hand. What about you? Would you care to join me? Izar quickly shook his head, taking a step back. I'm not particularly fond of places like this. It always feels as if one is being captured. Chenfeng shrugged his shoulders and proceeded towards the naval base. Upon registering his visit, soldiers promptly arranged for Chenfeng to wait, and soon after, someone communicated the situation to the base office via a telephone device. After a brief moment of anticipation, Mr. Chenfeng received a message from the messenger. Mr. Chenfeng, Colonel Laika requests your presence. Very well, I understand. Chenfeng followed the messenger through the base, arriving at a grand building, adorned in the same naval blue camouflage as the other structures within the base. This edifice exhibited a far more imposing presence, suggesting it was indeed the command center of the naval base. The building comprised 5 stories, with Colonel Ka's office situated on the 5th floor. The 2 naval soldiers stationed at the entrance appear to have already received instructions from above, allowing Chenfeng to enter the building unimpeded under the guidance of a messenger. As Chenfeng approached the office door, just as he was about to signal the messenger to open it, the door was unexpectedly pushed open from the inside. A naval officer with a cross-shaped scar on his face strode out of the office, his demeanor suggesting a considerable degree of agitation. Judging by his insignia, he appeared to hold the rank of major. You must be Mr. Chenfeng. Please come in at once. Upon hearing someone call his name from within, Chenfeng proceeded directly into the office. Once he entered, the messenger swiftly closed the door behind him, standing guard outside. Upon entering the office, Chenfeng began to scrutinize the naval officer before him. Simultaneously, Colonel Laika was also observing Chenfeng. During lunch, Chenfeng had overheard Caitlin mention certain details regarding Laika, noting only that he was a naval officer who prioritized public safety in the town and was known for his amiable nature, fostering harmonious relations with the populace. The appearance of this colonel does not exude any ferocity. His tall, slender frame and fair complexion, complemented by a touch of golden facial hair beneath his nose, reveal the gentlemanly demeanor of a naval officer. Mr. Chenfeng, please have a seat. Colonel Laika was the first to shatter the silence. Rising from his office chair and approaching the adjacent meeting table, the 2 men settled onto the sofa, and Colonel Laika did not forget to summon 2 cups of tea. Is Mr. Chenfeng affiliated with the naval headquarters? Laika inquired directly. Indeed, Colonel, came a reply. I have already established contact with the naval headquarters in the South China Sea, and I trust they will swiftly verify your identity. Laika responded with great courtesy, seemingly quite concerned about Chenfeng's affiliation with the naval headquarters. Thank you, Colonel. Chenfeng expressed his gratitude. Allow me to arrange accommodations for you in MacDuff Town. Of course. I shall cover the expenses personally, Laika offered, seemingly eager to cultivate a cordial relationship with Chenfeng, even taking the initiative to organize his lodging. After a round of pleasantries, Chenfeng did not refuse further. On the contrary, he requested an additional room from Ricardo, stating that he had come with a friend. No problem. I shall arrange for you to stay at the finest lodgings in MacDuff Town. Ricardo picked up a sheet of letterhead and inscribed a few lines before sealing it with his personal stamp. Deliver this letter to the owner of the Sienua Tavern. He will ensure your accommodations are well arranged. Thank you, Colonel. I shall repay your kindness tenfold upon my return to the regiment. Mr. Chenfeng, you are too courteous. After all, we are colleagues. Although Ricardo had yet to formally ascertain Chenfeng's identity, he had already referred to him as a colleague, indicating he held some degree of understanding regarding his status. After escorting Chenfeng out of his office, Ricardo firmly closed the door. The telephone on his desk buzzed to life, prompting him to swiftly approach and answer the call. Hello, this is Colonel Ricardo. Has the identity been confirmed? Understood. Ricardo hung up the phone, a shadow of unease flickering in his eyes, contrasting sharply with his composed exterior. Despite the brevity of their earlier conversation, his expression had undergone a rapid transformation. Naval Headquarters, Major Chenfeng, conducting patrol duties in the South Sea? A look of confusion crossed Ricardo's face as these details had just been validated through the call, their accuracy beyond reproach. After a moment of contemplation, Ricardo once again picked up the phone to dial out. Soon, the connection was established on the other end. Blood Axe, what is the matter? A gruff male voice resonated through the receiver. The situation has changed. Chenfeng was courteously escorted out of the naval base by the Marines. Yet he could not shake off an inexplicable sense of oddity regarding his visit. In fact, he found the atmosphere of the entire base rather peculiar. Chenfeng, how are you? Eyes eagerly approached Chenfeng upon his emergence, for he too wished to avoid spending the night on the streets. Chenfeng shook the envelope in his hand and said, Stay with me, and I assure you will live a life of luxury. Regardless, their stay at the naval base certainly resolved the accommodation issues for Chenfeng and his companion. Following the address on the envelope, Chenfeng successfully located their residence. The Crescent Moon Tavern? Chenfeng picked up the envelope and studied the tavern sign once more, ultimately confirming his destination. Indeed, this was the place. Iza had already rushed in with uncontainable eagerness, and Chenfeng followed closely behind him into the tavern. The main hall of the tavern was bustling with activity, but what astonished the two was the revelation that nearly half of the patrons were, in fact, naval personnel. These individuals, clad in naval uniforms, were indulging in excessive revelry, with several of them being officers of the rank of captain. How could there be so many sailors here? Iza furrowed his brow, pondering if this tavern was somehow affiliated with the Navy. Even so, such a situation surely could not be without regard for naval regulations. Chenfeng had never encountered such unruly soldiers, who audaciously gathered to indulge in drinking during non-leisure hours. Are you two guests here to stay? A man who resembled an innkeeper approached and inquired, standing before Chenfeng. Chenfeng cast a glance at his boss, and in his perception, such a visage epitomized that of a villain. With a sharp nose and a gaunt face, adorned with an abundance of wrinkles, Chenfeng silently pondered that this proprietor was likely not a man of virtue, and more often than not, a dubious merchant. However, Iza exhibited no such reservations. He swiftly seized the envelope from Chenfeng's grasp and presented it forward. We are sent by Colonel Licca. This is his letter. So, they were guests of Colonel Licca. The tavern owner accepted the letter, opened it, and glanced through it briefly. With a flicker of his eyes, he gestured for the two to follow him. Gentlemen, please proceed upstairs. I shall arrange accommodations for you post-haste. Iza, brimming with excitement, trailed the tavern owner up the stairs, while Chenfeng took a moment to observe the surroundings within the tavern. Chapter 13. The Navy inspects the premises at the naval base in the commander's office. Colonel Licca sat before his desk, perusing a report. Yet, his thoughts were far removed from the matters at hand. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Caitlin, who had just received an urgent summons from the naval soldiers at the home of a young girl, prompting her to arrive forthwith. Colonel, you summoned me for a reason. Ah, Miss Caitlin, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of great importance. A matter of importance. Caitlin murmured as she took a seat before Colonel Licca. The colonel lit a cigar and leisurely remarked, The security situation in Macduff has improved significantly compared to a year ago, and that is largely due to your efforts, Miss Caitlin. You flatter me. Caitlin showed little interest in such accolades. Her true desire was to combat crime and establish herself as the most renowned bounty hunter. Colonel Licca nodded, clearly aware of Caitlin's disinterest in such praise. He then shifted the conversation to the recent pirate incidents. There's been a noticeable increase in pirate activity around Macduff. We must intensify our control measures and apprehend this group of pirates. Yes, I shall do everything in my power to assist. Caitlin sensed nothing amiss, especially after her recent encounter with the Blood Wolf pirate crew, which left her feeling threatened. Were these pirates plotting something nefarious? Miss Caitlin. Colonel Licca suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, it has come to my attention that several extremely dangerous individuals are currently at large in town. These individuals are wanted pirates, and I hope you can assist the Navy in capturing them." With that, he retrieved 2 wanted posters from beneath the desk, each adorned with the Navy's official seal. Upon gazing at the faces depicted on the posters, Caitlin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dear guests, these are our finest offerings of food and drink." In the guest room, the tavern owner laid out an abundant feast before Chenfeng and Iza. "Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." "Certainly, certainly." Upon hearing Chenfeng's command, the tavern owner hurriedly nodded and bowed as he exited the guest room. "Ha ha! Let us hasten to indulge in our feast." As Ize noticed the owner's departure, he swiftly grasped the meat pie before him, preparing to bring it to his lips. "Wait a moment, why the rush?" With a swift motion, Chenfeng seized the meat pie that Ize had brought to his lips and tossed it back onto the table. "What are you doing? If there's food, why not eat? Are you not hungry?" Ize was bewildered by Chenfeng's actions. Nonetheless, he refrained from eating as long as Chenfeng remained silent. After all, these provisions were secured by Chenfeng, and he could always wait for Chenfeng to eat first before partaking himself. Casting a glance at the array of exquisite dishes on the table, Chenfeng picked up several plates to scrutinize them closely. "Are you going to let anyone eat at all? There is something amiss with this food," Chenfeng said with a grave expression directed at Ize. Upon hearing this, Ize visibly tensed, glancing around before hurriedly leaning closer to Chenfeng and inquiring, "Is there poison in the food?" "I do not know." Observing Chenfeng's serious demeanor, Ize was tempted to overturn the table and storm out. "Do not be hasty, although I cannot ascertain whether the food is poisoned. This tavern certainly exudes an air of peculiarity." Ize supported his chin in contemplation, then suddenly realized it's that group of Navy officers downstairs. Exactly. To both Chenfeng and Ize, it seemed improbable that the Navy would gather to indulge in drinking outside of their leave, especially since that group had appeared to be nothing short of drunkards. As Chenfeng reminisced about his recent entrance into the naval base, he noted the vast training grounds were eerily deserted. Apart from a few naval soldiers stationed in front of the headquarters, he had scarcely encountered anyone else. The more he pondered these peculiarities, the more cautious he became regarding the abundant array of dishes before him. Although Ize had never visited the naval base, he too felt a sense of unease at Chenfeng's wary demeanor, prompting him to remain vigilant. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached Chenfeng's ears. Someone was ascending the stairs. What? Ize strained to listen intently, yet he heard no other noises emanating from outside. The gentle breeze brushed against the door, signaling eyes to remain silent as he attentively listened to the commotion outside. "Humph. Is it the individuals within this room that the boss seeks to apprehend?" The naval commander, who had previously been indulging in drinks in the main hall, ascended the staircase and turned to inquire of the tavern owner. "Brother Jean, they are within 2 in total." The tavern owner, standing beside the commander, had shed his earlier subservience, his eyes now gleaming with a menacing light. Under the command of the commander, the soldiers who had been drinking in the hall surged up to the 2nd floor of the tavern, surrounding the room at its center. Commander Jean unsheathed his katana and strode purposefully to the door of the guest room. Glancing at the soldiers flanking him, Jean raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the door. It crumbled under the force, splinters scattering across the floor. With a swift gesture, he directed the naval soldiers on either side to charge into the guest room. More than a dozen sailors flooded into the room, while Jean remained outside, exuding an air of confidence. Even now, he could not fathom why the boss had deemed it necessary to send assistance for a task he could easily accomplish alone. Just as Jean was lost in thought, a thunderous explosion shattered the wooden windows of the guest room. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 sailors were violently expelled from within. Chaos erupted inside the room, fierce sounds of combat echoing, but within moments, all noise abruptly ceased. The thick smoke from the explosion obscured Jean's view of the interior, prompting him to cautiously advance with his sword raised. As the smoke began to billow outward, he was forced to retreat a few steps, but behind him lay the main hall on the 1st floor. There was no further retreat possible. Damn it, who is causing this trouble? Suddenly, the smoke parted, revealing a figure before him. With no time to react, Jean was sent flying by a powerful kick. Noticing Jean sprawled in the hall below, Chenfeng shouted to eyes behind him, "Quickly, we must retreat. This group of sailors is suspicious." Eyes darted from the room, his wrist-mounted magical device glowing with a blue luminescence. He was the one responsible for the earlier explosion. Exchanging a glance, the two leaped from the 2nd floor balcony, landing securely in the hall below. "Charge! Capture the fleeing, wanted criminals. Everyone move out." As Chenfeng and his companion leaped down from the 2nd floor, a throng of naval soldiers surged into the tavern's entrance. "Humph, allow me to forge a path," said Eyes, pulling down his goggles and raising the magical device on his left wrist. Explosive. Chapter 14. The Pursuit of Caitlin. Boom. 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 The tavern reverberated with a series of explosions, leaving chaos in its wake. Two figures burst forth from the establishment, showing no signs of hesitation, and immediately darted to the side in flight. "Pursue them," commanded a naval officer, brandishing his sword as a multitude of soldiers raced after Chenfeng and his companions' fleeing forms. "I ask you, do you know the way?" "How on earth would I know?" With desperation fueling their flight, Eyes and his companion ran for their lives, the relentless barrage of bullets from behind heightening their tension. What have we done to provoke this band of naval soldiers? Did you say something to their leader? Though Chenfeng was perplexed, the pressing situation of being pursued from all sides left him no room for distraction. First, he must shake off the pursuers behind him. "Watch this." He raised his hand and waved it backward, launching several missiles towards the advancing navy. "What is this? Quickly, take cover." Seeing the blue projectiles hurtling toward them, the Navy soldiers were thrown into a frenzy, scattering in every direction, yet only a scant few managed to evade the missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles detonated among the crowd, sending Navy personnel tumbling in chaos, while Chenfeng and Ize had long since vanished from sight. The sounds of battle attracted a multitude of onlookers, yet all they beheld were the disheveled Navy soldiers and the furious officers, seething with embarrassment and rage. Chenfeng was uncertain of their whereabouts. Although they had successfully evaded their pursuers, a lingering sense of unease suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. The pair had fled into a deserted alley, enveloped in silence, and it seemed unlikely that the naval forces would follow them here. "Chenfeng, where are we supposed to run to?" "I have no idea. There should be no safe haven in town at this point." Given that the Navy had brazenly come to apprehend them, it was evident that it was Colonel Lika's orders. However, Chenfeng was perplexed as to why Lika chose to ambush him at the tavern rather than capture him at the base. "Damn it, I still haven't eaten," Eyes lamented, rubbing his stomach. The earlier flight and skirmish had depleted his reserves. "We need to make our way back to the coast. In any case, Macduff no longer has a hiding place for us. You need not go anywhere." A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation, prompting both Chenfeng and Eyes to glance upwards towards the eaves. "Caitlin?" Upon recognizing the figure perched above, Eyes' face lit up with excitement as he waved enthusiastically. "Miss, we're in a bit of trouble. Could you possibly assist us?" Chenfeng pulled him back, having noticed that Caitlin's fingers were poised on the trigger of her firearm, ready to take aim at her target in an instant. "You are pirates wanted by the Navy. Surrender at once." "What? Huh?" Both Chenfeng and Iza gasped in astonishment, particularly Chenfeng, who was still trying to comprehend how he, a mere lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters, had suddenly been transformed into a fugitive. Caitlin casually tossed down two wanted posters that descended from sky. With instinctive reflexes, Chenfeng reached out to catch it, only to find that the name on the wanted poster in his hand was none other than his own. However, the image depicted was akin to a hastily taken snapshot, utterly indistinct. "What the hell this?" Ize furiously realized that the illustration on his bounty was crudely sketched by an amateur, the artistry abysmal. "This is certainly not me." Ize forcefully threw the wanted poster to the ground, and, not content with that, he kicked it several times for good measure. "Your wanted notice bears the official seal of the Navy. The evidence is irrefutable. What more do you have to say?" Chenfeng cast another glance at the bounty in his hand, and indeed, there was a naval seal on one side of the notice. Chenfeng realized that he and his companion had fallen into a trap set by Colonel Ka. As for the colonel's motives for ensnaring them, Chenfeng found himself utterly perplexed. "This is a misunderstanding. You must not place your faith in these bounties." Caitlin sighed in exasperation, raising her firearm towards the two of them. "I am a bounty hunter, and it is my duty to capture criminals such as yourselves. Any further discussion should be reserved for another time, lest you suffer physical harm." Chenfeng furrowed his brows, realizing that Caitlin had refrained from attacking first, owing to the past kindness he and Izri had shown her. Otherwise, how could she have silently appeared upon the eaves without launching a surprise assault on them? Suddenly, Chenfeng seized Izzy's arm, retreating swiftly. Moreover, he unleashed his berserk ability, maximizing the explosive power of his leg muscles. Bang! A bullet embedded itself into the ground, merely a fist's distance from the duo. That was a close call. Fortunately, Chenfeng had just activated his devil fruit power. Otherwise, that shot would undoubtedly have struck one of them. "Get out!" Izzy was already poised for action. As Caitlin prepared to fire a second shot, he unleashed a barrage of missiles. Aware of the formidable power these missiles possessed, Caitlin did not underestimate them. The missiles struck the eaves, sending a shower of debris cascading through the air. Chnfing hurry, and retreat. The two seized the opportunity and swiftly made their escape. Caitlin evaded the incoming missile with a deft sidestep, but when she glanced down again, Chenfeng and his companion had already vanished from sight. Caitlin swiftly reloaded her weapon and pursued the direction in which they had fled. Chenfeng and Ize could not afford to be careless this time, particularly Chenfeng, who was acutely aware of Caitlin's prowess. She was indeed a sharpshooter, a stark contrast to the mediocre naval forces. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the pace of Chenfeng and his companion quickened. How much longer must we flee? If this continues, escape will be impossible. Just ahead lies the port. Once we reach the seaside, we shall procure a vessel to depart from this place. The speed at which Chenfeng sprinted surpassed that of Iza, a result of his unleashed berserk abilities, significantly enhancing the explosive power of his leg muscles. Where are we headed? To Linshui village. Bang, bang, bang. As the two approached the harbor, Caitlin's gunfire became increasingly frequent. Bullets whizzed past them, and both pressed forward with unwavering determination. The harbor, which should have been the liveliest part of Macduff Town, a commercial hub that reaped substantial economic benefits from port trade, was eerily devoid of any citizens. Not a single merchant or dock worker could be seen in the vicinity. Witnessing this peculiar scene, a sense of foreboding surged within Chenfeng. Up ahead, what is that? Under the prompt of Iza, Chenfeng lifted his gaze towards the harbor. Countless vessels, both large and small, were docked within. Yet ahead lay a formidable line of naval soldiers poised to intercept. It was the Navy. Chapter 15. Escape from Macduff with foes ahead and pursuers behind. The situation grew increasingly dire. What shall we do? Iza inquired of Chenfeng. Charge. Chenfeng replied with calm determination. Given the circumstances, they found themselves trapped between two forces. The only recourse was to make a desperate dash through the naval blockade. With remarkable speed, the duo closed the distance to the naval formation. Now, merely 100 meters away. They are coming. The Navy had already arranged their ranks, a line of ominous gun barrels aimed directly at the approaching pair. How audacious of them to charge forward. Do they underestimate me? A naval major swiftly drew his sword from his waist and, with a fierce motion, commanded, attack. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of guns erupted in unison, bullets raining down like a tempest. As the naval soldiers unleashed their fire, the sheer volume of bullets forced even the relentless Caitlin, in pursuit, to evade their deadly trajectory, for a single misstep could spell disaster. Yet, Chenfeng and Iza pressed on, undeterred by the hail of gunfire, their resolve unwavering. Up, with a powerful thrust of his left hand, Iza propelled a brilliant blue light towards the ground. The immense recoil launching him into the air, aiming for the rear of the naval forces. As Iza ascended, several soldiers aimed their weapons at him. But Chenfeng's speed was even greater. The moonlit stride of Chenfeng has become increasingly adept. When unleashed, it surpasses even the swiftness of the recent sprint. Appearing before the naval forces in the blink of an eye, Chenfeng unsheathed the straight sword from his waist and, propelled by a surge of ferocious power, swung it forward with great force. A blade of azure energy, spanning over 2 zhang in width, sliced through the air horizontally, instantly sending the naval soldiers in its path hurtling away. Chenfeng's swordsmanship has achieved a modest level of proficiency, particularly under the Furious enhancement, as he unleashed 3 successive waves of sword energy before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, the naval formation had already been thrown into disarray. Beware, I am coming. Upon hearing these words, Chenfeng immediately stepped forward, advancing with a graceful stride towards the rear of the Navy. He could not allow them to escape. The naval major swung his sword, rallying the soldiers behind him to pursue Chenfeng. But what was that above? The crowd instinctively looked up, only to witness several missiles descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted among the throng, reminiscent of an aerial assault, utterly decimating the naval forces. Some soldiers, in their frantic attempts to evade danger, inadvertently fell into the water. Eyes landed steadily beside Chenfeng, who had already severed the rope tethering the small boat. Quickly aboard the ship. We must leave this place. Before Chenfeng could step onto the small boat, Iza was relentlessly retaliating against the pursuing Navy with missiles, providing cover for Chenfeng to navigate the vessel away from the harbor. This port was a trade hub, predominantly occupied by merchant ships. Yet Chenfeng opted for a modest fishing sailboat, which, though diminutive, surpassed the merchant vessels in speed by a considerable margin. As the sails unfurled, the small craft swiftly distanced itself from the port. The Navy, recovering from the chaos, immediately opened fire with their weapons. But by then the boat had already sailed far beyond their reach, rendering their attacks futile. Make way. Caitlin dashed forward, and the surrounding Navy personnel instinctively parted to grant her passage. She crouched low, aiming her firearm at the retreating sailboat. Her finger gently grazed the trigger, and for a fleeting moment, she hesitated, only to quickly regain her composure, her eyes now brimming with determination and resolve. No villain shall escape, Caitlin murmured, her words inaudible even to the nearby Navy major. Bang! Caitlin fired. What erupted from her weapon was not a bullet, but a spinning blade, the very same she had wielded in her battle against the Bloodwolf pirates. The blade shot forth, propelled by the firearm, cutting through the air with a piercing whoosh, matching the speed of bullet. Ha! We've finally made our escape, Iza exclaimed joyfully as he reclined within the small boat, the adrenaline of their hasty flight leaving him utterly exhausted. Could you not rise and assist in rowing? At this rate, it may take an eternity to return to Linshui village. Whoosh! Chenfeng's ears twitched lightly, and suddenly he swung his blade sharply towards the front. The clash of the spinning blade and the straight sword produced a dazzling shower of sparks, after which the spinning blade was sent flying away. Iza was startled by this unexpected maneuver, yet upon witnessing Chenfeng's immediate counterattack, he felt a slight sense of relief. That was close. Receiving such a strike without employing any abilities was indeed somewhat challenging. As Chenfeng was about to sheath his sword, he noticed an unusual expression on Iza's face, one that seemed to be filled with sheer terror. What was the matter? As soon as Chenfeng's question escaped his lips, a vast shadow beneath him suddenly plummeted forward. The sail had been severed. Unbeknownst to Chenfeng and his companion, Caitlin's spinning blade possessed a secondary strike. Although Chenfeng had just deflected the blade with a single stroke, it circled back and returned, not targeting the unsuspecting duo, yet successfully severing the mast. Chenfeng swiftly raised his hand to shield against the imminent collapse of the mast. Allowing it to crash down would undoubtedly spell doom for the small vessel. However, the mast, which tethered the sail, had already been severed, and any attempts at rectification seemed utterly futile. In a state of helplessness, Chenfeng cast the sail into the sea. Without it, surely there would be no dire consequences, would there? Of course not. Have you forgotten? We are not far from Linshui village. Although Chenfeng had cast the mast aside, he remained unfazed. After all, their journey had only taken a couple of hours. And even if they were delayed, they would return to Linshui village within 4 hours. Why did you not attack them directly? The naval major reprimanded Caitlin. Rising to her feet, Caitlin cradled her weapon once more. They cannot escape. You! The naval major was about to voice further objections. But Caitlin turned her back and strode towards the town. Despite having just executed a precise shot and eliminated 2 notorious criminals sought by the Navy, her mood was inexplicably dismal. This was the most complex emotional moment she had experienced in her year as a bounty hunter. Why, after vanquishing 2 ruthless pirates, did I not feel the sense of accomplishment I once did? Though her heart was tumultuous, Caitlin's steps remained resolute as she pressed forward. What should we do, brother? A sailor inquired of the major. Forget it. Let's return to headquarters and report to the captain, the naval major replied, casting a glance at Caitlin's retreating figure, his gaze briefly flickering with a fierce light before returning to its usual demeanor. Chapter 16. The change at Linshui village. Suddenly, a tempest arose at sea, transforming the once tranquil waters into a tumult of rolling waves. A small boat bobbed precariously, the immense waves threatening to tear it apart amidst the howling winds. Damn it! Why does the wind rise so suddenly? Iza gripped the boat's edge tightly, fearful of being swept overboard by the surging waters. Chenfeng, feeling a sense of urgency, grasped desperately at anything within his reach. As a consumer of the devil fruit, the consequences of plunging into the sea were all too evident. Alas, the howling winds intensified, and Chenfeng let out a long, anguished cry, cursing the heavens for their cruel fate. Initially, the two had set sail towards Linshui village on a small boat, enjoying calm waters, and they had not encountered the imagined pursuit of the Navy. Based on their recollections, they estimated that they would arrive at Linshui village in about half an hour. However, at that moment, the sky darkened ominously. Initially, they paid little heed, fully immersed in the labor of rowing, eager to reach their destination. Yet, they were unprepared for the sudden shift in the previously tranquil sea, which began to stir with fierce winds. This was not their first encounter with such unpredictable weather. They had already witnessed its capricious nature during the banquet in Linshui village the previous evening. Now, Chenfeng was at a loss as to where the tempestuous winds had carried their small vessel. The two could barely open their eyes, as waves relentlessly crashed against them. Particularly for Chenfeng, each time the sea spray drenched him, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Had he not gritted his teeth and persevered, he might have already succumbed to the depths of the ocean. What shall we do? Eyes shouted hoarsely at Chenfeng. But the howling wind drowned his voice until Chenfeng finally discerned his words upon the second repetition. How should I know? As soon as Chenfeng opened his mouth, a wave crashed forth, swiftly followed by a mouthful of seawater flooding in. Ugh! Chenfeng was choked by the seawater, yet despite his utmost efforts, his grip on the ship's railing inevitably loosened. In an instant, Chenfeng plunged into the depths of the ocean, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing his entire being. As he gazed into the boundless abyss of darkness surrounding him, an intense fear gripped his heart. He yearned to return to the surface. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he found himself devoid of strength to move his arms, as if they were burdened by an insurmountable weight. The winds of dawn grew increasingly profound, as consciousness began to wane, severing the connections between mind and body. Splash! The sound of falling into the water echoed, and soon, Chenfeng felt himself rising to the surface, yet he could no longer endure, his head spinning into unconsciousness. The following morning, in Linshui village, the once bustling community now lay in eerie silence, a stillness that was almost terrifying. On the island, over a dozen small landing boats were moored at the shore. Among them, a formidable pirate ship. This grand vessel could accommodate over 100 pirates, a sight rare even across the vast South Sea, rivaled only by naval warships. A multitude of pirates disembarked onto the island, and with Linshui village so close, their intentions were unmistakable. "Captain, why we not hoist our pirate flag?" one pirate inquired, gazing with reverence at the man draped in a skull cloak. "Now is not the time to reveal our whereabouts, but soon we shall make our name resound throughout the South Sea," Eric declared, gesturing with his hand. "Blood Wolf pirate crew, ahead lies Linshui village. Today we shall plunder it clean. Good. Kill, kill, kill." The captain's command was met with a resounding chorus from the hundreds of pirates, their overwhelming presence dismissing the village as inconsequential. Not so fast. A thunderous roar interrupted their cheers, drawing every gaze toward the entrance of Linshui village. Unbeknownst to them, a contingent of armed militiamen had assembled, led by the imposing Ted, the captain of the village militia. With a sword in hand, Ted glared fiercely at Eric. Though the militia was vastly outnumbered by the Blood Wolf pirate crew, their spirit and resolve were far greater. "Damn it, these villagers have come to their doom." A pirate wielding a spiked club urged Eric to issue the order to attack. However, Eric raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Ted, do you truly believe your meager band of militiamen can withstand the might of the Blood Wolf pirate crew?" Eric's eyes were filled with disdain as he crossed his arms, awaiting a response. "Oomph, the Blood Wolf pirate crew?" Ted scoffed, swinging his sword with determination. "Today, we will defend our village with our lives, and you shall pay for the lives of all in Linshui." "Ha ha!" Eric's laughter rang out, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, the scars on his face accentuating his cruel and bloodthirsty demeanor. "Linshui village? You are no loss to us. You." Tade grasped the massive sword tightly, his expression tightening at Eric's words. As Eric raised his hand, the pirate who had volunteered immediately lunged towards Tade. This pirate wielded an enormous spiked club, his own physique surpassing even Tade's considerably, and he swung the weapon with ferocity. "Oomph." Tade narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, then raised his sword to meet the challenge. With a resounding thud, the spiked club came crashing down towards Tade, but underestimating his speed would lead to dire consequences. Slightly sidestepping, Tade easily evaded the attack, and with a swift motion of his massive blade, blood splattered as the pirate fell to the ground. "Well done, Captain. Eliminate these pirates." Witnessing Tade's effortless dispatch of a pirate, the morale of the militia surged instantly. "Come, try your luck against my blade." Startled, Tade immediately swung his sword behind him. Clang! The sound echoed as their blades clashed. Cold sweat began to bead on Tade's forehead. Despite gripping his sword with both hands to block Eric's strike, he found himself at a disadvantage. In contrast, Eric, wielding his sword with one hand, maintained a dominant position over Tade. Suddenly, Eric delivered a powerful kick, sending Tade flying backward. "Captain, are you all right?" Two militiamen rushed forward to assist Tade, who coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly injured from the recent blow. Everyone attacked together. "We cannot allow these pirates to ravage our village. Let's fight." Dozens of militiamen charged, yet they faced hundreds of brutal pirates. Eric deftly dodged the militia's assault, then retaliated with a swift strike that severed militiaman's arm. Blood gushed forth, and Eric laughed maniacally, his blade relentlessly targeting the advancing militia. Whenever a pirate was felled by the militia, swarms of pirates would quickly overwhelm them. The disparity in numbers was too great, and the militia's casualties began to escalate sharply. Chapter 17. The battle against the blood wolves, the waves crashed against the shore, producing a rhythmic sound. On the beach, two figures lay motionless like stranded fish. Cough, cough, cough. Chenfeng was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, and as he abruptly opened his eyes, the intense sunlight forced him to squint. Where am I? Am I still alive? Chenfeng was engulfed in confusion. The sensation of awakening felt akin to emerging from a dream, with everything before him appearing both illusory and tangible. Rising from the sandy shore, he picked up a weathered plank from beside him. Gazing at the cracked wood, Chenfeng paused momentarily, then swiftly turned his attention to his surroundings in search of something. Upon noticing the person lying next to him, an exhilarating thrill surged through him. Perhaps it was the excitement of encountering another living soul, or the euphoric sensation of being reborn after death. How wonderful it is! We are alive. Chenfeng exerted considerable effort to rouse eyes, who lay sprawled upon the sandy shore. After much struggle, eyes finally stirred awake. Wah! What is happening? Are we still alive? Chenfeng could only recall the moment he fell into the sea, after which his consciousness faded into obscurity. Yet, the current reality before him clearly indicated that they were still alive. Damn it, it was I who saved you. Ize, having regained his composure, remembered how he had leapt into the ocean the moment he saw Chenfeng plunge into the depths, knowing full well that he possessed the powers of a devil fruit user. Had it not been for the waves carrying them to this island, their fates would remain uncertain. Presently, the two found themselves in a rather disheveled state. Their garments were wrinkled and encrusted with sand, rendering any thought of changing into fresh attire utterly impractical. The stiff, crumpled fabric clung uncomfortably to their skin, prompting them to shed their shirts and wander about bare-chested. Where on earth are we? Chenfeng scanned the surroundings, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Could it be that this is a deserted island? However, his apprehensions were swiftly dispelled by a cacophony of sounds. There were people, but was it the sound of gunfire? Ize listened intently for a moment and immediately discerned the truth. It was pirates. There were pirates ahead. Let us hasten to investigate. Chenfeng and Ize hastily made their way toward the source of the sound. In Linshui village, what was once a guard unit composed of dozens of militia members now stood with only Ted remaining. Blood dripped from his body, marred with horrific wounds, as he plunged his blade into the ground, using it as support to avoid collapsing. The Blood Wolf pirate crew had encircled Ted completely, their blood-stained weapons eager for action. Eric, shouldering his large sword, slowly approached Ted. Eric, Ted bellowed, raising his massive blade and charging fiercely at Eric. This was Ted's last ounce of strength. The deep wounds on his body continued to bleed profusely, and it was only a matter of time before he would fall like the others. In the face of Ted's final desperate attack, Eric easily sidestepped and dashed past him. With a swift motion, Ted's blade shattered, and he fell, blood spilling around him. No, Ted succumbed, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. Wiping the blood from his sword, Eric looked down at Ted, who still struggled to rise. What reason does a discharged naval officer have to fight to the death for this place? You are clearly not one of Linshui village's people. Ted glared at Eric, his eyes blazing with anger. So what? As long as I am here, I will not allow you to slaughter the innocent. Ha! Eric spread his arms wide. Tomorrow, the Blood Wolf pirate crew will cleanse Macduff with blood. Today is merely an opportunity for my crew to stretch their legs. What? Eric sneered. You are no different from Chishui village. You cannot escape the fate of being bloodily cleansed. A wicked grin spread across Eric's face as he raised his sword, declaring, Naval hero, it is nearly time to bid farewell. Bloodwolf, Eric. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted, halting Eric's sword. At some point, all the villagers of Linshui had appeared at the village entrance, weapons in hand, and it was the village chief who had called out to Eric. What? Are you not afraid of death? Eric stepped forward, brandishing his sword. We will not flee. The entire village vows to defend our home to the death. The village chief slammed his wooden staff against the ground, and over 100 villagers echoed his sentiments. I see. You are waiting for the Navy, aren't you? Eric scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. The mighty Macduff Navy you believe in is merely a puppet on my Blood Wolf pirate crew. What did you say? The village chief exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Tomorrow, I shall plunder all of Macduff. Oh, you will never have the chance to witness that scene. What a pity you. Upon hearing Eric's words, all the villagers of Linshui were taken aback, but the one most enraged was Ted. Damn it. Why didn't he expect it to be your doing? Ted gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Eric. Kill them for me. Without any superfluous words, at Eric's command, all the pirates charged towards the villagers in unison. Faced with the fierce pirates and their glinting blades, the villagers steeled themselves, prepared to fight to the death alongside these marauders. In an instant, the bravest male villager was the first to engage in combat with the pirates. However, the fighting prowess of these villagers paled in comparison to that of the militia, and against these merciless killers, their defensive line was swiftly breached. "Mom!" The young boy Kubi cried out, clutching his mother who lay on the ground, struck down by a pirate. Just moments before, she had bravely shielded him with her body from a pirate's blade. "Ha ha die!" sneered the tall, gaunt pirate as he raised his sword, aiming at Kubi's back. "No!" His mother, witnessing the raised weapon, attempted to shield him once more, but her grievous injuries rendered her immobile. In a flash, a figure darted past, unnoticed by the pirate who wielded the descending sword. Bang! The pirate was sent hurtling through the air as if struck by a bursting balloon, flying over 10 meters away. Chenfeng picked up the long knife that had fallen to the ground and, aiming it at the oncoming pirates, swept it across, instantly spilling the blood of 3 pirates on the spot. Boom! 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 A dozen blue missiles descended from the sky, causing the pirates, threatening women and children to scatter in panic. Eyes landed steadily in front of the villagers. "It is you." Eric gazed at the 2 familiar figures before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not dead?" It turned out that Chenfeng and Eyes had been on the island of Linshui village all along. After taking just a few steps, they recognized the village and, upon hearing the uproar outside, realized something was amiss and rushed out immediately. How could they resort to such brutality against these innocent people? With a swift movement of his long blade, Chenfeng pointed directly at Eric. "Shouldn't you pay with your life?" he demanded. Eric threw his head back in laughter, filled with disdain and contempt. "Do you truly think the Blood Wolf should pay with their lives? Do you even deserve it? You will soon find out." Chapter 18. The Retreat of the Blood Wolf Pirate Crew. Frenzy, Violence. In an instant, Chenfeng's figure vanished from sight, leaving Eric feeling as though a tempest was sweeping toward him. With all his might, Eric braced himself against Chenfeng's onslaught. Yet the ferocious power surged from his legs to his arms, amplifying the force of the downward strike nearly twofold. With a whoosh, Eric forcefully parried the long blade away. The strength that had surged just moments ago was overwhelmingly potent. Even he found himself unable to confront Chenfeng directly. "You little rascal, how can you be so formidable?" At merely 18 years of age, Chenfeng possesses an extraordinary prowess that, in Eric's eyes, is truly remarkable. Could it be that you are indeed affiliated with the Navy headquarters? Chenfeng remained silent, yet once more summoned his ferocious power, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged directly towards Eric. The 2 engaged in relentless combat, their strikes echoing in a cacophony of sound. Indeed, Blood Wolf Eric's prowess was formidable, managing to withstand all assaults. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to establish a formidable force in the South China Sea. The battle between Chenfeng and Eric rages on, while Azai leads the villagers in their struggle against the pirates. Although Azai has only demonstrated the formidable power of the magical device, his prowess in close combat is equally remarkable, effortlessly tossing aside pirates who are twice his size. With a mere gesture, he unleashes an explosive projectile, sending a wave of incoming pirates flying. The casualties among the villagers diminish, while those among the pirates rise sharply. The balance of power shifts dramatically, and with the addition of just 2 individuals, the Blood Wolf pirate crew finds itself under immense pressure. "Damn it, do not stand in my way." Eric pushes Chenfeng aside, ready to unleash his sword technique. In Chenfeng's grasp, the long blade suddenly coalesced into a fierce sword aura. "Perish!" Eric raised his hand, delivering a powerful strike with his sword. The eagle flashed. A wave of sword energy was unleashed, sending Eric hurtling through the air. Chenfeng gripped his sword tightly, breathing heavily. The recent battle had marked his first experience of utilizing his berserk abilities so frequently, resulting in considerable exhaustion. Eric's earlier air of triumph had vanished, leaving him battered and bruised. "Everyone retreat." Eric fixed his gaze on Chenfeng, yet the command that escaped his lips was one of withdrawal. His words proved remarkably effective. Despite the abrupt nature of the retreat order, all the pirates immediately abandoned the skirmish and hastened towards their ship. "Where do you think you're going?" With the wind at his back, Chenfeng charged towards Eric, wielding his blade with determination. As a traveler from an era of peace, he would not tolerate this band of marauders who indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. "Watch out!" The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted as several projectiles were launched toward Chenfeng, engulfing his position in a fierce explosion. Seizing the moment, all the pirates swiftly retreated to their ship and small landing crafts. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed in the chaos. Chenfeng emerged from the black smoke caused by the explosion, but it was too late to pursue. Ize! Chenfeng called out. Understood. Ize surged forward, vigorously swinging his left arm. Whoosh! A barrage of missiles hurtled towards the pirate ship. Although the missile strikes had little effect on the grand vessel, several smaller landing ships were sunk, sending many pirates plummeting into the sea. As Ize prepared to launch another missile, he realized that the energy within the magical device was nearly depleted. He had utilized the device multiple times during the recent skirmish, and now it was utterly drained. Chenfeng could only watch helplessly as the Blood Wolf pirate crew made their escape. Alas! The village chief gazed at the devastation, his profound sorrow manifesting in a heavy sigh. Chief, they have already retreated, Ize stated as he approached. No, Eric would not flee so easily. Observing the chief shake his head, Chenfeng too felt perplexed. After all, Eric had only exchanged a few blows with him. Why the hasty retreat? Tomorrow, Macduff Town will be in peril. What? Chenfeng and Ize spoke simultaneously, finding themselves perplexed by the village chief's intentions. Perhaps it would be wise for you both to return to the village. I have a matter upon which I seek your esteemed assistance. The village chief appeared to age a decade in an instant. His already advanced years were now etched with the gravitas of recent events. Having witnessed a harrowing battle that marked one of the gravest calamities in Linshui village's history. All the injured militia and villagers were transported back to the village for treatment. Though Ted's condition was particularly dire, yet his robust physique allowed him to endure. Inviting Chenfeng and Ize into his humble abode, the village chief poured 2 cups of water for them. The recent pirate assault on Linshui village was mitigated significantly thanks to the timely intervention of these 2 heroes. Chenfeng and Ize nodded in acknowledgement of the village chief's gratitude, but the chief's subsequent words left them utterly astonished. The next target of the Blood Wolf pirate crew was none other than Macduff. Macduff? Ize could hardly believe it. Surely, the Blood Wolf pirate crew, formidable as they were, could not hope to confront a small town fortified by a naval base. He had not forgotten the dismal plight they had found themselves in just the day before. Pursued relentlessly, how could the Blood Wolf pirate crew hope to contend with such a vast number of Navy personnel? According to Eric's earlier remarks, if he was correct, then more than half of the personnel at that naval base were indeed members of the Blood Wolf pirate crew. What? Are you suggesting that the majority of a naval base is composed of pirates? Chenfeng inquired with rising excitement. Does that mean that Colonel Lika of the Navy is also a pirate? The village chief nodded. Had it not been for the hints revealed in Eric's words, I would never have suspected that there was an issue on the naval base side. The first mate and strategist of the Blood Wolf pirate crew, Bloodaxe, had vanished from sight years ago, and to think he had become colonel of the Navy at Macduff. Chenfeng and Ize were utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They had never anticipated that their pursuit by the Navy at Macduff would be orchestrated by none other than the Blood Wolf pirate crew. Having been apprehended by the Navy, it stands to reason that you must have encountered Caitlin as well, correct? Chenfeng nodded, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, she was an unfortunate child. The village let out a sigh, and then began to recount the past events to the 2. Chishui village, along with Linshui village, lay under the jurisdiction of Macduff's island settlements. However, 1 year prior, Chishui village was abruptly besieged by the Blood Wolf pirate crew. With the assistance of my late friend, the local sheriff Mac, the majority of the villagers managed to escape, though he ultimately fell victim to Eric's hands. Moreover, he was the father of Caitlin. Chenfeng inhaled sharply, astonished by Caitlin's extraordinary experiences. Even Yi's widened his eyes, attentively absorbing every word spoken by the village chief. At that time, Bloodaxe had already attained the rank of colonel in the Navy, severing the naval support. Ultimately, it was Ted who led a group to Chishui village. However, by then, Chishui village was engulfed in flames, and Ted could only find Caitlin adrift upon the sea. Chenfeng clenched his fists tightly, and only when everything materialized before his eyes did he truly comprehend the extent of the pirate's malevolence. Ize slammed his thigh in frustration, his own fury ignited. I have a request, the village chief said, rising to his feet and bowing respectfully to Chenfeng and Ize. Please, assist us in eradicating the Blood Wolf pirate crew. Chapter 19. Misunderstanding resolved at sea. A fishing boat was racing at full speed towards Macduff. With a firm grip on his straight blade, Chenfeng understood that today marked his final opportunity. Just last night, after a night of deliberation at the village chief's residence, a battle strategy against the Blood Wolf pirates had been formulated, with the outcome hinging on today's events. According to the plan, Chenfeng and Ize were to serve as the vanguard, collaborating with Caitlin to thwart the impending invasion of the Blood Wolf pirates alongside their allies at the naval base. Meanwhile, Linshui village had dispatched personnel to neighboring villages overnight. As the village chief sought to unite the militias from the 16 villages surrounding MacDuff to bolster its defenses. Initially, Chenfeng had doubts about the militia's numbers. Yet the village chief reassured him, promising that the assembled forces from the 16 villages would astonish him. Soon, fishing boats docked near the port of MacDuff. The fishermen secured their vessels to the shore. It was still early, and the town's naval presence was sparse, necessitating caution. "Thank you." Ize adjusted the magical apparatus on his wrist and said to Chenfeng, "Let us depart." "Indeed," he replied. In no time, the silhouettes of the two men vanished from the harbor, while the old fisherman watched them leave, silently encouraging their success. Caitlin, as was her custom, rose early to patrol the town. However, she sensed something amiss. Although the townsfolk continued their daily routines, the absence of naval personnel was conspicuous. "What is going on?" she pondered. After purchasing 2 breakfasts, she hurried towards the home of a little girl. Ever since hearing about the girl's situation yesterday, Caitlin had resolved to care for the elderly pair who relied on each other. Recalling the girl's inquiries about the 2 older brothers, Caitlin felt a complex array of emotions. She could not discern whether her actions from the previous day were right or wrong, but there was little she could do to amend the past. Arriving at the familiar small house, Caitlin gently pushed open the dilapidated wooden door. "Little Amy, I'm back," she called. "Sister Caitlin is back." A little girl exclaimed as she joyfully leaped into Caitlin's embrace. Caitlin tenderly held the girl, saying, "I brought 2 breakfasts. Hurry and take them to your grandmother." "Okay." The girl accepted the food and bounced back into the house. Caitlin sighed, surveying the room's worn furnishings and the clutter of pots and pans scattered across the floor. Even she found it hard to imagine such a household still existed in MacDuff. Suddenly, Caitlin's keen ears detected an unusual sound from within the house, what seemed like laughter or the sound of spirited conversation. Puzzled, she swiftly made her way to the inner room. Given that little Amy's grandmother was often bedridden due to illness, Caitlin wondered who could possibly be visiting. Caitlin pushed the door open, only to be astonished by the sight before her. The very person she had chased away the day before was now engaged in lively conversation with an elderly woman, who appeared to be radiating joy, as if she hadn't experienced such happiness in a long time. "Ah, beauty, you've arrived," Izzy exclaimed, turning his head at the sound of her voice and waving at Caitlin. "It's you." Caitlin swiftly aimed her weapon at the grinning Izzy. Just then, with a creak, another individual entered the room, prompting Caitlin to redirect her aim towards the newcomer. Chenfeng entered the room with a tray of tea. Yet he did not cast a glance at Caitlin, who was aiming a gun at him. "Grandma, the tea is ready." Chenfeng approached little Amy's grandmother with a teapot in hand, while Caitlin's finger rested firmly on the trigger, ready to unleash a bullet that would swiftly pierce through Chenfeng's skull at the slightest movement. A cold sweat trickled down Ize's back. He was astonished by Chenfeng's audacity, for the mere sensation of being threatened by a gun had sent shivers down his spine. "Miss, please lower the gun." "Put it down," little Amy's grandmother gestured, urging against the use of force. Little Amy, puzzled, glanced at Caitlin with innocent curiosity, completely unaware of the underlying tension. "They are the villains." Caitlin's brow furrowed deeply. "Villains?" Little Amy looked at Chenfeng and the others with a sweet, bewildered expression, her innocence rendering her confusion utterly endearing. Chenfeng poured a cup of tea for the elderly lady, and then filled another cup, presenting it before Caitlin. "Are you not weary from holding the gun? Have a sip of water. Stay away from me." Caitlin continued to aim her weapon at Chenfeng, yet her finger trembled involuntarily. "Drink up once you finish. We shall embark together to save the world." With a serious expression, Chenfeng cautiously extended the cup of tea forward, despite the ominous barrel of the gun nearly touching his forehead. Yet, there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, they radiated sincerity and anticipation. Caitlin gazed into Chenfeng's eyes, her breath growing increasingly rapid, until her entire hand that held the gun began to tremble. I'm sorry," Caitlin finally murmured, lowering the weapon. "Have you ever seen this thing?" Chenfeng extended his hand, and Caitlin, upon hearing his voice, lifted her gaze, only to be immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of emotion. "How could this be in your possession?" The 5 individuals in the room fell into a profound silence, the only sound piercing the stillness being Caitlin's muffled sobs. In her delicate, pale hands, she cradled a small, rusted coin, the very same coin that Ted had once entrusted to Chenfeng. Caitlin fought valiantly to suppress her tears, yet they fell silently, cascading onto the coin nestled in her palm. Little Amy clung tightly to Caitlin's waist, unable to comprehend why her older sister was weeping, yet offering her own silent comfort in the only way she knew. "This coin is the sole remnant my father left me." Wiping away her tears, Caitlin finally spoke, revealing that the engraving on the coin depicted her likeness from childhood. Chenfeng and the other person instinctively cast their gazes once more. Yet the coin was already marred by rust. Even though they recognized the engravings belonged to Caitlin, they could discern nothing further. However, it was presumed that she would not mistake it. Why then? Caitlin began, on the year I turned 18, our village was devastated, my father was slain, and I was rescued by the people of Linshui village, where I resided for a time. Overwhelmed by grief, I impulsively cast this coin into the sea. Caitlin spoke, suddenly lifting her gaze towards Chenfeng. How did you come across it? It was not I who found it, but rather the village chief who rallied the entire community of Linshui village to search for over half a year to recover it. Chenfeng replied with a shrug. Linshui village, Caitlin murmured, clutching the coin tightly, revealing just how much it meant to her. Suddenly, Chenfeng placed his hand on Caitlin's shoulder and earnestly said, Linshui village will always be your home. They have been waiting for your return. So moving. Izui, who had remained silent in the back, wept inconsolably, while little Amy's grandmother felt a deep sense of comfort witnessing this scene. What do you need me to do? Caitlin asked, tucking the coin into her bosom, her gaze resolute as she looked at Chenfeng. Chapter 20. The Great Battle Against the Blood Wolf. Chenfeng falls into the sea. What? Are you saying the Blood Wolf pirate crew? Caitlin's eyes were filled with panic, her expression one of disbelief after hearing Chenfeng's words. They would act today. Time was of the essence, and they needed to implement their plans swiftly. Seeing that Caitlin had completely placed her trust in them, Chenfeng ceased to beat around the bush. All right, I will head to the naval base to find Major Hank. Izzy and I will confront the Blood Wolf pirate crew. Just the two of you? Caitlin paused, looking astonished at Chenfeng and Izui. Fear not, we are exceptionally powerful, Izzy declared, tossing his golden hair flamboyantly. Once the troubles at the naval base are resolved, you can bring others to support us. Observing their determination, Caitlin nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Are you going to fight the bad guys, big brother and sister? Little Amy peered curiously. The three who were leaving the room turned back simultaneously, and Caitlin smiled warmly. Yes, wait for me. I will come back to see you. All right. Chenfeng and Ize hastened towards the port where the two had previously landed. The Blood Wolf pirate group's strategy was to coordinate with their accomplices within the Navy to encircle their target. This meant that Eric and his companions would undoubtedly attempt to land at this commercial port. Suddenly, Chenfeng spotted a dark mass on the horizon of the sea. It is the landing ships, Ize exclaimed. We must move faster. We cannot allow them to breach the port. Chenfeng unsheathed the straight blade from his waist, declaring, I shall take the lead. With measured steps, he advanced. With a fierce burst of power, Chenfeng soared through the air, his feet barely grazing the ground as he traversed the towering edifices before him, racing directly toward the harbor. Outside the port, a multitude of landing vessels brimmed with pirates. Scanning the horizon revealed no less than 40 or 50 of these boats, among which loomed a colossal pirate ship, proudly displaying the blood-red flag of the Blood Wolf pirate crew. They are pirates. Run for your lives. The crowd within the harbor surged towards the town in panic, yet amidst the chaos, a solitary figure advanced defiantly toward the shore. As the pirate ships drew ever closer, Chenfeng stood resolutely at the deserted port, wielding a blade alone. Captain, the preparations are complete. We are ready to disembark, announced Eric from a bow of the pirate ship. Land ho! With Eric's command, the landing vessels immediately surged toward the port, closely followed by the pirate ship. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts and splashes erupted from below. Eric looked down to witness the landing boats being systematically sunk, one after another. It's that brat, Eric exclaimed, spotting a figure gliding effortlessly through the air, each strike causing a landing boat to capsize, and he was now charging toward them. One sword style, Eagle Flash. A surge of sword energy shot forth, slicing through the air like a tempest aimed directly at the ship's bow. Boom! The ship's deck was violently shattered, sending numerous pirates sprawling as the sword energy swept through them, though Eric nimbly evaded the onslaught. Eric, try this technique. Chenfeng taunted, refusing to back down. Eric unsheathed his katana and swung it toward Chenfeng, who met his assault with an equally fierce downward strike. Fury. With a resounding splash, Eric caught Chenfeng's blow, yet the immense force drove him down, indenting the deck beneath him. Oof. Eric retaliated, pushing Chenfeng away, only for Chenfeng to re-emerge like a bolt of lightning. Don't obstruct me. The clash continued in a flurry of strikes. Under the tumultuous skies, Chenfeng and Eric clashed aboard the pirate ship, severing masts and splintering planks with their relentless strikes. The surrounding pirates, witnessing the unfolding chaos, were rendered utterly bewildered. Go! I shall confront him. You all must unleash a bloody assault on Macduff. Aye. The pirates, driven by desperation, brandished their weapons and surged toward the town. Boom! A cacophony of explosions erupted, sending the advancing pirates hurtling into the air just as Iser arrived on the scene. As long as I stand here, you shall not take a single step further, Iser proclaimed with commanding authority, a radiant blue light emanating from his left hand. Damn it, everyone charge. Let us slay this wretch. A pirate wielding twin axes led the charge toward Iser, who merely extended his hand, unleashing a forceful push that sent the pirate sprawling backward amidst a burst of blue energy. Huh, I told you, with me here, none shall pass, Iser declared, pulling down his goggles. With a sweeping motion of his left hand, he unleashed a barrage of projectiles that filled the air, raining down upon the remaining pirates. How dare you thwart my plans? With our might, you shall never succeed. Clang! With a swift stroke, Chenfeng repelled Eric, only to advance once more. Have you forgotten? The naval base is also under my dominion. Suddenly, Eric pivoted, revealing another knife in his hand, and thrust it fiercely towards the approaching Chenfeng. It was merely a ruse he had orchestrated. My comrades have already set to work dealing with them. Comrades? With a sudden twist of the blade, Chenfeng unleashed a surge of sword energy that enveloped the weapon in a radiant aura. Eric's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a fleeting glimmer of fear as he gazed into Chenfeng's eyes. One sword style, wind sweep, a fierce whirlwind erupted, engulfing both Chenfeng and Eric in its tempestuous embrace, expanding rapidly in a circular formation. The ferocious winds generated by the sword energy tore through the deck of the pirate ship, leaving devastation in their wake. As the dust settled, Eric emerged from beneath the collapsed deck, yet he appeared utterly disheveled, his body marred by numerous wounds inflicted by the sword energy. Chenfeng strode across the deck, brandishing his blade as he approached Eric. Huh! Eric suddenly erupted into laughter, a sight that would appear utterly mad to anyone else. Chenfeng raised his blade, fully aware that in combat, one must utterly eradicate the enemy. Otherwise, the longer the battle drags on, the more unforeseen dangers arise. Boy, I know you possess the powers of a devil fruit. I cannot defeat you. Eric suddenly gazed at Chenfeng, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. But your weakness is fatal. Boom, 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 boom. Several shells hurtled towards Chenfeng's position, the explosions consuming his figure entirely. In the next moment, Chenfeng burst forth from the thick smoke, bearing the marks of the blast yet unscathed. You think you can throw me into the sea? Chenfeng raised his blade, declaring, not so easily. With a single stroke, sword energy spiraled around him. Chenfeng aimed to eliminate Eric in one decisive blow. Suddenly, a crack echoed from behind. Chenfeng turned to find that the ship beneath his feet had completely fractured. In an instant, he began to plunge downward. Chenfeng ascended with the moon step, only to be confronted by Eric suddenly appearing above him. Farewell, no, it should be a death wish. With a swift stroke, Chenfeng raised his blade to parry. Clang! The upward trend of the celestial wind abruptly ceased, followed by a swift plunge into the sea. Splash! Ha! Meeting one's end in the ocean can be a splendid choice indeed. Upon witnessing the celestial wind fall into the depths, eyes yearned to leap into the water to rescue him, yet was ensnared by countless pirates surrounding him, rendering escape impossible. Dreadful. Chapter 21, Caitlin vs. Blood Axe Lika. Caitlin raced towards the naval base, the ominous mass on the distant ocean surface confirming the grim reality. The Blood Wolf pirates had arrived. Gripping her flintlock tightly, Caitlin resolved to protect this place at all costs, just as her father had done, safeguarding everyone around her. The naval base was alive with cacophony. The training grounds, typically devoid of personnel, now brimming with over 200 sailors, weapons raised high as they chanted fervently, resembling a rally before a pirate raid. Caitlin concealed her firearm behind her back and stealthily infiltrated the base. Having frequented this place numerous times, she was well acquainted with its layout. If there was one individual she could trust within the base, it was none other than Major Hank, a former subordinate of Ted. To confront the pirates, she needed their assistance. Suddenly, two men clad in naval uniforms approached, prompting Caitlin to swiftly hide around a corner. She overheard that Hank and his team had been imprisoned in the granary. Indeed, once the rally concluded, a single spark would incinerate them all. A grim realization hit. There were hundreds of them. The two pirates on watch lit cigarettes, their lips curling in disdain. Caitlin frowned. It appeared Hank and his men were already captured, but fortunately, she was aware of the granary's location. They shall not succeed. Caitlin crouched, navigating through the naval base until she soon arrived at the granary. Surrounding the granary were dozens of pirates, staunchly guarding it. Alone, Caitlin could not rescue the imprisoned sailors. Her only option was to divert the guards. An idea struck her. Caitlin dashed away, and soon, thick black smoke billowed from within the base. Startling the pirates congregated at the training ground, leaving them bewildered. What is happening? It seems there is a fire. You lot, come with me to investigate. The number of guards at the granary diminished by half, leaving only a handful behind. Whoosh! A spinning blade shot forth, and in an instant, 5 or 6 pirates fell beneath its edge. Who goes there? A pirate armed with a flintlock was about to sound the alarm when a spinning blade viciously sliced through him from behind. Thud! Caitlin unfastened the chains locking the granary's door and swung it wide open. What transpired over there? The naval barracks mysteriously caught fire, but there is no cause for concern. Jean replied, that is well. All of this has become inconsequential. Licca strode purposefully to the command platform, casting his gaze upon the more than 200 pirates gathered below. Upon the sight of the first mate ascending the platform, the surrounding pirates erupted in a chorus of cheers. Unbeknownst to many, this group of pirates clad in naval uniforms had tied black fabric around their arms to signify their allegiance, instantly enveloping the training ground in a shroud of darkness. With a mere wave of his hand, Licca silenced the entire training area. Lads, the plan we have been harboring for 2 years is finally to be set into motion today. Taking a deep breath, Licca proclaimed loudly, let us wash Macduff in blood and seize all treasures. Kill. Seize their weapons. The hundreds of pirates below immediately raised their weapons in fervent response. Licca, with death looming, do you still have words to say? A sudden voice thundered across the training ground, causing everyone to turn towards the source. There stood Caitlin alongside Major Hank, followed by a contingent of over 10 naval soldiers. Ha! I never expected you to have rescued them, Licca remarked, unfazed. But we have 200 men. What do you intend to do against us? A deep, ominous rumbling arose from all around, as the cannons positioned around the base turned to face the gathering on the training ground. Licca felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, realizing that this heavy artillery, once under his control, had been seized without forewarning. Caitlin nodded slightly to Hank, who understood the cue. Drawing his sword, he pointed it toward the training ground and bellowed, fire! Boom! The cannons, originally designated for the base's defense, unleashed a barrage upon the training ground. The assembled pirates, caught in the open, became the first casualties of this onslaught. In a single volley, 200 pirates were thrown into disarray. Yet, this was only the beginning. As a second and third volley ensued, a resounding boom struck the command platform, shattering the wooden structure into splinters. But Licca and Jean had already vanished from sight. All of you, join me in eliminating these pirates, Hank commanded, leading nearly 100 naval soldiers into the fray against the disorganized pirates. First mate, what shall we do? Let us regroup with the captain. Licca and Jean had seized the chaos to escape towards the entrance of the naval base. Once they breached the gates, pursuit would be futile. Where do you think you're going? Caitlin's figure suddenly materialized before them, her gun's dark muzzle pointed squarely at them. Caitlin, do you truly believe that you alone can stand against us? Licca retorted, his hands clasped behind his back, while Jean unsheathed the blade from his waist. I will deal with her. Jean charged at Caitlin, only to be met with an armor-piercing round. Bang! The bullet severed the blade and struck Jean. Jean collapsed, instantly falling silent. Useless. Licca waved his arms, and 2 throwing axes appeared in his hands. You must already know, I am Licca, the deputy captain of the Blood Wolf pirate crew. The Blood Axe. Were you not the one responsible for the incident in Chishui village? Caitlin's eyes were filled with indifference. Her gun aimed squarely at Licca. Haha, and so what? Even after becoming a pirate hunter, you continue to supply our pirate crew with talent. Are you implying? Caitlin suddenly recalled the pirates she had captured, all of whom were eventually transported away by Licca. Could it be that these missing pirates have joined the Blood Wolf pirate crew? Indeed, I must thank you for that. Seizing a moment of Caitlin's distraction, Licca launched both throwing axes, sending them spiraling toward her like twin whirlwinds. Caitlin snapped back to reality just in time to evade the axes. Yet Licca's throwing axes and returning blades inflicted secondary damage. In a moment of carelessness, Caitlin's right arm was grazed by a throwing axe. Blood immediately stained her sleeve. While Licca caught the returning axes, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. What do you think of the great pirate hunter? Having dealt with Caitlin for so long, Licca was well aware of her exceptional skills and dared not underestimate her. Merely flaunting trivial tricks. What did you say? Chapter 22. Slaying the Blood Axe with her bloodied arm gripping the gun, Caitlin let the blood drip to the ground, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Licca. This time, I shall send you to your demise. Licca swung his axes, and suddenly one of the throwing axes was hurled directly towards Caitlin. With such focus, Caitlin effortlessly dodged the attack, but Lika immediately released a second throwing axe, while the first one returned. Thus, the two axes formed a pincer attack against Caitlin. Haha. Observing Caitlin struggle to evade his strikes, Lika laughed triumphantly, continuously catching and throwing axes, the once dignified naval colonel's uniform appearing wholly incongruous. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the throwing axe aimed at Caitlin from behind was shot down without her even turning around, never to return to Lika's grasp. No, it's impossible. A cold sweat trickled down Lika's forehead. He had not anticipated Caitlin's marksmanship to be so extraordinary. Haha, do not underestimate me. I have plenty of weapons. Lika pulled another throwing axe from beneath his cloak, fully prepared for battle today, as he typically refrained from carrying such armaments. Buzzing, two flying axes were hurled simultaneously, transforming into assaults directed at Caitlin from two divergent trajectories. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as the axes fell to the ground. Faced with such rapidly spinning projectiles, she required no aim. With two consecutive shots, she effortlessly sent the axes spiraling away. Lika, astonished, understood that his moniker Blood Axe was earned through his prowess with flying axes, yet he knew that every great warrior faces a day of reckoning. Impossible. No one shall obstruct my path. With a buzz, Lika swung forward, launching another pair of axes, but his fighting spirit had waned. Their power was diminished, and their trajectory faltered. Caitlin chose not to fire again, instead gracefully sidestepping the axes. When she glanced forward once more, she found Lika retreating back towards the naval base. Fleeing? Caitlin stored the spinning blade in her firearm and slowly raised her blood-soaked arm. Today, I shall avenge all those you have slain. With a fierce pull of the trigger, the spinning blade shot forth with a resounding bang. The blade sliced through the air, rapidly closing in on the fleeing Lika. However, it did not strike directly at him. Instead, it veered slightly, hitting the iron gate of the base just ahead of him. Just as Lika exhaled in relief, preparing to dash into the base, the spinning blade ricocheted off the gate, sweeping towards his neck. Thud! Blood gushed from Lika's throat as he desperately clutched the wound with both hands. Yet crimson continued to seep through his fingers. He collapsed before the naval base. The once infamous Blood Axe Lika finally meeting his end at the hands of another. Having slain the vice-captain of the Blood Wolf pirate crew, Caitlin did not linger. She swiftly headed towards the port, leaving the naval base's situation to Major Hank. Her true concern was for the circumstances surrounding Chenfeng and Iser. That location was the critical juncture of the entire operation. Having agreed to resolve matters here and return promptly to provide aid, Caitlin pressed onward without pause, merely wrapping her arm's wound with a piece of cloth. Hold on. The Blood Wolf pirate crew remained entangled within the port. Although the energy of the magical device had long been depleted, he still fought valiantly against the pirates with remarkable skill. Iser delivered a powerful punch, sending the attacking pirate flying, but was immediately met with another blade. Crack! The blade struck the magical device on Iser's left hand, seemingly forged from an unknown material that shattered the incoming blade without leaving a mark. The pirate wielding the blade was momentarily stunned, but Iser's fist soon sent him hurtling away. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, and Iser was struck in the leg. Seizing the opportunity, a pirate among his assailants kicked him away. Beads of sweat erupted from his forehead, and blood oozed from his wound. Even standing still on the ground was a formidable challenge. Kid, you're the last one left. Eric gently wielded his katana, while the pirates surrounding Iser retreated. So what? I shall never allow you to set foot into Macduff. Huh? Do you realize that with merely a flick of my wrist, I can obliterate you? Eric had approached Iser, his glinting blade poised for action. Unfortunately, you have made a grave error. What? Eric, perplexed by Iser's words, instinctively stepped forward. I am a great explorer, Iser Ezreal. And what of it? Eric's sentence was abruptly cut short, as Iser suddenly raised his left hand towards him, causing the previously dim magical device to erupt with blinding light. Damn it! Eric recoiled, having witnessed Iser's formidable missile attacks countless times, some even rivaling the power of cannon fire. At such close range, a direct hit would be disastrous, even for him. Yet, the anticipated assault did not come. Eric looked up, only to find Iser mocking him. How dare you toy with me? Enraged, Eric raised his sword to strike Iser. Prepared, Iser stood firm. His energy still depleted from the gunshot wound. Facing the Blood Wolf pirate crew alone, he had already done enough. Regrettably, he could not save himself. As Eric lifted his katana high, Iser recalled the falling Chenfeng. Only he could secure victory. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, Iser felt a chill run down his spine, but fortunately, the target of the attack was not him. Clang! The spinning blade clashed with Eric's katana, forcing him to step back. Caitlin, Eric, surrender. Lyca is dead. Dead? Eric was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure, his tone remaining cool. Dead indeed. Yet without them, I can still wash Macduff in blood. Miss Caitlin, Chenfeng has fallen into the sea. What? Caitlin was momentarily stunned by Iser's words. Kill her. At Eric's command, all the pirates lunged toward Caitlin. Miss Caitlin, flee. Iser shouted desperately, but Eric kicked him into a nearby pile of wood. Iser. Caitlin did not flee. Instead, she relentlessly fired at the advancing pirates. Her impeccable marksmanship swiftly felled numerous foes, having already dispatched more than 10 before they could even close in on her. Caitlin, it's your turn, Eric declared, drawing his blade with intent. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 23. The Bloodwolf's Swift Execution. Bang. 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 Caitlin continued to shoot at Eric, but all her bullets were effortlessly deflected by his sword, rendering her attacks utterly ineffective. She swiftly loaded a specially crafted armor-piercing round into her firearm, but it was too late. Eric's speed was astonishing. In a mere moment, he was upon her, delivering a series of lethal slashes. Caitlin narrowly evaded one strike, yet was immediately met with a relentless onslaught from Eric. In close combat, Caitlin, while competent, was overshadowed by Azar, particularly as a marksman. Once Eric was upon her, she found herself utterly powerless. She was thoroughly suppressed, her only means of defense being her gun. Suddenly, Eric lunged with his leg. Caitlin sidestepped just in time to fire a shot. The armor-piercing round grazed Eric's face, leaving a thin line of blood. In her haste, she had miscalculated. Caitlin was knocked to the ground, her long-awaited opportunity slipping away into failure. Watching Eric discard her weapon into the sea, despair enveloped her. She had failed to protect this place. One after another, her companions had succumbed here. Nothing remained to impede the Bloodwolf pirate crew or Eric's advance. Caitlin, at this juncture, what do you believe you can still achieve? Eric taunted, receiving a handgun from one of his subordinates, aiming it at Caitlin. At last, all obstacles before me have been eradicated. Now, taste the bitterness of death beneath my gun. Eric laughed triumphantly, recalling how, a year prior, he had executed the bloodied sheriff and many villagers of Chishui with the very same method. Caitlin glared defiantly at Eric, even as she faced certain death. Humph! Came Eric's cold scoff as he pressed his finger against the trigger. Captain, trouble approaches. There are so many ships. Furrowing his brow, Eric detested any interruption to his enjoyment, yet he turned to see where his subordinate was pointing. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Outside the harbor, countless fishing boats, crowded with armed militiamen, were converging towards them. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 200 to 300 of them, effectively sealing off the entire sea. Eric, your time has come. Major Hank led dozens of Navy personnel rushing from the town. Although they bore injuries, their eyes radiated an unwavering resolve to uphold justice, devoid of any trace of fear. They were the true elite. Captain, we are surrounded. Eric surveyed his surroundings. The silhouettes of militia and Navy personnel were omnipresent, especially with all members of the Bloodwolf pirate crew, trapped within the harbor. They had no means of escape. Caitlin gritted her teeth in fury. Do you still believe you can flee? You wretched woman. Eric aimed his weapon once more at Caitlin, declaring, I will silence you. Eric. At the sound of that voice, Eric trembled and immediately turned to look behind him. On the surface of the sea, atop a leading fishing vessel, Chenfeng stood, drenched and with eyes ablaze, clutching the musket that Eric had cast into the ocean. You're still alive? The moment Eric beheld Chenfeng, the fear within him became insurmountable. With a swift stride, Chenfeng advanced towards Eric under the moonlight, while Eric had already raised a saber, poised to strike. As Eric brought his blade down, Chenfeng deftly evaded, landing behind him. Before Eric could turn around, Chenfeng delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Observing the triumphant return of Chenfeng, Caitlin finally exhaled in relief. Chenfeng turned and helped Caitlin to her feet, then presented the firearm before her. As Caitlin reached out to take it, Chenfeng's words momentarily halted her. Be my partner. His tone remained sincere, and his gaze earnest, illuminating a truth within Caitlin's heart. Wiping away the moisture from her eyes, she unhesitatingly accepted the weapon. After all, are you not still a pirate? Though the remark left Chenfeng feeling exceedingly awkward, Caitlin's laughter rang out with genuine joy. Perhaps, after that tragic ordeal, she had not smiled as she did now. With Caitlin's acceptance of his invitation, Chenfeng was enveloped in a wave of elation. The pirate crew he had envisioned had finally taken its first step. Chenfeng, why do you not perish? Eric, gripping his sword, rose once more as the Blood Wolf pirate crew clashed fiercely with the naval militia. Chenfeng turned to face Eric. The smile that had previously graced his features in the presence of Caitlin now completely supplanted by seething anger, for which a ferocious aura emanated. "How dare you harm my crew, my companion?" Chenfeng's tightly clenched fists emitted a sharp, crackling sound, the ferocious power surging through his arms. "I am a Blood Wolf. No one can impede my progress. Enough of the idle chatter. Surrender your life." Chenfeng charged forward, throwing a punch at Eric, who in turn summoned all his strength to launch a counterattack. The sharp blade of his katana buzzed as it sliced through the air. It failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Chenfeng. In a surprising maneuver, Eric swept his leg toward Chenfeng's waist. But Chenfeng reacted with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly blocking the strike with his arm. Eric felt as though he had kicked a massive boulder, a wave of numbness immediately spreading throughout his leg. Bang! With a single punch, Chenfeng shattered Eric's defenses. Blood gushed forth as Eric fell to one knee. "You dare call yourselves pirates? You are but mere brigands cowering in the corners of this world. If we are thieves, then what are you?" Eric retorted, planting his feet firmly on the ground before charging fiercely at Chenfeng, brandishing both of his blades. "We are dream chasers." With a furious roar, Chenfeng boldly confronted Eric. The two blades descended like lightning, this being Eric's final strike unleashed with all his might. He was eager to see how the unarmed Chenfeng would contend with his Blood Wolf. The sound echoed. Crack! Fear filled Eric's eyes. If he could, he would have shouted impossible. His most cherished twin blades had been seized within Chenfeng's palm. In contrast, while Chenfeng had caught the two blades barehanded, he sustained only minor injuries as the edges grazed his flesh. Blood dripped from Chenfeng's hands, splattering onto the ground in crimson droplets. Crack, 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 crack. With a sudden surge of strength, Chenfeng's hands unleashed a powerful force, causing cracks to swiftly propagate across the blades of both knives. With a resounding snap, the edges of the knives were shattered to smithereens by Chenfeng's bare hands, scattering debris across the ground. With a powerful kick, Chenfeng sent Eric soaring over 10 meters, rendering him unconscious upon impact with the ground. Caitlin gazed at the effortlessly defeated Eric, her delicate lips agape in astonishment, as though they could accommodate a duck egg. Chapter 24. How dare you harm my crew? The figure of Chenfeng continued to tremble violently, yet the ferocious aura was gradually stabilizing. Major Hank rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend that the notorious Blood Wolf, Eric, who dominated the South China Sea, had been subdued. Not only the Navy, but even the pirates of the Blood Wolf pirate crew were astonished. They had unwavering faith in their captain's abilities. Yet he was effortlessly defeated by this young man before them. Suddenly, Caitlin had appeared beside Eric, her loaded firearm aimed squarely at his head. "Caitlin, do not kill him." Chenfeng stood beside Caitlin, showing no intention to intervene. Now that Caitlin was his ally, Chenfeng would never hinder her quest for vengeance against the villagers of Chishui and her father. Caitlin's hand trembled violently around the gun. She barely registered Hank's calls, consumed instead by her inner turmoil. The murderer of her father was right before her, merely a gentle squeeze of the trigger away. "Caitlin!" Bang! The gunshot echoed throughout the Macduff harbor, yet the armor-piercing round merely embedded itself a few centimeters from Eric's head. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Eric, he was perilously close to the gates of hell. With a thud, the firearm clattered to the ground. Caitlin staggered back, suddenly covering her pretty face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Major Hank breathed a sigh of relief. He could empathize with Caitlin's emotional state, which was why he refrained from immediately intervening. However, morally and ethically, he could not allow Eric to perish so easily. For years, Eric had committed heinous acts, and bringing him to justice was the only viable solution. With Eric apprehended, all the pirates promptly surrendered. Under Hank's command, the militia and navy collaborated to capture every pirate, resulting in the complete dismantling of the notorious Blood Wolf pirate crew. Izar was also located among the debris, in a significantly better condition. Although his leg bore severe gunshot wounds, with prompt treatment and a period of recuperation, he would recover well. The situation was now entirely under control, yet Caitlin remained curled up in a corner of the harbor, weeping uncontrollably. Chenfeng held the gun for Caitlin, yet witnessing her heart-wrenching sorrow filled him with profound sadness. Caitlin was unaware of the identity of her biological parents. She had been raised by a venerable sheriff in his 40s. The sheriff tenderly nurtured the little girl, and as she blossomed into adulthood, he imparted to her the mastery of his marksmanship, which he took immense pride in. The girl regarded the sheriff as her father, and as she matured, he transformed into a respected elder. Caitlin clutched the coin tightly in her palm, and after a year of suppressing her emotions, the moment of vengeance had finally arrived, erupting within her. Caitlin. Chenfeng gently called her name. Caitlin lifted her gaze to Chenfeng, tears streaming down her already reddened eyes. Shouldn't we be celebrating today? Indeed, they ought to rejoice. Caitlin hastily wiped the tears from her cheeks and offered a smile to Chenfeng, though a single tear still slipped from the corner of her eye. My companion, let's venture into town. All right. Observing Caitlin's transformation from tears to a smile, Chenfeng felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. The sense of accomplishment surged within him as such a formidable ally joined his ranks. This endeavor had not significantly impacted Macduff, and miraculously, Chenfeng's eyes and Caitlin managed to thwart hundreds of pirates at the port, ensuring the safety of the townsfolk. Clearly, the naval forces were understaffed today, prompting the fiercely righteous militia to remain and assist, detaining all members of the Blood Wolf pirates. In the following days, everything progressed in alignment with expectations. Upon learning the truth, the residents of Macduff welcomed Chenfeng and his companions with open arms, showering them with an abundance of culinary delights, relieving Chenfeng of any financial concerns. Eyes healed swiftly, yet his restless nature kept him from remaining idle. Despite the town's physician advising against excessive movement for the sake of his leg injury, Eyes continued to roam about, sometimes eluding Chenfeng's attempts to locate him. Taking advantage of the respite, Chenfeng did not neglect to plan his upcoming voyage. Chenfeng had nearly traversed the entire town, yet the answers he received were nearly identical. As a hub for trade, Macduff primarily hosted merchant vessels, despite the presence of skilled shipwrights. Crafting a seaworthy ship proved to be a formidable challenge. It was understood that there existed a shipbuilding port in the South China Sea, where not only merchant ships were constructed, but also numerous pirate vessels were completed. Tis Harbor lay directly along Chenfeng's path into the Grand Line, and he had already earmarked it as his next destination. Major Hank found it difficult to comprehend Chenfeng's intentions. He was aware that Chenfeng was a naval officer, but why the desire to forge such a ship? In truth, Major Hank had briefly entertained the notion that it might be a pirate ship, but he soon dismissed this suspicion. Such a kind-hearted group could hardly be pirates, could they? Caitlin harbored no qualms about joining a pirate crew, particularly at the prospect of becoming Chenfeng's companion, and she felt a considerable sense of anticipation. Just as Chenfeng and Caitlin were engrossed in formulating their plans, Eyes entered the room. What are you two up to in such secrecy? Chenfeng initially intended to respond to the insinuation regarding their clandestine behavior. However, Eyes simply brushed back a lock of golden hair and promptly pulled out a chair to sit down. If you have any thoughts, why not include me? Chenfeng and Caitlin exchanged glances, and in unison, they asked, would you care to join us? I am an adventurer, and I have no taste for mundane journeys. Eyes, picking his nose, then turned to Chenfeng with an air of utmost arrogance. With a knowing smile, Chenfeng proclaimed, I assure you, this will undoubtedly be an unprecedented adventure. I shall join. In truth, the moment he recognized Ezreal, Chenfeng had already contemplated inviting him. However, he discerned that Ezreal possessed an innate pridefulness. To Chenfeng's surprise, before he could extend his invitation, Ezreal approached him of his own accord. Then we shall be partners from now on. The three of them exchanged a triumphant high five, solidifying their bond forged in the crucible of life and death challenges. Chenfeng, are you there? Major Hank's voice resonated from outside the door. The trio paused, and Chenfeng replied, is that you, Major Hank? Come in. I shall remain outside. Hank's voice followed. Tomorrow marks the day for escorting the Blood Wolf pirate crew away, but Eric has something he wishes to discuss with you. Looking for me? Chapter 25. The mysterious situation of the South Sea Macduff Naval Base. The prison cells were overflowing, with the Navy on constant watch, ensuring that no pirate could elude such vigilant scrutiny. Under Hank's guidance, Chenfeng approached a solitary cell, where the infamous Blood Wolf, Eric, was detained. Hank instructed the guards to unlock the door, and once Chenfeng entered, he stepped back to observe from a distance. Eric was bound by chains as thick as a forearm, and his hands were secured with heavy stone shackles. Is this sea stone? Chenfeng curiously glanced at the pair of handcuffs. All those endowed with devil fruit abilities are cursed by the sea. Although they possess superhuman strength, they are equally burdened by two fatal weaknesses, seawater and sea prism stone. The latter is frequently utilized by the Navy to forge handcuffs that are as unyielding as diamonds, rendering the bearer temporarily powerless and utterly drained of strength. Indeed, some have even mastered the art of fashioning weapons and ammunition from sea prism stone, creating a formidable tool against those with abilities. I owe you my gratitude for all this. Eric raised his hand, showcasing the handcuffs he wore. He now appeared quite disheveled. The once feared blood wolf had become a mere shadow of his former self. You have brought this upon yourself. Eric chuckled, shaking his head. Call it as you will. Defeat is defeat. What, pray tell, is the purpose of your summons? Chenfeng dragged a chair from the corner of the cell and sat before Eric, akin to an interrogator confronting a criminal. Eric bowed his head in silence, while Chenfeng remained unhurried, tilting his head to observe him. After a moment of silence, Eric snorted coldly. Are you from the naval headquarters? Indeed. Why have you come here? What is your purpose in the South China Sea? Eric's voice grew increasingly louder, and he began to realize that Chenfeng's mission was not directed against him. Why have I come here? Chenfeng furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was a lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters. Even when dispatched on missions, he remained within the confines of the Grand Line. Why then? Had he traveled thousands of miles to the South Sea? This question could only be posed to the former owner of this body. Although Chenfeng had taken possession of this form, he too had forgotten many things. Chenfeng was at a loss as to why he had arrived in the South Sea. He had confirmed with Lika and the naval headquarters that there had been a noticeable increase in a number of Navy personnel pouring in from the Grand Line recently, and even individuals from the world government had appeared. Eric's voice began to tremble. What is your true purpose? Chenfeng furrowed his brows even tighter. From Eric's words, he discerned a wealth of information. The world government? Chenfeng harbors no fondness for the world government. This group of individuals has descended upon the South China Sea in droves, concealing undoubtedly nefarious secrets. Observing Chenfeng's demeanor, Eric slumped against the wall like a deflated balloon, his once fierce eyes now devoid of life. My plan is flawless, impeccably devised. Noticing Eric's deteriorating state of mind, Chenfeng beckoned Hank over. The conversation with Eric today served as a poignant reminder, for Chenfeng realized the necessity of remaining vigilant regarding his elusive memories. Chenfeng could scarcely recall his time within the Navy, nor the acquaintances he might have forged, yet such knowledge was undeniably pivotal. At the very least, he would exercise greater caution before embarking on the Grand Line. As the South China Sea was rife with conflicting forces, a careless misstep could plunge him into irrevocable peril. It appeared that entering the Grand Line would require considerable effort. As he departed from the naval base, Chenfeng gazed up at the vast azure sky. Was he destined to become the Pirate King? After a moment's hesitation, he shrugged nonchalantly, muttering, "It matters not." A few days later, amidst the heartfelt farewells of the townsfolk in Macduff, Chenfeng's pirate crew set sail. A small transport vessel, through the diligent efforts of the craftsmen, had been successfully converted into a swift ship. Though modest in size, it was barely sufficient for 3 individuals to drift at sea for several days before reaching his port. On the day of their departure, countless townspeople crowded the harbor, and even a significant number of Navy personnel had gathered to witness the event. As the gentle breeze stirred, one could only ponder what Hank would feel upon hearing that this group had taken to the seas as pirates. Although their stay in Macduff was fleeting, the warmth and hospitality of its people left a lasting impression. The trio waved their farewells, and their small vessel swiftly departed from the harbor. However, upon glancing back, they were met with the sight of numerous small boats gathered just outside the port, filled with villagers from the surrounding islands, the majority hailing from Linshui village. At the forefront, the village chief and the militia captain, Ted, stood proudly on one of the boats. Caitlin gazed at the villagers of Linshui, her heart stirred with emotion. Caitlin, never forget that Linshui village will always be your home. We shall forever be your family. The villagers cried in unison under the leadership of the chief and Ted. Witnessing this heartfelt scene brought a smile to Chenfeng's face, while Izzy was overcome with tears of joy. This is just too touching, he exclaimed, only to be met with Chenfeng's playful retort. You're really ruining the atmosphere. Though deeply moved, Caitlin refrained from tears this time. Clutching her weapon tightly, she smiled radiantly. Even in the absence of true kin, she felt enveloped by warmth and care akin to that of family. This moment would forever be etched in her memory, a reminder of her true home. Gradually, Macduff faded into a mere speck on the horizon, disappearing from view. Our pirate crew has officially set sail, one exclaimed. Captain, we have yet to decide on a name and a pirate flag. Another chimed in. Indeed, we must have a name. Izzy nodded vigorously in agreement with Caitlin's words. Chenfeng slapped his forehead, realizing that he had completely forgotten about this matter. Who among you could draw? Eyes and Caitlin exchanged glances, and to be honest, they had never dabbled in the art of drawing before. Chenfeng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Although he had once studied painting in an art class, he did not believe himself capable of undertaking such a task. He decided to set aside the matter of the pirate flag for another time. Chenfeng helplessly waved his hand and suggested that they first come up with a name for their pirate crew. After a moment of contemplation, Iza was the first to propose. How about calling ourselves the Adventure Kings? What a ridiculous name. Chenfeng and Caitlin spoke in unison. Their excitement immediately deflated. Call it. Gunrose. Seeing the two remain silent, Caitlin, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, "What's wrong? I feel quite good about it." With a resounding clap of his thigh, Chenfeng declared, "It's settled then. From now on, we shall be known as the Super Divine Pirate Crew." Super Divine? Little did Chenfeng know that this name would one day resound throughout the Grand Line, even surpassing the infamous monarchs of piracy, ultimately claiming the throne. Chapter 26. Shipbuilding at Tisport. The town of Tisport boasts a more expansive area compared to Macduff, yet it is devoid of any naval bases, with not even a shadow of a navy or its warships in sight. Consequently, it has become a haven for pirates. Numerous pirate crews frequent Tisport to dock momentarily, replenishing their supplies or repairing their ships, a most favorable choice. The majority of the individuals traversing the port are pirates, and the taverns and casinos here are tailored specifically for their entertainment. The purpose of Chenfeng and the two others on this journey is to construct a pirate ship, a task that requires substantial funds solely provided by Caitlin. It is indeed rather awkward, as both Chenfeng and Iza find themselves without a penny to their names. Their daily sustenance, and even the finances necessary for the ship's construction, rest entirely upon Caitlin's shoulders. How long will it take to build a pirate ship? If they were to work at full speed, it would surely require a minimum of a week, wouldn't it? Chenfeng scratched his head, suggesting that they first find a place to settle down. As the three of them walked along the road, they observed numerous pirate members around them, all armed and hailing from various pirate crews, yet currently gathered here to recuperate. Chenfeng walked to the forefront, filled with a profound curiosity about his surroundings. Is this truly an area beyond the jurisdiction of the Navy? With curiosity, Chenfeng surveyed his surroundings when suddenly a figure brushed past him. Though it was merely a fleeting encounter, Chenfeng could sense an air of exceedingly proud, sword intent emanating from the figure. Chenfeng instinctively turned around and saw a man with his hair tied high at the back of his head, gradually walking away. Dressed casually, he quickly blended in with the surrounding pirates and vanished from sight. Eyes and Caitlin approached, questioning why he had stopped. Clearly, they had not noticed the unusual presence of that swordsman. Such an intense aura of swordsmanship indicated that this individual must possess formidable sword skills. However, his true identity remained a mystery. Chenfeng refrained from approaching to greet, for who among those arriving at Tis Harbor lacks a trace of dubious history? Particularly for someone as haughty as he, it is best to avoid unnecessary disturbances. No matter, let us continue on our way. As Chenfeng continued onward, Eyes and Caitlin, momentarily puzzled, followed suit. They discovered a seemingly pleasant tavern, where the trio promptly secured 2 adjacent rooms. The taverns of Tisport were numerous, bustling with pirates whose arrivals brought substantial financial rewards. After indulging in a hearty feast within the tavern, the three set off toward the shipyard. The shipyard efficiently organized repairs and constructions into distinct areas, operating in an orderly fashion. Caitlin gazed at the multitude of pirate ships in the harbor, reflecting wistfully. The number of pirates I have captured in a year does not even amount to half of this. Countless pirate flags fluttered in the breeze at the port, each unique in design, signifying their allegiance to various pirate crews. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 pirate vessels. Hey, we are pirates now, so let us not dwell on the past. Eyes beckoned Caitlin to follow. I know, I was just expressing my thoughts. Caitlin pouted in mild annoyance, stamping her foot as she caught up. Once they located the shipyard's responsible party, Chenfeng suddenly realized that Tisport boasted a total of 4 shipyards, and what they had seen was merely one of them. Collectively, the 4 shipyards accommodated well over 100 pirate ships daily. Chenfeng smacked his forehead, pondering how long it would take to accommodate so many pirate ships. Are you all aspiring to construct a pirate vessel? The robust foreman casually waved his hand, stating that once the design blueprint was finalized, they could commence construction immediately. Now, upon hearing the foreman's words, Iza's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Of course. Do you have a design blueprint at present? If not, our professional design team can assist you in drafting one. In Chenfeng's eyes sparkled with vibrant radiance, as if 2 stars could emerge from them. This remarkably efficient operation was a sight he had never encountered before. One could say that he had taken another step closer to his journey along the Grand Line. It must be acknowledged that the designer of Tisport indeed possessed considerable skill. Under Chenfeng's imaginative narration, a complete set of design blueprints was finalized in less than half a day. With the designs completed, The remaining tasks could be entrusted entirely to the shipyard foreman. Chenfeng deliberately inquired about the duration required for the completion of the project. However, he merely heard the foreman glance at the design blueprint in his hand and casually extend 5 fingers. 5 days. 5 days? Chenfeng harbored suspicions that the foreman was deceiving him. Were it not for their direct involvement in the creation of the design blueprints, they would have been unable to comprehend the seemingly chaotic drawings. Yet, the foreman claimed that the project could be completed in just 5 days. Could this be a shoddy construction? What was he thinking? After all, they were professionals. The foreman, with a wave of the blueprint, clearly detected the skepticism in Chenfeng's eyes. My apologies. If you have doubts, you are entirely welcome to supervise from the sidelines, the foreman remarked nonchalantly, urging them to settle the deposit first so they could commence work. Caitlin initially paid a deposit of 30 million berries, with the remaining 20 million to be settled once the ship was completed. In total, the cost of constructing such a pirate ship amounted to 50 million berries. Although 50 million was not a substantial sum in this world, it was a considerable burden for Caitlin alone. The entire cost of the ship was borne solely by her. Despite having earned a fair amount during her year as a bounty hunter, she was left with merely a few million berries to spare. Chenfeng and Isa found themselves in an exceedingly awkward predicament, particularly when Caitlin settled the bill, her payment drawing the curious gaze of the dockmaster, making them wish to vanish into the ground. Caitlin, rest assured, I shall repay you double in no time, Chenfeng declared. It matters not. I have little need for such wealth, Caitlin shrugged, her indifference to money evident, which is precisely why she had managed to amass over 50 million berries in one go. If Miss Caitlin does not want it, then I shall gladly accept it on her behalf, Isa chimed in, suddenly emerging from the side, his eyes glimmering with what seemed like golden light. Double the return, that amounts to 100 million berries. Haha. However, both Chenfeng and Caitlin chose to ignore him, walking together towards the tavern. Hey, wait for me. The construction of a pirate ship necessitates a plethora of materials. Despite the cost of 50 million berries being a result of extreme simplification, the shipwrights still required a good half a day to prepare the necessary supplies. Thus, shipbuilding would not commence until the following day. Having just arrived at Tis port, the three were eager to return and rest. For tomorrow they would each take turns overseeing the work. After all, this vessel would be their means to traverse the seas. Prudence was essential. In accordance with their division of labor, Chenfeng was assigned to supervise on the first day, followed by Isa and Caitlin. Observing the shipwrights at work was initially a source of fascination for Chenfeng, who was eager to participate. However, as time wore on, his enthusiasm waned. Watching the shipwrights bustle about, while their movements were indeed swift, ultimately bored him to the point of stealthily slipping away after just a few hours. In truth, Chenfeng was confident that the shipwrights would not deceive him. Otherwise, he would not have felt comfortable leaving. This, however, vexed Isa and Caitlin. With such an unreliable captain, the task of supervision would have to be shared between the two. I had hoped to explore a bit, Isa lamented as he lazily reclined in a chair, while Caitlin busied herself with her flintlock pistol, seemingly engrossed in some form of experimentation. A scope would be quite beneficial. This is the first time Chenfeng leisurely strolls through the bustling port of Tis. Numerous establishments cater specifically to pirates, particularly weapon shops and blacksmiths, which enjoy thriving business almost daily. Naturally, Chenfeng has also come across some intriguing tales. Along the coastline of Tis port, there exists an exceptionally peculiar shop. It is a weapon store, yet it only offers a single blade for sale. This blade, known as Soulbreaker, exudes an overwhelming aura of malevolence that assails anyone who dares to attempt to grasp it. Those who are less resilient tremble uncontrollably, fleeing in terror, while others may faint on the spot, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Quite captivating indeed. Although Chenfeng did not possess a significant desire for a sword, preferring to confront adversaries with bare hands like Luffy, he harbored an inexplicable yearning for such a formidable weapon. After all, he had some proficiency in swordsmanship. Acquiring a blade to enhance his presence would not be out of place. Following a series of inquiries, Chenfeng successfully located this weapons shop nestled by the seaside. This establishment was the sole one in its vicinity, effectively distancing itself from those who casually wielded swords, attracting only skilled swordsmen. The shop before him appeared rather dilapidated, suggesting it had been in operation for quite some time. Why does this establishment lack even a signboard? With a curious glance at the establishment, Chenfeng pondered how one could discern it as a shop without any signboard. Chuckling softly, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he found the interior remarkably barren, devoid of any decorative elements. In the vast emptiness of the room, a solitary blade rested upon a pedestal in the center, and surprisingly, a figure stood within. Was there indeed someone here to test the knife? Suddenly, Chenfeng realized that this individual appeared to be someone he had encountered just the previous day. Rather than grasping the blade before him, the person seemed to be holding their breath, deep in contemplation, preparing for something. In a secluded corner, Chenfeng crouched silently, observing intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a surge of sword intent seemed to rise toward the heavens. At that very moment, a middle-aged man burst forth from the back room. This robust figure possessed remarkably developed muscles, unmistakably marking him as a swordsman in Chenfeng's eyes. Such potent sword intent, accompanied by an air of solitary pride. The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze toward the sword tester imbued with a hint of admiration. In stark contrast, Chenfeng, still crouched in the corner, went completely unnoticed by the man, as if the sword intent had captivated his entire being. Chenfeng remained utterly indifferent, though he was quite curious whether the individual before him could indeed succeed. At the zenith of the sword intent, the test wielder extended his hands and lifted the shattered soul blade. In that instant, the pervasive sword intent dissipated as he grasped the weapon. A frown creased the test wielder's brow as his arm trembled violently, as if the shattered soul blade was desperately attempting to escape his control. Realizing he was on the verge of losing command over the blade, he swiftly transitioned to wielding it with both hands, exerting his sword intent in a counteractive manner. Gradually, the blade's tumultuous response began to stabilize, suggesting that the test wielder's approach was proving effective. A glimmer of light sparked in the middle-aged man's eyes, evidently the first time he had witnessed someone achieve such a feat, while Chenfeng remained silently crouched in the corner. Just as the shattered soul blade regained tranquility and the test wielder seemed poised for success, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. A palpable aura of murderous intent filled the air, an intent not merely to spill blood, but one that severed flesh and soul alike with brutal malevolence. Shattered soul, shattered soul. No wonder it was named the Shattered Soul Blade. In contrast, the test wielder's condition appeared dire. Although his face remained obscured, Chenfeng could discern the bulging veins on his arms, and despite the blade's immobility, his limbs shook involuntarily. Goodness, is this blade truly so formidable? Chenfeng exclaimed in astonishment. The middle-aged man, too, felt a surge of anxiety. He, too, was bewildered as to why the blade bore the name Shattered Soul. Having never encountered such a situation before and unsure of how to proceed, the test wielder continued to wield his sword intent to counter this fierce, murderous aura. Yet this very intent was swiftly engulfed upon contact with the malevolent force. The solitary pride of his sword intent clashed violently with the murderous essence contained within the Shattered Soul Blade. In the dimly lit passage, it appeared that he had met with failure. As expected, the swordsman forced himself to suppress the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the soul-shattering blade, returning it to the rack. As the blade slipped from his grasp, the chilling aura finally dissipated. Sighing, the middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. It seemed that the hope he had so painstakingly encountered had once again vanished into thin air. The swordsman exhaled in relief, bowed slightly to the middle-aged man, and turned to leave. It was only as he pivoted that Chenfeng caught a glimpse of his face. The young man possessed a resolute visage and piercing eyes. Although the scarf obscured everything below his nose, Chenfeng could surmise his age. He must be around 20, which explained the middle-aged man's earlier astonishment. Indeed, it was remarkable for a swordsman of merely 20 years to wield such formidable prowess. How could one not be astonished? The swordsman also noticed Chenfeng in the corner, offering a subtle nod before departing the shop without a backward glance. Why did he seem somewhat familiar? This familiarity was not of the recent kind, but rather an inexplicable sensation. Never mind, I am here to test the blade. Chenfeng looked up, only to discover that the middle-aged man was turning to walk towards the back room. Boss, I haven't tested the knife yet. Please be cautious. The middle-aged man tossed this remark over his shoulder before disappearing into the room. Goodness, is he really that dismissive? Without comparison, there can be no harm. Chenfeng truly felt an overwhelming urge to curse, as his treatment was in stark contrast to that of the swordsman from earlier. One was exalted while the other was utterly disregarded. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for today, that sword was as good as his. Chenfeng gazed upon the soul-shattering blade resting upon the rack, instinctively extending his hands towards it. Chapter 28. The acquiring of the blade as he grasped the soul-shattering blade. However, Chenfeng did not experience the same resistance that the previous tester had encountered. On the contrary, upon taking hold of the blade, it felt utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable qualities. How peculiar! Just moments ago it had. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent began to emanate from the blade, enveloping Chenfeng. It had arrived. Chenfeng furrowed his brow, his hands gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. A boundless intent to kill surged within him. Suddenly, Chenfeng realized that everything before him seemed to have transformed. It was a scene drenched in blood, suffering, and death, reminiscent of an old photograph faded by flames, yet the blood remained strikingly red. The murderous intent emanating from the soul-shattering blade surged with intensity, while terrifying images flashed through Chenfeng's mind like a revolving lantern. No wonder it was deemed a cursed blade. The soul-shattering blade began to vehemently resist Chenfeng's control, and amidst the relentless tide of murderous aura, he continued to strive with all his might. He believed in his capacity to tame this blade, but how should he proceed? What should he do if this continued? Chenfeng suddenly recalled the formidable sword intent of the sword tester he had encountered earlier. Indeed, since it was a weapon of a swordsman, he must employ his own sword intent to tame this blade. Sword intent. My sword intent. Though he was momentarily overwhelmed by the murderous aura, Chenfeng unexpectedly broke into a smile. Wild, ferocious. A tempestuous surge of sword intent coursed through his arms, rebounding towards the soul-shattering blade. The murderous aura emanating from the blade was instantly engulfed upon contact with this ferocious sword intent, akin to a predator encountering its natural enemy. The overwhelming killing intent was thus countered and even devoured by the raging sword intent. In an instant, the once mighty soul-shattering blade appeared subdued, resting in Chenfeng's hand like a docile pet, its subtle essence following his every movement. This must be what it means to tame a weapon. Chenfeng let out a sigh of relief, for his quick reflexes had saved him. Had it not been for the fusion of the violent fruit with his own sword intent, the outcome would likely have been one of failure. Seizing this opportunity, Chenfeng picked up the soul-shattering blade and examined it intently. This straight-edged sword gleamed with a bright silver hue, marred only by a blood-like streak running down its center. The blade appeared unassuming, its exterior remarkably understated. Ah, what a splendid weapon! Chenfeng was elated, for he held no regard for superficial grandeur. The intrinsic value of the soul-shattering blade far surpassed that of any other weapon. Boss! Chenfeng shouted loudly towards the back room. Can I take this knife? Upon hearing that someone intended to claim his knife, the middle-aged man instantly sprang out from the back room. While testing the blade was one matter, even in failure, one cannot. The middle-aged man initially assumed that Chenfeng had failed in his attempt to wield the knife and sought to possess it for himself. However, when he beheld the shattered soul knife in Chenfeng's grasp, he stood frozen in disbelief. This. The middle-aged man was so astonished that words eluded him, his hand trembling as he pointed at the shattered soul knife in Chenfeng's hand. Chenfeng nonchalantly toyed with the fragmented soul blade in his hand. You have tamed this blade? The middle-aged man asked incredulously. Indeed, Chenfeng replied with an air of casual assurance. Allow me to see the blade. Chenfeng handed the soul-shattering blade to the middle-aged man, who evidently wished to authenticate its authenticity. However, the moment the blade was grasped, it fiercely resisted, breaking free from the man's control and plummeting to the ground. The tip of the blade plunged downward, embedding itself into the floor, with only a portion of the hilt remaining visible. You have truly succeeded? Chenfeng withdrew the soul-shattering blade from the floor, subsequently sheathing it with utmost care. Is there a problem? He inquired politely, recognizing it as someone else's weapon. Truthfully, I am unaware of the origins of this blade. All I know is that it is named the Soul Shatterer, imbued with formidable intent to kill. Only the most powerful swordsmen, or those whose swordsmanship resonates with the essence of this blade, can wield it. The middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Our family has possessed this blade for generations, allowing me to grasp it. Yet, whenever I attempt to wield it, I am met with its resistance. Then why is it that you, having just grasped it, can? That is because the soul-shattering blade has already recognized you as its master. Even I am unable to wield it. Chenfeng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the soul-shattering blade in his hand. He could hardly fathom that such a blade possessed the profound essence of sword intent. Since this weapon had already acknowledged him as its master, he felt free to wield it. Boss, how much for this blade? Chenfeng felt that having taken the ancestral sword, which had been revered and offered by generations, he ought to offer some form of compensation. However, to his surprise, the middle-aged man smiled and gently shook his head. The fact that you can wield this sword signifies your connection with it, as well as with me. I shall not accept any payment from you for this blade. Then, I'm truly grateful, esteemed sir. Chenfeng ceased his idle chatter, fully aware that this middle-aged man was not only a proprietor, but also a swordsman of exceptional skill. From the perspective of a swordsman, Bestowing a treasured blade upon another is a profound gesture of respect. Upon exiting the establishment, the excitement that Chenfeng had long suppressed finally erupted forth. "Ha! This time it was truly worthwhile. I acquired a precious sword without spending a single coin," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. With a cheerful hum, Chenfeng intended to share this delightful news with Eyes and Caitlin. Suddenly, he paused, his eyes sparkling with recognition. Wasn't that the individual who had tested the sword earlier? Indeed, not far ahead stood the very sword tester, though at this moment he was surrounded by dozens of pirates. It took Chenfeng a moment to recognize him amidst the chaos. "Hey there, my friend," Chenfeng suddenly called out loudly ahead. "Have we encountered trouble?" All the pirates, including the swordsman testing his blade, instinctively turned to look. However, the swordsman gazed at Chenfeng with a peculiar expression. "Astonishing, it seems." Chenfeng pointed at the sword tester and exclaimed loudly, "I know you." The captain remarked, "It seems this fellow is acquainted with him. Let's eliminate them both." Immediately, several pirates charged towards Chenfeng, while the remaining dozens launched an assault on the sword tester. What is happening? Is a fight really breaking out over a mere disagreement? Chenfeng gazed at the approaching pirates, feeling a surge of excitement. How fortuitous, for it presented an opportunity to test the might of this blade. What nonsense was this young man babbling? Was he truly so dismissive of others? Several pirates simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming to strike Chenfeng down. Yet, he remained motionless, his right hand gently resting upon the hilt of his sword. With a swift flash, the blade gleamed, and although its tip merely swept past the pirates, they felt as though their very souls were at risk of being severed by the edge. The sound of clattering metal echoed as shattered fragments of the blade fell to the ground, leaving the pirates with nothing but the grips of their once mighty swords. Chapter 29. The Divine Dragon Ship. My goodness! The once menacing pirates immediately turned tail and fled. With a triumphant flick of the blade, Chenfeng produced a clear, resonant wung sound. He chuckled to himself. "Ah, indeed, what an exquisite sword." The morning breeze envelopes Chenfeng in a state of ecstasy, while the battle on the other side, involving the blade tester, nears its conclusion. A multitude of dozens assails a solitary individual, creating a distinctly lopsided scenario, one that undoubtedly favors the blade tester. Chenfeng sat by with great interest, not for any other reason, but because he recognized the swordsman upon seeing his face. A light blue scarf concealed the lower half of his face, yet his piercing eyes were full of vitality. This young man, evidently in his 20s, aligned perfectly with Chenfeng's previous assessment. It was Yasuo. Each strike from Yasuo's blade was accompanied by a whistle, executed with unparalleled speed. The pirates stood no chance against him, falling before his skillful display of the sword's essence. Ultimately, the last pirate succumbed to his blade. Yasuo paid no heed to the defeated foes sprawled on the ground, instead directing his gaze towards Chenfeng, particularly lingering on the blade in Chenfeng's hand. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Chenfeng." "I see." With that, Yasuo sheathed his weapon and turned to walk into the town. TSK. Chenfeng gazed at Yasuo's receding figure, marveling in wonder. When it comes to swordsmanship, he did not believe he could surpass Yasuo. The recent battle, seemingly effortless, revealed the depth of Yasuo's skill. A swordsman, a true swordsman. With a sigh, Chenfeng lamented how splendid it would be if this individual could join him. After 5 arduous days of tireless labor by the shipwrights at Tisport, a pirate ship was miraculously completed. In designing this vessel, Chenfeng drew inspiration from the 2 ships previously utilized by the Straw Hat Pirates that lingered in his memory. Consequently, he opted for a design that was not excessively large, constructing it to accommodate approximately 10 crew members. The ship's hull showcased a flawless, streamlined aesthetic, while its exterior vividly captured the essence of an Eastern dragon. On each side of the vessel, for dragon claws were intricately carved, exuding a sense of dynamism, while the bow featured a masterfully sculpted dragon's head, crafted by a skilled artisan. This pirate ship resembled a divine dragon soaring across the vast ocean. Although modest in size, comparable to the Going Merry and the Thousand Sunny from his recollections, the interior was meticulously designed, embodying the adage that even the smallest of sparrows possesses all its vital organs. Particularly regarding the armament, the trio of Chenfeng, Eyes, and Caitlin each expressed their opinions, ultimately deciding to equip the ship with a heavy cannon at the front, complemented by additional cannons positioned in various directions for offensive capabilities. In Chenfeng's perspective, personal strength was paramount in maritime confrontations, rendering the cannons insufficient to sway the outcome decisively. Thus, he named the vessel Divine Dragon. Upon hearing Chenfeng's declaration, Eyes and Caitlin pondered briefly before expressing their agreement. Divine Dragon, a name derived from the notion of a dragon soaring through the heavens. Chenfeng clapped his hands, declaring that our companions, prepared for the battle upon the vast ocean, were ready for action. And what of the pirate flag? He inquired. I have yet to decide. Caitlin was momentarily taken aback by Chenfeng's response, yet as eagerly volunteered. Allow me to design the pirate flag. Since our vessel is adorned with a dragon motif, why not depict a dragon? Away with you. Chenfeng disdainfully remarked. Your skills do not even measure up to mine. We have yet to decide on a name for our pirate crew. We shall discuss it later. The two covered their faces, for it was their first encounter with such an irresponsible individual. Caitlin had already settled the remaining 20 million berries, leaving only the matter of choosing a departure date. Gazing at their future adventures upon the sea, the emotions of Chenfeng and his companions varied. Eyes and Caitlin monitored the construction almost daily, sometimes even lending a helping hand. In contrast, Chenfeng's approach was simpler. He would merely check on the progress each night before vanishing once more. I say, Chenfeng, Eyes exclaimed with excitement. When shall we embark on our adventure? We set sail tomorrow. Let everyone relax today, Chenfeng replied. Goodness. Eyes burst into laughter at Chenfeng's suggestion. Isn't it still me footing the bill? Caitlin interjected, teasingly, when the topic of money arose. Chenfeng felt he had shortchanged Caitlin, even though she had never truly complained. All right, I was merely jesting, Caitlin chuckled, covering her mouth. Let's go out for a meal. It's on me. Just put on my tab. Chenfeng hurried to express his sincerity, only to see Caitlin shrug her shoulders, exhibiting an air of indifference. Chapter 30. The Declined Invitation. During dinner time, the three, in high spirits, decided to reserve the entire tavern where they were staying. Having resided here for an extended period, Chenfeng and his companions became well acquainted with the tavern owner, who graciously offered them a discount of 20% for reserving the entire venue. Fine wine and delectable dishes were served, and Chenfeng poured a cup of wine for each of the three. Today marks the official establishment of our pirate crew. In the future, your name shall undoubtedly resonate across the vast seas. Well said. Eyes chimed in, unabashedly flattering. It would be even better if I could reclaim the money I'm owed. With that, they raised their cups and engaged in lively conversation, discussing their individual interests and aspirations. I aspire to become the most renowned explorer in this world. To leave my footprints across the Grand Line, declared Eyes, downing his drink in one swift motion, his face flushing crimson. I merely wish to witness the world beyond, while also upholding my sense of justice. Upholding justice? Both Chenfeng and Ize were taken aback. Why would those who champion justice choose to become pirates? As you have witnessed, not all who serve in the Navy are virtuous. Caitlin paused for a moment, then continued with a smile. And not all who embrace piracy are necessarily malevolent. Chenfeng and Ize nodded vigorously, affirming that their character was beyond reproach. Naturally, should you engage in any heinous acts, I shall not permit it. Caitlin feigned a threat, while the two earnestly nodded in agreement, vowing their allegiance to righteousness. And what of your dreams? Ize and Caitlin in unison inquired, what compels you to become a pirate? Chenfeng naturally aspires to become the pirate king. This ambition seems exceedingly distant, yet escapes his lips instinctively. Having arrived in this world, one cannot carry a sense of regret, can they? Chenfeng had long since made up his mind. He yearned to witness the splendor of the world and to live a life devoid of regrets. As the wine flowed and the trio began to feel slightly inebriated, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the tavern. A figure pushed the door ajar and entered, calling out, "Barkeep, some wine." However, the establishment had already been claimed by several other patrons. The barkeep responded with a courteous demeanor, for those who frequented Tis Port were often desperate souls, and a congenial approach could avert considerable trouble. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing the barkeep's reply, the newcomer turned to leave. Brother, please stay. Today's libations are on me. The voice of Chenfeng halted him in his tracks. It was you? In that instant, Chenfeng recognized Yasuo, whom he had encountered just days prior. Naturally, upon seeing Yasuo, Chenfeng would not squander the opportunity to forge a connection. Yasuo regarded Chenfeng for a moment before retreating to a corner of the tavern. Feel free to enjoy your meal and drinks. I shall not intrude, Yasuo remarked, his tone notably aloof, a stark contrast to his mere 20 years of age. You are too kind, brother. With pleasantries exchanged, Chenfeng resumed his drinking. Who was that individual over there? Izzy asked eagerly in a hushed tone, while Caitlin paused, awaiting Chenfeng's response. He's a swordsman I met a few days ago, and a remarkably skilled one at that. Chenfeng glanced at the soul-shattering blade, leaning against the corner of the table, and spoke slowly. This blade was nearly seized by me. Is it truly that formidable? The two exchanged glances. When Iza and Caitlin first encountered the soul-shattering blade, their faces were filled with curiosity, especially upon hearing Chenfeng mention that it was a gift. Their interest in the blade heightened. However, when they witnessed Chenfeng draw the blade from its sheath, its unremarkable appearance led them to believe he was jesting. Yet, as they attempted to grasp the blade, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent indeed astonished them. It seems this individual is quite extraordinary, Iza murmured. Chenfeng, do you have some plans in mind? Caitlin, noticing Chenfeng's willingness to treat others to drinks, was naturally curious. Haha, you've seen right through me. Chenfeng cast a glance towards the corner of the tavern, and then gestured for the two to draw closer. I intended to invite him to join our ranks. Yasuo sat alone in the corner, indulging in his own drink, with his back turned to Chenfeng and the others, thus obscuring his visage from their sight. Chenfeng approached Yasuo, holding a flask of wine, while Yasuo paused in the act of raising his cup. Brother, why drink alone? Because I am but one. Upon seeing Chenfeng take a seat, Yasuo lifted his wine bowl and took another hearty sip. How about joining us? The invitation from Chenfeng was remarkably straightforward, for he understood that a swordsman like Yasuo would undoubtedly dislike any form of indirectness. Meanwhile, the two observers on the opposite side sighed in unison, particularly Aoi, who was nearly beside himself with agitation. Is there anyone who extends an invitation so bluntly? It would be foolish to expect a positive response. Yet, Yasuo's reaction was rather apathetic, as if Chenfeng were merely engaging in casual conversation. Would you care to join our pirate crew? Without hesitation, Chenfeng asserted. Shall we embark on a tumultuous adventure across the Grand Line? With a thud, Yasuo placed his cup of wine back on the table. His response as frigid as his demeanor. I apologize, but I am not inclined to burden you. Burden? Chenfeng replied. I appreciate your wine and your invitation. Yasuo then hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and walked away from the tavern without a backward glance. One audacious fellow, what does he mean by that? After Yasuo departed, Aoi immediately erupted in complaint, his face flushed with indignation. Chenfeng, why is he so indifferent? Though Caitlin did not exhibit as intense a reaction as Aoi, she too harbored reservations about Yasuo. The situation is far from what you perceive. Chenfeng propped his feet upon the table, lifting his wine bowl and consuming its contents in a single draught, although Yasuo maintained an air of indifference. Chenfeng was convinced that beneath that seemingly aloof demeanor lay a compassionate heart, one that had merely cloaked itself in a shroud of apparent detachment. Was he perhaps evading something? Chenfeng pondered quietly. Although Yasuo's words were straightforward, they conveyed a wealth of information. Burden us? A subtle curve graced the corners of Chenfeng's mouth. To Iza, it seemed that Chenfeng had devised yet another mischievous plan, while to Caitlin, it appeared to be a smile of confidence. We are pirates, after all. What does a little trouble matter? With that, he concluded, let us all rest well tonight. For tomorrow we shall embark on our journey to the next destination. Chenfeng finished the last bowl of wine, disregarding the puzzled gazes of the two individuals, and walked leisurely toward his room. Is this really how it ends? Iza questioned with uncertainty. Indeed, this is rather uncharacteristic of him, Caitlin shrugged. Let us return to rest. After all, the captain has already spoken. Chapter 31. A night of darkness and wind, a night for murder at midnight. The moon shone brightly. The port of Tiz was far removed from the bustling scene of the day, now cloaked in silence. Hundreds of pirate ships lay anchored at the shore, marking a rare collective gathering of such vessels. Under the moonlight, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged near the dock. These individuals clad in black moved with remarkable speed, eluding even the few pirates remaining aboard their ships. On one such pirate ship, 4 pirates huddled together. Their crew had arrived here a few days prior for repairs, and to prevent any theft of items from the vessel during the night, the captain had specifically arranged for a rotating watch each night. Unfortunately, it was this night that the responsibility fell upon these 4. Clearly, none of them believed that anyone would dare to act in this vicinity. Should anyone attempt to cause trouble at the dock, they would swiftly become the target of collective ire, with little hope for a favorable outcome. Why is there a raven here? A sharp-eyed, bald pirate glanced at the mast, prompting the others to follow suit and look up. Is that indeed a raven? The raven, a bird entirely cloaked in darkness, was particularly difficult to spot in the night. Had it not been for the flickering firelight cast by the 4 men, the bald pirate would have remained oblivious. What is peculiar about this raven? The bald pirate fixed his gaze upon the bird, which seemed to be staring back at him. It is worth noting that ravens are not considered auspicious. They feast on carrion and have come to symbolize death. It's just a blackbird. Why the fuss? Yes, your courage seems to be diminishing. Sit down and drink. The bald pirate sighed, Perhaps he was indeed overly anxious to be spooked by a mere raven. The other pirates continued to drink, engaging in loud conversations and ribald banter. We must ensure the captain brings some women aboard. It would be far more entertaining. We'll have all the women we desire once we strike it rich. Little did they know that while they dreamed of riches, death was already descending upon them. Did I just hear something strange? The bald pirate stood up and surveyed the surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. No one would dare to stir trouble here. One pirate shrugged indifferently. Indeed, let us just stay here for the night and complete the captain's task. The remaining 3 pirates nodded repeatedly, clearly believing that the bald pirate was overly concerned. You all continue drinking. I shall check the cabin, he said. The others showed no dissent, resuming their revelry around the wine jug. The bald pirate shook his head and turned astride towards the cabin. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he heard a peculiar rustling sound behind him, odd enough to compel him a halt. His breathing quickened as he abruptly turned back, only to find that the 3 pirates who had been drinking moments ago had vanished without a trace. A chilling glimmer suddenly fixated upon him, prompting him to instinctively look up. The raven remained perched on the mast, its gaze unwavering. The entire scene was so bizarre that even a pirate accustomed to taking lives could not withstand the unseen peril that instilled dread. The bald pirate opened his mouth to call for help, simultaneously preparing to flee. Yet, before he could react, blood erupted from him, and his lifeless body collapsed onto the deck. A hand steadied him, making no sound in the process. Several figures clad in black appeared aboard the pirate ship. Illuminated by the firelight, they donned dark uniforms and black top hats, clearly indicative of an organized group. With a hiss, the flames were abruptly extinguished by water, plunging the entire ship into darkness. Have you discovered anything? A voice as dry as dust resonated, sending shivers down anyone's spine who heard it. Reporting, sir. We found no clues aboard this vessel. Understood. Continue the operation. And what shall we do with these individuals? Under the faint moonlight, the previously vanished pirates reappeared on the deck, now bound and trembling in fear. They were baffled, unable to comprehend the origins of these black-clad figures or what they sought. Throw them into the sea, the dry voice commanded once more. MMM. 3 pirates simultaneously shouted in rebellion, yet the thick substance in their mouths rendered their cries nearly silent. With a series of splashes, 3 bodies and 1 lifeless form were cast into the sea. Several dark figures vanished without a trace, and the raven perched upon the mast had also disappeared, as if nothing had transpired in this place. However, a similar scene unfolded continuously throughout his port. Wherever pirate ships were moored, shadows in black could be seen lurking. All pirates who had let their guard down were unceremoniously thrown into the ocean. Yet none knew what these figures sought or why they targeted pirate vessels. Nevertheless, the silhouette of a raven persistently appeared aboard each pirate ship whenever it descended. The ship would face a thorough cleansing by the cloaked figures. All pirates were cast into the sea, yet no possessions were taken from the ships. A smaller pirate ship, distinct from the others, lay anchored at the shoreline, still new and lacking even a pirate flag. Thus it was initially overlooked by the dark figures. However, this did not signify that they would forget about this uniquely shaped dragon ship. The cabin door creaked open, and a figure emerged from within. Tonight, Chenfeng found himself ensnared in the grips of insomnia for the very first time since his arrival in this world. Tossing and turning in his bed, he resolved to step outside and embrace the soothing caress of the sea breeze. Before departing, he made a conscious effort not to disturb the 2 who were blissfully slumbering, instead choosing to venture alone aboard the Shenlong. Chenfeng understood that each pirate ship holds the potential to transform into a ship spirit, much like the Straw Hat Pirates' inaugural vessel. The Going Merry. A ship spirit is born from the mutual affection and care that the crew bestows upon their ship, and its utility is beyond measure. Not only can it foresee impending dangers, but it also assists the crew in maintaining the vessel, among numerous other invaluable functions. Although I may not possess abundant resources to craft you, rest assured, I shall cherish you deeply. The gentle breeze caressed the formidable dragon's head at the bow of the ship. However, at that very moment, a shadow silently emerged behind him, while the dagger in his hand glinted ominously, eager for action. Chapter 32. The Raven, the Raven. Plop. The sound of splashing water this time was louder than ever before. Chenfeng clapped his hands and gazed down at the ship, oblivious to the identity of his would-be assailant. With a mere gesture, he caused the cloaked figure poised to strike him to tumble into the sea. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the water, clutching a dagger with unwavering resolve. In a reflexive motion, Chenfeng swiftly sidestepped, just as a glimmering blade shot forth from below. Fortunately, he evaded in the nick of time, escaping unscathed from the dagger's lethal grasp. How perilously close that was. Chenfeng patted his chest, pondering whether this individual could possibly be a professional assassin. In truth, he could not fathom how he had attracted such a threat, yet it was evident that this person would not be easily subdued. With a swift motion, the figure clad in black leaped onto the Chenfeng, water cascading down his attire. Adjusting his hat back onto his head, the black-clad figure charged towards Chenfeng once more. Bang! With grace, Chenfeng deftly evaded the onslaught of the cloaked assailant, subsequently delivering a powerful punch that sent the attacker soaring. The Chenfeng, being a newly commissioned vessel, was not to be marred by any destruction. Thus, Chenfeng resolutely propelled the black-clad figure toward the nearby pirate ship. Unfortunately, several pirates stationed aboard that vessel were quick to respond to the commotion, unleashing a torrent of curses. However, in but a moment, their vitriolic outbursts were abruptly silenced, followed swiftly by the extinguishing of the flames aboard the pirate ship. Chenfeng possessed an exceptionally keen gaze, particularly evident as he remained utterly engrossed in observing the situation before him. The recent scene had been indelibly etched into his memory. To his astonishment, there was not merely one adversary. Perhaps the commotion from this side had roused the attention of others aboard the nearby pirate vessels, as in an instant, all the pirates stationed on the ship sprang into action. What was transpiring? What calamity had befallen them? Despite the rapidity of the cloaked figures, some were still caught off guard and discovered by the pirates. The sounds of conflict reverberated throughout the entire harbor, echoing across half of Tiz port. Suddenly, several dark-clad figures seemed to leap from the water onto the deck, encircling Chenfeng with alarming swiftness. Given their nature as assassins, it was clear they would not relent until their objectives were achieved. With a swift motion, Chenfeng unsheathed the soul-shattering blade from his waist. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, this weapon, imbued with an aura of malevolence, appeared even more spectral. Without uttering a single word, all the cloaked assailants surged towards Chenfeng in unison, each wielding a dagger, some stained with fresh blood. Attacks came from all directions, but in an instant, Chenfeng drew his blade. A tempest erupted. A swirling vortex formed around him, rapidly expanding outward. The ferocious winds caused the divine dragon vessel to sway violently upon the water surface, while the assailants vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a few figures emerged from the water, but they bore evident wounds, suggesting they had suffered greatly. Will they return for another attempt? With a smile, Chenfeng acknowledged the perilous nature of the enigmatic figures clad in black. Yet, it was evident they posed no immediate threat to him. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, prompting several of the black-clad individuals to cast their gazes towards the mast. However, before Chenfeng could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, these figures simultaneously darted away towards the shore. It became clear that the commotion had alerted the pirates within the town, plunging Tiz harbor into chaos. The vessels docked here were all pirate ships, and any disturbance would inevitably summon a myriad of pirates. Clearly, these individuals harbored dark secrets, for otherwise, they would not have been so eager to make their swift exit. With a furrowed brow, Chenfeng swiftly lifted his leg and hastened towards the shore. Since these cloaked figures could not contend with him, he decided to investigate the identities of this enigmatic group. Although the cloaked figures had escaped into the distance, Chenfeng, empowered by his ferocious abilities, swiftly pursued them with graceful strides under the moonlight. Bang! Bang! The shadowy figures noticed Chenfeng and drew their pistols, firing shots over their shoulders. The bright flashes of gunfire pierced through the inky darkness of the night, yet Chenfeng effortlessly deflected every bullet with his blade. With a swift motion, a surge of sword energy cleaved through the air, wounding several of the cloaked assailants, who collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. As the evening breeze descended, it gently approached the direction where the cloaked figures lay prostrate. Several of these dark-clad individuals were evidently grievously injured, gasping for breath as they attempted to rise once more. Yet no matter their efforts, they could summon no strength. Who on earth are you? Chenfeng sought to uncover clues from the attire of these shadowy figures. Despite their identical garments, there were no distinguishing marks or differences to be found. Dressed entirely in black, observing that several remained unresponsive, Chenfeng began to ponder in silence. The color black, coupled with this particular ensemble. As Chenfeng once again heard the melodious chirping of birds, he immediately turned around. Standing behind him this time was a figure, also clad in black. How did this person suddenly appear at my back? The muscles of Chenfeng were taut, poised to respond to any sudden assault from his adversary. That recent moonlit step. The figure in black spoke, his dry voice resonating eerily against the backdrop of the night. You are certainly not one of the government. Could it be a member of the Navy? I'm a pirate. As Chenfeng spoke, he carefully scrutinized the individual before him, although the attire remained shrouded in black. This enigmatic figure bore no dagger or similar weapon. Instead, he wielded a cane. From the subtle aura emanating from this person, Chenfeng discerned that he possessed considerable skill and was likely the leader among this cadre of black-clad individuals. How curious it is that the pirates do not display their flag upon the ship. The tone of the cloaked man was tinged with palpable impatience, and his grip on the cane began to tremble slightly. I will hang it if I choose, and if I do not wish to, then it shall remain unhoisted. What business is it of yours? Chenfeng would never admit that he lacked a pirate flag. Such a preposterous notion was not something he wished to disclose to this mysterious individual. Thus, there was nothing more to be said. The black-clad figure struck his cane against the ground, and in an instant, a shadow darted forth from his form, aiming directly at Chenfeng. With a swift motion, he deflected the attack, the sharp sound of impact ringing in his ears. Upon closer inspection, Chenfeng discerned the source of the assault. It was a black raven, which he had previously overlooked as it perched upon the shoulder of the cloaked man. Remarkably, the bird's beak proved to be extraordinarily resilient, clashing against the soul-shattering blade. Chenfeng was astonished that the soul-shattering blade, such a razor-sharp weapon, failed to sever the raven, and instead, it was ensnared by its pointed beak. Not far away, the cloaked figure furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Chenfeng's ability to effortlessly counter his assault. Meanwhile, the clamor in the town grew increasingly chaotic, and one could faintly discern countless shadows approaching the harbor. Intriguing individuals, I believe we shall meet again in the future. Halt! As Chenfeng was about to intervene, the figure clad in black leaped into the air with a graceful stride, soaring towards the heavens. With a surge of ferocious power, Chenfeng brandished his blade and pursued him into the sky. Yet, upon reaching the celestial heights, he found nothing but a solitary raven flying towards the town. Chenfeng immediately glanced down, only to find that the previously fallen black-clad individuals had vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. The arrival of the Navy headquarters that night. The entire Tiz port was abuzz with activity. Not only on this side, but all the ports of Tiz were simultaneously besieged by the black-clad assailants, resulting in devastating losses for the pirate crews who had left personnel aboard their vessels. It is said that dozens of floating corpses drifted upon the surface of the sea, yet not a single pirate could ascertain the identities or origins of these enigmatic attackers. Chenfeng returned to the tavern with an air of nonchalance. He had no desire to join the raucous antics of the pirates, preferring instead to retire for a restful slumber in preparation for the voyage that awaited him on the morrow. On the following morning, a naval warship made its appearance at the port of Tiz. The arrival of such a vessel amidst the throngs of pirate ships was indeed a significant newsworthy event. Although the Navy and pirates were sworn adversaries, neither side dared to engage until the circumstances were clarified. Dozens of sailors disembarked from the warship, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of the surrounding pirates. Their focus appeared solely on the figure leading the procession. That figure was a rear admiral of the Navy? The pirates murmured among themselves, yet none dared to provoke the ire of this naval officer. Tiz port, which had been abuzz with the events involving the mysterious dark-clad individuals just the day prior, now found itself enveloped in an eerie atmosphere due to the Navy's presence. The admiral, clad in his Navy coat, bore the word justice that fluttered in the wind, his imposing stature casting a significant shadow over all present. Wasn't there only one vice admiral stationed at the South Sea headquarters? Indeed, while we had heard of the admirals commanding the South Sea, the identity of this man was undeniably remarkable. However, before the pirate could finish his thought, his eyes widened in alarm. A band of pirates leaped into the path, obstructing the advance of the Navy. The admiral halted, and the soldiers behind him followed suit. "Ha! What brings you Navy folks to Tiz port?" A burly pirate, wielding a hefty mace, looked down upon the admiral, leveraging his height for intimidation. "Boss, it seems to me this group of Navy is simply courting death." "Indeed, such a small contingent dares to venture into Tiz port," echoed the pirates nearby, their raucous laughter suggesting an impending clash. Meanwhile, the onlooking pirates engaged in hushed conversations. "It's the Iron Elephant pirate crew," one exclaimed, astonished. "I didn't expect them. This should be quite the spectacle." Clearly, the pirates obstructing the road were of considerable renown, and all gathered were eager to witness the unfolding drama. "What do you desire?" inquired the admiral, his expression remaining grim. Apart from the pirates directly before him, none could decipher the nuances of his countenance. "We intend to eliminate every last one of you Navy scoundrels. Surely, Our bounty will rise significantly, declared the leading pirate captain, stepping forward with his massive hammer. What is so formidable about this admiral? I could easily overpower a navy captain. Oh, it appears you've committed numerous transgressions. Rather than displaying anger, the admiral laughed, though to the pirates, it sounded more like derision. Damn it. It seems a lesson is in order. Perhaps then you'll realize just how insignificant you truly are. The pirate captain wielded a heavy hammer, striking down towards the naval brigadier with formidable force. This colossal weapon, weighing no less than several hundred pounds, appeared surprisingly light in the hands of the pirate. It was astonishing to witness the audacity of pirates in the South Sea. The naval brigadier, however, did not even glance at the descending hammer, showing no intention of drawing his weapon. With a mere gesture of his fingers, the hammer lost control midair and fell to the ground. The corpulent pirate collapsed, a gaping wound now piercing his chest, blood gushing forth as his eyes rolled back in his head. All the pirates stared in disbelief at the brigadier's fingers, shocked by the swift resolution of their comrade's fate, accomplished in the blink of an eye. And you lot. The naval brigadier raised his gaze towards the group of pirates. Blood dripped from his fingers, and with this single utterance, he sent the previously menacing pirates fleeing in terror. In an instant, the brigadier's figure materialized before the retreating pirates, blocking their escape. With a flash of steel, a blade sliced through the air. Hey, an older pirate stammered, pointing towards the departing naval officers. They are from the naval headquarters. Naval headquarters. The mention of this name sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the pirates present. Each one of them harbored dreams of venturing into the Grand Line, a place rumored to be even more ruthless, where the world's mightiest naval forces congregated. It was no wonder that such strength emanated from a mere brigadier. Indeed, perhaps we should keep our distance, they murmured. It seems their purpose here does not concern us. Though the naval squad had moved on, the pirates continued their chatter. The corpses of their fallen comrades, a grim testament to the earlier events. A formidable naval force strode through the town, drawing the attention of pirates wherever they went. Ultimately, under the leadership of the brigadier, they halted before an unremarkable building. This establishment was a tavern, its business having dwindled recently, reportedly taken over by a group just a few days prior, yet had yet to open its doors to the public. At the brigadier's signal, all naval soldiers promptly surrounded the tavern. The display was such that even a fly would struggle to slip past unnoticed. Just as the crowd of pirates outside began to swell, the naval brigadier pushed open the door and vanished within. Inside, the tavern's decor was conventional, but it was filled with individuals clad in black attire and hats. Brigadier Sack, what brings you to tis port unannounced? A dry, raspy voice emanated from the corner of the tavern as Brigadier Sack strode directly to a table and took a seat. The directive before us assigns both of us to this mission. Since the individual is not present, I have come to Port Tiz to attend to some official business. Official business? The cloaked figure seated across from the brigadier leaned heavily on his cane, causing a thud against the floor. Are you not aware of the rigorous enforcement the world government has regarding this matter? And what of it? Have you not already exposed yourself? Brigadier Sack poured a bowl of liquor from a jug on the table and drank it down. Sack, your brazen presence in Port Tiz cannot possibly be anything but a disruption. The anger in the cloaked figure's voice intensified, even causing the raven, perched on his shoulder, to caw in alarm. Swain, it is not yet your place to dictate to me. Chapter 34. Yasuo versus. The Navy brigadier in response to the quarrel between the two, neither the Navy personnel nor the cloaked figures dared to intervene, remaining motionless in their places. Swain glanced at the irate Brigadier Sack and sighed softly. I hope you do not escalate this matter. It would serve neither the government nor the Navy well. This is beyond your control. Brigadier Sack pointed a finger at Swain, scornfully remarking, You wretched lot, if you cannot accomplish your tasks, do not presume to criticize me. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you all. The moment Sack's words left his lips, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the surroundings. Though the cloaked figures remained still, they could not help but tremble under the weight of the threat. Facing such malevolence, Swain remained unperturbed, yet a shadow clouded his eyes. Do we have any news on Yasuo? A naval major stepped forward to report to Sack. Our men are still searching. As of now, the traitor Yasuo has not been located. Continue the search. Yes. Sack poured himself another bowl of liquor. Why expend such effort searching for a mere defector from the Navy? In response to Swain's query, Sack erupted into laughter. He has slain officials of your world government. Do you not feel urgency? Swain furrowed his brow and replied calmly. The pressing issue lies with the celestial dragons. Suddenly, Sack hurled the jug of liquor across the table, its trajectory aimed at the tavern's entrance. A hand deftly caught the jug, and the individual proceeded to take several hearty swigs. Umph, Sometimes fortune favors the bold. Sack snorted derisively and walked straight out of the tavern. Commander, what shall we do now? A cloaked figure stepped forward and whispered to Swain. This predicament is of his own making. It bears no relation to us. Swain stood up, leaning on his cane, leading his subordinates towards the tavern's back door. The naval traitor, Yasuo. As Sack exited the tavern, dozens of naval officers had already encircled Yasuo. Thank you for your drink. Yasuo tossed the empty wine jug behind him, shattering it with a resounding crash. Sack raised a hand slightly, and the naval officers surrounding Yasuo immediately parted. Sack stepped forward, his gaze sharpening. Yasuo, 3 months ago as a colonel in the Navy, you murdered a world government official. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to resist arrest? Upon hearing Brigadier Sack's words, the surrounding pirates erupted in astonishment. What? This man is the one who angered the world government and defected from the Navy? Indeed, it is said that his bounty has soared to 50 million because of this. Although few could recognize Yasuo, he still held significant notoriety, even beyond the Grand Line, solely due to his act of killing a world government official. If you wish to arrest me, feel free to try. I welcome it. The tension between Sack and Yasuo surged, and although neither had struck yet, the intensity of their presence alone was enough to overwhelm all the pirates present. Draw your blade. Yasuo. Sack placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his legs poised for a charge. I have long heard of the name Swordmaster of the Gale. Today I shall put it to the test. Enough with the pleasantries. If you wish to kill, then do so. In the gaze of the crowd, the two figures instantly surged towards each other. The onlookers were left in awe. Who could achieve such speed? Clash! Clash! The blades flashed and met with a sharp ring. Ha! Sack scoffed coldly, turning to face Yasuo, who likewise turned, his expression devoid of emotion, merely coldly regarding his adversary. Though their initial clash seemed perilous, both were merely testing each other's prowess. Suddenly, Sack's figure vanished from sight, and Yasuo swiftly swung his sword behind him. Clang! The blades met, and Sack's attack was immediately countered by Yasuo. Well done. Sack exerted force, pushing Yasuo aside, then transformed into a streak of lightning once more. Clash! Clash! To the untrained eye, Sack's swordsmanship appeared overwhelmingly forceful, yet it bore no efficacy against Yasuo. Why does the Navy pursue me so fervently instead of capturing pirates? Yasuo deflected the assault, then sent a whirlwind directly at Sack. Startled, Sack vanished from his position, the whirlwind shredding a nearby notice board into fragments. Who among the Navy does not know of the swordsmanship prodigy who, at such a young age, has already attained the rank of colonel? Sack's form suddenly materialized behind Yasuo, and in that instant, a blade gleaming with a deadly edge descended upon him. Yet, such an unexpected assault failed to harm Yasuo. Sack smiled, fully aware that he could not easily subdue his opponent, though his brow furrowed with increasing intensity. Show me your true abilities. Yasuo refrained from launching a counterattack, instead opting to evade time and again. Witnessing Yasuo's disinterest in engaging him in combat, Sack's fury ignited. Do you dare to underestimate me? Yasuo remained silent, allowing his blade to articulate his resolve. A gust of air erupted from the edge of his sword, swirling around him with fervent velocity. So, you have finally resolved to take this seriously? Sack exclaimed, swinging his blade with all his might towards Yasuo. In stark contrast, Yasuo remained motionless, the tempestuous air continuing to spiral around him. He still does not strike. Sack perceived Yasuo's intent and intensified his grip with renewed ferocity. To the onlookers, Sack's strike resembled a guillotine. Even the most steadfast of stones seemed destined to succumb to its force. Is he truly waiting for his demise? Indeed, he could have easily evaded the blow. Why does he not move? The crowd's gazes towards Yasuo were laden with complexity. Some were exhilarated, others anxious, while a few eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. As the blade approached Yasuo's head and the spectators braced for his inevitable downfall, the shield materialized. With a whoosh, the swirling air around Yasuo coalesced into a transparent barrier. Bang! Sack's blade collided with the shield, halting its descent entirely. Curse be this! Storm Step Chaos! Sack suddenly leaped into the air, invoking Storm Step. The barrier enveloped Yasuo completely, and despite the relentless barrage of strikes raining down from above, the wind shield held firm. Sack landed, panting heavily, and questioned, "Is this sufficient?" With a swift sweep of his blade, the wind shield dissipated. I have no desire to strike against former colleagues. No, this is far from over. With a thunderous roar, Sack instantly appeared before Yasuo. Boom! The blade's energy cleaved through the air, sending Yasuo crashing into the small tavern behind him. Chapter 35, Yasuo under siege. Today marked the day of departure, and Chenfeng and his companions rose early. They loaded all essential supplies and provisions aboard the Divine Dragon, readying it for departure. Izui and Caitlin, oblivious to the events of the previous night, enjoyed a restful slumber. However, the atmosphere in Tiz Harbor was peculiarly tense. Once a haven for pirates, the harbor now exhibited an unusual orderliness. Typically, one would encounter duels between pirates on the streets, yet today, why do I feel as though this crowd is acting so cautiously? Caitlin was the first to voice her concern, drawing from her experience as a bounty hunter to discern the unusual demeanor of the surrounding pirates. Indeed, what has transpired today? Izzy remarked, turning his gaze toward Chenfeng. Let us hasten our preparations for departure. We can address other matters later. In the depths of twilight, Chenfeng sensed something amiss. Although the events of the previous day bore significant weight, he did not believe they would exert such a profound influence on the entire pirate community of Tizport. The harbor, aboard the Divine Dragon. The trio of Chenfeng diligently transported the goods into the ship's hold, while Eyes completed the refueling process. The Shenlong was poised for departure, yet Chenfeng's emotions were rather tumultuous. For reasons unknown, he found himself recalling the invitation extended to Yasuo the previous day. Although persuading Yasuo to join their ranks should not prove to be difficult, Chenfeng remained perplexed by the implications of the term burden that Yasuo had mentioned. Have you heard? This morning, personnel from the Navy arrived. Indeed, they were led by a brigadier general. From a distance, Chenfeng overheard a conversation between two pirates. Those individuals were from the naval headquarters, and it was unclear why they had come to Port Tiz. They seemed to be searching for something, showing no intention of launching an attack on us. Chenfeng raised his brows slightly, savoring the content of the dialogue between the two individuals. The Navy headquarters, Brigadier General. Seeking? In an instant, Chenfeng recalled the black-clad figures from the previous day. If it were to be said that the intentions of these shadowy individuals aligned with those of the Navy, then the identities of that group would undoubtedly be revealed. The simultaneous emergence of the world government and the Navy. Chenfeng also recalled his identity. Could it be that his arrival in the South Sea shares a similar reason with these individuals? Hey Chenfeng, why are you lost in thought? Ypsiloniza interrupted Chenfeng's contemplation. Chenfeng, when shall we set sail? Caitlin inquired beside him. Chenfeng cast his gaze towards the town and was about to speak when he noticed several pirates rushing towards him in a state of panic, shouting loudly. The Navy. Someone has clashed with the Navy. What? The group of pirates, upon hearing this news, was instantly taken aback. This contingent from the Navy headquarters had nearly instilled fear in the hearts of all pirates in Tizport. Yet no one had anticipated that someone would dare to confront them. The frantic demeanor of these messengers clearly indicated the gravity of the situation. It was said that the Navy was pursuing a swordsman named Yasu. Upon hearing Yasu's name, Chenfeng immediately rose from the deck, while Eyes and Caitlin also paid heed to the conversation among the pirates. The Navy had already encircled the area, making it likely that the swordsman had little chance of escape. We must go. Chenfeng stepped down from the Divine Dragon and hurried towards the town. Hey, are we going to rescue him? Iza inquired, looking at Chenfeng. Let's go. The captain has given the order. Do you wish to stay behind and watch the ship? After hearing Caitlin's words, Iza scratched his head. All right then, before we leave, let us create some chaos. The trio made their way to the town, while a fierce battle raged on nearby. Boom! A powerful blast of air struck the ground, creating a deep crater in the once flat terrain. Sak narrowly evaded the blow and retaliated with a sweeping sword aura aimed at Yasuo. Clang! The air current intercepted the sword energy, dispersing it in the process. Oomph! Sak scoffed, activating his Galefoot technique to deliver a slashing strike towards Yasuo's waist. Leaning slightly to the side, Yasuo narrowly avoided the attack, which severed two wooden pillars of the tavern behind him. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Sak advanced, his blade once again gathering sword energy. I did not intend to cause trouble. With a roar, a fierce wind erupted from the blade, amplifying the air currents surrounding Yasuo severalfold. Boom! The clash of the two blades sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing both Navy personnel and pirates to stagger in the ferocious impact. What immense power! What a confrontation this is! The onlooking pirates were the most astonished. They had underestimated both Brigadier Sak and Yasuo's strength. As the dust settled, Yasuo stood unfazed in his original position. Be Brigadier, a Navy major exclaimed in shock upon noticing Sak, battered and sprawled on the ground. Immediately, Navy soldiers rushed to assist Sak, though his injuries were not severe. They were merely cuts from the sword energy during his confrontation with Yasuo. Yasuo stepped towards the crowd, prompting the surrounding pirates to quickly part ways. Yasuo, With the heinous crimes you've committed, do you really think you can escape today? Sack shouted, breaking free from the soldier's support and directing his voice at Yasuo's back. In response, dozens of Navy soldiers turned their weapons towards Yasuo, and even nearby buildings had become crowded with sharpshooters. Seeing this daunting formation, the onlooking pirates hastily dispersed, fearing they might be implicated. However, the encircling navy paid no mind to the pirates. Their sole focus was on Yasuo. At my command, you shall find no escape today. And what if I choose to leave? Yasuo replied defiantly. You may certainly try. Sack sneered, his gaze fixed intently on Yasuo's figure. Yet, Yasuo appeared oblivious to Sack's threats, continuing his path toward the crowd. Bang, 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 bang. A relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon Yasuo, yet a transparent barrier effortlessly absorbed the onslaught. His steps remained unwavering. As long as the blade in his grasp was not sheathed, the wind shield enveloping him would persist. Mortars, prepare. A command echoed, revealing a row of mortars lined up along the path ahead of Yasuo. Today, we shall not allow Yasuo to escape. Open fire, under the command of a naval colonel. All mortars were aimed squarely at Yasuo in the center of the road. Boom! The concentrated explosions engulfed Yasuo entirely. From the thick black smoke, a figure emerged. It was Yasuo himself. He had scarcely taken a few steps before retreating once more. Clearly, the recent bombardment had compromised his windshield, forcing him to evade. Let us see what you could do now. At Sack's signal, dozens of sailors armed with long blades surrounded Yasuo. Do you truly believe this can confine me? Yasuo's aura surged dramatically, a formidable sword intent emanating from him. Chapter 36. The dragon ship sets sail. The battle was on the brink of eruption. A powerful gust of wind surged like a tempest, striking outwards. Altogether now, the sailors braved the fierce winds, charging toward Yasuo in unison. Whoosh! A current transformed into a blade of air, sweeping toward the advancing pirates. Though these naval soldiers possessed superior combat skills, they were still no match for a swordsman of Yasuo's caliber. Soon, every sailor attempting to besiege Yasuo lay defeated. Curse it, fire at will. Sack commanded the nearby naval colonel. But our men will be caught in the blast. Capturing the fugitive Yasuo is our top priority. This is an order. Yes. Under Sack's directive, the colonel immediately signaled the mortars to fire. A violent explosion once again engulfed the street. In this indiscriminate assault, neither the Navy nor Yasuo could evade the devastation. With wave after wave of fire, the entire street seemed destined to become a wasteland. Yet Sack showed no signs of halting, continuously issuing orders to unleash more fire. No matter what, he would not allow Yasuo to leave here alive today. Boom! More explosions resonated, but this time the target was not the street before them. Who dares? The naval colonel scanned his surroundings, realizing that an unnoticed ambush had wrecked several mortars from behind. Just as the colonel sought the enemy, a bomb plummeted from the heavens. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the entire mortar position. As the smoke cleared, the figure of Chenfeng emerged onto the street. Observing Chenfeng's slow yet deliberate advance, the pirates scattered across the buildings simultaneously aimed their weapons at him. Enemies, fire! Fire! The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several naval soldiers were struck, plummeting from the buildings. Following this, a barrage of missiles rained down, mercilessly dislodging the remaining naval forces from their perches. Is it you? Yasuo remained relatively unscathed, despite the overwhelming onslaught of artillery. Indeed. Chenfeng nodded and gazed at Yasuo, who surprisingly remained still. What brings you here? To invite someone to join us as our companion. Yasuo furrowed his brow. I've already stated that I do not wish to burden anyone. Chenfeng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging the gravity of the situation that was now inextricably linked to them. Who dares to lay a hand upon the Navy? The furious voice of Sack echoed as he brandished his blade and approached. Yasuo, our battle is far from over. We shall await you aboard the ship. Unbeknownst to them, Eyes and Caitlin had emerged behind Chenfeng, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as they gazed at Yasuo. Yasuo nodded slightly, responding with a calm, I understand. As he watched the trio depart, a surge of resolve coursed through his hand, gripping the sword. Yasuo, Sack raised his blade to meet him, declaring, You shall not escape today. In the face of the oncoming strike from behind, Yasuo nimbly evaded the attack with effortless grace. The light of the blade flickered as Sack's eyes widened in shock. Iron block, steel slash. The energy of the sword rapidly coalesced along the blade, gathering with intensity. With a resounding clash, the sword's energy burst forth, severing Sak's katana with a decisive strike. Sheathing his sword, Yasuo turned his gaze toward the harbor, a new glimmer igniting within his otherwise indifferent eyes. Will he come? Eyes languidly leaned against the mast, inexplicably feeling that Yasuo's demeanor was rather cold, as though he were difficult to approach. Caitlin, on the other hand, remained silent, her curiosity directed toward Chenfeng. Rest assured, he is not nearly as aloof as you perceive from the outside. Chenfeng's gaze remained unwavering as he focused intently on the direction of the town, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind the crowd, prompting the three to turn abruptly. It was Yasuo. He stood motionless at the edge of the ship, fixing his eyes upon Chenfeng. "Why have you invited me?" he inquired. Because we share commonalities." With a smile, Chenfeng welcomed Yasuo, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Yasuo, somewhat perplexed, fixed his gaze on Chenfeng in silence. "Do you not yearn to pursue your dreams upon the Grand Line?" Dreams? Upon hearing Chenfeng's words, Yasuo momentarily lost his train of thought. Glancing at the blade of the wind in his hand, he was taken aback. "I concur." Without any pretense, Yasuo accepted the invitation without even inquiring about Chenfeng and his companions. No, he cannot be serious. Not only was Eyes astonished, but even Caitlin found it hard to believe that he had so readily acquiesced. "Excellent. Then we may set sail at once." With arms raised high, Chenfeng shouted, "Partners, set sail." Boom, boom, boom. Several cannonballs rained down around the Shenlong, causing the vessel to sway violently. What is happening? Iza, poised for battle, deftly maneuvered the Shenlong to evade the onslaught, while Caitlin swiftly ascended to the lookout. "It's the Navy. We must act quickly. Otherwise, their warships will catch up to us." Yasuo cautioned the crew, as Chenfeng promptly issued commands. "Set sail." Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs continued to plummet into the water. But fortunately, the Shenlong managed to depart in time, evading the naval bombardment. However, the surrounding pirate ships were not as fortunate, caught in the indiscriminate fire of the Navy. Several vessels sank into the depths in an instant. As they sailed away from Tiz port, Chenfeng and his companions caught sight of the warship as formidable form. This naval vessel dwarfed the Shenlong by several times, especially with its dense array of cannons. 10 Shenlongs would scarcely suffice to withstand its might. "Iza, Caitlin," with a resounding shout. Chenfeng and the others swiftly understood each other's intent. The magical device on Iza's wrist emitted a brilliant blue light, while Caitlin affixed a spinning blade to her firearm. Whoosh! The spinning blade and explosive shell were launched simultaneously. However, what transpired next left Yasuo utterly astonished. The explosive shell merged with the spinning blade, propelling it forward with astonishing speed. The explosive shell drove the spinning blade toward the naval warship, causing the sailors aboard to gaze upwards, bewildered by the radiant blue glow. "What is that?" "No, it's coming down." Boom! The explosive shell struck the thick mast of the warship directly, while the spinning blade cleaved it in two. The main mast collapsed with a thunderous crash, also toppling the smaller mast in front. As black smoke billowed from the ship, the trio aboard celebrated with excited high-fives. Yet Yasuo stared at the motionless warship, a look of incredulity etched on his face. He had anticipated a fierce battle, but it had ended so swiftly. "Target, Tanny Town. Full speed ahead." Chenfeng gestured towards the endless sea ahead. "Orders received. Let us set sail." Iza piloted the Shenlong towards the horizon, leaving Tiz Harbor behind. Chapter 37. Yasuo joins the crew Tiz Harbor. Streets. The naval forces, decimated by Chenfeng and his companions, lay scattered, with only a few soldiers trembling as they struggled to rise. Brigadier General Sak was gravely wounded, especially from that last strike, where the sword's energy nearly pierced his chest. Fortunately, he had managed to avoid a fatal blow, preserving his life. "What shall we do, sir?" "Damn it, he still managed to escape." Supported Sak stood, but his severe injuries hindered his movement. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the back of a naval soldier. "What?" The crowd turned, witnessing a pirate tossing the soldier's lifeless body aside. "Brothers, this pitiful group of naval forces has practically delivered themselves to us. If we kill that brigadier general, we'll make a name for ourselves." The pirates, who had previously been mere spectators of the battle, now revealed their true colors, eagerly grabbing weapons and preparing to strike. These pirates dare Sak's words were cut short as pain surged from his abdomen wound, causing him to tremble. "Ha! What can a crippled naval brigadier general do?" The pirate leading the charge, his blade stained with blood, shouted to those around him. "To make a name for ourselves, this naval crew must perish. Brothers, let us kill." At the summons of this individual, all pirates raised their weapons and charged towards the navy. Sak surveyed the scene before him, his heart ablaze with fury. These pitifully weak pirates, whom he would not have bothered to confront under ordinary circumstances, now posed a potential threat to his very life. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions scattered all the pirates, and before they could regain their senses, several crows suddenly soared overhead, accompanied by the splatter of fresh blood. All the pirates fell, each corpse bearing a deep wound at the nape, with some necks severed, leaving only the vertebrae connecting the head to the body. Sack, I never imagined you would be foolish enough to reach this extent, Swain remarked, leaning on his cane as he approached Sack, flanked by several cloaked figures. Swain, why do you not stop Yasuo? My mission does not involve him. I'm under no obligation to concern myself with other matters. You. Just as Sack was about to finish his sentence, another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Those cloaked figures, could they be from last night? Indeed, they are the ones who slaughtered our crew, and my subordinates. Upon seeing Swain and his entourage, a large number of pirates quickly gathered, outnumbering those who had previously aimed to assault the navy, as yesterday's events had entangled far too many pirate crews. Speak quickly. Was it you who killed our men last night? One pirate took the lead, and the crowd immediately echoed his sentiments. Faced with the oncoming horde of pirates, Swain displayed no sign of fear. The world government is conducting business here. Those uninvolved should retreat. At his words, all the pirates trembled in shock. What? What did he just say? The world government? Then all the pirates gripping their weapons found their hands trembling uncontrollably. Swain threw off his coat, revealing the world government's emblem emblazoned on the inner lining, and a small emblem on the chest of his black attire. World government personnel. On either side of the street, the pirates initially stood in ominous silence, only to soon erupt into a cacophony of chaos. The question of whether the world government's forces could withstand them was secondary. Any provocation directed at the world government would inevitably lead to an unyielding confrontation. While there were many who would rally to the cause of slaying this naval brigadier, an assault on the agents of the world government would yield unimaginable consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the pirates encircling the streets swiftly scattered, leaving the thoroughfare deserted in a matter of moments. Your world government truly wields considerable power, remarked Sake, a hint of disdain lacing his words, to which Swain offered no rebuttal. The dragon's roar, having successfully evaded naval pursuit, now surged across the vast ocean. It was the crew's inaugural voyage, and their spirits were buoyant. The exhilaration of sailing beneath a cerulean sky and over endless waters was utterly invigorating. Yasuo leaned against the side of the ship, gazing contemplatively at the sea ahead, lost in thought. Hey, Yasuo, called out Chenfeng, drawing his attention. That sword you carry looks rather formidable. In response, Yasuo unsheathed his blade. This sword is named Windslayer, a companion I have cherished through the years. It is Itachi, adorned with cloud patterns on both the sheath and hilt, and one can almost hear the whispering winds as it slices through the air. Chenfeng nodded, acknowledging the prowess of the swift swordmaster, whose weapon was equally formidable. Since we have joined forces, it would be prudent to introduce ourselves. By the way, what prompted the Navy to pursue you? Upon hearing Chenfeng's inquiry, the other two cast curious glances at Yasuo. With a faint smile, Yasuo removed the scarf that partially obscured his face. Apart from Chenfeng, Izayoi and Caitlin gazed at him in disbelief. This seemingly seasoned swordsman was, in fact, remarkably youthful. Indeed, as Chenfeng had remarked, Yasuo was merely in his 20s. I enlisted in the Navy at the age of 17, and by 20, I had ascended to the rank of colonel at headquarters. 3 months ago, while escorting officials from the world government, I took the life of one of their high-ranking members. Yasuo's expression was remarkably calm, as if recounting a tale detached from his own existence. Yet, his words sent ripples of shock through the ears of his companions. You killed a high-ranking official of the world government? Both Izayoi and Caitlin exclaimed in unison. Indeed, I could not restrain myself at that moment, and thus. Yasuo's sentence trailed off, hinting at unspoken complexities. So, you have ventured from the Grand Line to arrive here? Chenfeng was indifferent to the affairs of the world government, for he harbored a profound disdain for that place. Even when Yasuo had slain high-ranking officials there, Chenfeng believed that Yasuo had his own justifications. Indeed, it was unexpected that he would have to return to such a place once more. Yasuo's tone was no longer as frigid as before. It resonated more harmoniously with his actual age. Observing the smile that graced Yasuo's face, Chenfeng finally exhaled a sigh. It was rare for one to still smile while being pursued by the world government and the Navy. By joining you, would I not be able to confront the Navy and the government with greater audacity? Yasuo shrugged, adopting a demeanor of complete indifference. Eyes and Caitlin were left speechless. Yet Chenfeng chuckled. Welcome to our illustrious pirate crew. Thank you. In the face of the trio's warm gazes, Yasuo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. During these days, he had evaded the Navy's pursuit, solitary, with only his sword for companionship. Now he finally had comrades, and he no longer needed to maintain that cold fade for self-preservation. By the way, do we not have a pirate flag for our crew yet? Chenfeng scratched his head, expressing his helplessness. None of us can draw. In that moment, Yasuo felt as though he had boarded a ghost ship. Chapter 38. The Girl on the Pirate Ship. The next target is set for Tanny Town, a place akin to Rogue Town in the EC, serving as the final stop before entering the Grand Line. However, reaching there will require at least 4 to 5 more days. Alas, we must find a chef in the future. Chenfeng gazed at the fish in his hand, charred to a crisp resembling coal, and swallowed hard. Are you expressing disdain for me? He queried. Upon hearing Chenfeng's words, Iza's mood soured immediately, yet he still clutched 2 similarly burnt fish in his hands. Chenfeng directly stated, what about the provisions we've stored on the ship? Let us indulge in some healthier options. As Chenfeng spoke, he made his way towards the kitchen. I share the same sentiment. Caitlin let out a hum, trailing closely behind Chenfeng into the kitchen. Eyes, filled with frustration from the two, trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he turned to glance at Yasuo, who was seated at the edge of the boat, engrossed in fishing. Hey, Yasuo, you wouldn't look down on my grilled fish, would you? To his dismay, Yasuo did not even turn his head, remaining focused on his fishing. I only enjoy fishing. I never claimed to relish eating fish, especially toxic ones. Cursing under his breath, Eyes tossed the charred fish into the sea and hastily made his way towards the kitchen. Leave some for me. Yasuo retrieved a small flask from his waist, uncapped it, and took a hearty swig, letting out a satisfied sigh. Though their acquaintance had spanned merely 2 days, he regarded his companions with great fondness, having already deemed them worthy of his trust. Amused by the thought, Yasuo shook his head and chuckled. Suddenly, with a splash, a plump sea fish was pulled up. The fish flopped on the deck, thrashing its tail vigorously. Not bad. Another hefty catch. As he spoke, Yasuo abruptly looked up, his gaze drawn to a small dark spot appearing on the horizon. Due to the distance, he could not discern what it was. An island? A ship? Hearing the commotion, Chenfeng and the others rushed out of the kitchen. Chenfeng was holding a chicken leg in his mouth, while Caitlin had already taken out a monocular telescope. The distant black dot gradually enlarged in her view, and soon the silhouette of a ship emerged. It was a vessel, and indeed a pirate ship. Let me take a look. Chenfeng swallowed the chicken and then took the telescope from Caitlin's hands. Indeed, a pirate ship with black sails came into view. The Jolly Roger fluttered above the vessel. Yet the number of pirates on deck remained elusive due to the considerable distance. What to do? Yasuo had already placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, ready to strike without hesitation if the need arose. No, a simple greeting would suffice. Chenfeng returned the telescope to Caitlin. Maintain your original speed. I will signal for assistance if necessary. Are you going alone? Although Iza was not entirely in favor, he did not hinder Chenfeng. After meticulous preparations, Chenfeng boarded a spare small boat, departing from the Shenlong and hastening towards the pirate ship. Is it truly without risk? Yasuo inquired of Iza, while Caitlin readied her weapon, embodying a readiness for battle. Let us prepare for the reception. All right, a pirate ship bearing black sails is a rare sight in this world. Perhaps due to the conspicuousness of the black sails, nearly every pirate vessel avoids painting them black to evade detection by patrolling naval ships. However, the pirate ship before them stands as an exception. As Chenfeng approached the pirate ship in a small wooden vessel, he abandoned the boat and, utilizing the moonwalk technique, drew closer to his target. The pirates were preoccupied with the sea, rendering them largely oblivious to the happenings above. Indeed, Chenfeng, gracefully executing the moonwalk, positioned himself directly above the pirate ship, yet none sensed the anomaly. The crew remained engrossed in their respective tasks. Under the cover of anonymity, Chenfeng discreetly descended upon the pirate ship. His curiosity was piqued regarding the origins of this vessel. It was evident that a crew bold enough to hoist a black flag upon the seas possessed a certain level of prowess. Seizing the opportunity during a shift change among the pirates, Chenfeng stealthily made his way into the ship's cabin. The interior decor of this pirate ship was remarkably impressive, prompting Chenfeng to involuntarily compare it to his own vessel, the Shenlong. Alas, constructing such a ship would undoubtedly cost far more than 300,000 berries. With a sigh, Chenfeng suddenly heard a voice emanating from a nearby room. Captain Plank, we shall reach the waters surrounding Tanny Town in approximately 4 days. Tell the crew to stay alert. Once we arrive at Tanny Town, we shall be but a stone's throw away from the Grand Line. Yes. Hearing footsteps approaching the doorway, Chenfeng swiftly concealed himself around a corner. The door creaked open, and a pirate made his way towards Chenfeng, just as he prepared to further retreat. Another set of footsteps echoed from the depths of the ship's cabin. As Chenfeng, still unaware of the situation, wished to conceal his identity for a while longer, he instinctively pulled open a door and slipped inside. "Are you two slacking off again?" remarked a pirate emerging from the captain's quarters, his tone somewhat stern. "We're on our way to take up our posts. Hurry." "Yes." The sound of footsteps gradually receded in opposite directions, allowing Chenfeng to exhale a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the place he had hidden in was a storage room. Had there been anyone else here, it would have been quite the predicament. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of hurried breaths reached his ears. Chenfeng abruptly turned around, immediately assuming a defensive posture. With a clatter, a knife fell to the ground, and Chenfeng caught sight of the individual poised to attack him. The girl tumbled to the ground, seemingly startled by Chenfeng's sudden reaction. "Who are you?" Chenfeng curiously observed the girl before him. Her long, disheveled purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, and though her figure was quite appealing, her attire appeared somewhat tattered, suggesting she might be a wandering refugee. Upon hearing his gaze, the girl turned her head. In that fleeting moment, Chenfeng found himself rooted to the spot. In harmony with her ragged clothing, her face bore the marks of dirt. However, this did not imply that she was unattractive. On the contrary, she possessed a celestial beauty. It was evident from Chenfeng's dazed expression as he stood transfixed, staring at her, just how breathtaking her features were. Despite the grime that marred her complexion, it contrasted sharply with the fair skin elsewhere, attesting to the perfection of her skin. Yet, what truly captivated Chenfeng were her eyes, an enchanting pair that could ensnare the heart. "What do you want?" the girl demanded, glaring fiercely at him with her beautiful gaze. Chapter 39. A commotion at the plank pirate crew. A misunderstanding. Chenfeng quickly waved his hand, persistently indicating that he was a good person. However, the girl before him, with her pitiful expression tinged with a hint of anger, stirred a gentle flutter within Chenfeng's heart. "Who is this girl?" he pondered, "that I feel a sudden rush of emotions upon our first encounter." You're not a pirate, are you?" the girl inquired cautiously, her large eyes seemingly filled with curiosity. I'm a pirate," Chenfeng admitted with a nod. "You are lying to me." Suddenly, Chenfeng felt a shiver run through every hair on his body. For reasons unknown, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him as he observed the girl picking up a knife from the ground. The blade was etched with dragon patterns, and more importantly, it exuded a regal aura that made Chenfeng's heart race in alarm. Even the soul-shattering blade would likely pale in comparison to its power. Yet, just as Chenfeng's attention was ensnared by the knife, the girl swung it towards him. Such a golden opportunity to strike could have been seized by anyone. However, perhaps due to the girl's frail physique, her strike lacked strength, as if the blade weighed 1,000 pounds. Chenfeng shrugged nonchalantly, effortlessly evading the attack. However, what astonished him was the sheer power of the blade. Although it did not strike him, the knife cleaved through the heavy wooden door behind him. The sturdy door was torn apart as if it were mere parchment, a smooth and precise incision dividing it into two halves. Yet, the girl appeared to exert no effort at all. The earlier display was entirely a testament to the blade's sharpness, unrelated to strength. "Please, young lady, refrain from such antics. It would be quite troublesome if we were to attract the enemy's attention." As Chenfeng witnessed the girl raising the knife once more, he hastily seized the weapon from her grasp. Though her weapon had been taken, the girl appeared unfazed, instead furrowing her brows and inquiring, "Are you not one of them?" The them she referred to, of course, were the band of pirates aboard the ship. "Certainly not. Otherwise, I would have summoned assistance long ago." With an innocent demeanor, Chenfeng instilled a sense of reassurance in the girl. However, just as he contemplated how to convey his true intentions, she unexpectedly seized his hand. "Since you are not one of them, please help me escape from this place." Aufricht. In a moment of confusion, Chenfeng unwittingly acquiesced to the girl's request, failing to inquire about her identity. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, prompting Chenfeng to realize that the wooden door of the room had been shattered, and it was likely that the person outside had already witnessed the scene within. Eagle flash. Plank was in high spirits. He had not only formed a pirate crew, but had also officially acquired his own pirate ship, setting his maritime ambitions firmly on course. With crew and vessel in hand, Plank's next objective was the Grand Line. In just a few days, we shall reach Tanny Town for a proper resupply, and our entry into the Grand Line will be imminent. He stroked his beard, envisioning himself as a formidable maritime sovereign reigning over the seas. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ship's hold, causing the entire vessel to lurch. What happened? Plank barely managed to steady himself from the unexpected tremor, but before he could comprehend the situation, shouts of alarm erupted from outside. An enemy attack. Plank, refusing to underestimate the threat, dashed towards the captain's quarters. At that moment, the deck of the pirate ship had descended into chaos, with sword energies sweeping through the air, leaving deep gashes in their wake. The pirates aboard were being driven into disarray, with the sounds of men falling overboard ringing out incessantly. Who dares to cause trouble on my ship? Plank burst forth from the cabin, only to behold a young man at the center of the deck, clutching a girl with one hand while unleashing waves of sword energy with the other. You audacious brat! How dare you create a ruckus aboard my vessel? Plank advanced, commanding the young man to cease his actions. Chenfeng did not hear what Plank was shouting, yet the pirates besieging him began to retreat simultaneously. Following this, all the pirates hurled their weapons towards Chenfeng. In unison, an array of weapons seemed to respond to a command, converging from all directions to form an impenetrable circular wall that bore down upon Chenfeng. Hold on to me. Faced with the onslaught of various weapons from all sides, Chenfeng felt no fear whatsoever. Upon hearing his words, the girl, clutching him tightly, suddenly embraced him from behind, as if terrified that he might abandon her without warning. Chenfeng inhaled sharply, the soft sensation at his back truly exquisite. It was merely a fleeting moment of distraction for Chenfeng when the onslaught aimed at the two drew perilously closer. Observing the impending danger, the girl let out a startled cry, instinctively clutching Chenfeng tighter. A whirlwind. Whoosh! A fierce gale enveloped Chenfeng and the girl, surging outward with tremendous force. Every weapon hurtling towards them was repelled by the tempest. The sound of blades and clubs striking the deck echoed, and many pirates were injured by the suddenly rebounding projectiles, rendering the already chaotic scene even more tumultuous. This whirlwind not only deflected the assault, but also severed all the masts with its blade-like winds, causing the pitch-black sails to plummet from the sky. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate them. Plank roared, drawing his cutlass and charging forward. Eagle flash. Swish. Before Plank could approach, a wave of sword energy surged towards him. Boom. Plank was hurled several meters away by the force of the sword aura. Even his cutlass was cleaved in two. Damn it. Though Plank sustained minimal injury, he swiftly regained his footing on the deck. Everyone attack. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate them. If need be, let the ship sink, and we shall perish together. One could clearly see that Plank was genuinely enraged. Witnessing the disintegration of his hard-won Plank pirate crew at the hands of unwelcome intruders would ignite fury in anyone's heart. Under Plank's command, the pirates aimed their cannons at the two in the center of the deck. With a single word from Plank, the entire ship would plunge into the depths of the sea. This situation had become dire. Chenfeng fixed his gaze upon the dense array of cannons ahead, adopting a stance befitting one who faced imminent peril. You came this way, so you shall depart in the same manner. The girl clinging to Chenfeng pouted, clearly unconvinced that he was at a loss. I descended from the heavens, Chenfeng declared candidly. Then let us depart from this place swiftly, she urged, showing no astonishment at his revelation, but rather pressing him to hasten their escape. But I cannot carry you. Chapter 40, Ivy Fire. A row of dark cannon mouths was already aimed at the two, and it was evident that Plank intended to bring them both to ruin. We must try. What? Before the girl could fully comprehend, she felt a sudden lightness beneath her feet, and to her astonishment, she was lifted into the air. Hold on tight. In the next moment, a deluge of cannon fire enveloped their previous position. Under the relentless bombardment, the pirate ship began to split apart at the center, its two halves tilting precariously to either side. The pirates were thrown into disarray, and an array of chaotic debris, including cannons, tumbled into the depths of the sea. With the moonlit steps, Chenfeng surged beyond the confines of the artillery's barrage, though his speed had considerably diminished. Stay calm, open fire, Plank commanded. Observing that the two remained unscathed from the recent bombardment, he immediately ordered all personnel to direct their fire towards the airborne duo. Oomph. Do you think you can escape merely by flying? Even birds can be brought down, Plank growled, extending his hand menacingly towards the pair above. Despite Chenfeng unleashing the full extent of his ferocity, he found little advancement in speed. This was not to suggest the girl was excessively heavy, but rather, in her effort to cling tightly and prevent herself from falling, she had wrapped her legs around Chenfeng's right leg. Chenfeng could only rely on one leg to execute the moonwalk. Please, don't cling to my leg. No, I can't. From the trembling words of the girl, It was evident that she was engulfed in fear, leaving little room for concern for Chenfeng. If this continues, we will. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chenfeng could finish his words, a barrage of bullets descended upon them from below. Gather. Under Plank's ability, all the bullets swiftly converged towards the center, forming a conical shape in midair, firmly locking onto the two suspended in space. This is bad. Chenfeng immediately grasped the knife wielded by the girl, simultaneously unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved through the incoming bullets. As the sword energy was released, it astonishingly encompassed all the bullets, effectively neutralizing the opponent's volley. Bring me artillery. Chenfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld several cannonballs hurtling towards him. Goodness! Chenfeng did not anticipate that the adversary was devoid of artillery. Nevertheless, the shell still held its own utility. Boom! 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 The shell detonated midair, and although Chenfeng managed to deflect the projectile, the violent recoil propelled him downward. With only one leg to stabilize himself, he found it utterly impossible to maintain his balance in the air, especially while bearing the weight of another individual. Thud! Chenfeng and the others did not plunge into the sea. Instead, they landed upon the deck. It turned out that upon hearing the sounds of battle, Izzy swiftly piloted the Divine Dragon at full speed to provide support, fortuitously arriving just as Chenfeng descended from the skies. Goodness, not this trick again. Fortunately, this time, there was no gaping hole left in the deck. Otherwise, there would have been no place for everyone to weep. Explosive blast. Izzy unleashed a powerful explosion that utterly collapsed the side of the ship where Plank was situated, causing the vessel to split apart upon the surface of the sea. Damn it, save me. Faintly, the crowd could still hear Plank's cries for help. Chenfeng, are you alright? Caitlin rushed over to check on Chenfeng, only to unexpectedly discover the little girl trapped beneath him. Who is she? Yasuo hurriedly stepped forward to pull Chenfeng aside, allowing the girl to exhale a long sigh of relief. I thought I was going to be crushed. As the wind of the morning resisted the cannonball, Chenfeng faced away from the Divine Dragon ship, naturally descending with his back towards the ground. However, this predicament proved unfortunate for the girl. You are so heavy, you nearly crushed me. Her words were still somewhat halting, yet it was evident that her condition had improved significantly. It was only then that Chenfeng realized he had used the girl as a cushion, which explained why he and T felt any pain when he fell. Observing Chenfeng's somewhat smug yet entirely unrepentant demeanor, the girl trembled with anger. The Shenlong had already sailed far away, while the pirate ship behind them had sunk completely into the depths of the sea, leaving only debris and pirates floating on the surface. With everything in order, Chenfeng and his companions gazed curiously at the girl. She had recovered from her earlier fright, yet remained cautious and wary as she regarded the four of them. However, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes when they met Chenfeng's gaze, which left him feeling quite embarrassed, as they silently observed one another. It was ultimately Chenfeng who broke the silence. My dear young lady, I must apologize for my earlier actions. Chenfeng extended his hand towards the girl, wishing to convey his goodwill. However, instead of shaking hands, she merely gave him a light slap, akin to a high five. We are the Super God Pirates, and I am Captain Chenfeng. Chenfeng took the initiative to introduce himself, followed by the introduction of the 3 crew members aboard the ship. I am Aiwei. The 4 companions of Chenfeng came to learn some details about Aiwei, who had merely run away from home and wandered aimlessly, only to inadvertently stow away on a pirate ship. Following that, the recent events unfolded. As they introduced themselves, an undeniable camaraderie blossomed among them. However, Yasuo remained fixated on the sword beside Aiwei. Noticing Yasuo's curiosity, Aiwei began to exhibit her blade to the group. I am unaware of the sword's true name, but I have chosen to call it Starlight. As she spoke, Aiwei gently caressed the blade's surface, revealing that it had been passed down from her ancestors, and no one in her family had ever been able to wield it. How could it be that? Perhaps this sword possesses a spirit of its own and, for reasons unknown, chose me, allowing only me within my family to bear its weight. At this point, Aiwei lowered her head, lamenting her lack of proficiency in swordsmanship. So remarkable, so formidable. Suddenly, Chenfeng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "But I just used it!" In the recent skirmish, amidst the chaos, Chenfeng had wielded the Star Radiance, which he had snatched from AV. Meanwhile, the soul-shattering blade had remained suspended at his waist, untouched. It was no wonder he felt his swordsmanship had significantly improved, with a noticeable enhancement in the potency of his strikes. Reflecting on the earlier battle, Chenfeng experienced an indescribable exhilaration. You were able to wield my blade. That cannot be possible. AV blinked in curiosity, then extended the Star Radiance towards Chenfeng once more. Could you try again? Very well. Chenfeng took the magnificent weapon, which shimmered like the stars, with great interest. However, in the next moment, his face turned a deep shade of crimson. How heavy? With an instinctive surge, Chenfeng unleashed his berserk ability, his arms swelling with veins as a formidable power coursed toward the mystical blade nestled between his hands. Yet, even as Chenfeng pressed downward with all his might, it seemed as though his hands would soon be forced against the deck. In that moment, AI Wei, with an air of effortless grace, effortlessly seized the blade from his grasp. It appeared that Xing Yao had temporarily permitted this use of power to aid my escape from peril. Observing AI Wei wielding Xing Yao with such ease, and then glancing at the exhausted and defeated state of Chenfeng sprawled on the ground, the onlookers collectively swallowed hard. How impressive. Chapter 41. Beneath the Stars, Two Souls. Thus, AI Wei became a member of the Divine Dragon. Although she did not explicitly declare her allegiance to the pirate crew, she seamlessly integrated with everyone, engaging even with Yeso in discussions about the ethereal concept of sword intent. The most frequent pastime of Chenfeng was to sit upon the deck, basking in the sea breeze while observing the graceful figure of Ai Wei as she moved elegantly about the ship. When Ai Wei was rescued by Chenfeng, she appeared rather disheveled. However, after she had taken the time to groom herself, she transformed entirely. At least for Chenfeng, his previous notions of beauty seemed utterly insufficient. The girl before him was undeniably captivating, possessing an indescribable charm. At the tender age of 17 or 18, she already boasted a slender figure, fair yet healthy skin, and a visage that reflected the divine artistry of creation itself. Before his untimely demise, Chenfeng was merely a reclusive individual, unable to articulate the myriad emotions that surged within him upon witnessing AI Wei emerge from the cabin. In the solitude of his hermetic existence, he had often fantasized about the idealized goddess of his dreams. However, compared to the ethereal presence before him, he felt woefully inadequate. From that moment on, he found himself irresistibly drawn to observe AI Wei in secret, pondering the illustrious lineage she might hail from. Could she be a princess from a noble family along the Grand Line? The details of AI Wei's life remained shrouded in mystery, as she chose to disclose little to those around her. After all, every individual harbors their own secrets. Even in his curiosity, Chenfeng refrained from pressing anyone for answers, for he himself was perhaps the one with the most concealed truths. Iza, how much longer until we reach Tannytown? We should arrive by early tomorrow morning. Chenfeng lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the night deepened, and soon the celestial sphere would be adorned with countless stars. Ah, how delightful it is to be away from pollution and close to nature, in the absence of smog and the pervasive stench of industrial fumes. Chenfeng found each breath to be a unique experience. Coupled with a breathtaking starlit sky, it was indeed a luxurious indulgence. With his hands clasped behind his head, Chenfeng eagerly anticipated the stars of the evening. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as someone ascended the stairs to the rooftop of the Divine Dragon. Chenfeng turned his head and saw AI Wei approaching with a platter of delicacies. Oh, do you also have an interest in counting the stars? Chenfeng smiled as he accepted the delicacy, while AI Wei casually settled down beside him, inhaling the faint, delightful aroma emanating from the treat. Chenfeng couldn't help but feel intrigued. Did you make this yourself? He inquired. Indeed, give it a try, she replied. Chenfeng casually picked a delicate pastry from a plate, glanced at it briefly, and then popped it into his mouth. The sweet flavor burst forth, and he found himself enveloped in a fragrant aroma that lingered with every chew, delighting his senses. Delicious, isn't it? As Chenfeng nodded enthusiastically, AI Wei couldn't help but smile. In the next moment, captivated by AI Wei's smile, Chenfeng momentarily forgot to chew, as if the delightful pastry had completely slipped from his mind. This confection was crafted from a medley of fresh fruits. As long as the fruits were sufficiently fresh, the resulting flavor would invariably be exquisite. Chenfeng shook his head slightly, finally emerging from the captivating smile of AI Wei. How wonderful! Please become our chef, he exclaimed. I am not skilled in the culinary arts. These snacks are merely what I learned out of boredom, AI Wei replied, waving her hand. You should hasten to find a professional chef, or else everyone will certainly go hungry. What? I just prepared 6 plates of dim sum, and they've already devoured the remaining 5. It seems they have not been well fed for quite some time. Chenfeng awkwardly scratched his head, reluctantly conceding to Ivy's perspective. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. One cannot allow others to suffer hunger alongside oneself. It seems imperative to find a chef for the ship, but the selection must be approached with caution. The night had fully enveloped the sky, replaced by a canopy adorned with countless stars. The nocturnal beauty of the ocean was a sight Chenfeng encountered for the first time since arriving in this world. Having experienced the soothing glow of the starlight, he had developed a habit of gazing upward each night. Ivy, with her arms wrapped around her knees, joined Chenfeng in admiring the celestial expanse. The stars above seemed so free. Watching them every day filled her with envy. After a long pause, Ivy uttered a profound thought. Was your previous life not free? She gently shook her head. No one could control me, yet I felt ensnared by countless invisible cages. I appeared free, yet was bound by unseen constraints. Is this the reason you ran away from home? Ivy looked at Chenfeng, her eyes shimmering like exquisite gems under the starlight. I do not know when I might return to that cage. I simply wish to live the life I long for before that time comes, even if it is as fleeting as a star's glow. Hearing Ivy's heartfelt expression stirred something within Chenfeng. What kind of life do you seek? He inquired. Freedom, she replied simply. Meanwhile, below on the deck, Izzy, Caitlin, and Yasuo had already devoured all 5 plates of snacks, leaving nothing but remnants. I never expected this girl, who looks like a princess, to possess such skill, Caitlin remarked. Indeed, and she's so beautiful as well, Izzy added, rubbing his face in disbelief at Ivy's current demeanor. But have you noticed the aura she emanates? It's quite peculiar, Yasuo said, taking a swig from his gourd. Since boarding the ship, Yasuo had shed his previous reticence. Though still not overly talkative, his curiosity now surpassed even Izzy's in certain respects. Yes, that's right, Izzy interjected. While she is indeed beautiful, or perhaps perfect, I can always sense the aura she radiates, a commanding presence akin to that of a ruler. Caitlin observed the exchange between the two and muttered, perhaps she truly is a princess. Possessing such an aura is not unreasonable. The group fell silent for a moment, each feeling the same aura emanating from Ivy, even experiencing a sense of reverence because of it. Yet, why did Chenfeng seem unaffected? Izzy pondered, while Caitlin's blunt response was simple. Look at his infatuated expression. How could he feel anything? Impressive indeed. Izzy nodded in agreement, unexpectedly developing admiration for Chenfeng. Meanwhile, Yasuo recalled Ivy's blade. He had initially thought that Chenfeng's Soul Shatter blade was an extraordinarily peculiar weapon, yet the current starry blade surpassed the Soul Shatter by several levels. How curious. Chapter 42. The pirates who emerge midway the vast ocean, the soaring birds. It was yet another day of boundless azure skies. According to the maritime charts, the Divine Dragon was soon to arrive at Tanny Town. In line with their collective strategy, they would not linger there for long. The naval forces at Tanny Town were renowned as the elite of the South Sea, being the final stop before entering the Grand Line. The longer they stayed, the greater the risk of attracting trouble. That must be Tanny Town ahead. Caitlin, peering through her telescope, could vaguely discern the outline of the distant town. Very well. Once we reach Tanny Town, let's rest for 2 days to prepare for our venture into the Grand Line. The Navy there is quite formidable. Yasuo furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable unease. It seemed that the number of naval and government spies entering the South Sea had been steadily increasing. What might the situation in Tanny Town be? Upon hearing Yasuo's words, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Hey, don't look at me like that, Yasuo exclaimed helplessly. I'm merely speaking the truth. Tanny Town will certainly not be easily traversed. Suddenly, Ivy, who stood behind the group, spoke up, and Chenfeng looked at her with curiosity. Nearly every major town in the South Sea had a naval headquarters presence, much like the previously mentioned naval brigadier. In the past few days, Ivy had also learned about the experiences of Chenfeng and his companions, and she was somewhat aware of the events at his port. As a last stop, almost all pirates preparing to enter the Grand Line would gather here, yet it remained a mystery as to who was currently stationed there. Ivy sighed deeply. Tanny Town was a formidable barrier, exceedingly difficult to breach. How do you know all this? Not only Chenfeng, but everyone looked at Ivy with curiosity. I overheard it while hiding aboard that pirate ship. They too were preparing for their passage through Tanny Town. Chenfeng furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the words spoken by AI moments ago. If the truth were indeed as she suggested, then the naval stronghold of Tanny Town, already formidable, would become an insurmountable barrier with the reinforcements from the naval headquarters. The group pondered their strategies, while the Shenlong ship drew ever closer to Tanny Town, the immense settlement transforming into a dark line that gradually extended within their field of vision. Yet, just as silence enveloped them, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted. Towering columns of water erupted around the Shenlong, the crashing waves violently battering the deck, causing the vessel to sway incessantly. What on earth is happening? Chenfeng turned to glance behind, only to behold a multitude of pirate ships emerging in the distance, forming an extensive fleet. Each of these vessels proudly displayed a uniform pirate flag, and the 10 ships arranged upon the sea bore an imposing presence, as if the entire pirate crew had mobilized for a grand raid. At that moment, the 10 pirate ships had collectively aimed their cannons at the Divine Dragon, unleashing a relentless barrage of cannonballs upon Chenfeng and his companions. Boom! Another cannonball struck, narrowly missing the edge of the Divine Dragon. Steer swiftly and make full speed towards Tanny Town. Chenfeng promptly issued orders to eyes. Given the ferocious barrage of long-range firepower, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Shenlong to evade the enemy's assault. The only viable option was to race at full speed toward Tanny Town. It seemed as though the notorious Kenneth pirate crew, the most formidable pirate fleet in the South Sea, was upon them. Caitlin gazed at the flags fluttering on the distant pirate ships, her brow furrowing with concern. The Kenneth pirate crew, boasting a maritime force of nearly 1,000, was unparalleled among the pirate factions in the South Sea. Upon hearing Caitlin's words, Chenfeng couldn't help but sigh, pondering how he had unwittingly become the target of their aggression. Caitlin, Yasuo, let's attempt to retaliate with the stern cannon on our ship, he suggested. Although they had never utilized it before, it was worth a try. Caitlin immediately turned and dashed toward the ship's stern, with Yasuo hurriedly following suit. What should we do now? Ivy looked at Chenfeng, noting that the other 3 had been assigned tasks, leaving just the 2 of them behind. I'll head to the lookout. You stay here and be cautious. Aye. As Chenfeng hurried toward the lookout without looking back, Ivy stamped her foot in frustration and sat down, hoping that the Shenlong would safely reach Tanny Town. Surely, this raucous pirate crew would not dare to make a scene there. To be honest, she felt utterly helpless. What do you think? Can we do it? Yasuo loaded a cannonball into the cannon, while Caitlin diligently adjusted its aim. Given the Shenlong's relatively small size, it was equipped with only a single cannon at the stern, and its caliber was not particularly large. At several hundred meters distance, hitting the enemy would be a daunting task. Yet, with enough power and a well-judged angle, they might still strike their foes. Seeing Caitlin's confidence, Yasuo moved the cannon as she directed. All right, fire! A thunderous boom erupted, accompanied by a burst of flame, as a cannonball soared into the sky. Witnessing the successful launch, Caitlin immediately retrieved her binoculars to observe the situation ahead. Alas, the shot did not find its mark. The cannonball fell short, splashing down several dozen meters from the enemy vessels, leaving nothing but a column of water in its wake. Despite the miss, Caitlin felt no disappointment. In fact, her excitement only grew. Let's try again. This time, I aim to hit their mast. Another shot? Yasuo was skeptical that such a cannon could reach the enemy, let alone strike their mast. After all, the previous shot was ample proof of that. What are you dawdling for? Load the cannonball. Oh! Yasuo quickly grabbed another cannonball and loaded it into the chamber, recalibrating the aim under Caitlin's guidance. This time, it will surely succeed. Can we do it? When I say fire, you fire. Caitlin disregarded Yasuo's words entirely, exuding an air of assured victory as she firmly planted her foot on the ship's frame. Now is the time, fire. Boom. The explosion mirrored the previous one in both brilliance and sound, yet it was executed with significant alterations in angle and direction. Caitlin had already seized the telescope, anxiously directing her gaze towards a pirate ship across the waters. The rationale for selecting this vessel as the target was twofold. Firstly, its larger hull suggested it was the flagship of the fleet. Secondly, it was the foremost ship in the assault. If not this one, then which? Crash! Flames erupted from the leading pirate ship, engulfing even the massive sail in a roaring blaze. Through the telescope, Caitlin could discern the panic and confusion among the pirates on the deck. See? I told you it would succeed, she said with a triumphant glance at Yasuo, who swallowed hard, reluctantly replying, but the sail is still. Before Yasuo could finish, the blazing mast came crashing down. Chapter 43. The Navy headquarters fleet, the Kenneth pirate crew, had long reigned as the most formidable band of marauders in the South Sea. Since the dawn of the age of exploration, the South Sea had become notorious as a haven for pirates, with Kenneth standing as the preeminent figure among them. However, the reasons for the Kenneth pirate crew's reluctance to venture towards the Grand Line remained a mystery. You lot, turn that ship into rubble. Kenneth commanded his subordinates to launch an offensive against the Shenlong, merely due to his dissatisfaction with its dragon-like appearance. How dare they transform a pirate ship into a dragon? It would have been more fitting as a serpent. Laughing heartily, Kenneth dispatched 10 pirate ships in pursuit of the Shenlong. Even as they drew closer to Tanny Town, he showed no signs of restraint. Boss, we are nearing Tanny Town. Continuing this chase could lead to an encounter with their navy. What do we have to fear? If a single warship emerges from Tanny Town, I shall sink it. Kenneth's dominance over the South Sea was not solely due to the strength of his crew. He himself was an unparalleled swordsman in the region. It was said that a former commander of the South Sea Navy, a rear admiral, had encircled the Kenneth pirate crew, only to be thwarted in their escape. Tragically, that unfortunate admiral met his demise at Kenneth's hands, despite Kenneth sustaining severe injuries himself, thus earning his notorious reputation. Continue the pursuit. I want to witness this wretched dragon reduced to mere flotsam. Kenneth guffawed, but as he reveled in his laughter, a cannonball rained down from above. Boom! The ferocious bombardment ignited the sails, and even before the band of pirates could extinguish the flames, the fire had swiftly engulfed the entire sail. Kenneth was taken aback, his mind racing. He had never anticipated that the adversary would dare to retaliate, and with such precision, striking his flagship. A sense of dread washed over him as he heard the panicked cry of a pirate. The mast is falling. With a thunderous crash, the mast succumbed to the onslaught. The flagship of the pirate crew faced devastating losses in the wake of that unexpected cannon fire. The actions of Chenfeng and his companions thoroughly incensed Kenneth, who had initially set out seeking amusement, but was now consumed by fury. Pursue them. Full speed ahead, even if they take refuge in the town. Ensure we uncover their hiding. Kenneth's command was met with unwavering obedience. The souls claimed by his blade numbered in the hundreds, and none dared to defy his wrath. With the flagship damaged, the speed of the remaining pirate vessels had marginally decreased, but upon receiving Kenneth's order for full pursuit, they surged forward towards the dragon's fury with renewed vigor. Perhaps it was Caitlyn's increasing proficiency in battle, as she managed to strike the enemy with nearly every third cannon shot, particularly in such a volatile environment. As eyes navigated the ship at full speed, the dragon's fury had entered the waters of Tanny Town, with a harbor for incoming and outgoing vessels just ahead. However, Chenfeng, who was scanning the area from the lookout tower, detected something unusual at the harbor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. A total of 10 naval warships were congregated before the port of Tanny Town. Where did such a formidable fleet come from? Yet, before Chenfeng could fully process this alarming sight, several cannonballs rained down from behind. Chenfeng, what should we do now? Eyes also noticed the 10 warships ahead. With pursuers in front and an ambush behind, the dragon's fury had become a solitary leaf adrift in a storm, perilously close to disaster. Now's the time to advance at full speed. Out of nowhere, Ivy suddenly appeared beside Chenfeng. However, Eyes hesitated. The Navy will not attack us. Upon Ivy's utterance, both Eyes and Chenfeng were momentarily stunned. They could not be certain they were perceived as a pirate ship, especially since they had not hoisted the pirate flag. Ivy pointed to the empty flagpole on the deck and then addressed Chenfeng. We need to signal Caitlyn to cease fire and feign being besieged by pirates. Understood. With such clarity, any further misunderstanding would indeed be Chenfeng's fault. Upon receiving the message, Caitlyn and Yasuo immediately halted their counterattacks, though Caitlyn appeared somewhat reluctant to stop. It was worth noting that Caitlyn's retaliatory strikes had incited the ire of Kenneth's pirate crew. Any pirate ship that ventured too close in pursuit of the dragon's fury risked being met with cannon fire, with the dragon's fury refraining from retaliation. Kenneth's crew accelerated yet further. As the naval warships loomed closer, Chenfeng instinctively swallowed hard. The warships dwarfed the dragon's fury by several times, at such a close range. A single volley would render any attempt at evasion futile. Was Tanny Town home to such formidable naval forces? These ships likely belonged not to Tanny Town, but to the naval headquarters. Yasuo fixed his gaze intently on the approaching warships, for he had once been a member of such a vessel himself. Now, finding himself in the position of adversary, his emotions were understandably complex. Izaoi's hands trembled slightly on the helm, clearly betraying his nervousness. The Shenlong moved swiftly, deftly navigating beneath the ominous cannons of the battleships. As it traversed the naval fleet, the dark, foreboding muzzles on either side evoked a sense of dread. Having successfully maneuvered through the array of warships, the Shenlong gradually reduced its speed. Chenfeng was keen to observe how the naval forces would confront the most formidable pirate crew in the South China Sea. The 10 warships stood like a heavily fortified battalion, unwavering even in the face of an equal number of pirate vessels, resembling a tiger poised to strike at any moment. However, the distance was too great. The pursuing pirates could not discern the situation on the decks of the warships. Were it otherwise, their audacity would have surely faltered. Admiral, should we investigate the origins of that ship? A naval officer reported to the admiral standing at the forefront of one of the warships. There is no rush for that vessel. Our priority is to annihilate the Kenneth pirate crew. We cannot afford any oversight. Understood. Bad news, Captain. A pirate rushed toward Kenneth in a state of alarm. There are 10 naval warships ahead. What about that ship? Kenneth paid little heed to the naval vessels, fixating instead on the Shenlong. That dragon ship has already slipped behind the naval fleet. Damn it, how did they get past? Kenneth cursed vehemently, then issued a command. All hands attack. Target the naval warships. Upon hearing Kenneth's orders, the pirates did not react with fear. Rather, they were invigorated. For after years of dominance in the South China Sea, their greatest adversary remained the Navy. 10 warships? Kenneth scoffed. This time, I shall ensure you become 10 sunken ships. This is the consequence of obstructing my path. Boom, boom, boom. Without further ado, the Kenneth pirate crew took the initiative, unleashing a barrage at the naval formation. Chapter 44. The annihilation of the South China Sea's leading pirate crew. The firepower of the 10 pirate ships was indeed formidable. In a preemptive strike, the naval fleet faced a considerable risk of substantial losses. Change formation. The 10 warships did not immediately retaliate against the assault. Instead, they dispersed, appearing chaotic yet maintaining an underlying order. Splash, splash. Towering columns of water erupted amidst the naval vessels. Yet the actual cannonballs striking the ships were few and far between, causing little damage. Following the initial volley, the distance between the two fleets diminished, allowing even the smaller caliber cannons aboard the Shenlong to unleash their might at such proximity. As anticipated, it was the Navy's turn to counterattack. A ferocious barrage concentrated upon one of the pirate ships. The resounding explosions echoed continuously, culminating in a deafening blast, as if the ship's munitions had detonated, causing the entire pirate vessel to sink instantly. Captain, our ship has sunk. I see that, Kenneth roared, watching helplessly as the enemy rapidly targeted his ship, resulting in a loss of 1/10 of his combat strength in mere moments. Fire. Aim at the central warship and strike. Upon receiving Kenneth's command, the remaining pirate vessels immediately directed their assault towards the central warship. Kenneth, guided by instinct, sensed that this particular ship served as the flagship. If he could obliterate the command ship of the fleet, chaos would surely ensue among the Navy. How infuriating! When did the Navy of Tannytown become so formidable? A vague sense of unease crept over Kenneth, yet he dismissed it, for a new barrage of cannon fire had already commenced. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the loss of a vessel, the firepower of Kenneth's pirate crew remained formidable, and the Navy had yet to secure complete dominance. Quick evade. The naval colonel, witnessing an unending barrage of cannonballs, felt a surge of anxiety. What shall we do, my lord? Prepare for close combat. The naval vice admiral, who had been standing at the bow, finally sprang into action. As the cannonballs rained down, he stepped forward and, with a swift motion, drew his sword, unleashing a devastating wave of sword energy. Even cannonballs, upon contact with this energy, were shattered. A series of explosions echoed through the air, and not a single cannonball struck the warship. How could this be? In the first round of confrontation, although Kenneth had not destroyed the warship, he had managed to strike the enemy. Yet this time, all his attacks had gone awry. Fire! Before Kenneth's crew could react, 10 naval warships once again locked onto a pirate ship. Boom! Thick clouds of smoke billowed from the sea, and the crew aboard the Dragon God witnessed such a large-scale engagement for the first time. Particularly, Chenfeng was left utterly astonished. Truly, the forces of the naval headquarters had rendered the South Sea's premier pirate crew utterly defenseless. Yasuo leaned against the ship's railing, resigned to the outcome. He had little interest in the battle unfolding before him. Who, after all, could unleash such a formidable wave of sword energy? Chenfeng had been intently observing the battlefield through his telescope when he witnessed a figure aboard a warship leap into the air, effortlessly deflecting all incoming cannonballs with a single maneuver. If his deductions were accurate, it was highly likely that a rear admiral was commanding this fleet. After a prolonged silence, AI Wei spoke up, though her expression betrayed a palpable tension. A rear admiral? The mention of this rank left everyone momentarily stunned, and Chenfeng turned to regard her. The extraordinary feat he had just witnessed was beyond the capabilities of anyone below the rank of rear admiral within Navy, suggesting that a rear admiral from the headquarters was indeed stationed to protect Tannytown. Upon hearing AI Wei's analysis, Yasuo furrowed his brow and cast his gaze toward the warship. It appeared that their journey to the Grand Line would not be an easy one. With a comforting smile, Chenfeng patted Iza on the shoulder. While they are preoccupied, let us hasten to bring the ship into the harbor. At that moment, the area surrounding Tannytown was engulfed in flames. The notorious Kenneth pirate crew, long dominant over the South Sea, was being reduced to mere embers under the onslaught of 10 Navy warships. Having already lost 2 pirate vessels, the Kenneth pirate crew found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. And their once formidable reign over the South Sea had dissolved into mere illusion in the face of the highly skilled Navy fleet. Die, all of you! As the warships approached the burning pirate vessels, Kenneth suddenly emerged from the inferno. The initial wave of soldiers was easily dispatched by him. However, the Navy, outnumbering him, surged forward relentlessly. With a swift stroke of his sword, a gust of blade energy sent 4 or 5 soldiers tumbling into the sea. My crew is ruined. Kenneth laughed maniacally, yet his sword continued to reap the lives of Navy soldiers, turning the deck into a river of blood. All of you, destroy that warship! Kenneth shouted, and from behind him, amidst the flames, a shadow began to stir. What is that? The Navy soldiers froze as the shadow revealed its form. To their astonishment, hidden within the flames was a well-preserved pirate ship. However, it was not one of the previous 10 vessels, but rather a small reserve attack ship, which, due to its size, could deftly evade enemy attacks even while surrounded. Boom! 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 Cannonballs struck the Navy ship beneath Kenneth's feet, sending soldiers sprawling across the deck. Ha! You have destroyed my pirate crew. Now prepare to meet your demise. Kenneth leaped onto the approaching pirate ship and fled beyond the Navy vessels. All the Navy forces launched an assault on the pirate ship, but its speed made it nearly impossible to target, let alone strike. Take this cannon fire. Kenneth, having somehow procured a cannon, aimed it at a Navy ship and prepared to fire. Just then, a figure burst forth from the warship, charging towards the pirate ship below. Such audacious pirates cannot be allowed to escape. What? Kenneth turned to see a Navy cloak adorned with golden trim billowing in the wind, and more terrifyingly, the figure wielded a sword poised to strike. Hey, a Navy vice admiral. Eagle flash. Boom! A blade of energy pierced the pirate ship, cleaving it in two. With that single blow, the vessel was annihilated. Impossible. Whether it was due to sheer luck or fate, the blade of energy failed to strike Kenneth, who managed to evade it. He stood on the half of the ship, his heart pounding as he cast a wary glance at the figure before him. This was a man adorned with a military cap and draped in the cloak of a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. The numerous scars etched across his face bore testament to his past exploits in battle. Why would a rear admiral from the naval headquarters appear in the South China Sea? Could it be an effort to restore order in the region? Kenneth gritted his teeth, never expecting to confront the naval forces, let alone a rear admiral stationed against him. Having dominated the South China Sea for years, he had committed countless heinous acts that warranted immediate eradication. The rear admiral fixed a stern gaze upon Kenneth, as if pronouncing his death sentence. Indeed, he was a fierce hound of the Navy, Rear Admiral Doberman. Kenneth's expression shifted dramatically, and without warning, he struck. What significance did a rear admiral hold? He was merely another piece of detritus among the Navy. May you descend to hell and repent. With a swift motion, a flash of light pierced through Kenneth's form like lightning, and his body, propelled forward, suddenly lost control and plunged into the sea. Thus, the notorious Kenneth pirate crew, which had ruled the South China Sea since the Age of Exploration, was utterly annihilated. What new era would this herald for the future of the South China Sea? Chapter 45. Eustace Kidd, the Dragon God ship, smoothly docked at the harbor. Numerous vessels were anchored there, including merchant ships, as well as those like the Dragon God that bore the unmistakable air of piracy, yet conspicuously lacked a pirate flag. It was uncertain how long the naval headquarters had maintained their presence here, but it was evident that many pirate ships had been forcibly abandoned in this place. Chenfeng roughly counted and noted that there were no less than 30 pirate ships docked at this port alone. The exact number of vessels trapped here remained unknown. The Navy's control over the area was exceedingly strict, making it seem akin to a shrimp trap, easy to enter but difficult to exit. Ease aside. Upon arriving at Tannytown, the atmosphere among the people felt somewhat oppressive. The Grand Line lay tantalizingly close, and everyone was eager to rush towards it. However, the harsh reality dictated that they would have to linger in Tannytown for a while longer. Come on, we've finally made it here. We must take some time to enjoy ourselves first. Chenfeng hoisted his satchel upon his shoulder and whistled as he disembarked from the vessel. Reluctantly, the others followed suit. Ai Wei, perhaps fearing the gaze of onlookers, donned a hooded garment before their departure, obscuring much of her exquisite visage. Although Tannytown stands as one of the most prosperous locales in the South Sea, aside from Chenfeng and Ai Wei, few would find it of considerable interest. Chenfeng, who traversed through time, and Ai Wei, a girl who had run away from home, both found themselves enveloped in an indescribable curiosity about the bustling town. In the central square of Tannytown, the expansive area was alive with vendors hawking their wares and pedestrians passing by. Chenfeng, AI Wei, please refrain from wandering aimlessly, admonished one of their companions. We are no longer children. Why are you still intrigued by such toys? I wish to visit the weapon shop, Chenfeng replied, turning to address the complaints behind him. Since time is of the essence, why don't we indulge in a sumptuous meal first? Absolutely. Where shall we dine? AI Wei's excitement surged at the mere mention of food. However, just as the group lingered, a band of individuals emerged from the opposite end of the street. The moment they appeared, passers-by hurriedly stepped aside, seemingly fearful of their presence. Comprising 7 or 8 individuals. One stood out with white hair and a mouth resembling that of a stitched-up zombie, while another, clad in a mask, donned a formal shirt. Yet, all of them followed closely behind a singular figure, who appeared to be their leader. This leader wore goggles and a dark red coat, his face perpetually adorned with a manic and somewhat sinister grin. Chenfeng held a profound impression of this individual, for the striking crimson quiff was undeniably attention-grabbing. Could they be a band of pirates? It appeared they possessed a noteworthy reputation. Following Chenfeng's gaze, the onlookers also discerned a group approaching, their instincts informing them that these pirates were anything but ordinary. The red-haired man at the forefront caught sight of Chenfeng and his companions, his smile widening even further. Ultimately, the two parties converged in the center of the street. Upon witnessing this, all pedestrians in the vicinity of the square hastily retreated, as none wished to linger and witness the unfolding spectacle. Chenfeng locked eyes with the red-haired man, both remaining motionless. Suddenly, a smile broke across Chenfeng's impassive face. Eustace kid, I presume you are still the captain of small pirate crew? Oh, so you are acquainted with him? Acquainted would be an exaggeration. It is merely our first meeting, an attempt to become familiar with one another. After Chenfeng finished speaking, he unexpectedly turned and walked toward the street at the square, with AI Wei and the others trailing closely behind him, ready to depart. Aren't you going to reveal your name? Kid suddenly called out to Chenfeng. As his words echoed, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, enveloped by a chilling tension. Chenfeng turned around, his gaze fixated on Kid, and then spoke each word deliberately. The super god pirates, Chenfeng. Super god? Kid gradually placed his hand over a dagger resting against his chest, while Chenfeng similarly pressed his left hand upon the hilt of his sword, an aura of menace instantly emanating from the shattered soul blade. In this tense moment poised for conflict, the members of both pirate crews exhibited no reaction, as if everyone awaited the decision of the two captains. The exchange of glances between Chenfeng and Kid intensified, suddenly charged with a palpable aura of menace and impending violence, reaching a critical threshold. The Navy is passing through. Please make way, a voice echoed from afar, reminding everyone. This is Tanny Town, where the naval headquarters is stationed. Chenfeng and Kid simultaneously took a step back, creating a passageway in the center of the plaza. Chenfeng sheathed the slightly raised soul cutter, while the latter crossed its arms, observing a contingent of Navy personnel approaching. The naval force, traversing the square, numbered at least 100, with several officers leading the way. What truly caused Chenfeng and Kid to furrow their brows was the rear figure, a vice admiral of the Navy. His towering stature and the fearsome scar etched across his visage, coupled with the latent power concealed beneath the subtly billowing vice admiral's cloak, evoked a sense of trepidation. Vice Admiral Doberman, Ivy whispered to Chenfeng, simultaneously lowering her hood and inching closer behind him. Are you familiar with him? Ivy was taken aback when Chenfeng articulated the latter part of her inquiry. Chenfeng let out a quiet sigh, pondering the formidable Admiral Doberman. A staunch advocate of absolute justice, he stood as the only vice admiral in the Navy bold enough to rebuke the 4 emperors, with rumors suggesting he ranks among the strongest vice admirals in the entire Navy headquarters. With him stationed here, it seems the plans for venturing into the Grand Line will require a thorough reevaluation. This is not due to Chenfeng's cowardice. Rather, it is a testament to his commendable trait of exercising caution and prudence in his endeavors. Following closely behind Admiral Doberman were a naval colonel and a brigadier general. Navy personnel, please make way. If there is one figure aside from Doberman who captures the attention of passers-by, it is the naval colonel, who continually issues reminders to those around her. She is a woman, her violet short hair partially veiling her exquisite features, and her physique is remarkably well-proportioned. Chenfeng could even perceive the immense strength that lay within her form. However, what truly captivated the onlookers were not just her features. Enormous mechanical gauntlets, each the size of a half-adult, adorned her hands, adding to her imposing presence. Chenfeng was momentarily taken aback. This female colonel seemed ill-suited for this world. However, upon glancing at the individuals behind him, he found solace in the realization that there were many unknowns yet to be discovered. With Wei's timely reminder, the naval forces gradually moved away, and both Chenfeng and Kid vanished from the square. What just transpired? The atmosphere surrounding those two was utterly terrifying, and it was fortunate that the Navy had arrived just in time. The townsfolk began to whisper amongst themselves, their expressions betraying lingering trepidation. The number of pirates in the town had been steadily increasing, and one could only wonder about the Navy's rationale, meticulously scrutinizing every ship departing, yet imposing no restrictions on those arriving. It would be prudent to speak less. Openly discussing the matter bore no benefits. Chapter 46. Witnessing Injustice. Pursuing human traffickers to the Kid pirates? The crowd expressed confusion, clearly having never heard of the pirate crew Chenfeng had mentioned. Surely, there would be opportunities to encounter them in the future. Chenfeng said little, for he was one of the supernovas traversing the Grand Line, and it was certain that their paths would intersect again in the future. Each year, the pirates surging into the Grand Line from the South Sea are the most numerous among the four seas. However, given the current circumstances, it is likely that the majority of pirate crews perish before they even set foot on the Grand Line. What are you saying, Eyes? Caitlin exclaimed, playfully striking Eyes on the forehead with her fist. Do not worry. This minor obstacle shall not deter us. Chenfeng offered comfort to the crowd. However, he himself was at a loss regarding the current situation. Help! Help! Suddenly, AI Wei halted in her tracks, her brow furrowing slightly. Noticing her reaction, Chenfeng was about to inquire, but AI Wei raised her hand to silence him. Thus, the group of five found themselves paused in a narrow alley, with only AI Wei aware of the unfolding events. Quick, this way, AI Wei exclaimed, grasping Chenfeng's hand and dashing deeper into the alley. Hey, where are we going? Hurry, follow us. The remaining three immediately pursued the two who had vanished around the corner. Chenfeng could feel the softness in his hand, yet without fully grasping the situation, he followed AI Wei out into the open. AI Wei's delicate hand, almost boneless, suddenly slipped from his grasp. Just as Chenfeng was about to speak, he noticed her blushing as she seized his arm once more, continuing to run forward with reckless abandon. Where are we headed? He inquired. To save someone. AI Wei disregarded Chenfeng's bewilderment, tightening her grip on his arm. The design of the narrow alleyway was perplexing, after a thorough glance. Chenfeng realized it resembled a labyrinth, with countless twists and turns, and he could no longer hear the voices of Izay and the others, indicating they had lost their way. AI Wei halted them at a corner, then turned to Chenfeng and gestured for silence. With a gentle breeze, Chenfeng cautiously followed AI Wei forward. They had reached the end of a narrow alley, where a spacious courtyard lay before them. The gate was firmly shut, and the dust-laden walls suggested that it had been abandoned for quite some time. Yet there were signs of life within. AI Wei signaled her intention to enter, and after ensuring their safety, Chenfeng lifted AI Wei into his arms and gracefully scaled the courtyard wall. Upon landing, AI Wei, her cheeks flushed, jumped from his embrace. The sensation of holding her felt akin to cradling a plush toy, and the faint fragrance emanating from AI Wei left Chenfeng utterly entranced. The courtyard housed only one building, and it was evident that someone had been living inside. Someone was indeed there. Chenfeng led AI Wei to take refuge behind a wooden shed stacked with firewood. Shortly thereafter, two burly men emerged from the dwelling. Drawing from his experience, Chenfeng could ascertain that these men were undoubtedly skilled fighters. Coupled with their vigilant demeanor, it was evident that this location was occupied by a well-organized group. How did you manage to find your way here? The gentle breeze whispered as Chenfeng inquired of AI Wei, whose response was incredulous. I heard the faint cries of a child, and those cries ceased abruptly upon reaching this place. A child? At that moment, after repeated confirmations by two imposing men, several others emerged from the dwelling. However, these individuals clutched a few children, all seemingly no older than 5 or 6 years. Observing their feeble attempts to struggle, it appeared they had likely been sedated, rendering them incapable of mounting any resistance. Goodness, human traffickers? Chenfeng silently cursed under his breath, only to find AI Wei's pleading gaze fixed upon him. Chenfeng, please save them. The few individuals were clutching 4 children, and it was uncertain whether there were other captured children inside the house. Very well, since he had come this far. Chenfeng nodded slightly at AI Wei, adopting an air of righteous determination. After all, when a beautiful woman seeks assistance, how could he hesitate? However, just as Chenfeng prepared to draw his sword and leap forth to uphold justice, chaos erupted in the courtyard, following a cacophony of fighting. Both Chenfeng and AI Wei were astonished to find the ground littered with unconscious human traffickers, while even more emerged from within the house. Who are you? Demanded the leader, a man resembling a gaunt monkey as he brandished a dagger threateningly. In the center of the courtyard stood a young man with a buzz cut, shielding a group of children behind him, clearly the one responsible for incapacitating the traffickers who sprawled on the ground. As the situation shifted, Chenfeng opted not to intervene immediately, choosing instead to observe. I have been tracking your band of traffickers for 3 days. None of you will escape this courtyard today. Boss, he is... Damn it, I know. The gaunt man cursed his misfortune, realizing he had been confronted by such an individual. It seemed this matter could not be easily dismissed. Brothers, arm yourselves and fight him. The traffickers numbered fewer than 20, while the young man stood alone, tasked with safeguarding 4 children. AI Wei was eager to assist, but was restrained by Chenfeng. The 4 children are in danger. I know, just wait a moment. The wind stirred as Chenfeng rested his hand upon the blade, ready to strike at the slightest hint of danger. The young man gestured for the 4 children to retreat to the doorway, while he himself rolled up his sleeves, as if preparing for a grand confrontation. Suddenly, over a dozen traffickers brandishing knives and axes surged forward, but the young man swiftly darted into the midst of the throng. With a force akin to a tempest, he plunged into the chaos, sending bodies hurtling through the air, followed by their lifeless forms crashing to the ground. Unarmed, his fists and feet wielded a lethality that surpassed that of any sword or dagger. With a resounding smash, he struck, causing the gaunt monkey-like man to spew blood and collapse, incapacitated. Rest assured, the Navy will soon arrive to deal with you, the young man declared, effortlessly dispatching his foes before advancing towards the fallen monkey man. Humph, do not revel in your triumph just yet, the monkey man retorted, his right hand moving to reveal a pistol aimed directly at the young man. Quick as lightning, the young man sidestepped, but the monkey man shifted the gun's aim towards the doorway. You dare, the young man shouted, while the 4 children stood paralyzed, terror-stricken at the weapon's menacing direction. To hell with you all. With a clenched jaw, the monkey man pulled the trigger. No, a glint of cold steel shot forth, and at the moment the trigger was pulled, the monkey man's arm vanished without a trace. He howled, clutching the severed stump of his arm. Yet his cries were silenced by a decisive kick from a young man, gazing at the shattered soul blade embedded in the ground. The young man lifted his eyes towards the thatched roof of the cottage. Chenfeng and AI Wei then emerged from behind the house. Chapter 47. Is Li Qing a chef? Thank you both for your assistance. The young man clasped his fists in gratitude towards Chenfeng and AI Wei. How can you be certain that we are good people? Chenfeng wore a puzzled expression, while AI Wei hurriedly rushed to check on the 4 children's conditions. Perhaps it was merely instinct, he chuckled. The young man burst into hearty laughter, then clasped his fists again towards Chenfeng, introducing himself. I am Li Qing, a resident of Tanny Town. Oh, Li Qing, a splendid name indeed. Chenfeng was immediately drenched in sweat, realizing that it is often better to be fortunate than to be punctual. Today, he had already encountered 2 rather unusual individuals. Perhaps it is the allure of beautiful girls that makes them so approachable. Ivy managed to soothe the children's anxieties with just a few words. Suddenly, Li Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. She was indeed stunning. Unbeknownst to him, Ivy had lowered her hood, revealing her breathtaking visage in its entirety. Observing Li Qing's jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, Chenfeng merely shrugged. Chenfeng, he said, there are other abducted children in the house. Ivy turned to Chenfeng and exclaimed, while beside her stood a somewhat timid boy. What? Chnf and LQ exchanged a glance and swiftly rushed into the dilapidated house. Inside, a musty odor lingered and cobwebs and dust adorned every corner. However, through the faint sounds, they effortlessly discerned a particular room. With a resounding crash, LQ transformed his palm into a blade and forcefully tore down the wooden door, leaving Chnf momentarily astonished. As anticipated, within the room were 5 or 6 children bound and imprisoned. These beasts, LQ exclaimed in rage, hastily liberating all the children. Upon returning to the courtyard, YZ, K, IT and Ysu also arrived at the scene. To everyone's astonishment, LQ produced a communication device from his person and directly summoned the Navy. This act startled Chnf and the others. Yet LQ appeared to be quite familiar with the naval personnel, although he himself was not a member of the Navy. He merely called them to address the mess and ensure the children were taken back. After a moment of panic, the matter concerning the traffickers was finally resolved. However, a charming girl with pink hair, seemingly quite adorable, clung to LQ and refused to leave. Without uttering a word, she grasped his pant leg tightly. Well, I suppose this child can stay with me for now, Ing thought, scratching his head helplessly. He turned to Chenfeng and the others, inquiring if they had dined, as they were new to Tien Town. After a brief delay, it was evident that mealtime was approaching. "Oh no, I have a reservation at the Crown Restaurant, and now I'm going to be late." Observing Ing's expression, Chenfeng inquired, "Are you a chef?" "Huh. I hope you won't find it amusing," Ing replied, thumping his chest. "If you don't mind, why not join me at the Crown Restaurant for a meal?" "My treat. Excellent. That sounds wonderful. I'm all in." Chenfeng and Wei had yet to express their opinions. Yet the three behind them could no longer contain the hunger gnawing at their bellies. However, since they had been graciously invited, indeed, specifically requested, there was no reason to decline. "Well then, we happen to be famished. Let's hasten forth." Liqing instinctively reached out to grasp the hand of the little girl beside him, but to his surprise, she swatted his hand away, eliciting peals of laughter from the onlookers. Little did they know, the Crown Restaurant was the premier dining establishment in Tanny Town. The towering architecture of the restaurant and its opulent decor were enough to reveal its extraordinary nature, not to mention the throngs of patrons waiting outside. It could be said that food enthusiasts from all over the South Sea flocked here, eager to savor the culinary mastery of the restaurant's acclaimed chef. However, the chef made only rare appearances, as it was rumored that the restaurant paid a hefty sum to summon him, and he was the sole culinary genius in all of Tanny Town. Thus, only those possessing an invitation could partake in the chef's exquisite creations. Unfortunately, Chenfeng and his companions lacked invitations, rendering them unable to even enter the restaurant's doors. What sort of esteemed chef was this, that without an invitation, one could not even cross the threshold? Wei looked at the two security guards barring their way, her expression one of indignation. "Without an invitation? Move aside." One guard, noticing the girl before him whose face was obscured by a hood, taunted with a smug grin. "Indeed, if you had money, you wouldn't be without an invitation." Haha, these two small guards dared to mock them so brazenly, and Chenfeng could no longer restrain himself. Rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront them. "I advise you to scram if you lack an invitation. This is no place for your antics. Several pirates before you have made the same mistake, and were promptly thrown into prison by the colonel." Haha, the guards, in their banter, were clearly convinced that Chenfeng and his party would not produce an invitation. Wei had never endured such humiliation and, quicker than Chenfeng, stepped forward to deliver a kick to one guard's groin. "Ouch! You!" As Wei suddenly struck, the other guard attempted to intervene, but was swiftly dealt with by Caitlin's kick. "Let us go. We can always dine elsewhere." "Very well." The demeanor of the restaurant had greatly affected the group's spirits. The two guards clutched their groins, howling in pain, which had already attracted the attention of those inside the restaurant. A figure, seemingly the leader, rushed out with his subordinates, surveyed the scene, and immediately ordered the guards to encircle Chenfeng and his companions. What is the meaning of this? Chenfeng gazed at the security captain clad in black uniform, his brow arching in response. "To assault the guards of our restaurant. You think it will be easy for you to escape? Is it a signal to strike? What do you think?" The captain glared at Chenfeng, who feigned a facade of fear. "Break their legs, leave the rest to the Navy." "Understood." Dozens of security personnel in dark attire surged forward, intent on apprehending the 5 individuals in the center. "Stop! For heaven's sake, cease at once." Just as a fierce confrontation loomed, Liqing hurriedly approached, clutching a box in a state of urgency. "Goodness, why have you only just arrived?" Chenfeng observed Liqing, drenched in sweat, and could not help but voice his grievances. Liqing, the chef of the Crown Restaurant, had just returned from acquiring his specialized equipment. After all, a chef's arsenal consists of their kitchen tools, which can significantly influence the caliber of a dish. "I apologize for my tardiness," Liqing remarked to Chenfeng with a nod before hastily approaching the security captain. Do you know them?" Without uttering another word, Liqing swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to the security captain's face. The few individuals present were rendered speechless, yet what transpired next left them even more astounded. The security captain, after receiving 2 resounding slaps, not only remained unperturbed but promptly bowed to Mr. Liqing, exclaiming, "It is entirely my fault." In Chapter 48, the divine chef Liqing, he added, "Please return to your posts." "Yes." The leader signaled to the surrounding security personnel, and they all retreated to the entrance of the restaurant, standing like wooden stakes under Liqing's stern gaze. Witnessing this sudden shift in dynamics, the crowd's perception of Liqing elevated considerably. "Well, I thought you were merely a chef. I never imagined you wielded such influence." Upon hearing Izei's remark, Liqing graciously dunata asumida. "It's quite all right. These security guards are merely a rowdy bunch. and while I typically disregard their arrogance, I cannot allow them to offend my friends. The crowd nodded in agreement, surprised by his sense of loyalty. Alas, it has grown rather late, and I fear this incident has been mishandled. Li Qing glanced at his watch and addressed the group. Please, everyone, proceed inside, should any further issues arise. Simply invoke my name. Li Qing carries weight here. With that, he waved and hurried into the restaurant. Was he truly just a chef? Izay remained somewhat skeptical. That is what we call a chef, not merely a cook. Chenfeng turned to glance at AI Wei, only to find her playfully teasing the little girl who had just been rescued. The child appeared exceedingly adorable, holding a fluffy cotton candy, presumably purchased for her by Li Qing during their journey. Yet, each time AI Wei attempted to gently pat the girl's head, she would swiftly swat her hand away. Nevertheless, AI Wei seemed utterly delighted by the interaction. All right, let's hurry inside, she said, as Chenfeng walked at the forefront upon entering the restaurant. The group of security personnel at the entrance dared not utter a word, their gazes toward Chenfeng and his companions devoid of animosity, replaced instead by a profound sense of trepidation. How could they possibly be acquainted with that individual? Fortunately, he did not lose his temper. Otherwise, it would have been a most unfortunate day for them. The captain of the security team cast a lingering glance at the retreating figures of Chenfeng and his entourage, his heart still racing with apprehension. He was not alone in this sentiment. Nearly all the security guards exhibited similar reactions. The notorious ruffian of Tanny Town, upon entering the restaurant, Chenfeng encountered no one akin to the guards at the entrance obstructing his path. Instead, a few elegantly attired attendants graciously welcomed them inside. The opulent interior decor was adorned with the presence of the upper echelons of society, clad in resplendent attire. This restaurant one could only marvel at how many ships could be constructed with such grandeur. Chenfeng inhaled sharply, while Izay incessantly searched for beautiful heiresses. Soon, under the guidance of the host, the crowd entered the grand hall of the Crown Restaurant. This hall was exclusively designed for banquets, adorned with 36 exquisite crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, while beneath them lay nearly 100 opulent dining tables. Such a spectacle could only accommodate individuals of considerable wealth and influence. However, Chenfeng and his companions found themselves assigned to a table situated at the very front, suggesting that this arrangement had been orchestrated by Li Qing. Chenfeng plopped down onto his seat, while AI Wei prepared to lift the little girl onto the chair. As expected, the little girl eagerly hopped up by herself. This little sister is quite amusing. It is a pity she cannot speak. Observing the girl's demeanor, Caitlin couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She must be too frightened to engage with us, AI Wei remarked, gently brushing the girl's rosy locks. Look at her. She hardly appears afraid at all. Chenfeng observed as the girl reached out and grasped a large handful of candies from the table, prompting him to hastily extend his hand in an attempt to snatch them away. What could a child possibly need with such an abundance of sweets? It was detrimental to her dental health. However, the girl, with a huff of indignation, deftly evaded Chenfeng's grasp and immediately unwrapped a candy to pop it into her mouth. Hey, fine, if she wishes to indulge. Why should he concern himself so much? Ivy, on the other hand, stood protectively by the girl's side, even going so far as to feed the little one herself. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the gathered crowd, a new group of individuals entered the hall. Chenfeng's brow furrowed as he gazed at the newcomer, and the others turned their attention toward the entrance of the hall. It was them. The aura surrounding Yasuo grew frigid once more, a familiar demeanor he adopted in the presence of adversaries. Standing at the doorway were Kid and his crew, though it remained a mystery how they had procured the invitation. As the hostess made an attempt to guide them, Kid instead strode directly toward a table nestled in the far corner of the hall. Observing the 7 or 8 individuals disregard her presence and depart, the hostess paused momentarily but refrained from intervening. After all, those who could arrive at such a venue were undoubtedly formidable. Ivy paid little mind to the sudden appearance of Kid's pirate crew, her interest seemingly piqued only by the small girl seated beside her. However, she was taken aback to discover that the girl's gaze was fixed intently on the corner. The glint of ferocity in her eyes fleeting yet unmistakable, a manifestation uncharacteristic of a child. Though the ferocity was but a momentary flash, Ivy took note of it. Could it be that this group was involved in human trafficking? Unbeknownst to her, Ivy had already categorized Kid and his companions as traffickers, a notion that would surely leave them in tears if they were to hear it. I'm a notorious pirate, not some lowly trafficker. As the guests settled into the dining area, the restaurant staff busily arranged an array of kitchenware on a grand stage set in the center of the hall, complete with pots and stoves. Was this to be a live cooking demonstration? One could only wonder what performance the renowned chef would deliver. Hey, did you know this ace chef only showcases his talents once a month? It was worth the 3 million berries I paid for this invitation. Listening to the chatter around him, particularly regarding the extravagant 3 million berry ticket, Chenfeng felt his jaw nearly drop to the opulent carpet beneath him. Initially indifferent to the invitation, he was now astounded to learn that such a ticket commanded 3 million berries. Did this mean that his party would be shelling out tens of millions? And what of all the other attendees in this room? Chenfeng dared not to dwell on such thoughts, for the capacity of his heart was limited. At that moment, the entire hall was enveloped in darkness, and as murmurs began to ripple among the audience, beams of light suddenly illuminated the stage at the front of the hall. Centered upon the stage, behind a countertop laden with culinary instruments, stood an individual. Upon sighting this person, the audience erupted in applause, fervently clapping, with some even rising from their seats in excitement. Chenfeng and Ize were so astonished that they nearly toppled from their chairs, while Yasuo raised an eyebrow, displaying a keen interest. The figure on stage was none other than Luffy, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, adorned with an array of medals, the largest of which, a star insignia, signified his esteemed status as the crown jewel of the Crown Restaurant, the Master Chef Luffy. Chapter 49. The sudden arrival of the Navy. The applause surged like crashing waves, and those seated in the front row, including Chenfeng and his companions, were naturally exhilarated. Without uttering a single word, Li Qing offered a slight bow, then proceeded to unveil his astonishing culinary prowess. Cooking? Performance? Indeed, Li Qing began to prepare exquisite dishes. Yet to the audience, it was an extraordinary spectacle. On the countertop, baskets of finely arranged vegetables were neatly positioned, while piles of chicken, duck, fish, and meat lay in waiting beside them, all prepped in advance by the restaurant to save time. However, Li Qing wielded his ingredients as if performing magic, transforming them seamlessly, slicing, dicing, and julienning with meticulous precision. The glint of his knife danced upon the cutting board, while water in a nearby pot reached a rolling boil. As raw meat entered the pot, Li Qing ignited the stove, and without a moment's pause, he deftly incorporated all the ingredients into the enormous iron wok before him. The audience watched in rapt attention, and with it came an intoxicating aroma that filled the hall. Although it was Li Qing alone at work soon, a series of exquisite dishes began to materialize, leaving no one daring to believe that such a bounty could emerge from a single wok. The first offerings to grace the table were 2 appetizers, tender beef with lemon and a refreshing vegetable salad. Chenfeng remained silent, for the portion of the dishes was truly minuscule. Yet, while Chenfeng refrained from making a move, the others were not so patient. Ivy picked up a piece of beef, inhaled its aroma before savoring it delicately. She indeed presented herself as the epitome of a refined lady. However, Chenfeng felt a pang of discomfort. Wasn't it better to indulge in a single bite? Suddenly, everyone at the table was illuminated by a revelation. This is truly delicious. Indeed, it would be even more delightful with a fine wine to accompany it. Izeoi and Yasuo expressed their reactions with unreserved enthusiasm, while Ivy continued to select another piece of beef. To his astonishment, even a young lady from a prestigious family was so enamored with this dish prepared in a communal pot, indicating that Li Qing's prowess was indeed remarkable. Intrigued, Chenfeng approached to sample the salad. Hey, don't snatch it away. Chenfeng, I haven't had my share yet. This was a visual feast and a culinary paradise. The tables rapidly filled with dishes, yet the wealthy patrons, accustomed to luxurious delicacies, generously lavished their praise, devouring every morsel on their plates, as if wastefulness had become a shameful act in that moment. Li Qing's performance concluded with a slight bow, the spotlight fading as he descended from the stage. However, he did not depart. Instead, he accepted a microphone from a server. Upon seeing him grasp the microphone, the entire hall fell into a harmonious silence, all eagerly anticipating his words. Thank you all for attending and for your support. Following the banquet, there will be a performance arranged by the Crown Restaurant. Interested guests are encouraged to support the Crown Restaurant. Thank you. As his words resonated, the hall erupted once more into thunderous applause. Caitlin and Ivy clapped with enthusiasm, while the others remained unresponsive. Yasuo and Izeoi glared at Chenfeng, who could only respond with resignation. It seemed none of the three had truly enjoyed the meal. Where's the little sister? Ivy, returning to her senses, noticed the girl beside her was gone. She must have gone to the restroom. She'll be back shortly, Caitlin remarked. Oh, that's good to hear. As Chenfeng casually crossed his legs, he gazed at the immensely popular Li Qing by the stage and murmured, how splendid it would be if he could join us. I concur. Ivy raised her hand in agreement. His culinary skills are indeed exceptional, Caitlin added, expressing her opinion. After all, he is the star chef of a prestigious restaurant. Why would he choose the life of a pirate? Yasuo's words held merit. Who would forsake a life of wealth and comfort for the perilous existence of piracy? Not necessarily. Both Chenfeng and Ivy replied in unison. They had witnessed Li Qing's prowess, and a person with such extraordinary skills, who had tracked a human trafficking organization for 3 days, would hardly settle for being merely a chef. Just as the discussion unfolded, a sudden loud crash echoed through the room as the door was forcefully burst open. Dozens of naval soldiers, armed and resolute, stormed into the hall, disregarding the attempts of several waitstaff to impede their advance, encircling all the guests. This unexpected intrusion startled the diners, who were prominent figures within society and would not tolerate the Navy's unwarranted entrance. What is the meaning of this, Navy? We are dining here. Can't you see? I demand a lawsuit. Yet, the naval soldiers remained unmoved, steadfastly guarding the entrance until a naval officer made her appearance. It's her, Eyes exclaimed, prompting the others to recognize the officer as the female colonel, her oversized gauntlets impossible to overlook. Is that Colonel Wei? Upon her arrival, the hall fell into an unexpected silence, with all guests turning their attention to Li Qing below the stage. Although the atmosphere had grown somewhat chaotic, Li Qing merely shrugged and addressed her. Colonel Wei, what brings you to the Crown Restaurant today? Shouldn't it be the restaurant owner asking questions at this point? Why is it still you? Ivy questioned, perplexed by the situation. A middle-aged diner beside her offered an explanation, speaking softly. It seems this is your first visit? Indeed. Ivy nodded, her hat still concealing her face, alleviating her concern about being recognized. The middle-aged man continued. Li Qing is actually the owner of the Crown Restaurant. However, he prefers to be known as a chef, which is why people do not refer to him as the owner. So he is the proprietor. That explains it. Chenfeng recalled the sight of the security captain outside the restaurant being slapped, yet daring not to voice any grievances. It turned out that Li Qing was the owner of this establishment. Dismissing them was merely a matter of uttering a single phrase. Look at this. Now he is even less likely to join us. Yasuo shrugged. With a sharp hiss, Chenfeng remained silent. Undoubtedly, Li Qing's net worth had surpassed $1 billion, coupled with the esteemed title of a master chef. Even if Chenfeng were in his position, he would not opt to become a wandering pirate on the high seas. Upon receiving credible intelligence, they had come to apprehend a wanted criminal. Wei's eyes were fixed intently on Li Qing, her tone resolute and imbued with an undeniable air of authority and dominance. This is the Crown Restaurant. If Colonel Wei has business, it is best resolved outside the establishment. I, Li Qing, shall not entertain any idle chatter. However, before Li Qing could finish his statement, Wei interjected, capturing pirates is the duty of the Navy. We are entitled to act here. What is your true intention? Ignoring the indignant Li Qing, Wei scanned the crowd, her gaze ultimately settling on the front row. She pointed decisively at Chenfeng and his companions, commanding, arrest them. Those who resist shall face immediate execution. Chapter 50. The Master Chef's Clash with a Navy Colonel. Had she just proclaimed her intent to capture us? As Chenfeng turned around, he was met with the sight of Yasuo and his companions, poised and ready for action. The naval defector Yasuo, with a bounty of 50 million berries, had just received intelligence regarding Chenfeng, Izaoi, and Caitlyn's imminent assault on the Navy at his port. Although their bounties had yet to be issued, they were to be apprehended nonetheless. Chenfeng and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the events at this port would escalate so swiftly to this point. Regrettably, their bounties had yet to be announced, and Chenfeng was genuinely curious about the amount that would be placed upon his head. Let's take action. Wei gestured, prompting several naval soldiers behind him to step forward in preparation for the apprehension. You dare. Li Qing stepped forward, his demeanor, which appeared amiable to outsiders, now radiated fury. Li Qing, this matter does not concern you. Yet harboring a fugitive is indeed a crime. Then arrest me as well. The crowd was taken aback, witnessing the intense standoff between the renowned chef and the naval colonel. No one was willing to remain and watch the spectacle unfold, let alone drive the naval officers away. Immediately evacuate the guests. Wei commanded a nearby soldier. Yes. Upon hearing this order, everyone in the hall surged towards the exit, as if fearing that lingering would bring them misfortune. Chenfeng, what shall we do? Let's wait a little longer. With a toothpick held between his lips, Chenfeng enthusiastically gazed at the throngs gathered at the entrance and the naval soldiers maintaining order, as if all of this had no bearing on him. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. The table tucked away in the far corner of the hall was now completely deserted. I never expected them to flee. Opposite them were the Navy. Who would dare be so reckless? Ivy anxiously pulled her hood lower, shrinking beside Caitlin. Soon, the entire hall descended into a profound silence. All the guests had evacuated, and even the attendants were driven out by the soldiers. Wei, how many times have you caused a ruckus in the restaurant now? This time is different. A major general from headquarters is personally stationed at Tannytown, so you better cooperate. Wei's tone was somewhat softer than before, indicating a semblance of camaraderie between them. And if I refuse, then we will have no choice but to apprehend you. Wei's expression shifted, his massive fists clenching tightly. The tension between the two escalated. Both sides poised for confrontation. The usual protocol. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, a faint smile emerged on Li Qing's face. My dear Colonel, a group of sailors awaited Wei's command, only to see her raise a hand to halt the soldiers behind her. You're destined to lose. Upon witnessing the smile on Li Qing's face, Wei let out a furious shout and struck first. When Chenfeng and the others turned to look at Li Qing, they found his figure had vanished, leaving only a chef's uniform adorned with medals gently drifting to the ground. Bang! At the center of the venue, Li Qing and Wei were locked in combat. Wei's enormous fists hurtled toward Li Qing, and while others would surely evade and seek an opportune moment, Li Qing instead retaliated by capturing Wei's gauntlet with his leg. With me here, no one is permitted to cause a disturbance in the Crown Restaurant. Let us see if you can withstand this, or not withstand it. Bang! The two retreated, only to clash once more. Should we take this opportunity to leave? Yasuo suggested. I can handle those Navy soldiers at the entrance. Chenfeng shook his head, asserting that the naval forces would not initiate an attack without explicit orders. With Li Qing still engaged in combat with the colonel, it would be inappropriate for them to flee. They decided to wait a little longer. The others nodded in agreement. Since Li Qing had intervened against the Navy to halt their pursuit of Chenfeng and the others, it would be morally indefensible to abandon the fight now. Suddenly, Li Qing was sent flying by a powerful punch from Wei. Fortunately, he landed safely and scathed. The strength of that man's gauntlet was formidable, making it evident that Li Qing would find it challenging to break through directly. Isa scratched his head, not particularly optimistic about Li Qing's situation. Even with a flanking maneuver, the woman's speed rendered it difficult for him to seize an opportunity. Yet, he had not yet exerted his full strength. As the wind rustled, Chenfeng sat cross-legged, fully engrossed in the duel unfolding between the two combatants. Li Qing had just regained his balance when Wei unleashed a powerful fist descending from above. Boom! The punch struck the ground, creating a pit half a meter deep in the wooden floor. It has been a long time since we last sparred. It seems you have made considerable progress. I owe my thanks to you for your humility, senior brother. Wei lunged forward once more, both of her enormous iron fists striking simultaneously. Li Qing, however, sprang upwards with a flick of his legs, soaring 3 meters high to effortlessly evade the attack. Wei looked up, only to see Li Qing's figure twist in midair, delivering a downward kick with remarkable force. Hiss! That move is even more perilous than her punch. Chenfeng marveled. Perhaps so. It appears he truly possesses some skill, Yasuo remarked calmly. A dull thud resonated from Wei's gauntlet as Li Qing's leg struck it with tremendous force. Yet, this descending kick was met with steadfast resistance from the gauntlet, requiring no effort at all from Wei to withstand the blow. What an impressive woman, Caitlin murmured, while eyes stood in awe at the scene before him, glancing at the magical device on his wrist and then at his empty right hand, contemplating whether he should don a pair of gauntlets as well. Let's depart. Continuing this fight serves no purpose, Li Qing urged as the two momentarily disengaged. I have a duty to fulfill, and besides, I brought so many people along. How can I easily give up? No sooner had she spoken than Wei raised her fists once again. Why do you not heed my advice? Li Qing shook his head, stepping back as Wei's iron fists came crashing towards him. The powerful punches grazed past him, but he merely dodged, refraining from retaliation. The enormous iron fists rained down, yet not a scratch landed on Li Qing. Strike back. Why do you not retaliate? Wei shouted, her frustration evident, but Li Qing simply shook his head in response. Colonel Wei, there's trouble. A soldier stumbled into the hall, nearly collapsing without the support of a few individuals at the entrance. Wei paused her assault, turned to face the soldier, who spoke in a panic. Pirates are clashing with our men. We are suffering heavy losses and are close to being overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Wei immediately turned her gaze back to the soldier. Who dares to make a move in Tannytown? It's the Kid Pirates. We recognize Kid and engaged in battle. We are on the verge of being unable to hold them off. Wei cast a glance at Li Qing and then surveyed Chenfeng and the others present. With determination, she declared, we must go. We cannot allow these pirates to rampage in Tannytown. Indeed, the Navy departed swiftly, vanishing from the hall in the blink of an eye. Ah! So is the Kid Pirates, This promises to be entertaining. After the Navy departed, Chenfeng could not help but revel in schadenfreude. The displeasure he felt upon seeing Kid and his companions seize the opportunity to leave had dissipated entirely. Chapter 51. Jean Bonnie, once the Navy was gone. Li Qing let out a deep sigh, his face betraying an indescribable weariness. Let us depart. It is best not to linger here and invite trouble. As Chenfeng rose to his feet, everyone else prepared to depart as well. Please wait a moment. Li Qing, noticing their intent to leave, hurried over and suggested. It seems you have not dined well. Why not stay a while longer? I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively halted their steps, momentarily frozen in place. Are you implying that you wish to invite us? AI Wei began, but Chenfeng interjected. Are you truly going to cook for us yourself? Li Qing smiled and nodded. I trust you have discerned that I am the proprietor of this establishment. The commotion outside has settled, and the Navy will no longer trouble you. Why not linger a little longer? Chenfeng pondered for a moment before glancing back at the expectant gazes of the few individuals behind him. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. I shall take full responsibility. Suddenly, AI Wei slapped her forehead, exclaiming, It's all these naval officers' fault. I've completely forgotten about that little sister. With her absence for such a long time, could it be that she was abducted amidst the chaos? Chenfeng shrugged, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Oh, you mean that little girl? Li Qing remarked with a smile. She was just spotted outside by one of the attendants. She should be resting in the kitchen now. However, upon their arrival in the kitchen, they found no trace of the little girl. The kitchen was in disarray, with only an attendant lying unconscious on the floor amidst the chaos. Had this kitchen been ransacked by someone? Chenfeng stepped over a puddle of cake on the ground, and not far ahead lay half a pizza and several bones. How could this happen? Li Qing nudged the fallen attendant, but received no response. After checking for breath and confirming the attendant was unharmed, Li Qing propped him against a nearby wall. Someone had undoubtedly been here, incapacitating the attendant and abducting the girl. Li Qing stamped his foot in frustration. Who dared to wreak havoc in this place? I'm not so sure, Chenfeng remarked as he yanked open the large refrigerator in the kitchen. It appeared that the intruder's motive revolved around the food. The onlookers gazed in disbelief. The refrigerator, which should have been brimming with provisions, now contained nothing but scraps. To consume such a vast quantity, the perpetrator would have to be a beast or perhaps a group working together. Yet, the reason for the girl's abduction remained a mystery. Indeed, why did they not incapacitate both the girl and the attendant, but instead made her vanish along with them? Ai Wei exclaimed anxiously. Chenfeng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. After all, amidst the chaos in the hall earlier, he had failed to notice any valuable information. A multitude of individuals wandered aimlessly in the kitchen, yet none could uncover any clues. We cannot linger here any longer, Caitlin. Let us search for her together. Ivy, clearly anxious, firmly grasped Caitlin's hand, intent on departing. Wait a moment. Chenfeng halted the two who were about to leave, asking, Are you familiar with Tanny Town? It is possible that you may get lost as well. What should we do then? Ivy released her tight grip on Caitlin's hand, murmuring, What is this door doing here? In a corner of the kitchen, Chenfeng discovered a small door, so seamlessly integrated with the wall that had gone unnoticed by the group initially. Behind this door lay an abandoned warehouse, cluttered with broken pots and stoves, seldom visited, which is why it had escaped my mind, Li Qing admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Chenfeng slowly approached the door. Yet upon witnessing his movement, the onlookers donned expressions of caution, with Caitlin and Yasuo already brandishing their weapons. Surely, you do not believe that within lies. Suddenly, Chenfeng halted Li Qing's words with a gesture, gently resting his hand upon the doorknob. Holding his breath and focusing intently, nearly everyone had already tensed their nerves. With a whoosh, with a sudden force, Chenfeng flung the door open and swiftly retreated, while Caitlin had already raised her firearm, aiming at the ominous darkness of the warehouse. She was prepared to fire at the slightest hint of movement within. A cloud of dust billowed forth from the pitch-black interior. Yet no unusual occurrences transpired. Chenfeng leaned over and peered in the warehouse, but saw nothing at all. Goodness, with all your wealth, why don't you install a light in here? Upon hearing Chenfeng's complaint, Li Qing chuckled wryly and scratched his head. Who would come here on a regular basis? We simply couldn't be bothered to install one. The peculiar whims of the affluent, Izay remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chenfeng took 2 steps towards the storeroom, thoroughly confirming the situation inside before he finally stepped into the room. However, just as he took his first step, a shadow suddenly darted outwards. What the hell? Startled, Chenfeng was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by the shadow. Caitlin reacted swiftly, pulling the trigger the moment the shadow dashed through the door. However, the entity's speed was astonishingly rapid, and the bullet merely struck the adjacent doorframe, failing to hit the target. The shadow darted past Ivy and Eyes, making its way towards the kitchen exit. Yasuo unsheathed his blade, prepared to confront it, but was halted by a hand from Lee Sin. "Allow me." Yasuo was about to protest, yet Lee Sin's figure had already surged toward the doorway. Perhaps sensing the pursuit behind, the shadow pivoted and delivered a kick towards Lee Sin. However, Lee Sin was not one to easily succumb. He grasped the assailant's calf and yanked backward, sending the shadow hurtling back. The figure clad in a black trench coat crashed heavily to the ground, yet before she could regain her footing, a blade and a firearm had already secured her firmly in place. Who could be behind this mischief? Chenfeng swiftly approached and forcefully pulled down the black hood from the figure's head. "Who are you?" Sitting on the ground was a young beauty, her alluring curves accentuated by her provocative attire, revealing ample fair skin. Upon hearing the question, the woman did not respond. Instead, she surveyed the gathering with her gaze. "Was this your doing?" AI Wei inquired. "What about the girl?" Noting the woman's reluctance to answer, Yasuo prepared to teach her a lesson, only to be halted by Chenfeng. Drawing the soul-shattering blade, Chenfeng pressed the back of the blade firmly against the woman's pristine neck. Instantly, she turned her head, glaring fiercely at Chenfeng, but in the next moment, she appeared to be frozen, her entire body beginning to tremble. Chenfeng harnessed the malevolent energy from the soul-shattering blade, channeling it through the blade into the woman's being. Initially, he believed that he had exerted too much of this lethal aura, yet it became evident that this woman was not easily subdued. Thus, he intensified the malevolence. The woman transitioned from trembling to moaning in anguish, her alabaster thighs thrashing desperately against the ground. "I will speak. I will speak," she suddenly cried out. "My name is Bonnie. I am indeed the girl you speak of." The malevolent energy dissipated instantly, and she finally managed to catch her breath, her ashen chest rising and falling rapidly. However, apart from Chenfeng, no one else grasped the significance of her words. "She claims she's that girl?" Ivy inquired, bewildered. "What does that mean?" "She is speaking the truth." Chenfeng sheathed his sword and gestured towards the woman's pink, shoulder-length hair, saying, "Pirate Jewelry Bonnie, a wielder of the devil fruit, possesses the ability to alter both her own age and that of others." "Change age?" The crowd was taken aback, clearly astonished by such a power. "I believe you would be far more intriguing with a youthful visage." "Pervert." Chenfeng shrugged, disregarding Bonnie's scathing remarks, and inquired about her intentions on this journey. Chapter 52. Confrontation with the kid pirates. Under the pressure exerted by Chenfeng and his companions, Bonnie reluctantly revealed the truth. It turned out that her pirate crew had suffered a catastrophic defeat in a naval battle, leading to their complete annihilation. Subsequently, after a series of misfortunes, they found themselves wandering to Tanny Town. Due to the stringent control enforced by the local navy, Bonnie had to infiltrate a group of abducted children in order to secure long-term food rations. In their quest for profit, the traffickers ensured that these children were provided with ample sustenance, particularly Bonnie, whose striking beauty made her a highly marketable asset, thus earning her an abundance of superior provisions. Eventually, Li Qing and Chenfeng's group fortuitously eradicated the traffickers, and Bonnie soon discovered that Li Qing was a chef. This revelation sparked the inception of a new plan. Little did they know, two future supernovas had already crossed paths in this very place. Chenfeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. The emergence of two formidable supernovas alongside a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters indicated that the narrative had strayed far from its intended trajectory. "Chenfeng, is that supernova you mentioned truly as formidable as you claim?" Ai inquired curiously. The mere sight of Bonnie, reminiscent of her youthful appearance, stirred a sense of discomfort within her. "You'll find out soon enough," Chenfeng replied, waving her hand dismissively. The 11 supernovas of Ur, after all, represented a powerful new generation of pirates. Their designation as supernovas implied a remarkable prowess in both combat and intellect. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this supernova would undergo any alterations under her influence. "What should I do about her?" Liking Pundarat, recognizing that the woman before him was a pirate of dubious origin. "Perhaps we could turn her over to the Navy?" he suggested. "No, please don't send me to the Navy." To his surprise, Bonnie reacted with intense fervor to Li Qing's suggestion. "I still wish to enter the Grand Line. You cannot send me to the Navy." Currently, Tanny Town was under the vigilant watch of the Navy headquarters, and if Bonnie were to be handed over, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Bonnie quickly shifted her tone upon noticing the indifference of those around her. "The Vice Admiral station here in Tanny Town means that if you wish to leave, my assistance will undoubtedly make it much easier." Her words piqued Chenfeng's interest. While the prospect of breaching the Navy's defenses in Tannytown did not faze her, the presence of a vice admiral changed the stakes entirely. Vice admirals were adept in the Navy's six forms and often possessed the ability to wield hockey, particularly those who adhered to the doctrine of absolute justice, like Dogfighter Doberman. Thus, a strategy of wits rather than brute force was essential. Given our capabilities, the odds of overcoming a vice admiral together are slim. Chenfeng mused after a moment of contemplation. Let us keep her. She may prove beneficial. With Chenfeng's resolution firm, Ai Wei and the others naturally consented. You are my friends, and since you have made this decision, I shall not oppose it. Li Qing responded courteously, appreciating Chenfeng's inquiry into his opinion. Suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air as Yasuo's blade narrowly missed Bonnie's fair thigh. If you dare to flee or play tricks, my blade does not discriminate. Yet Ai Wei remained unfazed, arching an eyebrow at Yasuo. Would you truly harm such a stunning beauty? All right, we should leave this place post-haste. It would be troublesome if Doberman were to appear, Chenfeng urged. Upon hearing their intent to depart, Li Qing promptly suggested, why not take refuge in my home? I have ample space, and the Navy would not dare to pursue me directly. Then, thank you very much, Chenfeng replied appreciatively. Chenfeng did not refuse. What they desperately needed now was a refuge, and Li Qing, being quite esteemed locally, was a willing ally. After addressing some matters concerning the restaurant, Li Qing led the group towards the exit. However, before they could step outside, the restaurant's door was suddenly flung open, completely detached from its frame, revealing the immense force behind it. Why, what happened? Li Qing hurriedly helped Wai to her feet, realizing that the one who had burst through the door was indeed her. You're injured. Upon seeing the wounds on Wai's body and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Li Qing immediately expressed concern. Wai scoffed, shaking off Li Qing's hand and rushing back outside. The Navy station at Tannytown is nothing but this. From a distance, Chenfeng could already hear Kid's arrogant voice. Wai charged towards Kid, but an extraordinarily swift figure suddenly dashed in from the side. Clearly, Wai had suffered at this person's hands before. Upon their approach, she swiftly redirected her attack towards them. Yet, the individual's speed was astonishingly quick, and as Wai launched her strike, the figure had already retreated. At that moment, a fierce blaze surged towards Wai. The ferocious flames enveloped her completely, crackling with the sound of searing heat. The man, resembling a zombie, closed his mouth as the flames abruptly ceased. Miraculously, Wai had shielded herself with her oversized gauntlets, the fire failing to harm her. Wai, be careful. Just then, a colossal shadow loomed over her. A gigantic arm appeared above Wai, constructed from countless blades and guns, far exceeding her iron fists in size. Colonel Lady, farewell. The enormous hand descended from the heavens, and Wai found herself with no means of escape. Boom! A wave of sword energy soared skyward, colliding heavily with the descending hand. The hand was shattered by the sword energy, and numerous blades and guns fell to the ground. As Chenfeng's figure emerged before Wai, it's you? Wai could hardly believe she had been rescued by a pirate. Are you all right? Li Qing also darted to her side, eager to inspect her injuries, only to be evaded by Wai. This is none of your concern. I don't need your help. I am your senior. Li Qing shouted in response to Wai's cold remarks. Phew! The temperature around them escalated rapidly, and a fierce flame surged forth once more. Li Qing tightly embraced Wai and dove to the side. Whoosh! A masked figure appeared beside Li Qing, and with Wai in his arms, he could not evade in time. He immediately turned his back to the newcomer, prepared to shield Wai. Let me go! As the scythe in the hands of the masked man swung down, Li Qing braced himself for the impending blow, while Wei struggled to free herself from his embrace. You must evade. Despite Wei's frantic attempts to escape, Li Qing remained entirely unresponsive. Clang! The scythe was deflected, and Yasuo's figure pressed close behind Li Qing. Thank you. You still need to provide us with shelter and sustenance. You cannot afford to be harmed, Yasuo declared, unleashing a wave of sword energy that forced the masked man to retreat repeatedly. It seems we've encountered another formidable opponent. The masked man twirled the scythes in his hands, the blades whirring menacingly. This is an opportunity for free food and lodging. I cannot allow you to ruin it. Yasuo positioned his sword horizontally, a gust of energy swirling forth. Watch closely, masked man, Yasuo sneered. As long as I am here, you shall not act with impunity. Chapter 53. Senior brother, junior sister, well, are we about to cross paths? Kid remarked with a smile directed at Chenfeng, yet devoid of any semblance of camaraderie. 3 against 1. I never anticipated that the illustrious Kid pirate crew would prove to be so lackluster. Chenfeng tilted the soul-shattering blade towards the ground. his eyes directed at Kid, filled with disdain. I truly have no concern for a 3-on-1 confrontation. I merely wish to avoid attracting the attention of that naval admiral. Upon uttering these words, a glint of cold light flickered in Kid's eyes. I presume, as a fellow pirate, you two would prefer to refrain from clashing with an admiral from headquarters, would you not? Silent as the wind, Chenfeng emitted a palpable aura of menace from the soul-slicing blade, while the scattered weapons on the ground seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually gravitating towards Kid's location. The Navy, led by Wei, had long since disbanded, which explained the scene of Wei confronting Kid and his two companions alone. As Chenfeng engaged in a fierce battle with Kid, it was evident that regardless of the victor, the sudden arrival of the rear admiral could spell doom for both parties, potentially ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. As Chenfeng sheathed the soul-shattering blade, the scattered weapons around him simultaneously lost their compelling force, lying motionless upon the ground. Kira, hit, let us depart, Kid declared, turning away as the masked figure and the zombie-like man followed closely in his wake. Watching the retreating silhouettes of Kid and his companions, Wei felt a pang of reluctance. Yet she understood that she could not hinder their progress alone. Wei, are you feeling any better? Though she remained silent, the chilling aura that surrounded her began to thaw, particularly during the moment when Li Qing had risked everything to save her. I am fine, you must leave at once. The people from the headquarters will arrive shortly. With a gentle push, Wei urged Li Qing away, her face adorned with a faint smile. Now, take your friends and flee swiftly. Remember, do not allow me to encounter them again. Chenfeng cast a glance at Li Qing and Wei, silently chuckling to himself. There was undoubtedly an affair between the two. Well, I see now. Li Qing nodded vigorously and then gestured for Chenfeng and his companions, urging everyone this way. Soon, the figures of Li Qing and Chenfeng's group vanished into the distance. Amidst the chaos surrounding the Crown Restaurant, only Wei remained seated alone on the street, while countless naval officers, led by one, hastened toward this direction. Li Qing, is this your home? Chenfeng gazed in disbelief at the structure before him, while AI Wei and the others stood behind him, rendered speechless. Before them stood a somewhat aged wooden house, comprising 2 stories, surrounded by a picturesque landscape. Indeed, it was rather charming. However, the disparity between this and the Crown Restaurant was stark. Izei's eyelids twitched slightly. Not just he, but nearly everyone had assumed that Li Qing's residence would be a luxurious villa on par with the Crown Restaurant. Yet this, Li Qing, oblivious to the group's astonishment, waved his hand with pride, inviting everyone in without hesitation. He warmly ushered them into the house, and upon entering, Chenfeng noticed that although the exterior of the wooden house appeared unremarkable, the interior was neat and tidy, with all the furnishings arranged in a manner that reflected an individual's taste. Li Qing, is this truly your home? Chenfeng marveled. It's quite impressive. You're too kind. Too kind, Li Qing replied, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head before pouring a glass of water for each guest. Though I am a chef, I rarely prepare food at home. I don't have much to offer right now, but I will prepare a splendid dinner for you all this evening. Wonderful. Do you have any wine? Chenfeng and AI Wei were taken aback, yet they managed to suppress their reactions. How could I trouble you? She chuckled. I've grown accustomed to being solitary in Tanny Town, but encountering all of you today evokes a sense of warmth. Not to mention, I owe my gratitude to your assistance. Otherwise, my junior sister and I. Li Qing's voice faltered, and a hint of sorrow surfaced on her otherwise smiling face. Your junior sister refers to the naval colonel, doesn't she? I Wei inquired. Indeed, she is my junior sister. Li Qing sighed deeply and continued. She is also the daughter of my master. The daughter of your master? The one who taught you culinary skills? Upon hearing Iza's question, Li Qing gently shook her head. To be precise, she is the one who taught me the principles of life. Li Qing lifted her gaze, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Once, I was an orphan trafficked to this place, until my master rescued me. As I had no home to return to, he took me as his apprentice and treated me like a son. It turned out that Li Qing's master was a renowned chef, as well as a formidable individual with exceptional physical prowess. When Li Qing was saved, she was merely 5 or 6 years old, about the same age as Wei. They grew up like childhood sweethearts. Later, Wei joined the Navy and underwent training at the headquarters, while Li Qing ran the Crown Restaurant alongside her master. Eventually, the esteemed master passed away due to illness, and Wei, unaware of this, was still at the headquarters. Li Qing took over the Crown Restaurant, and when Wei returned to Tanny Town as the enforcer, she found only a remorseful Li Qing, as her father had already departed from this world. I can sense that she does not harbor hatred towards you, Caitlin remarked. Indeed, Li Qing gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She merely blames me for not informing her in time about her master's passing. I never wished to conceal it. It was simply that our master, he forbade me from speaking of it. He wanted a way to complete her training at the headquarters smoothly, knowing that her dream was to become a naval officer. As she spoke, Li Qing's emotions became increasingly intense, tears flowing freely from her eyes. Hearing the tale of Li Qing and Wei, the mood among Chenfeng and the others grew heavy. Li Qing. Chenfeng gently patted Li Qing's shoulder and remarked, "Did you not see today? Your junior sister no longer regards you with the same coldness as before. Indeed, it was the first time I had witnessed her smile since her return. Then why are you in tears? This is a joyous occasion." Li Qing vigorously wiped away his tears and then endeavored to muster a rather awkward smile. "Thank you all. My junior sister can be quite stubborn, but she possesses a good heart. Please do not hold her actions against her." Chenfeng and Ai Wei simultaneously waved their hands, exclaiming, "How could that be? She is a remarkably understanding person." Even Yasuo stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Li Qing's shoulders, saying, as a man, "You should not shed tears easily. You must serve as a role model for your junior sister." I understand. Chapter 54. Hand in hand to appreciate the fireworks that evening. The much-anticipated feast arrived as promised. Although the dishes were not as exquisite as those from the Crown Restaurant, the seemingly casual fare transformed into extraordinary delicacies under Li Qing's skilled hands. It was evident that Li Qing truly regarded everyone as friends. As the group settled around the table, Chenfeng attempted to extend an invitation to Li Qing, hoping he would join their team, but ultimately, it was politely declined. It must be said that this was a regrettable outcome. I would have loved to join you. After all, I seldom encounter such interesting individuals as yourselves. However, I am more concerned about my junior sister. I wish to stay and care for her, for I owe her too much. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, although the group felt a sense of regret, their admiration for him grew even stronger. "It's all right, even if you cannot join us. We are still delighted to have made a friend like you." At Chenfeng's suggestion, everyone raised their glasses. This marked the first night of Chenfeng and his companion's arrival in Town, a day filled with numerous experiences. Although Li Qing was not adept at brewing wine, he had several bottles of fine vintage at home. After the meal, Yasuo fell into a deep slumber, clutching the empty wine jar. Caitlin maintained a regular routine and planned to retire early, so Li Qing had prepared an extra room for her. Izzy, perhaps weary, though not sleepy, opted to stay in, requesting a nautical map from Li Qing to meticulously study the routes into the Grand Line. "Chenfeng, why don't you accompany me for a stroll?" Ai Wei approached Chenfeng, who was lost in thought outside the wooden cabin. "Sister Caitlin is preparing for bed, and I feel hesitant to disturb her. Will you join me for a walk in the town?" "To the town?" Chenfeng was taken aback. "Yes. I heard that there will be a fireworks display in Town tonight. I have hardly seen any in my lifetime." Faced with Ai Wei's charming demeanor, Chenfeng found it impossible to refuse. All right, he nodded eagerly in agreement. "Let us go." The silent Chenfeng found it amusing that a mere fireworks display could elicit such excitement from her. Was she truly a princess of a grand family, or merely a child from a humble background? Upon seeing Chenfeng and Ai Wei preparing to depart, Li Qing waved and wished them joy, assuring them that she would take good care of everyone. However, it was impossible not to mention Bonnie in this context. Although she was not bound, and even enjoyed a sumptuous meal with the others, Li Qing had somehow procured sea tower stone handcuffs to secure Bonnie's wrists. Consequently, there was no longer any concern about Bonnie attempting to escape. "Ai Wei, why must you insist on emerging at this moment?" Chenfeng stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy despite having had ample entertainment throughout the day. "I can't sleep," Ivy pouted, casting an indignant glance at Chenfeng. However, her expression brightened as she cheerfully took his hand. "Let's explore over there." Ivy still donned her hooded cloak, yet as she rushed about, the hood swayed back and forth, causing Chenfeng to worry that her beauty might inadvertently be exposed, leading to unwarranted complications. "Do slow down." Eventually, Ivy halted before a cart, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sugar figurines?" Chenfeng gazed at an elderly man seated behind a cart, who was skillfully crafting animals from sugar. What could this be? Though the brim of Ai Wei's hat obscured her face, Chenfeng could vividly imagine her expression of intrigue. "These are sugar figures, capable of being molded into any shape one desires. Little girl, what would you like?" The old man, having discerned Ai Wei's gender and her keen interest in the sugar creations, inquired warmly. After a moment's contemplation, Ai Wei turned to Chenfeng and asked, "Sir, could you make one of him?" "Me?" Chenfeng pointed at himself, wearing a rather dejected expression. "You might give it a try." The elderly man chuckled before immersing himself in his work. The temperature tonight was rather mild, and Chenfeng emerged dressed merely in a shirt and shorts. Naturally, crafting a sugar figurine could not capture the intricate details of a person's facial features, so the old man focused on the figure's form and attire. His craftsmanship was truly remarkable. In just a short while, a humanoid figure had taken shape in his hands, complete with shirt and shorts, resembling Chenfeng to a notable degree. "I really miss you," Ivy exclaimed excitedly, raising the sugar figurine and placing it beside Chenfeng for comparison. Chenfeng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and produced some money from his pocket to hand to the elderly man. "Young man, you two must be a couple, am I right?" "Huh?" Chenfeng hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that it was not what he intended. The town square was adorned with fireworks, and many couples had already gathered there. The elderly man shook his head and remarked, "Though I may not fully grasp the romantic inclinations of the youth, the fireworks display is indeed one of the few grand events in Tannytown. It would be worthwhile to witness it. Let's hurry over, Chenfeng," exclaimed Ai Wei, as she eagerly grasped his arm and smiled at the old man, expressing her gratitude. Observing their departing figures, the elderly gentleman's eyes seemed to reflect a hint of nostalgia, or perhaps a deeper sentiment, truly a pair of intriguing young individuals. Although Tannytown is a bustling locale, small-scale firework displays are frequent. However, only during major festivals can one truly experience a grand fireworks show. Upon arriving at the town square, Chenfeng realized that today marked a festival in Tannytown, akin to the Qixi festival. As he surveyed the crowded square filled with couples, he awkwardly took a step back, suggesting, "Perhaps we should return. We can see the fireworks from Li Qing's house as well." "Absolutely not. We've come all this way. We must join in the revelry," Ai Wei insisted, pulling him into the throng, seemingly unfazed by his embarrassment as his face reddened. Surrounded by the bustling crowd, Chenfeng felt compelled to protect Ai Wei, keeping her safely in front of him, all the while silently lamenting why he had agreed to accompany her. Soon, the fireworks display commenced its countdown. At the center of the square, a man resembling a host raised a microphone, and with an impassioned rallying cry, the crowd began to count down together. 10, 9, 8. Ai Wei, seemingly enthralled by the grandeur of the scene, joined in the countdown with the crowd. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! A brilliant light shot up from the center of the square, soaring into the vast night sky. As everyone gazed upward, the light burst into a magnificent spectacle, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, radiant and resplendent. Simultaneously, an array of fireworks ascended into the heavens, marking the official commencement of the fireworks display. Chapter 55. The sweet aroma in a cozy cabin on the outskirts of Tannytown. Everyone turned their gaze towards the fireworks illuminating the sky above the town square. "Such beauty," Caitlin sighed, resting her chin on her hands, captivated by the celestial display. Yasuo, leaning against the cabin door with a bottle of wine in hand, asked, "Why aren't you all going to the town to see it? We've gone to great lengths to create a private world for them. It wouldn't be right to intrude," Izaoi replied, reclining on the grass with his hands behind his head, pondering how their captain was faring. Hearing Izaoi's candid words, both Caitlin and Yasuo chuckled. "Aren't you concerned that your captain might discover your thoughts and come back to settle the score?" Li Qing inquired with a smile. "Surely not. In fact, he will owe us his gratitude." Yasuo downed the contents of the bottle in one swift motion and then turned to Li Qing, asking, "Is there no more wine?" "What? It's already gone?" "This is just the beginning." The fireworks display gradually reached its conclusion, yet the festivities on stage were far from over. Today's celebration, I need not elaborate, is quite evident, as the host's voice resonated through the microphone, eliciting a chorus of responses from the crowd. The Festival of Serendipity. Indeed, the host received a plush toy from a staff member, a delightful rabbit figure. "This is the most significant gift of our festival." With that, the host raised the rabbit-shaped toy high, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. Isn't this just a toy? What is so extraordinary about it?" Although Chenfeng held a certain disdain for the trinket, he deliberately lowered his voice to avoid attracting the displeasure of others with his remarks. Indeed, this was the auspicious doll, a culmination of countless wishes over the past year, imbued with a multitude of good fortune. Each year, a couple is bestowed with this doll, and those fortunate enough to receive it are destined to experience boundless happiness in the days to come. It is no wonder that this doll, resembling a rabbit, holds deeper significance, drawing cheers and fervent admiration from the crowd. "Chenfeng, I desire that doll." Ivy turned to him, only to find him wearing an expression of resignation. "Let us first hear the rules," he suggested. The host then announced, "All couples present, upon my signal, please engage in a passionate kiss for 10 seconds. After this duration, We will randomly select a lucky couple from the screen to receive the auspicious doll. As the host's words echoed, two large crimson drapes descended, revealing screens on either side of the stage, while images from the square were projected onto the screens through surrounding visual devices. Upon hearing the game rules, the couples in attendance erupted in unison, some filled with excitement, while others wore expressions of discomfort. Ivy, are you certain you still want that auspicious doll? To his surprise, the previously animated Ivy stood frozen, seemingly lost in thought. It's just a doll, after all. It doesn't matter, she replied dismissively. Chenfeng shrugged, sharing a passionate kiss lasting 10 seconds with someone who was not his romantic partner, an act that would be deemed unacceptable by many, including himself. On my signal, everyone get ready. The host raised his arm high, taking a deep breath as if poised to issue the command. Yet, just as all the couples prepared for their affectionate embrace, the host chuckled and added, a gentle reminder, everyone should be sure to kiss their own partner. Let's avoid any mix-ups. At his words, laughter erupted among the crowd, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. Begin. With the host's declaration, couples embraced one another, and heartwarming scenes of joy and affection were projected on the screen via the imaging device. AI Wei, are you alright? Chenfeng paid no heed to the couples around him, engrossed in their affections. Instead, he was concerned about AI Wei, who had remained still since earlier. Chenfeng reached out, intending to gently pat Ivy on the shoulder, but to his astonishment, Ivy delivered an unexpected blow. With a swift motion, she pulled down her hood, rose on her toes, and leaned in to kiss him. Perhaps due to their clumsy movements, they instinctively recoiled at the moment their lips met. However, it was not long before they were utterly entranced. Though 10 seconds is a fleeting moment, to Chenfeng it felt interminable. A passionate kiss lasting a mere 10 seconds. He had never experienced anything quite like it in his past or present, especially with such an exquisite beauty before him. The taste of sweetness lingered. Chenfeng actively extended his arm, enveloping AI Wei in his embrace. Remarkably, AI Wei displayed no resistance, allowing herself to be held. As 10 seconds elapsed, the images on the two screens converged, ultimately crystallizing into a shared scene. Ah, our fortuitous couple has been born, the host's fervent voice momentarily faltered. It was not just he, but the entire square fell into an enchanting silence, punctuated only by faint laughter. They appear so blissfully happy. A girl remarked to her companion beside her. Indeed, it is no wonder they have won the fortune doll. Perhaps it was the surrounding stillness that finally brought the two, lost in their passionate kiss, back to reality. Oh dear, AI Wei hastily pulled her hood over her head, seemingly intent on concealing her entire face. Chenfeng raised his head, only to discover that everyone, including the host, was gazing at him, while the screens on both sides of the stage displayed images of him and AI Wei. Did we win an award? Upon hearing Chenfeng's words, the crowd erupted into laughter, a laughter filled with kindness and blessings. Ladies and gentlemen, please come up to the stage to accept your award. At the host's invitation, everyone in the audience instinctively parted to create a path. Yet Chenfeng remained frozen in place, bewildered. AI Wei, standing behind him, gave him a gentle push, urging, hurry up and accept the award. Oh. Chenfeng hurriedly ascended the stage, extending his hand to receive the charming doll presented by the host. Now, let us collectively bestow our blessings upon this couple, wishing them a future filled with happiness and a love that endures like the steadfastness of the sea and the rocks. Applause erupted, as the crowd in the square directed their cheers towards the two individuals on and off the stage. Chenfeng cradled the rabbit toy, wearing a foolish grin, oblivious to whether it was the sweetness of the moment that brought him joy or the warm wishes of those around him. Perhaps it was a delightful combination of both. Chenfeng held the doll excitedly and raced down the stage to present it to AI Wei. However, AI Wei stood momentarily stunned, not extending her hand to accept the gift right away. The two screens continued to project their positions, and everyone awaited the girl's response with bated breath. Suddenly, AI Wei snatched the doll from Chenfeng's grasp and cradled it in her arms. Boom, boom, boom. A cascade of brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky, signaling the grand conclusion of the festival. Chapter 56. The true plan of the Navy when Chenfeng and AI Wei returned. They found everyone who should have been resting seated in the hall, gazing at them with indescribable expressions. Upon noticing this, AI Wei's face flushed, and she hurried upstairs. Clutching the doll, Chenfeng, feeling the collective gaze shift towards him, shrugged helplessly and said, "You all carry on. I'll check upstairs." With that, Caitlin ascended as well. "What's the situation?" Eyes quickly pulled Chenfeng over to sit down, implying that there might have been unexpected developments. At Eyes' remark, Chenfeng couldn't help but recall those sweet 10 seconds no. To be precise, it was far more than that. As Chenfeng drifted into reminiscence, a smile gracing his lips, Eyes swiftly shook his head. Oh dear, it seems there will be no shortage of dog food in the future. What are you talking about? Chenfeng playfully slapped Eyes' head. I might as well continue my drunken stupor, Yasuo sighed, shaking his head as he headed towards his room. Li Qing leaned against the hearth and remarked, it's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Indeed, thank you for your efforts these past few days. Chenfeng nodded in acknowledgement. No need for formalities. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, everyone rose early. Li Qing had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and all were ready to take their seats and begin the meal. Chenfeng was the last to emerge. Perhaps the events of yesterday had taken a toll on him, leaving him somewhat unrest. After all, he had finally relinquished his long-held first kiss, an exhilarating moment that was entirely understandable. However, upon noticing that Ai Wei bore the same dark circles under her eyes as he did, a smile broke across his face, prompting Ai Wei to shyly turn away and inch closer to Caitlin. The others shared a knowing glance, but chose not to voice their thoughts. By the way, Li Qing, what purpose does this food box serve? With Chenfeng gesturing toward the box beside the table, Li Qing replied, this contains some treats I prepared for my junior sister. All her favorite flavors. Did you often bring her snacks before? As Chenfeng indulged in his meal, he curiously inquired about Li Qing. Our relationship had long been strained, but yesterday had seen a slight thaw. Thus, I surmised that she would not refuse some pastries today. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that Li Qing was indeed a person of subtle emotions. It appeared that there was still a lingering. Chenfeng raised an eyebrow at this, eliciting a moment of awkwardness from Li Qing. Chenfeng, please focus on your meal. Ai Wei promptly interjected in defense. In the Tanny Naval Base, an influx of personnel following the addition of the main fleet had rendered the facility exceedingly crowded. Consequently, several temporary structures were erected to accommodate unforeseen needs. As the former highest commander of Tanny, Wei had been responsible for liaising between the Navy and the local populace, given the main fleet's limited knowledge of the area. Many matters were still handled by the Navy station at the base. In short, Wei's official duties had become increasingly demanding. With a food box in hand, Li Qing navigated her way to Wei's office with ease. The sailors stationed at the base were primarily local recruits, and upon seeing Li Qing, they recognized her and were aware of her prior acquaintance with their superior, allowing her unhindered access to Wei's office. However, just as Li Qing was about to knock on the door, indistinct voices drifted from within, causing her hand to pause mid-air. Colonel Wei, our operational plan has been finalized. The main fleet will execute the mission tonight, and we hope you can ensure your subordinates manage the public relations effectively. Doberman handed a stack of reports to Wei, then spoke slowly. This operation is of utmost importance, and we trust you will provide your full cooperation. Understood. Although Wei held the position of law enforcement officer in Tanny, Doberman had ascended to become the highest commander at this juncture. Regardless of his personal opinions, Wei was compelled to comply fully. Review this plan, and if you have any questions, now is the time to voice them, Doberman said, taking a seat while Wei examined the documents in his hands. Are we to apprehend all pirates in Tanny through curfew? Wei inquired. Indeed, we have gathered substantial intelligence on most of the pirates. The curfew is intended to protect the townspeople and facilitate our efforts to capture the pirates, Doberman affirmed. Will the blockade of Tanny's port require our fleet's ships? Naturally. Doberman rose and began pacing within the office. While the 10 ships from the main fleet are formidable, we cannot guarantee that no fish will slip through the net. Although your fleet may not match us in firepower, its numerical advantage can effectively fill the gaps in the blockade. The plan devised by Doberman is indeed terrifying. The unrestricted docking of vessels has led to a strict release policy, effectively trapping numerous pirates in Tanny Town. As the port of Tanny Town approaches saturation, the imposition of a curfew arises inevitably. I surmise that after this night, the number of pirates able to escape Tanny Town will be exceedingly few, if any at all, preferably not a single one. Suddenly, Doberman, who had been pacing with his head down, drew his sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the door. With a thunderous crash, the office door was shattered, and Li Qing landed firmly over 10 meters away. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, the naval personnel within the base swiftly surrounded Li Qing, while the few branch Navy members who had allowed him entry stood in a daze, utterly oblivious to the unfolding conflict. Doberman slowly emerged from the office, and Wei, following closely behind, was taken aback upon seeing Li Qing. Who are you? And why are you here at the naval base? I have come to deliver something to a friend, Li Qing replied, gently placing the food box aside before turning his gaze toward Dauberman. I presume you have overheard our earlier conversation. I find your behavior suspicious. Are you perhaps intending to take me down? Indeed, that is my intention. Perhaps sensing Li Qing's extraordinary nature, Dauberman took it upon himself to engage directly. In an instant, he appeared before Li Qing, his sword raised high for a downward strike. There was no finesse in his attack. Merely the sheer speed was beyond that of an ordinary person. Even Li Qing barely managed to evade the blade, narrowly escaping injury. Oomph! Dauberman scoffed, then unleashed several waves of sword energy. Despite Li Qing's continuous evasions, he sustained multiple cuts from the energy. Gritting his teeth, Li Qing, while dodging yet another wave of sword energy, charged toward Dauberman. He swung his sword, but with a twist of his body, he evaded the attack and delivered a sweeping kick toward Dauberman. With the force of a dragon's tail, the impact was palpable. Bang! Li Qing's kick struck Dauberman with considerable force. However, Dauberman remained steadfast, as if Li Qing's attack had no effect on him whatsoever. Impressive attack, but alas, still somewhat lacking. Li Qing's brow furrowed, and just as he prepared to retract his leg, Dauberman delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Li Qing crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his ribs had been shattered under the force of the blow. Before he could rise, Dauberman's figure appeared before him in an instant. The blade hovered ominously above Li Qing's head, emanating a chilling glint from its edge, as if the next moment the sharp blade would pierce through Li Qing's chest. Admiral, spare him. Unbeknownst to her, Wei found herself before Dauberman and hastily spoke. He is the owner of the Crown Restaurant, my senior brother, merely overheard by chance. HM? Upon hearing Wei's words, Dauberman pondered for a moment before sheathing his blade. Nonetheless, he had absorbed the entirety of the operational plan and resolved to confine him temporarily in prison, intending to release him post-operation. Without sparing a glance at the injured Li Qing on the ground, Dauberman turned and strode towards the base exit. As Dauberman finally led his team away, Wei helped Li Qing to his feet. How are you? Is the injury severe? Li Qing weakly shook his head. Fortunately, he held back. Otherwise, that kick would have rendered me incapacitated. Take him to rest and find a doctor to tend to his wounds. Upon hearing Wei's orders to the soldiers nearby, Li Qing interjected urgently. You can't possibly throw me in a prison, can you? It's merely temporary. Bear with it, and you'll be out by tomorrow. No, you cannot do this. Li Qing struggled to rise from the ground, nearly toppling over. But a few soldiers steadied him before he could fall. Your resistance is futile. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This is my duty. With a sharp wave of her hand, several soldiers promptly lifted Li Qing away. Li Qing's pleas echoed in the air, yet Wei remained rooted in place, acutely aware of why her senior brother reacted so strongly. He also knew that the band of pirates had departed with him, but she could not afford to let the news of tonight's operation leak. It was her responsibility. Suddenly, Wei noticed a food box beside her. She gently lifted the lid, and a fragrant, sweet aroma enveloped her senses, revealing an array of exquisite delicacies arranged inside, all of which were her favorites. Tears began to brim in her eyes as she held the food box, lost in contemplation. The naval presence in Tannytown had intensified, with soldiers darting about the streets. Yet no visible signs of them undertaking any specific mission. They merely appeared in various corners of the town. Boss, have these naval officers lost their minds? A masked warrior of slaughter remarked. Is there some operation afoot? Kid observed the soldiers scurrying back and forth before him, his brow furrowed slightly. Thus far, the naval forces we've encountered on the streets are of headquarters caliber. Their combat prowess far exceeds that of the branch. It would be peculiar if they weren't planning something. Should we avoid confrontation then? Hid asked. Avoid? Or shall we retreat too? Kid calmly turned, declaring, in the face of an impending battle, retreat is not an option. If it comes to that, we must prepare to carve our way through with blood. As the sun began its descent beyond the western hills, Li Qing had yet to return. He had departed for the naval base early in the morning, and now, as twilight approached, a sense of unease settled upon the group. Given the considerable distance from the wooden cabin to the town, Yi Zhe took the initiative to gather information. Li Qing had promised to return by noon, yet there was no sign of him, leaving them to scrounge together a modest meal. Yasuo shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with his meager midday repast. Suddenly, Yi Zhe burst through the door, drenched in sweat, undoubtedly having sprinted back in haste. What is it? The others inquired anxiously upon witnessing his distressed demeanor. Gulping down a generous swig of water offered by Caitlin, Yi Zhe exclaimed, the Navy is enforcing a curfew tonight. A curfew? Yesh nodded emphatically, confirming the alarming news. It was reported that this curfew would mobilize all personnel from both the main naval base and its local branch. and soldiers were now stationed throughout the town. Chenfeng couldn't help but inhale sharply, pondering how much time remained before the curfew. Less than an hour. Li Qing had gone to the naval base and had yet to return. Could this be related to the situation at hand? Ivy exclaimed in urgency, suggesting that it was quite possible Li Qing had been entangled in this operation. After considering Ivy's words, Chenfeng concurred, though uncertain of the specifics. It seemed plausible that Ivy's assessment was accurate. Could he be in danger? Caitlin inquired. With his junior sister by his side, he should be safe. But the true peril lies with us now. Chenfeng abruptly rose to his feet, asserting that the current curfew was evidently aimed at the pirates residing in Tanny Town. A fierce battle was surely imminent tonight. Is this the grand strategy of the naval headquarters, to ensnare all the naval forces in Tanny Town? Yasuo inquired. It is highly plausible. Chenfeng said, the Navy will not immediately discover our location. Once the curfew begins, we must remain vigilant about our surroundings and assess the situation. Only half an hour remained until the curfew. At the naval base, in the prison, Li Qing's injuries had been alleviated, fortunately not reaching the extent of serious harm, a testament to his robust physique honed through years of rigorous training. He continuously struck the prison bars, but the desolate space echoed only with the clanging sound of metal. He understood that the naval base had become a mere shell, with nearly all personnel dispatched to the various corners of Tanny Town, leaving no one to escape the Navy's all-encompassing pursuit. Suddenly, the iron gate of the prison swung open. It was Wei, Li Qing's junior sister and a naval colonel. However, she was not adorned with her formidable gauntlets and without her Navy uniform. Her gaze resembled that of a gentle relative. I receive your snacks. They are delightful, just like the ones my father used to make. Li Qing lowered his head, replying softly, I am far from my master. I merely attempted to imitate him, hoping you would enjoy them. That is more than enough. Wei approached the bars, silently observing Li Qing. My father once said, you shall never live in such a confined world. What do you mean? In response to Li Qing's astonished gaze, Wei removed a set of keys from her person. I know you wish to alert your friends, but do you realize that escaping from here will place you on the Navy's wanted list? Wei paused, then continued, that group is decent. Consider joining them to leave Tanny Town. Wei. Li Qing's voice bore a hint of bitterness. The cell door swung open, and his handcuffs were released. Yet, at that moment, Wei suddenly struck at Li Qing, who instinctively raised his leg to block the attack. Unexpectedly, Wei took the hit, her body crashing against the wall. Why'd you do that? Wei gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but her expression was one of joy. Today may be our last meeting. I hope there will be another chance in the future. Wei, I like it when you call me junior sister. As Li Qing gazed upon Wei's smiling face, he couldn't help but recall the innocent girl he had once deeply admired. We shall meet again, junior sister. Li Qing turned sharply, disappearing at the threshold of the cell without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Wei leaned against the cold wall of the cell, weeping bitterly. Perhaps the junior sister harbored a profound love for her senior brother as well. Chapter 58. Breaking through the siege, the Major General emerges. The curfew commenced. Under the enforcement of the naval branch, all townsfolk had securely locked their doors, remaining indoors and refraining from venturing outside. Simultaneously, the operations of the main naval force began. By nightfall, the bustling town of Tanny transformed into a battlefield beset by cannon fire. The streets were rife with pirates under siege from the Navy, as gunfire and explosions reverberated through the air, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. With his intimate knowledge of Tanny, Li Qing adeptly evaded numerous naval patrols, hastening towards the direction of the wooden cabin. However, at the cabin, the Navy had already launched their assault. Chenfeng did not anticipate that the Navy would launch an assault the very moment the curfew commenced. Fortunately, the vigilance of his companions proved sufficient to detect the Navy in advance. Although the Navy possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage, they were repeatedly repelled by the formidable onslaught of Chenfeng and his comrades. As it became evident that his magical device was running low on energy and Caitlin was busy reloading her ammunition, Yasuo called out to Chenfeng, urging him to retreat swiftly to the ship. We must depart. As Chenfeng and Yasuo simultaneously unleashed their sword techniques, a torrent of sword energy surged towards the Navy, repelling their offensive once more. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity created by the breach in the Navy's encirclement, everyone resolved to retreat together. As for Bonnie, Chenfeng had released her before the curfew began. Under such dire circumstances, he could not bear to have someone like her accompany them in their escape. Izzy and Caitlin assumed the role of providing range fire support, while Chenfeng and Yasuo took charge of breaking through the Navy's blockade, forming a protective circle around Ivy, who remained steadfastly at their center. Although Ivy possessed some basic combat skills, Chenfeng was unwilling to let her take risks, for he could not guarantee her safety under such conditions. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy opened fire on Chenfeng, who deftly deflected all the bullets with his blade, then unleashed a sweeping sword energy that sent a line of soldiers flying. To the port quickly, the 5 of them advanced towards the harbor. Yet the Navy had already established formidable barriers in the vicinity. To be precise, since the wooden shack was situated on the outskirts of Tanny Town, the Navy's efforts to encircle this area were the weakest link. The closer one drew to the town's center, the more intense the battles became. If Chenfeng and his companions wished to reach the port where the Shenlong was docked, they would have to traverse a stretch through the town. Suddenly, Chenfeng halted, and everyone else followed suit. Their path was obstructed. Without needing Chenfeng to speak, Caitlin had already spotted the roadblock set by the Navy through the scope of her rifle. It firmly sealed off the road leading into the town, with a line of mortars aimed directly at them. I cannot handle all the mortars alone. Caitlin glanced at Izui, only to see him shaking his head slightly. The energy within the magical device was nearly depleted, but they could still muster one explosive round. First, use the explosive to target the mortars, then rely on the spinning blade to eliminate all the gunners. With a deft arrangement of responsibilities, Chenfeng instructed me and Yasuo to clear the naval forces ahead, urging the others to hasten their pace. Ivy and her companions nodded in agreement, and, at Chenfeng's command, a blue explosive projectile soared into the sky, crashing down upon the naval blockade at Luca with tremendous force. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, creating a breach in their defenses and obliterating several mortars. In swift succession, a spinning blade, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, dispatched the artillerymen stationed on either side of the mortars. The sudden onslaught caught the naval forces at Luca off guard, and before they could mount a counterattack, Chenfeng and Yasuo had already plunged into the fray, leading to the complete capitulation of Luca. However, just as Ivy and her companions were catching up, another line of mortars emerged, obstructing their path forward into the town. This was dire. The Navy had set up 2 layers of fortifications here. Even Yasuo, faced with the array of mortars ahead, could not guarantee the safety of the group. This was the sole route into the town, and the dual blockade was indeed a strategic move. Chenfeng glanced back at the throngs of pursuers rapidly closing in. With a firm grip on the soul-shattering blade, he readied himself for a charge. "Prepare," commanded a naval lieutenant colonel, raising his saber. With a mere word, the artillery would rain down upon Chenfeng and his companions. Suddenly, a cacophony of combat erupted from behind the Navy. Before the lieutenant colonel could bring his saber down, a figure surged forward, sending him crashing aside. Tianin wave. A powerful punch unleashed, obliterating the mortars that obstructed the path, leaving the naval forces at Ruka in disarray. It was Li Qing. "Everyone, hurry and follow," Caitlin shouted, firing at the advancing Navy while covering her comrades as they converged towards Li Qing. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I intended to warn you about the Navy's movements, but evidently I was too late." Li Qing stomped his foot in frustration, lamenting his untimely arrival. "No matter, without you, it would have been uncertain whether we could have traversed this blockade." Chenfeng gently patted Li Qing's shoulder, urging him not to blame himself. "The Navy is already closing in." Upon hearing Caitlin's warning, Li Qing immediately gestured to the group, declaring, "I know a shortcut that will lead us swiftly to the port. Let's depart at once." In the central square of Tanny Town, Kid and his companions hurried toward the harbor, for the pirate ship was docked on the opposite side of the town. They had to traverse the heart of the fiercest battle. Even the elite Navy forces found it challenging to impede Kid and his crew for even a moment. As pirates clashed with the Navy, opportunities arose for Kid. He only targeted those Navy soldiers who approached them, striving to avoid drawing excessive attention. However, an individual ahead caused Kid to halt in his tracks, and the group paused in the square. "Well, if it isn't Captain Bonnie." "Kid, do you truly believe you can leave here unscathed today?" Bonnie sauntered toward Kid, while Killer and Heat, positioned behind him, attempted to intervene but were restrained by Kid's outstretched hand. "Captain Bonnie, do you think you can stop me single-handedly? If it weren't for you, my crew would not have suffered total annihilation," Kid retorted, his voice laced with defiance. Bonnie glared at him, her fists clenched tightly, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, 2 katanas surged from the ground, slicing towards Bonnie from either side. Well aware of Kid's capabilities, she adeptly evaded his sudden assault. With a flourish, a whip fashioned from blades and firearms materialized in Kid's grip, which he violently lashed toward Bonnie, exhibiting remarkable agility. Bonnie dodged the whip and surged toward Kid. In a twist of fate, the whip lost control, and plummeted from above, aimed directly at her. Rolling to evade the descending barrage of weapons, Bonnie prepared to counterattack when she noticed the grave expressions on Kid and his companions' faces. Furrowing her brow, she abruptly turned, only to find a towering figure standing behind her. None other than the highest-ranking Navy commander stationed in Tanny Town, Vice Admiral Doberman from the Navy headquarters. Chapter 59. I will protect you as Chenfeng and his companions arrived at the port. They too were met with a formidable blockade by the Navy. However, amidst the onslaught of numerous pirates, Chenfeng and his crew effortlessly boarded the Divine Dragon. Meanwhile, several pirate ships had already set sail from the port. All the pirates that reached the harbor rushed toward their vessels, for nearly every pirate crew had meticulously prepared for departure, and the moment to embark had finally arrived. Chenfeng, shall we set sail now? Eyes inquired, only to find Chenfeng gazing through a telescope towards the expanse beyond the port. Wait. At that moment, the two swiftest ships were on the verge of breaking free from the harbor. Once they left the vicinity of Tanny Town, even the Navy would be powerless to pursue them. However, a violent explosion erupted from outside the port. Boom! 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 The leading two pirate ships plunged into the depths of the sea, followed by a barrage of cannon fire from the Navy ships, sinking all the pirate vessels still within the harbor. One warship after another appeared before the onlookers, tightly encircling the port, rendering all pirate ships trapped in a veritable fishbowl. Faced with the encirclement of multiple Navy warships, no pirate vessel dared to charge forth to meet their demise, nor did any ship have the audacity to confront the overwhelming hail of cannon fire. It was over. It was all over. We are doomed to perish here. Countless pirates, witnessing the dire scene before them, fell to their knees, weeping and cursing. No one had anticipated that these fierce marauders, who had fought their way to this point, would choose to surrender in the face of the Navy's formidable maritime might. The Navy had completely surrounded the harbor, seemingly intent on trapping them within its confines. Chenfeng turned to the crowd and inquired whether there was any means to divert the fleet of warships. They must have received an absolute order from the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Apart from his command, no one else could redirect these naval vessels. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Chenfeng pondered for a moment. It was likely that all the ports in Tanny Town were currently in a similar predicament. This must be the case. It was imperative to divert all warships stationed outside the ports before the Navy breached this location. Chenfeng leaped down from the Divine Dragon and turned to the crowd, stating, I shall retrieve the telebug from Dao Bowman. Only then can we depart. You intend to confront Dao Bowman? Li Qing remarked incredulously, casting a disbelieving glance at Chenfeng. He is a rear admiral, and to be frank, I barely lasted a few exchanges against him before succumbing. Implicit in Li Qing's words was a plea for Chenfeng to reconsider this solitary peril. Indeed, a rear admiral within the naval headquarters, as the mightiest force beneath the Grand Admiral, is not to be trifled with, Yasuo urged urgently. You must not take such a risk. But if I do not take this risk, none of us shall be able to leave here today. Chenfeng had resolutely made up his mind. As the captain of the crew, he now had to consider the well-being of everyone wholeheartedly, rather than just himself. Ivy, you must persuade the captain, Caitlin urged urgently. For as crew members, the three of them found it difficult to oppose the captain's decisions, but Ivy was different. I concur with Chenfeng's perspective, Ivy declared, lifting her gaze to meet his. I will accompany you. No, it is far too perilous. I cannot allow. Regardless, I refuse to let you embark alone unless I am included. This was the first time Ivy had raised her voice in such a manner, startling everyone, including Chenfeng, who was momentarily taken aback. In this moment of genuine emotion, Chenfeng tightened his grip on the soul-shattering blade. Very well, I will protect you. Their exchange was remarkably simple, yet left the remaining four astonished. Are you truly going to do this? The Navy will be here soon. You must hold this position. Chenfeng grasped Ivy's hand and addressed the crowd. Wait for our return. The sounds of battle in Tanny Town persisted, yet they had diminished compared to before. Most of the pirates had either been eradicated or were confined within the harbor. The blade of the sword swept down beside the head of a naval soldier, its sharp edge sinking deeply into the wall behind. Where is Doberman? The soldier hesitated noticeably, but soon a palpable aura of menace emanated from beside his head. Sir, he is in the central square. Upon uttering these words, the soldier immediately crouched down, cradling his head, repeatedly shouting, Do not kill me, do not kill me. Ivy, are you truly willing to accompany me? Chnf gazed into Iwi's eyes. Despite the hood obscuring much of her face, he could still perceive the beauty of her eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Where you go, I shall follow. I unsheathed the starry blade from her waist, a formidable pressure emanating from the weapon, signifying her unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I will protect you with my life. In Tian Town, the central square lay in utter disarray, reduced to a wasteland of violently destroyed structures. Suddenly, a massive arm descended, accompanied by a surge of sword energy that effortlessly shattered it. Two figures swiftly charged towards the attacker, preparing for a flanking maneuver. Boom! At that moment, an arm formed from a combination of blades and guns struck down, creating a genuine three-pronged assault. Despite being besieged from all sides, DOBM remained unmoved, as though the onslaught of attacks bore no significance to him. Rear Admiral of the Navy? Keep belot, D. Boom! As the arm fell, Bonnie and Kira rushed in. Yet, DOBM's figure vanished without a trace. Boss, yes over there, came HT's voice from a distance, followed by a burst of flames directed toward DOBM's previous position. Whoosh! In the next instant, DOBMN appeared beside HT, unleashing a wave of sword energy that extinguished the flames. Watching HT fly backward, Bonnie and Kira attacked DOBMN once more from either side. Too slow, too weak. DOBMN vanished again, reappearing before Kira. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Kira, though his expression concealed beneath a mask, struck with his dual size towards DOBMN clash. The clash between the katana and the sides sent Kira hurtling backward over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the ruins. Take this. At that moment, Bonnie lunged forward, delivering a kick aimed at DOBMN's back. Bam! This strike connected, yet it felt as though she had kicked a massive rock, causing her pain instead. Just then, DOBMN seized Bonnie's leg and hurled her into the debris. With such meager skills, you dare to venture into the Grand Line? Don't get too complacent. Kid suddenly appeared beside DOBMN, unleashing a colossal hand formed from an array of weapons. DOBMN effortlessly raised his blade to intercept the massive fist, causing the assembled hand to disintegrate instantly. However, DOBMN's brow furrowed as he swiftly turned his head, narrowly avoiding a glimmering attack that shot past him. Little brat, you possess quite the prowess. Oomph. Wouldn't you agree? Gide gasped, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He never anticipated that such an unexpected maneuver would fail to inflict even the slightest harm upon his opponent. However, this ends here. A formidable aura of sword energy coalesced upon the blade, enveloping Gide in a powerful force. Damn it. Chapter 60. Vice Admiral Dauberman. When Chenfeng and Aiwei arrived at the central square, the surroundings had already transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Once the most vibrant landmark of Tanny Town, it had now descended into ruins. How could this place be in such a state? Chenfeng immediately drew his soul-shattering blade from his waist, while Aiwei similarly grasped her star radiance, both cautiously advancing towards the center of the square. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing erupted from within a nearby ruin. Chenfeng turned to see Bonnie, whom he had previously let go. What happened? What did you end up here? He inquired. Another round of severe coughing from Bonnie ensued, followed by the spitting of blood. The Navy Vice Admiral is here. The square is not safe. Are you suggesting that you have already faced him? Aiwei pressed forward with concern upon hearing Bonnie's words. Wiping the blood from her lips, Bonnie glanced at Aiwei and, with a bitter smile, advised, I urge you to leave quickly. The Navy Vice Admiral is beyond our capacity to contend with. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and a figure plummeted from the air, landing squarely at Chenfeng's feet. Kid, is that you? The condition of Kid was beyond dire. He was covered in numerous wounds, blood staining both his face and body, most likely his own. Despite his wariness upon seeing Bonnie and Chenfeng, Kid quickly sprang to his feet, fixating on the front, cautious and alert. As fellow pirates, what reason was there to retreat now? With that thought, a towering figure emerged, standing atop the ruins before them. It was Dao Bowman. In the dim light, Chenfeng could discern the man's features, his face marred by an array of scars, a testament to his ferocity in battle. No wonder he was dubbed the Bulldog Vice Admiral. Bulldog, Dao Bowman. Chenfeng tightly gripped the soul-shattering blade in his hand, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. Dauberman gazed at Chenfeng and, with an air of authority, inquired, why would the former Navy headquarters major, Chenfeng, choose to become a pirate? There is no justification for such a decision. Chenfeng was taken aback that Dauberman could recognize him. However, his response was resolute. After all, Dauberman was capable of orchestrating such a large-scale operation, and the information at his disposal undoubtedly exceeded Chenfeng's imagination. So, you admit to the incident at his port? Dauberman's brow furrowed, his expression one of intense fury. How could one abandon a promising future in the Navy to become a pirate? Faced with such a formidable vice admiral, both Bonnie and Kid instinctively took a step back, seeking to mitigate the overwhelming aura of authority. Yet, Chenfeng remained unfazed, brandishing his blade directly at Dauberman. If it is war you seek, then let us engage. I wish to see the extent of the disparity between a major and a vice admiral. Very well. It seems a wretch like you has no need to survive. While Dauberman dutifully captured all pirates, his resolve hardened against a genius who had betrayed the Navy, igniting a lethal intent within him. What was there to gain from being a pirate? In an instant, Dauberman vanished, employing one of the Navy's 6 styles known as shave. This technique involves rapid footfalls that generate explosive speed through recoil. In a flash, he closed nearly 10 meters, swinging his sword towards Chenfeng's vital points. The speed was astonishing. Ivy, standing behind Chenfeng, barely had time to react, but both Kid and Ivy understood Dauberman's terrifying prowess, and they felt utterly powerless. Clang! The sound echoed as the soul-shattering blade intercepted Dauberman's katana above Chenfeng's head. Whoosh! Dauberman's figure vanished once more, reappearing behind Chenfeng, launching a surprise thrust at his back. The two blades clashed again. Chenfeng managed to parry Dauberman's attack, yet cold sweat streamed down his brow, clearly indicating that such speed was beyond his capacity to counter. With a vigorous sweep, Chenfeng attempted to drive Dauberman back, launching a relentless series of attacks with his soul-shattering blade. But Dauberman evaded effortlessly, as if strolling through a garden. Is this what one calls observation hockey? Chenfeng furrowed his brow, relinquishing his attack and retreating a considerable distance from Dauberman. Each vice admiral in the Navy headquarters is a formidable warrior, proficient in wielding 2 forms of hockey, and their absolute advantage in both offense and speed allows them to vanquish most foes without even drawing their swords. However, Chenfeng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. In a one-on-one confrontation, he stood no chance against Dauberman. You cannot hope to strike me with your speed, Dauberman declared coldly. Facing Chenfeng, your training within the military is insufficient. With such limited strength, do you truly aspire to enter the Grand Line? The first part of Dauberman's statement was directed at Chenfeng, while the latter seemed to address all present. Not necessarily. A potent aura of sword intent swirled around Chenfeng, ascending with fervor. At this moment, his presence surged dramatically, and even Dauberman could sense the palpable aura of death surrounding him. With the malevolent energy of the soul-shattering blade unleashed to its fullest extent, Chenfeng resolved to engage in combat with all his might, seizing every opportunity given the stark disparity in power between him and his adversary. One sword style, feudal, leopard charge. In an instant, Chenfeng transformed into a streak of lightning, surging towards Dauberman, who was merely a few meters away. Whoosh! Despite the swiftness of the attack, Dauberman managed to evade it. Observing Chenfeng darting behind him, Dauberman was taken aback as Chenfeng executed a backflip at such incredible speed, raising the soul-shattering blade to strike downward at Dauberman. This move, Kid's eyes widened. Although Chenfeng's initial leopard charge was indeed rapid, it bore little effect against Dauberman, who possessed the observation hockey. Yet, he did not anticipate that Chenfeng's true lethal strike lay in this gambit. A change of tactics. Dauberman was startled. He had underestimated Chenfeng, failing to realize that he could outmaneuver his foe with cunning. Eagle flash. Boom! The sword's aura descended from the heavens, enveloping Dauberman's figure. Bonnie, witnessing the scene before her, was utterly astonished, unable to close her mouth in disbelief. She had not expected that despite the relentless assault from her and Kid, they had failed to inflict any damage. Only for Chenfeng to strike true. As the sword energy dissipated, Dauberman retreated, yet he bore no semblance of disarray. His cape billowed gracefully in the wind. Were it not for the witnessed event, none would have believed that Chenfeng had indeed landed a blow. However, Dauberman's demeanor was not entirely unperturbed. He gently lifted his broad palm to wipe his face. In this gesture, the onlookers were astonished to discover a small, fine wound on Dauberman's countenance. Though it paled in comparison to the numerous scars adorning his face, it nonetheless oozed blood. Indeed, to leave a mark upon my scarred visage. I must take this more seriously. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 61. The True Power of the Major General Eagle Flash. The sword's aura swept forth, but Dauberman effortlessly deflected it, swiftly appearing behind Chenfeng. Windwhirl. The sword energy spiraled, then erupted outward explosively. Too weak, Dauberman disregarded Chenfeng's swordplay, leaping into the air as his great blade descended with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful sword aura akin to a pillar crashing down. The figure of Chenfeng was forcefully propelled into the ruins. When Dao Bowman became serious, his strength was formidable. Despite Chenfeng exerting all his effort to contend, he was still thoroughly overwhelmed, completely crushed. I must assist him. Witnessing Chenfeng being struck down once more, Aiwei gripped her starry ray, preparing to charge forward. What do you intend to do? What can you possibly achieve? Bonnie, aware of Aiwei's capabilities, naturally intervened to restrain her. What then should we do? At this rate, victory is unattainable, Aiwei exclaimed, frantic and devoid of solutions. Kid, where are your subordinates? Bonnie inquired, glancing at the taciturn Kid seated nearby. They've returned to the port to safeguard the pirate ship. Otherwise, do you think I would have gone to such lengths to thwart the Navy Rear Admiral? In that case, let's rush in together and bring him down, Bonnie urged, her gaze fixed on Kid, who remained unyielding. Aiwei, having regained her composure, joined her in looking at Kid. Are we going to assist the one named Chenfeng? To their surprise, Kid coldly snorted. What a splendid opportunity. Why not seize the chance to flee? Otherwise, if that fellow perishes, escaping will become exceedingly difficult. This sentiment was entirely in line with Kid's character, ruthless yet calculating in his endeavors. Upon hearing Kid's words, Bonnie hesitated. She held no deep ties with Chenfeng and his companions, even having been captured by them once, yet she bore no ill will towards them, as they had never wronged her. You cannot do this, Aiwei cried out. Oh, pray tell, why not? Kid turned his head to face Aiwei, who was shrouded in a hood, her beauty inferred even if obscured. However, Kid stepped forward, hands clenched, ready to act at a moment's notice. Aiwei appeared undeterred by the murderous aura emanating from Kid, calmly stating, all ports have been sealed off by Navy warships, particularly the 10 headquarters ships anchored at the northern and southern ports. Without the Rear Admiral's orders, no one can escape from Tannytown. What did you say? Kid, disregarding Bonnie's objections, stepped closer to Aiwei. Are you implying that the Navy has sealed the port? Otherwise, do you think we would return to seek our demise at the hands of the Navy Rear Admiral? The last statement was nearly a roar from Aiwei, for she had just seen Chenfeng wounded by Dao Bowman's sword energy, blood streaming from his body. Kid, the only way to successfully escape is to seize the transponder snail from Dao Bowman. It must be noted that while Bonnie's combat prowess was unremarkable, her intellect was undeniably sharp. Seizing the transponder snail from the Navy Rear Admiral? How easy could that be? Kid's brow furrowed deeply. He had already clashed with Dao Bowman several times, and the situation was far worse than that of Chenfeng's. Defeating him will allow us to obtain the transponder snail. The starry brilliance held by Aiwei suddenly radiated a dazzling light, emanating a formidable aura that astonished both Bonnie and Kid. Regardless of your choices, I shall fight alongside him. With determination, Aiwei charged towards Dao Bowman, only to witness Chenfeng being sent flying by a single strike. Aiwei quickly evaded. Dao Bowman furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, swung his blade backward. Boom! Aiwei, possessing only rudimentary sword skills, sensed the imminent peril and instinctively raised her starry weapon to defend herself. However, in the next moment, she astonished everyone present. A violet beam of light erupted from the starry brilliance in her grasp, colliding with the two blades. To everyone's shock, it was Dao Bowman who was sent hurtling backward. The force of the violet energy propelled Dao Bowman into a house several dozen meters away, crashing through the wall and sending debris and dust swirling into the air. This Chenfeng gazed at the star's heart in Aiwei's hand, his expression truly remarkable. However, the violet glow that had previously emanated from the star's heart had now dimmed, suggesting that the recent strike was merely a stroke of luck rather than a testament to Aiwei's true power. Are you all right? Aiwei rushed towards Chenfeng, but he abruptly raised his hand to signal her to retreat. Get back. The figure of Dao Bowman suddenly appeared, his body covered in dust, and even the cloak draped behind him was torn at the edges. Damn it! As Dao Bowman prepared to strike Aiwei, Chenfeng found himself unable to intervene in time. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, and Aiwei's figure vanished, replaced by Kid's enormous combined arm. Just as Bonnie and Kid arrived, Bonnie managed to save Aiwei while Kid held Dao Bowman's blade at bay. Hey, what are you standing there for? Get over here, Kid shouted at Chenfeng, straining to maintain his position against the onslaught. Leopard strike. With a swift motion, Chenfeng raised the soul cutter, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards Dao Bowman. A sharp gasp escaped as a gash appeared on Dao Bowman's chest, a long wound traversing his torso. You wicked souls, repent in hell, he declared. In an instant, a surge of sword energy ascended skyward, propelling both Chenfeng and Kid aside. Following this display, Dao Bowman's blade transformed, its hue darkening to a deep black, gleaming with a steel-like luster. It was the manifestation of the armament haki. With a start, Chenfeng was taken aback, while Kid had already swung his arm down towards Doberman. Unhurriedly, Doberman raised his blade above his head, and, as the massive shadow descended, it appeared that the arm, composed of various weapons, was about to bury him. Suddenly, a fierce gust erupted from the tip of the blade, striking directly at the center of the colossal hand. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the immense iron arm was repelled before even touching Doberman. The formidable conqueror's haki deflecting it, causing numerous weapons to cascade down like a torrential rain. How could this be? Yet before Kid could ponder further, Doberman launched a sudden assault, kicking him away with a forceful strike. Coughing violently, Kid crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The impact of that kick left his internal organs twisted, rendering him nearly immobile on the ground. Observation haki, Conqueror's haki. Was this truly the extent of a vice admiral's power within the Navy headquarters? Chenfeng gazed at Doberman with no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. Unbeknownst to Doberman, the recent series of confrontations had thoroughly awakened Chenfeng's fighting spirit. Ferocious. The brutal aura harmonized perfectly with the murderous intent emanating from the soul-shattering blade, and the atmosphere surrounding Chenfeng grew increasingly formidable. One blade style. I wonder what tricks you can conjure, Doberman bellowed, advancing toward Chenfeng with the grace of a moonlit step. With a sudden flourish of sword energy, Chenfeng effortlessly evaded the strike, instantly closing the distance to Doberman. His speed, under the enhancement of his rage ability, Chenfeng's velocity had surged exponentially. Although he had yet to fully channel his rage throughout his entire being, he could shift it at will, transferring his rage ability to his arms. Chenfeng unleashed a single strike, forcing Doberman to stagger back several steps before he could regain his footing. Clash after clash. The blades met in a cacophony of sound as Chenfeng and Doberman engaged in a tumultuous battle. The intensity of their exchange was palpable, especially with Chenfeng's ferocious devil fruit ability, which consistently delivered unexpectedly amplified strikes. The blade of Chenfeng struck fiercely against the weapon of Doberman, unleashing a powerful force that forced Doberman back by half a step. Do not underestimate this half step, being able to repel a vice admiral employing dual haki, even if only by a mere half step, is a testament to strength among pirates. However, this was not the end. Chenfeng's form suddenly accelerated, and in a flash, he appeared behind Doberman, executing a swift eagle flash, with ferocious sword energy engulfing his opponent once more. Yet, Doberman remained unmoved, merely positioning his katana before his chest to block all of Chenfeng's sword energy. The sudden eruption of power and speed, could it be attributed to the devil fruit? Doberman gazed at Chenfeng, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. Indeed, the wind of destiny has prepared a strike, while Doberman dramatically unfurls the cape of a general behind him. The fabric, emblazoned with the word justice, flutters in the breeze. The others remain perplexed by Doberman's intentions, yet Chenfeng comprehends fully. He is prepared to unleash his utmost strength. It is truly unfortunate that a young man with such a promising future will descend into darkness. Nevertheless, out of respect for our past, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Doberman returns his katana to his waist and, fixing his gaze on Chenfeng, states deliberately, "Surrender, and the Navy will lessen your punishment." As his words resonate, an overwhelming aura emanates from him, and Chenfeng feels himself firmly ensnared, as if there is no escape from this grip. Not only Chenfeng, but even Bonnie and Kid find it challenging to summon their full combat prowess in the face of such formidable presence. Ordinary pirates might find it nearly impossible to muster any resistance. However, Ivy stands as the most unaffected among the four, her expression betraying no signs of distress. Though the blade of Xingyao subtly glimmers with a purple light, flickering slowly under the pressure of the aura. What if I refuse? With unwavering resolve, Chenfeng cast a glance towards Doberman, entirely devoid of fear. In fact, he felt a profound disdain for the man's aura, exclaiming that it was utterly lacking. Doberman, however, was already acutely aware of the outcome. He did not believe that his mere presence could subdue Chenfeng, for while this tactic might prove effective against ordinary pirates, the individuals before him were far from typical. Suddenly, Doberman vanished from sight. Chenfeng, his senses heightened, gripped his soul-shattering blade and surveyed his surroundings, ever vigilant for an impending assault. Indeed, a wave of sword energy surged towards his back. As Chenfeng pivoted to counter the strike, he found no trace of Doberman. Instead, another blade of energy descended upon him from behind. The ferocity of the sword's force was formidable, and with attacks coming from all directions. Chenfeng had no choice but to evade the onslaught. Harnessing his turbulent power, he executed a moonwalk, leaping into the air as multiple strands of sword energy collided with the ground where he had previously stood, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Chenfeng immediately lifted his head, only to discover that Dao Bowman had mysteriously appeared directly above him. This was dire. With a thunderous shout, Chenfeng raised his blade to shield himself. But Dao Bowman's foot came crashing down upon the shattered soul blade. In an instant, Chenfeng plummeted into the ruins below. Despite the unleashing of his frenzied powers, he remained vastly inferior to Dao Bowman. That single strike had already eclipsed Chenfeng's strength. The cursed armament. Suddenly, Dao Bowman reappeared before Chenfeng, his gleaming katana raised high, poised to descend like a guillotine. The wind howled. Chenfeng hastily unleashed his sword technique, but in the next instant, he was forcefully propelled away by a kick. He crashed heavily to the ground once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That kick had struck him with tremendous force. Not to mention, it was infused with the formidable armed color hockey of Dao Bowman. Cough, cough, cough. With great difficulty, Chenfeng propped himself up with a knife, swaying unsteadily as he managed to stand. Upon witnessing Chenfeng in such a state, Ai felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Could this truly be the end? Kid, too, had endured a punishing kick from Dao Bowman. He felt as though his bones were about to shatter, leaving him bereft of any combat spirit. Now, Chenfeng found himself in a similarly dire predicament, with no one capable of withstanding the might of the Rear Admiral. How could this be? How could they possibly face defeat here? Kid was unwilling to accept this fate. He could not bear the thought of his grand plans for the open sea being thwarted before they even commenced. Meanwhile, Bonnie, though helpless, found herself unable to offer any assistance. What now? Should they continue to endure? Dao Bowman slowly advanced toward Chenfeng, having merely utilized his foot to send Chenfeng flying, without yet drawing the katana at his waist. This was merely the beginning. With a sudden surge of strength, Chenfeng rose again, propped up by his soul-breaker blade. What was he planning? Did he intend to continue the battle? Bonnie looked at Chenfeng, utterly astonished, while Ivy resolutely declared that he would not surrender, even if it meant meeting his demise by the blade, to perish by the blade. Yet he showed no intention of striking. Kid gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet, gasping for breath. This was an affront to us. We have been disdained. The more Kid spoke, the angrier he became, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him that he had never experienced before. I, the diminutive one, shall not suffer in vain. A cold smirk once again crossed Kid's face as he extended his arms, an invisible magnetic field drawing in around him, causing the metallic fragments on the ground to tremble violently. Doberman quickly sensed the commotion behind him and turned to see Kid standing not far from his side. Still unwilling to give up, it seems this group of pirates is indeed different. Doberman glanced back at Chenfeng, who was smiling at him, a sight that made him feel quite uneasy. Underestimating us will surely lead to your downfall. With a forceful tug, Chenfeng withdrew the fragmented soul blade from the ground and sheathed it, then clenched his fists and proclaimed loudly, "We are the dreamers destined to traverse the vast seas. No one can hinder another's aspirations." Pirates' dreams? A cold smirk crept across Doberman's otherwise expressionless face. What dreams can a pirate possess? They are merely a collection of the world's transgressors. Is that so? Chapter 63. The Vice Admiral's Overwhelming Power. In a sudden flash, Chenfeng materialized before Dao Bowman and unleashed a powerful punch, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Dao Bowman's airborne figure was ensnared by a colossal iron whip, which ferociously swung from side to side, mercilessly driving him into the ground. Thud, 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 thud. The iron whip continued its relentless assault, enveloping the entire plaza in a cloud of swirling dust. After a barrage of a dozen strikes, Kid raised his other arm and brought the iron whip crashing down upon the earth. Boom! An ear-splitting sound reverberated, causing the entire plaza to tremble. That previous onslaught had depleted his final reserves of strength, had it not been for the raging fervor of battle within him. He could not have been certain of his ability to unleash such formidable power. Chenfeng cautiously approached Kid, his gaze fixed intently on the vast cloud of dust ahead. "Do we hit it?" "Undoubtedly, we struck true." Kid's voice was slightly labored, revealing the immense toll that recent exertion had taken on him. "Be careful. The Lieutenant General is not easily dealt with." "I know." Before Kid could finish his sentence, a shadow surged forth from the dust, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Kid collapsed to the ground, a spurt of blood erupting from his chest, while Doberman stood a few meters behind him. Chenfeng swiftly turned around, catching the two off guard with his sudden strike. Though it did not annihilate Kid, it extinguished any possibility of continuing the battle. Doberman's condition was merely a touch more disheveled than before, yet he bore no visible wounds. Blood continued to trickle down his sword. While Doberman slightly tilted his head and addressed Chenfeng. "Do you wish to continue this game, young one?" Before Chenfeng could respond, he felt a sharp gust of wind strike his face. In a moment of desperation, he harnessed his wild energy and swiftly sidestepped, yet a searing pain still coursed through his abdomen. Chenfeng reached towards his abdomen, only to find his hands stained with blood. Chenfeng was likewise struck by a blade. However, fortunately, he evaded just in time, or else that strike could have very well pierced him through. Chenfeng pressed his hand against his wound, yet blood continued to seep from his abdomen. Not only that, a formidable blade was now poised at his throat from behind. "After all this dialogue, you still hold too much hope for yourselves." The words of Doberman echoed from behind Chenfeng. "But should you wish to tread upon the grand line, you will undoubtedly encounter even greater troubles ahead." "How can this be? Is the Vice Admiral truly so powerful?" Bonnie cradled her head in despair, having witnessed the one-sidedness of the battle. Despite Kid and Chenfeng exerting their utmost efforts and coordinating their attacks, they failed to inflict any harm upon Doberman, who dispatched them with mere 2 strikes. Is it truly impossible to escape from this town of Tanny? Just as Bonnie's spirits began to falter, Ivy resolutely grasped her starry weapon and stepped forward. "Perhaps as you believe, yet there are many like us who will continue to pursue their dreams upon the vast seas. You cannot kill us all, nor can you capture us indefinitely." Although a blade was pressed against his neck, Chenfeng felt no fear. Perhaps he was not Luffy, lacking the protagonist's aura, destined to meet his end here, beyond the Grand Line. Yet, he harbored no fear, even in the face of death for the first time. "Do you have a dream?" "No." Chenfeng's response was quite decisive, yet he followed it with the declaration that his companions harbor their own dreams, and as their captain, he must steadfastly guide them onward. However, such opportunities have now eluded him. A dark sheen coalesced upon the blade of the sword, and beneath the veil of haki. A mere gentle stroke was sufficient to sever Chenfeng from his very being. Chenfeng calmly closed his eyes, harboring skepticism towards the notion of a protagonist's halo, especially as he did not consider himself the central figure in this narrative. Yet, all he could do was face everything with equanimity. "It was a pity that you still need to protect me." Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, and Chenfeng, who had already shut his eyes, sprang up in surprise to see Ivy charging forward with the starshine in hand. "Stay back. Quickly, go find Caitlin and the others." "No, I want to be with you." Ivy raised the starshine high, recklessly rushing towards Doberman. Observing the faint glow emanating from the blade, Doberman could not afford to be careless, remembering how he had previously been sent flying by this very weapon. Whoosh! "Be careful." Chenfeng felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder as Doberman lunged towards Ivy. With a resounding thud, Ivy was sent flying, crashing into a heap of ruins. Unsure of the girl's true strength, Doberman unleashed a full-force strike from the outset, delivering a kick imbued with overwhelming dominance that propelled Ivy through the air. However, there was an odd glint in Doberman's eyes. To him, that blade seemed rather peculiar, as it had managed to deflect his formidable might. As Chenfeng witnessed Ai Wei tumble into the ruins, he hastily attempted to rush over, only to unexpectedly stumble and fall to the ground after just a couple steps. How infuriating! With a fierce strike, Chenfeng slammed his palm against the green bricks on the ground and struggled to rise once more. Suddenly, movement stirred in the distant ruins. Ai Wei emerged from the debris, her hood still firmly placed atop her head, though her cloak now bore the scars of numerous tears. Indeed, could it be the influence of that very blade? Doberman furrowed his brow, gripping the katana tightly in his hand. Yet at that moment, Ai Wei cast a smile toward Chenfeng, as if reassuring him of her well-being. However, Doberman had already made his move. Donji. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, and everything around them, even the very flow of time, became suspended in stillness. Chenfeng gazed at Ai Wei's smile, as well as the Doberman charging towards her with a raised blade. His fury had reached an unbearable zenith. He was acutely aware of the Doberman's speed, having witnessed it firsthand, and he felt utterly powerless to resist it. How much more so for Ai Wei? No, this cannot be allowed to happen. Chenfeng vowed to safeguard Ai Wei, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to inflict harm upon him, not even a naval admiral. Chenfeng's eyes had turned a fierce crimson, a stark contrast to his previously gentle demeanor. A ferocious aura seemed to solidify around him, transforming him into a primal beast in that fleeting moment. his gaze fixated solely on Dao Bowman and the glimmering blade in his hand. With a swift motion, Dao Bowman aimed his sword at Ai Wei, confident that the girl's strength was intrinsically tied to that very weapon. He believed that as long as he denied her any opportunity to react, she posed no real threat. He braced himself for the impending assault alongside the pirate crew. As the sword descended, Dao Bowman could already envision the scene of blood splattering before him, a sight that had long since dulled his senses. Thud! The blade pierced flesh, and blood erupted forth. Yet, Dao Bowman's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He could not fathom the unfolding events. Chenfeng. Ai Wei watched as Chenfeng enveloped her in his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 64. Dual wielding, the wind sweeps away the clouds. Dao Bowman was perplexed as to how Chenfeng had arrived before him, despite the greater distance he had covered. Bang! Perhaps due to Dao Bowman's overconfidence, Bonnie suddenly struck, sending him flying with a metal rod. Chenfeng. Ai Wei could already feel the warm blood oozing from the grievous wound on Chenfeng's back. Seeing the blood-soaked injury, she wept as she cupped his face in her hands. Are you all right? Please tell me you're okay. Hearing Ai Wei's anxious inquiries, Chenfeng shook his head. I won't come to harm as long as I ensure your safety. With that, he pressed his hand against the ground, simultaneously grasping the starshine that lay beside Ai Wei. Please lend me this for a moment. In the midst of the confrontation, Chenfeng wielded the soul-shattering and starry blade with unwavering determination, facing the distant Dao Bowman. As Ai Wei gazed upon Chenfeng's back, she could distinctly see the grievous wound that marred his flesh, blood saturating his attire and continuing to trickle down. At that moment, Bonnie had been vanquished by Dao Bowman. Yet upon witnessing Chenfeng rise once more, Dao Bowman swiftly redirected his focus, charging towards him with unbridled intensity. Truly a prodigy. Your potential appears boundless. In an instant, the two figures transformed into a streak of lightning, colliding powerfully at the center of the plaza, while a fierce tempest swirled beneath their feet. Today, only one outcome is permissible: your defeat. Such an unrealistic delusion. Although Dao Bowman maintained his usual icy demeanor, he was secretly taken aback. Previously, when considering only the soul-shattering blade, he felt no concern. However, with the addition of the starry blade, he sensed his formidable presence was being diminished, as if the mysterious aura emanating from the blade was sapping his power. His once overwhelming haki was significantly weakened, and the superior force that had previously overshadowed Chenfeng was forcibly curtailed. With a swift flick of his dual blades, Chenfeng ascended gracefully into the air, embodying the essence of the moonlit dance. The dual-wielding technique. Observing Chenfeng's leap, Dao Bowman followed suit, propelling himself skyward. The eagle flash. Both blades unleashed their techniques simultaneously, manifesting as two arcs of energy, one violet and one crimson, raining down upon Dao Bowman, who surged upward below. Boom! Dao Bowman was forcefully thrust into the ground by the overwhelming energy, creating a vast crater upon impact. No one shall hinder us today. Is that all there is to it? Dao Bowman surged forth once more, only to find himself marked by multiple gashes from the energy, each wound, though shallow, a testament to the true harm inflicted upon him. The battle raged from the heavens to the earth, with both Chenfeng and Dao Bowman accumulating more and more injuries. Each time Dao Bowman sought to deliver a crushing blow to Chenfeng, he was met with the formidable energy unleashed by Xingyao, compelling him to evade its lethal edge. Dao Bowman, come again! The veins on Chenfeng's arm surged, a formidable strength manifesting upon them. Engaging in a battle of brute force? Yet my swiftness far surpasses yours. Doberman harbored no intention of confronting Chenfeng head-on. After all, with that enigmatic blade in hand, a direct clash would undoubtedly put Doberman at a disadvantage. As he deftly maneuvered to the left and right, he found himself drawing ever closer to Chenfeng, dual-wielding. At this moment, the momentum of Chenfeng surged dramatically, as if it were striving to pierce the heavens. Suddenly, a tempest arose, dark clouds obscured the moon, and a whirlwind seemed to envelop Chenfeng as its eye. The entire square was filled with the howling winds, lifting various weapons from the streets into the air, nearly sweeping people away as well. Meanwhile, Ai Wei clutched her hood tightly, anxiously gazing at Chenfeng, who was locked in confrontation with Dao Bowman. The ability to invoke such a celestial phenomenon indicated that this move was far from ordinary. Wind surge. Dao Bowman executed a sword technique commonly practiced within the Navy, and in the midst of such a gale, it became even more advantageous, especially under the influence of his powers. The potency of this wind surge surpassed that of Chenfeng's previous sword techniques by several magnitudes. Yet this time, his judgment proved to be erroneous. The momentum of Chenfeng has surged to a critical threshold. With a powerful sweep of his arms, a fierce sword aura merged with a tempest, rushing forth towards Dauberman. The wind swept away the remnants of the clouds. Boom! The entire plaza trembled under the onslaught of the hurricane. Yet, under Chenfeng's command, nearly all the attacks were directed towards Dauberman's position. Even with Dauberman's remarkable speed, he could not evade such an expansive assault, especially one that stirred the very phenomena of the heavens. Beneath the howling winds, Dauberman's figure had long since vanished. Though Chenfeng faintly recalled the remnants of Dauberman's naval uniform, shredded by the sword aura amidst the tempest, debris and fragments cascaded down, as the surroundings gradually returned to their previous state. The tempest's reach was confined solely to the plaza. Beyond its boundaries, the anomalies were scarcely felt, and the extraordinary spectacle failed to draw attention. Clang! Two blades clattered to the ground as Chenfeng found himself utterly exhausted. Ivy rushed to his side to support him. But at that moment, Chenfeng could be likened to a bloodied gourd, his body marred by previous injuries and those incurred in battle against Dauberman, particularly a grievous wound on his back. The telephone bug. Chenfeng pointed towards the direction where Dauberman had fallen into the ruins. Suddenly, a snail-like creature descended from the sky, landing not far from him. Is this the telephone worm? Chenfeng picked up the telephone bug and fiddled with it for a moment. As for Dauberman, locating him amidst this vast expanse of ruins would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Very well, I shall now attend to the wound on your back. That is out of the question. We must hasten our departure. By the time you return, you may succumb to excessive blood loss. Ivy insisted on bandaging the wound on Chenfeng's back, which was still bleeding. Although the flow of blood had been somewhat staunched, it was imperative to return to the ship for proper treatment, lest it deteriorate further. I told you I am fine, Chenfeng replied with a reassuring smile, gesturing for Ivy to be at ease. Silence. We must return to the ship at once. Although Ivy's words were stern, Chenfeng could sense the profound concern behind them, and he nodded in agreement, complying willingly. However, as he took a step forward, the excruciating pain from his torn back and numerous injuries caused his body to shudder. Had it not been for Ivy's timely support, he would have surely collapsed onto the ground. Still claiming you are fine? Ivy pouted, her hands grasping Chenfeng's arms. During the battle, Chenfeng had unleashed his full ferocity, and the pain had been momentarily displaced by his abilities. It was only after the fight had concluded that he truly comprehended the unbearable agony that few could endure. Take it slow. I shall protect you now. Ivy appeared as if she were guiding a child, supporting Chenfeng with one hand while wielding the starshine in the other, ever vigilant for any lurking adversaries. Very well, very well. As Chenfeng attempted to shrug his shoulders, a sudden wave of pain surged through him, forcing him to grimace in discomfort. Chapter 65. Escape from Tannytown. In the waters of Tannytown, the naval fleet was assembled. Commodore, all vessels have been cornered within the two ports. Any ships attempting to break free have been sunk by our forces. Well done. Without the orders of the Vice Admiral, no warship is permitted to abandon its post. Those who defy this command shall face military justice. Yes, sir. The Major turned to leave while the naval Commodore stood at the bow, nodding frequently towards the direction of the port. If they coordinated effectively with the Navy within Tannytown, they could ensnare the entire band of pirates. It must be said that the curfew had proven remarkably effective. Within a single night, all pirates had been apprehended, an unimaginable feat now realized. Yet, a lingering question arose. Why had the Vice Admiral not issued any orders? The Commodore picked up the telephone bug, and as he did, it vibrated in his hand. The long-awaited signal had finally arrived. Beep beep. The Commodore promptly connected the call. Vice Admiral, should we proceed with the plan now? Follow my orders. All warships are to withdraw from the port. What did you say? All warships are to withdraw from the port. The Commodore hesitated momentarily, then sighed, understood. After placing the telephone bug down, he remained momentarily stunned. Why was there a sudden order to retreat from the port? The plan was on the verge of success. No one knew the reasons behind this decision. The naval fleet surrounding the northern and southern ports withdrew entirely, yet no one dared to breach the port, as the earlier examples had instilled great fear. Could it be that the captain and his crew had succeeded? Yasuo surveyed the surroundings. Nearly all the pirates were embroiled in heated discussions about whether to stay or leave, yet no consensus emerged. Regardless of the situation, we should await the captain's return. Eyes and Caitlin nodded in agreement, while Li Qing let out a sigh, clearly concerned for Chenfeng and AI Wei's actions. Look, it's Chenfeng and AI Wei. Within moments, Caitlin, peering through her telescope, spotted the two approaching. They're back. Upon hearing the news of their safe return, everyone leaped from the Shenlong and rushed to greet them. It must be noted that the journey had been fraught with peril. The duo had skillfully evaded numerous naval patrols. A commendable feat, indeed. Seeing the alarming wounds and bloodstains on Chenfeng, Yasuo hurriedly helped him aboard. Despite the circumstances, Chenfeng remained conscious, insisting he needed to get down. Yasuo had no choice but to let him lean against the side of the cabin. Now is the time for us to leave this place. Leave? Caitlin exclaimed in surprise. Did you manage to acquire the telephone bug? As the gaze of the crowd fell upon him, Chenfeng turned to signal AI Wei. She produced a telephone worm from her possession, its blue and white stripes and distinctive serial number unmistakably indicating that it was a naval telephone worm. You truly defeated Dao Bowman, Li Qing exclaimed in disbelief. The notion that a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters could be vanquished seemed implausible. The certainty of his defeat was still in question. After all, the might of a vice admiral was not easily overcome. Chenfeng spoke candidly, yet there was a hint of pride in his subsequent words. However, obtaining the phone bug from him is sufficient. Li Qing remained somewhat perplexed. How could one acquire the phone bug without a confrontation? Stealing it was utterly out of the question. The perception of a major general was not something an ordinary person could match. I have already dispatched the naval fleet. While the Navy is still unaware, we must hastily depart from Tanny Town. Understood. With the directive received, eyes promptly set about preparing for departure. Ivy retrieved a medical kit from the cabin, rummaging through it to procure various medications and bandages, readying herself to tend to Chenfeng's wounds. Li Qing, you. Chenfeng glanced at Li Qing, silently inquiring about his thoughts. Given the current circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for Li Qing to return to Tanny Town, with the possibility of becoming a criminal and being imprisoned. In such a prime of life, who would wish to languish in a cell? I will accompany you, Li Qing declared, standing tall and serious. I promise my junior sister that although I can no longer protect her, I shall grow stronger so that I can. His voice faltered momentarily before he resolutely continued. I wish to see just how splendid the world beyond truly is. Indeed, the others concurred, particularly Chenfeng, who found joy in the addition of another member to their crew, making the pirate band feel more like a family. Welcome to our super god pirate crew. With Chenfeng's encouragement, Li Qing officially joined the pirate crew. For reasons unknown, Chenfeng's gaze kept drifting toward AI Wei, who, despite diligently tending to his wounds, maintained a sweet smile that endeared her to him. The divine dragon began its voyage, sailing forth from the harbor under the watchful eyes of all the pirates. Hey, they are departing, one exclaimed. Just wait, the Navy can't be far behind, eagerly awaiting our arrival to deliver them a death sentence. Is that for real? A nearby pirate questioned, though the divine dragon continued to distance itself from the port. As the ship vanished from sight, the harbor erupted with excitement, with pirates bustling about to prepare for their own departures. Incredible, they actually left. What was the Navy thinking? Why do they care? They left, and that's all that matters. Thus, guided by one ship, all the pirate vessels surged forth into the open sea, embarking on a collective sprint towards the boundless horizon. Meanwhile, at another harbor, a man with a spiky red hairstyle clutched his wound, sprinting towards the port as several pirates rushed to greet him. Kid, are you all right? Boss, you finally made it. The most animated among the group were Kira and Hit, who understood that without Kid's intervention, their escape would have been improbable. I'm fine. We need to leave this place. Leave? We must evacuate Tanny Town immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Yes. Despite the uncertainty of the situation, no one dared to question their leader's command. At that same moment, a petite girl stealthily slipped onto a pirate ship, finding refuge in a wooden barrel within the storeroom. Bonnie quietly pondered what news would grace the newspapers in the coming days. Those fellows seem to be newcomers. I wonder how much the bounty will be this time. She mused to herself. I can't wait to see how much my bounty will rise, haha. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted in the town of Tanny, resonating through the ruins of the square for an extended period. Amidst a group of naval soldiers, Dao Bowman issued a command, instructing all naval forces in Tanny to launch an assault on the port. He ordered an immediate directive to the fleet to annihilate every vessel upon the sea, leaving no pirate ship unscathed. Indeed, Chapter 66, Collective Bounty. The speed of Chenfeng and his companions was unparalleled by the time the naval fleet managed to react. They had already vanished without a trace. As for the subsequent fierce battle that ensued between the pirates and the Navy in the waters of Tanny Town, the outcome remains unknown. The following day, Chenfeng's physical condition is indeed commendable. His wounds have rapidly scabbed and healed, with the exception of the injury on his back, for which there is little cause for concern elsewhere. Ivy has been by Chenfeng's side almost every day. Currently, there is no ship's doctor aboard, which undoubtedly has some impact on the improvement of Chenfeng's injuries, although it merely results in a slight delay of a few days in his recovery. Time to eat. Li Qing's voice resonated from the kitchen, prompting a rush of individuals to gather, while Ivy assisted Chenfeng, arriving last. Li Qing's culinary skills are quite impressive. Despite not being able to bring his flashy set of specialized cooking tools, the exquisite dishes he prepared are a testament to his undeniable talent. Simply inhaling the enticing aroma is a delight in itself. Chenfeng occupied the primary seat, flanked by the positions of the attendees, while a long dining table was adorned with a myriad of exquisite dishes. The moment Chenfeng settled into his chair, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, with all eyes fixated upon him. This unexpected attention startled Chenfeng, who was about to grasp his chopsticks. But it was only upon Ai Wei's gentle reminder that he regained his composure. Before indulging in the feast, perhaps I should utter a few words first. Chenfeng couldn't help but chuckle wryly to himself, pondering what he ought to say. Had he known beforehand, he would have prepared in advance. Nevertheless, some words must be spoken. Ahem. Tomorrow, we shall arrive at the majestic Lihua's mountain, commonly referred to as the Inverted Mountain. It serves as the gateway to our journey into the Grand Line. Chenfeng cleared his throat and then spoke. In any case, we are about to embark on the Grand Line, gallivanting upon the true seas. However, our pirate flag has yet to be established. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a moment of speechlessness. Even Ai Wei covered her forehead in exasperation. It had been quite some time since their ship had sported a pirate flag, and it was unclear why Chenfeng seemed so unconcerned about this matter. Well, after our meal, let us all ponder how to create our pirate flag. As for the design, Chenfeng surveyed the crowd before his gaze settled on Ai Wei. Ai Wei, you shall be the one to illustrate our flag. Me? She replied, surprised. Indeed, your artistic skills are undoubtedly the finest among us, without a doubt. Chenfeng shrugged. He could hardly believe that a girl like Ai Wei could lack artistic talent, as painting was an essential skill for those of her esteemed lineage. I must commend your discernment, he thought. A hint of a smile graced Ai Wei's lips. Well then, let us proceed to indulge in a feast. Chenfeng suddenly seized his portion of food and devoured it with fervor, finally ready to indulge, while the others eagerly awaited their turn. The chef is undeniably vital to a pirate ship. If he cannot satisfy the crew's appetites, how can he foster unity among them? Having learned from the lessons of previous meals, Li Qing prepared an especially abundant feast this time, even going so far as to provide Chenfeng with a specially crafted, oversized bowl. I must say, such a colossal bowl seems rather excessive. It could well serve as a basin for washing one's face. With a large bowl cradled in his hands, Chenfeng held it up to his face for comparison, and unsurprisingly, the sizes were quite similar. I shall keep it. I have always used this for pickled vegetables. After the meal, the group gathered to deliberate on the design of the pirate flag. A dragon painted above the skull? How about a bullet instead? Or, enough. Chenfeng quickly gestured for silence, taken aback by the plethora of ideas regarding the pirate flag. Ai Wei, I want you to take notes and see if you can illustrate it. Certainly. In truth, Chenfeng had long harbored an idea for the pirate flag. Yet his inherent cautiousness prevented him from hastily reaching a conclusion, as this would symbolize their pirate crew. Ai Wei's artistic skills were indeed commendable, under Chenfeng's guidance. The pirate flag was soon completed. True to tradition, it featured a skull as its base, and Chenfeng instructed Ai Wei to add a pair of white wings beside the skull, followed by a large sword standing upright behind it. What does this signify? Li Qing pondered, stroking his chin, unable to decipher its meaning after a prolonged gaze. The sword and the wings. An angel? Then is queried, perplexed. How does an angel relate to a skull? You simply do not understand. Chenfeng joyfully unfurled the pirate flag and addressed the crowd, proclaiming, from now on, this shall be our pirate flag, a testament to the fateful bond one share with each of you. How shall we prove it? This is indeed the gathering of heroes. Suddenly, Chenfeng shifted his tone and addressed Iza, instructing him to hoist the flag. All right, Iza replied, as they beheld the pirate flag fluttering in the wind. An indescribable excitement surged within the group. Regardless of the circumstances, this flag would henceforth symbolize the visage of their crew, the super god pirate crew, a divine dragon soaring across the boundless seas. Delivery seagull. At Caitlin's prompting, everyone looked up to see a flock of seagulls soaring through the air, each adorned with a small backpack and a flight cap that seemed to blend seamlessly with their appearance. One particular delivery seagull descended, landing gently on the edge of the divine dragon ship. Caitlin exchanged 2 coins for a newspaper from a seagull. Noticing the group's gaze upon her, Caitlin waved the newspaper, explaining that in the vast ocean, it was essential to stay abreast of the latest intelligence. During her time as a bounty hunter, she often encountered various pirate bounties within its pages. Bounty. The mere mention of the word piqued everyone's interest. Is that true? Caitlin settled back onto the deck, revealing that bounties typically appeared in the latter pages of the paper. The bounties of seasoned, formidable pirates rarely graced its columns. Instead, it was often the new wave of pirates that were featured. Isn't that us? Chenfeng chuckled. Whether in Tis Port or Tanny Town, Chenfeng and his companions had directly clashed with the Navy, and given that they had faced an admiral from the Navy headquarters in Tanny Town, their bounties were bound to be substantial. Indeed, Caitlin soon located their bounties listed in the newspaper. Chenfeng, 40,000,000 berries. Isa, 8,000,000 berries. Caitlin, 10,000,000 berries. Yasuo, 60,000,000 berries. Lee Sin, 12,000,000 berries. As each bounty was read aloud, the expressions of the group grew increasingly peculiar. Yasuo's high bounty was attributed to his previous incident involving the assassination of a government official. However, Chenfeng, as a newcomer, was astonishingly assigned a bounty of 40,000,000 berries at once. A truly remarkable feat. It seems I have become a celebrity, he mused. Chenfeng scratched his head, feeling quite elated about the substantial bounty placed upon him. After all, how many formidable pirates roaming the vast ocean boast bounties in the hundreds of millions or even billions? Beneath each individual's bounty, a line of small text details their transgressions. And for Li Qing, it reads, assault on a Navy colonel, escape from prison. Upon receiving the newspaper, Li Qing fell into deep contemplation, his expression a blend of myriad emotions. But over time, he ultimately found peace. The Super Divine Pirate crew has taken their inaugural step. Chapter 67, The Upside-Down Mountain, Chenfeng's Triumph. The entire Super Divine Pirate crew has been marked with bounties by the Navy, a significant event in itself. However, another momentous occurrence soon emerged. Chenfeng had fallen ill. On the same day, he had been standing on the deck, seemingly well, when suddenly his head grew heavy and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Despite the frantic efforts of those around him, they could not rouse him. Had it not been for his steady breathing and heartbeat, AI Wei would have been utterly terrified. What would be done? AI Wei was in a state of panic, yet none aboard possessed any medical knowledge. If it had been a physical injury, it might have been manageable, but Chenfeng's symptoms clearly indicated an illness. His forehead burned with fever, and no one knew the cause, leaving them helpless in providing treatment. We must navigate swiftly into the Grand Line and find a doctor to examine Chenfeng. This situation cannot persist, Yasuo remarked, his brow furrowed, while the others shared his sense of grimness. Chenfeng's external wounds had nearly healed, and no one had anticipated his sudden illness. It had already been a full day since he had lost consciousness. Ahead lay Reverse Mountain. Izzy held the map, continuously comparing it with the massive shadow looming before them, asserting, indeed, that mountain is Reverse Mountain. Once we traverse it, we will reach the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain features 5 river channels, 4 of which flow towards its summit, connecting the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. Ultimately, these rivers converge at the mountain's peak, flowing into the channel that leads to the Grand Line. At this moment, the red soil continent towered into the clouds, presenting a formidable wall of rock with no visible entrance. Is the entrance truly here? Izzy questioned uncertainly. There can be no mistake. This is the path I took when I first entered the Grand Line. Yasuo had visited Reverse Mountain as a child before joining the Navy of the Grand Line, eventually rising to the rank of colonel. Look, there's a crack in the rock face ahead. At Caitlin's urging, everyone retrieved their telescopes to gaze forward, and indeed, a narrow fissure appeared amidst the black shadows of the stone wall. The water, it truly flows upward, Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Not only, but everyone noticed the stream surging towards the mountain. Quickly adjust the ship's course. We must avoid colliding with the rock face. Leave it to me. Izzy dashed to the helm to adjust their trajectory, while Caitlin kept a vigilant watch, continuously alerting him to the situation ahead. Fortunately, the weather was fair. Had they encountered a storm, attempting to navigate Reverse Mountain would have been a perilous endeavor. The dragon's roar smoothly sailed into the river, flowing through the fissure, propelled upward towards the summit. Riding the boat up the mountain was indeed a remarkable experience, especially as they gazed back at the abyss-like base of the mountain. The dragon's roar required little control, gliding effortlessly with the current until it reached the peak, then veering sharply at a bend, plunging downwards with exhilarating speed. What is happening? Eyes swayed precariously, nearly losing his balance, yet his hands firmly grasped the wooden pillar beneath the helm. Everyone be cautious. Do not let yourselves be thrown overboard. Yasuo cautioned the group, prompting nearly all to cling to whatever they could to prevent being swept into the sea by the fierce gusts. Suddenly, the bow of the divine dragon soared, lifting into the air. Hold on tight. With a thunderous crash, the divine dragon swiftly descended, plummeting into the ocean's surface. Splash! A massive plume of water erupted, drenching everyone on deck. At last, has it passed? The group, now drenched and disheveled, looked around, while Ivy emerged from the cabin. She had been tending to Chenfeng within, and despite the ship's series of intricate maneuvers, they had remained unharmed. Is Chenfeng any better? He has yet to awaken. Ivy's words elicited a collective sigh from the others. The immediate urgency upon entering the Grand Line was to find a physician for Chenfeng, to ascertain the nature of his affliction. We are about to exit Reverse Mountain. Beyond lies the Grand Line. Eyes gazed toward the exit, where the cliffs on either side approached a conclusion, and the divine dragon would soon navigate through. There's an old acquaintance of mine here. I wonder if he still resides after all these years. Yasuo's gaze remained fixed ahead. An acquaintance? Is there still someone living here? Before anyone could inquire further, as the divine dragon emerged from Reverse Mountain, a lighthouse came into view. Is that a lighthouse? Indeed, my old acquaintance serves as the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Yasuo's gaze turned to the lighthouse, seemingly lost in a reverie. There's someone there. Caitlin pointed ahead, and indeed beside the lighthouse. An elderly gentleman lounged on a deck chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Mr. Colokas, Yasuo exclaimed, arms wide open. The elderly man, hearing the call, lowered his newspaper slightly and cast a keen, eagle-like gaze toward the divine dragon. The ship anchored beside the lighthouse, and under Yasuo's lead, the group disembarked. Mr. Colokas, I am Yasuo. Do you remember me? Yasuo stepped forward, smiling as he introduced himself to the old man. The others stood momentarily astonished, for Yasuo typically displayed a cold demeanor toward strangers. Yet here he was, smiling warmly at this elder, indicating a profound bond between them. Ah, I remember now. Colokas rose from his chair, stroking his grizzled beard, and greeted Yasuo with a smile. My, how nearly a decade has flown by. You have become quite the accomplished individual. Have you fared well all these years? Indeed, indeed. As they observed the affectionate exchange between the elderly man and the young girl, the onlookers were left speechless, unable to interject. Who exactly is this old fellow? It seems he is the custodian of this lighthouse? Izayoi and Li Qing whispered amongst themselves, while Ivy and Caitlin took the initiative to approach. Good day, sir. Oh, and who might you be? As he regarded the two remarkably beautiful girls, Kurikasu, though unfamiliar with them, softened his tone. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Yasuo interjected with a smile. I have now joined the Super God pirate crew. They are all my comrades. You become a captain, have you? Kurikasu raised his eyebrows at Yasuo, provoking a hint of embarrassment from him. I'm not the captain, but I may require your assistance regarding our captain. There is no need for formalities among us. Speak freely, Kurikasu replied, his initial wariness dissipating upon recognizing that they were Yasuo's companions. Our captain, Yasuo began, but Ivy interjected. Chenfeng has inexplicably fallen ill. He has been unconscious for an entire day. Ill. Kurikasu's eyes sharpened once more, the wisdom hidden behind his round spectacles becoming evident. Chapter 68. Chenfeng awakens. The island whale appears. Chenfeng, you're awake. Ivy, who had been vigilantly stationed by the bedside, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw Chenfeng's eyes flutter open. Although he appeared somewhat weary, it was a solace to her anxious heart. Upon noticing the unfamiliar surroundings, Chenfeng was momentarily perplexed, but when he glimpsed Ivy, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Where am I? What has happened to me? Chenfeng initially intended to sit up with great effort, but it felt as though his body had been drained of all strength, no matter how hard he tried. He could not muster the energy. You suddenly fell ill yesterday, and now you have been in a state of unconsciousness for an entire day and night. I have been unconscious? Chenfeng found it peculiar. He felt as though he had merely taken a brief slumber. Yet he was astonished to realize that an entire day had elapsed. We have already embarked on the Grand Line. But it was solely to seek a physician for your ailment that we came to this decision. Listening to the sounds outside, Chenfeng could faintly discern the voices of eyes and others, and if he focused closely, he could even detect the rhythmic sound of the waves. Just then, the door swung open, and an elderly gentleman, looking remarkably sprightly, entered the room. Upon noticing Chenfeng awake, he appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile and inquired, "Awake so soon? How do you feel?" Observing the look of confusion on Chenfeng's face, Iwei interjected, "This is Mr. Coloca's from Gemini Cape. He is the one who saved you." Coloca's promptly waved his hand dismissively, saying, "To say I saved him would be an exaggeration. While I managed to rouse him and restore some of his mobility, my resources here are limited, and I cannot provide a complete cure." Coloca's? The lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape, the renowned physician once invited aboard by the Pirate King? Though Chenfeng's head still throbbed with a hint of dizziness, he efficiently processed the torrent of information. "Are you Coloca's?" Coloca's was taken aback by Chenfeng's reaction, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Yes. Have you seen Luffy? The one with the straw hat?" "Straw hat?" Coloca's expression shifted, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. They had passed through here a few days ago, heading towards Alabasta. Ivy was perplexed by Chenfeng's sudden inquiries regarding Luffy and the straw hat. She had never heard of such things. They were truly one step ahead of me. Chenfeng lowered his head and murmured softly, though Ivy could not discern his words. "Do you know them? However, you hail from the South Sea, while they are from the East Sea." Upon hearing Kuroka's inquiry, Chenfeng shook his head, indicating unfamiliarity, merely having heard whispers about them in the South Sea. "I see. I didn't realize their reputation in the East Sea was so formidable. It's no wonder that young man possesses that straw hat." Having grasped the current situation, it became evident that Chenfeng's ailment was linked to the wound on his back. Although the injury had mostly healed, it had succumbed to an infection. The name of the affliction was rather difficult to recall, yet Kuroka's referred to it as Rodwin syndrome. Despite Kuroka's managing to suppress the condition, Chenfeng needed to find a hospital with superior medical facilities. There are many skilled physicians along the Grand Line, and even a standard hospital could eradicate this illness. Kuroka reassured both Chenfeng and Ivy not to worry excessively. With Ivy's support, Chenfeng endeavored to walk. And it must be said that Kuroka's medical prowess was indeed remarkable. Within half a day, Chenfeng had awakened and could manage simple movements. When he emerged, the group outside the lighthouse paused in astonishment, only to erupt into jubilant cheers. "Is it true? Chenfeng is all right?" Izzy was the first to rush to Chenfeng, but Ivy intercepted him, cautioning, "Don't be too hasty. Chenfeng is not fully recovered yet." "Oh, I see." Izzy then comprehended that Chenfeng's mental state was not entirely stable, clearly still unwell, though he had regained some mobility. Nevertheless, this improvement was sufficient to bring joy to everyone. Truly, Mr. Kuroka's medical skills are exceptional. The group collectively expressed their gratitude to Kuroka's, who graciously accepted their thanks and returned to the lighthouse to prepare some medicinal supplies for Chenfeng's wounds. Chenfeng approached the group and took a seat. Amidst their concerned inquiries, he reassured them that he was no longer in any significant distress, even boasting that he was brimming with vitality. "There is no need for you to worry about me any longer. It is not an incurable ailment. Upon arriving at the Grand Line, there are bound to be means of healing." Chenfeng leaned against a wooden post, fearing that should he take a seat, he might suddenly topple over, thus causing further concern among the onlookers. The crowd felt helpless regarding Chen, and uncertainty loomed over whether a remedy could be found on the Grand Line. For now, all hope rested upon Dr. Kuroka's, trusting that the concoction he prepared could prolong Chenfeng's condition a little longer. "Yasuo, do you share an acquaintance with Kuroka's?" While others might remain oblivious to Kuroka's true identity, Chenfeng was well aware. He was the ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's vessel. It was indeed remarkable to hear that Yasuo had a past connection with Kuroka's. "Indeed, I had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Kuroka's a decade ago," Yasuo reminisced, smiling as he recalled the expectant gazes of those around him. "I had sneaked aboard a pirate ship to enter the Grand Line, but unexpectedly, the vessel was engulfed by colossal waves at Twin Cape. Later, upon reaching the shore, I discovered several surviving pirates who had cornered Mr. Kuroka's within a lighthouse." "And then you dispatched them all?" Eyes inquired curiously. "I cast them into the sea," Yasuo shrugged. "At that time, I had yet to master swordsmanship, although still young. My physique was robust." "Impressive." Chenfeng nodded, realizing that Yasuo and Coloca's shared such an old acquaintance. It was no wonder Coloca's accepted them so readily. "Yasuo, were you unaware of Coloca's previous occupation?" "He was the keeper of the Gemini Cape lighthouse," he stated matter-of-factly. TSK. What is the matter? Does he harbor some grand secret?" Iza, ever curious, was particularly inclined towards gossip. As the group sat closely together, engaging in hushed discussions, the tranquil sea suddenly began to churn violently, transforming the once placid surface into towering waves. Enormous swells crashed against the shore, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. What is that? Everyone be cautious. They all aimed their weapons toward the ocean, ever vigilant of the unfolding situation. On the surface, a massive bulge was rising at a visible pace, with torrents of water cascading down as the ship, Chenfeng, rocked violently amidst the surging waves. As the water receded, a colossal dark silhouette emerged before them. Is that a mountain? The sight of this gigantic entity took everyone by surprise, except for Chenfeng, who remained remarkably composed. It's an island whale. Chapter 69. The eighth route of the Grand Line? Iceland whale? The group was somewhat perplexed by Chenfeng's words, but his calm demeanor inadvertently eased their tense nerves. Look, there are paintings on it. Upon Caitlin's exclamation, they indeed noticed a haphazardly painted skull on the enormous creature. While others were oblivious, Chenfeng recognized it as the emblem of the Straw Hat Pirates, hand-painted by Luffy himself. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the paint showed little sign of fading. Just as they marveled at the sight, the whale suddenly opened its cavernous mouth, emitting a thunderous roar that even stirred the sea into turbulence. Did Labu frighten you? Perhaps hearing the commotion, Colokas emerged from the lighthouse with a smile. Labu. The group echoed in unison. That's the name of this whale. Colokas approached Chenfeng with a bowl in hand, gesturing for him to consume its contents. From a distance, Chenfeng could already detect the dreadful aroma emanating from the bowl, yet he trusted Colokas' abilities and knew he would not cause him harm. Without hesitation, he drank it all in one go. Colokas stroked his beard and greeted the whale. Labu, you're back. Come and meet our guests. Another low rumble resonated from the whale. Ah, don't let it intimidate you. It has been my companion for the past 50 years. It is an old friend of mine. Colokas observed the rigid expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but chuckle. How could something so massive exist? And who could possibly have painted that pirate flag on it? Izzy pointed at the whale Labu, bombarding Colokas with questions like a rapid-fire barrage. Labu hailed from the West Sea, belonging to the largest island whale species in the world. Colokas gazed at Labu, his eyes softening. That pirate flag was painted by a crew that visited here not long ago. You may not have noticed, but beneath that flag lie enormous scars. Upon hearing Chenfeng's words, everyone turned their attention back to Labu. Perhaps they had not initially spotted those scars until Chenfeng's reminder brought them to light. Could it be that someone inflicted those wounds upon it? Ivy inquired, astonished that anyone could leave so many marks on its head. Sighing deeply, Colokas replied, well, it's a long story. 50 years ago, Labu accompanied a pirate crew that came here. Chenfeng was already aware of the relationship between Labu and the Rumbar pirates, as well as the Straw Hat pirates, but this did not diminish the curiosity of others regarding Colokas' tale. It must be said that Labu's plight touched several hearts. It was hard to believe that Labu had been abandoned here. The Grand Line is fraught with peril, and it was remarkable for any crew to survive, let alone return to this place. Nonetheless, Colokas expressed understanding towards the Rumbar pirates. After all, he had traveled the Grand Line himself, where danger and uncertainty prevailed. He bore no resentment towards them for leaving Labu behind. Only a sense of regret lingered. The crew did not truly abandon Labu. Chenfeng, who had been silent for a while, suddenly interjected. Perhaps that pirate crew faced a complete disaster, or some unforeseen circumstance prevented them from returning to fetch it. This possibility was not to be dismissed. Colokas nodded earnestly at Chenfeng's words. By the way, that Straw Hat Pirates crew seems quite commendable. Although the pirate flag on Labu's head is rather unattractive, their agreement with Labu has undoubtedly saved its life, Ivy remarked, watching Labu swim closer. Labu, now devoid of its initial fearsome presence, gently approached the shore, exuding a warm demeanor towards the group. Perhaps out of curiosity, Ivy tentatively placed her hand on Labu's head, only to find that it offered no resistance. Soon, everyone gathered around, eager to partake in the moment. Wow, how adorable. Indeed, it's so smooth. Labu cooperatively allowed them to stroke its head. Although no longer intimidating, the sense of awe remained palpable up close. Chenfeng's brow suddenly furrowed as he turned to look at Mr. Colokas. Are you saying that the Straw Hat crew has already ventured to Alabasta? Colokas found it somewhat peculiar that Chenfeng exhibited such curiosity about the Straw Hat crew, yet he proceeded to address Chenfeng's inquiry. There can be no mistake. The route they have chosen leads to Alabasta, a prominent nation along their journey. Ah, I see. Why do you mention Alabasta? Do you have some knowledge of it? Well, prior to entering the Grand Line, I perused some nautical literature and gained a rudimentary understanding. Haha, that explains it. Colokas nodded slightly and continued. I've heard that Alabasta has been embroiled in conflict in recent years, which likely accounts for your awareness of it. even from afar in the South Sea. The Straw Hat crew became truly known to the world due to the Alabasta incident. After all, it was during this event that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, was defeated by Luffy, leading to the Straw Hat crew being collectively rewarded by the Navy. Fortunately, the Straw Hat pirates still have some time before they reach Alabasta. I must make haste. Upon realizing he had arrived in this world as a mere supporting character, Chenfeng could not help but become increasingly attentive to the Straw Hat crew, especially now that they were both embarking on the Grand Line in close succession. A smirk crossed his face. What a protagonist. What significance does their halo hold? Noticing Chenfeng's frown, Colokas assumed he was troubled by future navigational challenges. You will ultimately need to select a route upon your arrival here. A route? Indeed, the first half of the Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes, and the one the Straw Hat crew is traversing is among them. After a brief silence, Colokas added, is also the very route once traveled by the Pirate King. Roger. The footsteps of the Pirate King? Given Chenfeng's disposition, the knowledge that both Roger and Luffy had traversed the same path assured him he would never make the same choice. Perhaps sensing the hesitation in Chenfeng's eyes, Colokas slightly shook his head and remarked, you do not look down upon these 7 routes, do you? Chenfeng was at a loss for how to respond. The selection of the route for the first half of the Grand Line was of paramount importance, significantly influencing the future development of the entire pirate crew. Chenfeng could not afford to be careless. In fact, there was an 8th route available for consideration. The 8th route, Chapter 70, the Death Route. Chenfeng almost thought he had misheard. It is a well-known fact that the Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes. Each of these routes traverses a certain number of islands, and they're the choices of all pirates. However, what on earth is this 8th route mentioned by Kurokas? Hardly anyone would opt for this 8th route. Why is that? Kurokas's expression grew serious, not directed at Chenfeng, but stemming from an involuntary response. In this vast expanse of sea, where even one's own position cannot be accurately discerned, only the magnetic records indicated by the log pose can truly guide individuals to the next island. Chenfeng was aware of all this. It was evident that Kurokas had more to convey. Although I refer to it as the 8th route, it does not truly exist in the conventional sense. Chenfeng found himself increasingly bewildered. If there was no such navigational route, what else was there to discuss? On this route, the magnetic forces between the islands were entirely chaotic, rendering even the recording devices ineffective. Colokas, lost in his own thoughts, remarked that it was only the Navy that could navigate there unimpeded. The Navy? With the skills of pirates, it was utterly impossible to decipher the perplexing magnetic disturbances between the islands. Only the Navy could sail through safely. Yet, even under such circumstances, there were still reports of Navy vessels going missing. The 8th route, a perilous path that every pirate avoided, was described by Colokas as one that no pirate crew had ever successfully traversed to complete the first half of the Grand Line. In other words, no one possessed any knowledge of the islands along this treacherous 8th route, leaving them with no references to guide their journey. After listening to Colokas, Chenfeng fell into a prolonged contemplation, his mind racing with various strategies, contrasting sharply with the jovial atmosphere of those nearby, who were playfully engaging with Labu. Colokas calmly sipped his strong tea, yet was taken aback when Chenfeng suddenly slammed his thigh and stood up, exuding an air of resolute determination. Colokas inwardly lamented the turn of events. Young man, I was merely speaking in jest, do not. It is decided. We shall take the 8th route. Colokas was taken aback. He had only mentioned it casually, having been here long enough to have heard of the 8th route. But he never anticipated that Chenfeng would take it seriously. What's wrong, Chenfeng? Ivy inquired, casting a glance in their direction. The reaction of Chenfeng had long captured the attention of several individuals. He raised his right hand and declared loudly, I wish to announce something to everyone, Mr. Colokas and I have successfully agreed upon our forthcoming route. Hey, you can't say it like that. Don't involve me. Colokas hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, this has nothing to do with me. The route has been chosen already? So soon? Splendid. We can swiftly find a doctor for Chenfeng. Upon witnessing the reactions of the crowd, Colokas could not contain himself and spat out his tea. Are you all unaware of the perils associated with this route? No pirate crew has ever traversed it. Colokas was apprehensive about his momentary slip of the tongue potentially endangering them. Yet, upon hearing the word danger, the group displayed no fear, evidently resolved to heed their captain's orders. Everyone, the upcoming voyage is fraught with peril. Indeed, no pirate crew has succeeded in crossing that path. However, I am confident that our super divine pirate crew is the strongest. As long as there's a way, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Indeed, I concur. Iza replied emphatically. All in accordance with the captain, Caitlin said, cradling her firearm, a slight smile gracing her lips. Having roamed alone for so long. What is danger to me? Yeso responded with an air of boldness. I promise to protect my junior sister. How can I grow stronger without facing danger? Liking Ramarka. His face slightly flushed as he scratched his head, yet his words rang with conviction. I will follow Chenfeng, AI Wei declared. Though she was not an official member of the pirate crew, the camaraderie developed over the past few days had fostered a harmonious relationship among them, transcending the boundaries of mere acquaintances. Very well, then it is settled. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chenfeng finalized the plans for the future. This previously non-existent route would usher in a distinctive experience for the super god pirate crew and Chenfeng, one that they would fondly reminisce about in the years to come. Colokas observed the eager individuals around him, yet he did not underestimate their youthful enthusiasm. He sensed their earnestness, not mere bravado. Though you appear to be courting danger, I find myself unable to dissuade you. As he spoke, Colokas retrieved a recording compass from his pocket, a device that would guide them into the 8th route, albeit only temporarily. Once they embarked upon the journey, it would become utterly useless. Inside the circular glass dome, a red and blue needle pointed in a specific direction, an essential tool for every navigator. Thank you. Chenfeng expressed his sincere gratitude. Without Colokas' assistance, they would have been unable to access the route. Not at all, Colokas replied with a smile, glancing at Chenfeng. It's rare to encounter such promising young individuals. After spending decades at Twin Cape, I have seen few pirate crews worthy of admiration. Yet here two have arrived in succession. Chenfeng, allow me to take care of this. Izzy suddenly darted to Chenfeng's side and snatched the recording compass from his grasp. As he curiously examined the device, he declared, I am a navigator. You can leave such matters to me in the future. Are you capable? Chenfeng questioned earnestly, nearly provoking Izzy to a fit of exasperation. I am an adventurer, well-read and knowledgeable about both the heavens and the earth. I can certainly. All right, fine, it's yours. Just as Izzy was about to launch into a grand display of his abilities, Chenfeng cut him off. By the way, Mr. Colokas, Ivy stepped forward, standing beside Chenfeng, and inquired, where's our first destination? Indeed, Chenfeng nodded in agreement, curious about the initial stop along their route. Upon hearing the queries from Ivy and Chenfeng, Colokas pondered for a moment, his expression troubled. I have heard of it before, yet the name escapes me at the moment. Despite Colocas's extensive experience over the years, the mysterious nature of the 8th route left him at a loss. Apart from the Navy, there were scarcely any channels to acquire information regarding it, and it seemed the Navy deliberately obscured details about the 8th route. Suddenly, Colokas clapped his hands, exclaiming, I remember now. You do? What is the location? Ivy and Chenfeng, along with the others, were filled with curiosity about their next destination. It seems to be called. Colokas hesitated once more, finally reaching a conclusion. The first stop on the 8th route is Shurima. Chapter 71. Encountering the Bounty Guild upon the boundless expanse of the sea, a dragon-shaped vessel glides gracefully with the wind. The sword-winged skeleton flag flutters in the breeze, and no soul knows the destination of this mysterious ship. At this moment, the sun blazes fiercely, akin to a scorching furnace, casting an intensely glaring reflection upon the ocean's surface. Eyes, where have we arrived? The wind lay languidly upon the deck, akin to a lifeless hound, while beneath the limited shade of a sunshade, the crowd huddled together. It was perplexing. According to the indications on the compass, our course posed no issues. Izzy, in a state of despair, cast aside the thick tome of navigation charts, discovering that the information regarding the 8th route was utterly absent, leaving him at a loss. The Shenlong had been sailing for several days, and although there were no issues with our direction, the surrounding conditions had grown increasingly dire. As Mr. Kurikasu had remarked, Shurima was a realm of deserts, which indeed seemed to explain the harsh environment. The wind sighed in resignation. In recent days, there had been no signs of the ailment afflicting the wind, yet this situation was untenable, especially as the medication concocted by Kurikasu was dwindling. When first hearing of Shurima, the wind had been taken aback. However, it soon came to terms with the notion that if people could appear here, so too could the land itself. According to the wind's recollections, Shurima was indeed a desert, and several champions of the League hailed from this place, though it was uncertain whom they might encounter on this journey. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air as Izzy removed the compass from his wrist, only to witness the needle within the glass casing whirling chaotically, rendering any sense of direction utterly inscrutable. The magnetic field here was too tumultuous, and the compass had lost its efficacy. Izzy gazed at the wind with a look of bewilderment. No matter, The wind reassured. This indicates we have entered the 8th route. We must be nearing Shurima. Wind, Shurima should be a great nation. Surely, we can find a physician there to tend to your affliction. Ivira grasped the wind's sleeve. Though the wind had never seen Ivira adorned in cosmetics, her fair complexion was impervious to the sun's harsh rays, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, the wind nodded. Ahead lay unknown trials and tribulations. One could only hope they would not encounter the Navy too soon. The ties between Yasuo and the Navy were complex, and he was reluctant to engage with his former employers. Dinner is served. Dinner is served, Lee Sin announced as he stepped out of the cabin, only to recoil as the blinding sunlight struck him. Dinner? Splendid. Chenfeng and Ize hurriedly raced toward the kitchen, with AI Wei pouting and following them in a huff. Just as Caitlin rose to her feet, she was called by Yasuo. Caitlin, what's the matter? Caitlin turned around in curiosity, only to see Yasuo with a peculiar expression stating, I sense danger ahead. While we are not afraid, we must still be prepared. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, Caitlin turned to him. Do you mean, during my time in the Navy, I sailed alongside warships on numerous occasions, and I possess an instinctive foreboding of danger. This time, however, it is exceptionally strong. I understand. I will remain vigilant regarding any movements on the sea. If enemies do appear, I will ensure everyone's safety. Caitlin waved her hand dismissively at Yasuo, appearing exasperated. I don't need anyone to protect me. Just remember to keep yourself safe. Li Qing had prepared a lunch that was still delectable in flavor and aroma. It was noticeably lacking compared to previous meals, with the meat portion being woefully scarce. Oh, there's no meat. Chenfeng lamented, resting his chin on his hand as he listlessly lifted a leaf of vegetables. Our food supply is dwindling, and this strange sea offers little hope of replenishment. Li Qing's words served as a reminder to the group that the provisions aboard the Shenlong were running low. If they did not return to land soon for resupply, they would be left with nothing but plain rice and flour. This was the first leg of the super god pirate cruise journey, yet they encountered unexpected difficulties. The Shenlong continued to race forward at full speed, but suddenly, a line of black dots appeared on the horizon. A fleet of ships, no less than 20, was clearly visible, each flying a uniform banner that was decidedly not a pirate flag. Caitlin, what are they? Chenfeng inquired, looking toward the lookout tower. They are likely bounty hunters, and they do not come with good intentions, Caitlin replied as she set down her binoculars. Hearing her words, the others instantly heightened their alertness. Caitlin, having been a pirate hunter during her time at Macduff, was well-versed in the workings of bounty guilds. In essence, bounty guilds unite pirate hunters to capture wanted pirates in exchange for naval bounties. While it may appear that bounty hunters are ridding the seas of evil, in reality, exchanging bounties is merely a means of survival. They are not much different from pirates themselves, since they come with ill intent. We are not to be underestimated, Chenfeng declared, raising his hand in preparation for battle. Pirate ships are easily recognizable on the open sea, their flags declaring their nefarious nature. A pirate ship. There's plenty of loot to be had. A burly man with a thick beard commanded his subordinates, signal all vessels. Once we get closer, open fire immediately. Following the broad man's orders, a subordinate hurried off to relay the message. With just one ship, they met their match. With a cold laugh, the formidable warrior regarded the dragon-shaped pirate ship ahead as nothing more than prey awaiting slaughter. As both parties approached each other from opposite directions, their true forms came into view. Such a diminutive vessel could hardly provide any significant challenge. Do not expect to reap any rewards from this ship. It is likely to yield nothing but trivial catches, certainly not worth as much as our ammunition. The bounty hunters of the guild engaged in lively discussions, evidently unconcerned about the strength of the pirate ship, as if they believed that under their barrage, even a dragon would be reduced to mere rubble. The guild leader, that imposing figure, had not anticipated that the enemy's vessel was merely a small craft. They had initially mistaken it for a grand ship due to its strikingly fierce dragon figurehead. Damn it, engage in close combat, and take them alive. With a commanding shout, the warrior ordered all ships to advance at full speed, encircling the dragon ship. Naturally, pirates were more valuable alive. The bounty guild did not seek a substantial profit, but rather aimed to minimize their losses. Perhaps, with so many ships surrounding them, the adversaries would surrender in fear. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the bounties on the few individuals aboard that pirate ship had already reached over 100 million berry, and those pirates, who appeared to be on the brink of defeat, were in fact the most perilous adversaries of all. Charge! In an instant, a figure shot forth, heading straight for the leading bounty guild ship. With a swift slash, one sword style, eagle flash, a torrent of ferocious sword energy descended, and the deck was cleaved open by Chenfeng's blade, creating a deep pit. Furthermore, Yasuo leapt onto another bounty ship. Several bounty vessels were caught off guard, and as the battle cries erupted, the pirate hunters finally realized they were being counterattacked. Damn it, bring that airborne figure down. At the warrior's command, a line of marksmen stood ready, aiming their firearms at Chenfeng. Fire! Just as the marksmen pulled the triggers, a swift gust of wind surged forth, followed by sprays of blood, eliminating the enemies in front of Chenfeng. Caitlin quickly adjusted her aim, firing at the pirate hunters on another ship. The gunfire rang out incessantly, and every target Caitlin locked onto was struck down without a chance to evade, single-handedly suppressing the pirate hunters on one vessel. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the unfolding chaos, one bounty ship still dared to bombard the Divine Dragon. Only 3 cannonballs were launched towards the ship's cabin. Caitlin turned her head, and hitting those 3 cannonballs mid-air was hardly a challenge for her marksmanship, but doing so would leave the bounty ship devoid of its firepower. Let me handle this. With a resounding shout, a dark figure flashed by. Li Qing leapt into the air, executing a series of 3 powerful kicks that sent 3 cannonballs hurtling back to their origin. Upon witnessing the returning projectiles, the crew aboard the bounty ship were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how a single individual dared to intercept cannonballs with his feet and remained unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds were accompanied by billowing black smoke, which quickly transformed into roaring flames. Li Qing, there are still many enemies left. This area will be guarded by Caitlin and me, Izar stated. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement, propelling himself off the deck with a kick, soaring onto the bounty ship like an eagle, and immediately began to engage in combat. With a sweeping kick, he sent 3 approaching pirate hunters flying. Suddenly, he came to a standstill, yet his aura surged dramatically. Nevertheless, the pirate hunters on the ship showed no hesitation. A dozen of them brandished their weapons and charged forward. Soundwave! Li Qing unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a ferocious gale that surged forward. The force of the punch sent over 10 pirate hunters reeling, blood spewing forth as they scattered in disarray. Now, only Caitlin and I remain on this ship. With just Chenfeng and the others, we won't be able to resolve this battle swiftly. Izar continued to survey the surroundings from the Shenlong, and after a brief observation, he locked onto a bounty ship as his target. He noticed a bounty ship gradually maneuvering towards the rear of the Shenlong, exploiting the weaker defenses in that direction. Clearly, these pirate hunters were quite cunning. The ships of the Bounty Guild were not particularly large, at least not in comparison to the Shenlong, aside from the leading vessel. The others typically carried no more than a few dozen individuals. After a quick calculation, Izar couldn't help but grin, raising his left hand in triumph. Misid, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of missiles, radiating a blue luminescence, shot forth from the magical device, forming a blue curtain of fire in mid-air, targeting the bounty ship encircling the rear of the Shenlong. Boom, boom, boom. Though the missiles possessed less firepower than cannonballs, their overwhelming numbers quickly reduced the entire bounty ship to splinters, debris flying everywhere. With such a remarkable victory, Izar could not contain his delight, signaling a gesture of triumph before redirecting his aim to the next pirate vessel. Who would have thought I could be this impressive? Haha. The sky erupted with missile fire, unleashing another wave of relentless bombardment. Suddenly, a whirlwind exploded violently, and in the midst of battle, the severely damaged ship was utterly shattered. Observing the chaos, the crew aboard the adjacent bounty ship hastily maneuvered their cannons into position. They understood that the formidable foe still lingered nearby. The thick smoke from the raging fire obscured their vision, yet they were determined to obliterate him, regardless of the risk to their own comrades. Fire! Fire! Quickly, open fire! The captain commanded the simultaneous firing of 4 or 5 cannons, transforming the sizable hull floating on the ocean's surface into minuscule fragments. Accompanying the anguished cries of his comrades below were furious curses. Yet, the captain secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, that individual was truly terrifying. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, he had effortlessly dispatched a bounty ship. Such a ruthless figure was not to be trifled with. With a single stroke, upon hearing the voice amidst the black smoke, the captain's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed forward. The blade of steel flashed. With one thrust, a dazzling sword aura cleaved through the entire bounty ship. In the next moment, the bounty ship began to fracture, with only the edges tenuously connecting the 2 halves, nearly splitting the vessel in 2. As Yasuo leapt aboard the bounty ship, 2 individuals immediately aimed their firearms at him. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed, with both bullets deflected onto the deck. their tips crumpled as if striking a hard surface. An invisible wind shield enveloped Yasuo, allowing him to navigate through the enemy's barrage without fear. Decisive action was paramount. Yasuo swung his blade, the wind blade's energy coalescing almost into solidity. And a multitude of air currents surged toward the remaining pirate hunters on the ship, sealing the fate of this bounty vessel. What had begun with over a dozen bounty ships swiftly diminished to less than half. The fleet's leader, rendered speechless with shock, gazed in disbelief at the blazing bounty fleet. Exclaiming, impossible. How can this be? The burly man exclaimed loudly. It's just a small pirate crew. How could they be so formidable? He had intended to leverage their numbers to hunt down pirate ships, but found himself in a predicament, his side sinking into chaos. Boss, it's bad. Boss. A flustered subordinate rushed to the burly man, clutching a large stack of bounty notices. We've encountered tough opposition. What? The leader yanked the subordinate forward, growling. Speak. Who exactly are we up against? They seem to be from the super god pirate crew. Perhaps intimidated by the leader's fierce demeanor, the subordinate hastily presented the bounty notices, revealing the bounty for each of the 5 individuals. None were missing. What? The leader snatched the bounty notices, glancing at them before cold sweat poured down his face. Is this the person who defeated a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters head-on? Indeed, that person is their captain, the subordinate stammered, not merely from fear of the leader, but because he now noticed someone standing behind him. Are you looking for me? A voice resonated from behind the burly man. Chapter 73. An unexpected change in history. Who? The burly man was startled, immediately turning around. Before him stood a young man, brandishing a long, straight blade that glimmered with a hint of murderous intent, its tip angled toward the ground. Though the blade was devoid of blood, it did not indicate that he had infiltrated silently. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, contrasting sharply with the earlier cacophony of battle cries that had filled the air. Why you? Who are you? The burly man stammered, shaking like a leaf as he quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance between himself and Chenfeng. Boss, he is. His subordinate quivered, but upon receiving a single glance from Chenfeng, he fled in fright. You. The burly man was taken aback, astonished that his usually respectful subordinate would abandon him in such a manner. What astonished him even more was that the fleeing subordinate soon returned at an even swifter pace, throwing himself to the ground. Boss, the fleet is finished. Our men are all gone. What did you say? The burly man seized his subordinate, who was sprawled on the ground, only to hear him weeping uncontrollably. Our fleet has been completely annihilated. Completely annihilated? The burly man released his grip, and his subordinate collapsed back onto the ground. Have you finished speaking? I have some questions I would like to ask you. The burly man gazed blankly at Chenfeng, realizing that their forces had been utterly vanquished, and that he was now undoubtedly a fish on the chopping block of his formidable adversary. With a casual demeanor, Chenfeng sheathed the soul-shattering blade and leaned against the edge of the ship, inquiring, Do enlighten me, what organization do you belong to, and whence do you hail? We are members of the Bounty Guild, and I am the vice president, the Demon Wolf. The imposing figure of the Demon Wolf took a step forward. The previous look of panic now completely vanished. Today, we concede defeat. You may withdraw, and you shall take your path while I take mine. Oh, this piques my interest, Chenfeng remarked, directing his gaze toward the man known as the Demon Wolf. It won't be so simple to compel us to retreat. Pray tell, should we choose not to leave, what will you do? You. The burly man was taken aback by Chenfeng's indifference, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you not fear retribution? Retribution? How do you intend to retaliate? Observing Chenfeng's unwavering composure, the man gritted his teeth and threatened. Our bounty guild maintains close ties with the Navy, and we cooperate closely. To act against us here would invite a joint pursuit by both the bounty guild and the Navy. Is your guild truly so formidable? Indeed. Our bounty guild possesses such capabilities, the man declared proudly. Yet as he noticed Chenfeng's calm demeanor, cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. The bounty guild? The Navy? Chenfeng stepped away from the ship's edge, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the magic wolf. Your bounty guild should hold sway in this region. I am disinterested in further prattle. Merely inform me of your headquarters, and I shall spare your life. What do you intend to do? The magic wolf tensed, having heard that Chenfeng sought to uncover the guild's location. Enough of your empty words. The expression on Chenfeng's face, once tinged with amusement, abruptly shifted as a tempestuous aura enveloped the magic wolf, pinning him down. So what if you have defeated a vice admiral? Here, you are as good as dead. The magic wolf's demeanor shifted. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a dagger, launching an immediate attack on Chenfeng, who remained utterly still. Boom! At that moment, the only bounty ship still anchored on the sea was pierced by an object, and onlookers could only witness a figure plummeting into the depths below. Chenfeng, what has transpired? The breeze descended from the heavens, landing upon the deck of the Divine Dragon, where everyone had already gathered. Ivy, who had been ushered into the cabin by Chenfeng, emerged as well. In just 2 days, we shall arrive at Weir Town, where we can procure any necessary supplies. Chenfeng gestured for everyone to prepare for departure. The Divine Dragon set sail once more, traversing the sea littered with the wreckage of ships, heading towards the first supply point. The Bounty Guild had suffered nearly half of its combat strength, a tremendous loss that nearly precipitated its downfall. Who was it? Who dared to assault the Wolf of Magic and his crew? Benedict hurled a thick stack of documents onto his desk. His hands pressed against the surface as he gasped for breath. The Weir Town Bounty Guild was a colossal organization, boasting dozens of bounty ships under its command. Yet, just 2 days prior, Benedict received news that the bounty fleet led by the guild's vice president, the Wolf of Magic, had been annihilated by an unknown force. Who could it be that would dare to strike against my bounty guild? Benedict pondered, unable to comprehend how, with the guild's strength in the region, no other faction could rival it except for the Navy, and it was inconceivable that a mere minor force could obliterate the fleet. Pirates? In recent years, the number of pirate crews passing through this area had been few, and their strength was hardly formidable. Nonetheless, this inquiry remained worth considering. Shurima had been fragmented for years, and the current king, despite his ambitious aspirations for politics and the welfare of his people, felt powerless in the face of adversity. Historical records indicate that Shurima was not always the desert we see today. On the contrary, it was once adorned with mountains and lush greenery, where people thrived in peace. It is widely known that Shurima transformed overnight into its current desolate state, and the king reigning at that time mysteriously vanished without a trace. Concurrently, the once glorious royal palace, a masterpiece in its own right, was also swallowed by the sands, rendering the events of that fateful night an unsolvable enigma. Though Weir Town is not a large city, it was merely a border town of Shurima in the past. Today, it has blossomed into a bustling port town. As the Divine Dragon docked at the harbor, a throng of individuals burdened with backpacks and crates rushed down from the ship. Chenfeng, is this Weir Town? No doubt about it. Everyone, quickly gather what you need and replenish our supplies. Chenfeng raised his hand, and all began to disperse in various directions. Hey, don't forget to return promptly. Observing the throng vanish from sight, Chenfeng sighed in resignation, only to feel a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Why haven't you left? Chenfeng turned his head, only to find Ai Wei still standing behind him. Ai Wei slightly raised her charming face, revealing her stunning beauty hidden beneath the hood. I've been waiting for you, she said playfully. Shall we take a stroll together? Oh, let us go then. Chenfeng shrugged, extending his right hand slightly as he walked ahead. All right. Ai Wei quickened her pace, matching Chenfeng's stride as they walked side by side. Feeling the warmth and gentleness emanating from their clasped hands, Chenfeng smiled softly as he gently tightened his grip. Chapter 74. Ancient Ruins, Where Shall We Go? Ai Wei inquired, holding on to Chenfeng's hand while curiously glancing around. As one of the most prosperous port towns in Shurima, Weir Town was particularly vibrant at night, filled with a cacophony of lights and laughter as pedestrians bustled through the streets. As for supplies on the ship, Li Qing, Izit, and Caitlin should suffice, Chenfeng mused, searching for a place to sit and rest. Although many establishments along the street exuded an atmosphere of revelry, Chenfeng's experiences from his previous life led him to believe that none of these places were reputable, concealing untold illicit activities within their walls. Chenfeng, that place looks quite lively. Why don't we check it out? Ai Wei suggested, pointing to a bustling tavern where a flamboyantly dressed woman stood at the entrance, welcoming a continuous stream of patrons. Though Chenfeng was unaware of Ai Wei's background, he surmised that given her family's circumstances, she likely had never ventured into such establishments. Naturally, he had no intention of allowing Ai Wei to enter there. I think this place is too crowded. It would be better to find somewhere quieter. Oh, then, I shall follow your lead. Ai Wei was unconcerned, merely acquiescing as she awaited Chenfeng's decision. Finding a quieter establishment on such a bustling street proved challenging, prompting Chenfeng to abandon the main road and guide Ai Wei down a side alley, avoiding the throngs of the main thoroughfare. The narrow lane featured a few scattered shops, each enjoying a relatively decent flow of customers. Let us explore further, Ai Wei began to speak, but was gently pulled deeper into the alley by Chenfeng, although she was uncertain why he had brought her to such a desolate place. A faint blush crept on her lovely face. "Hey, there's a small tavern up ahead," Chenfeng exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Following the direction of his finger, AI Wei indeed spotted a quaint establishment, seemingly converted from a residence. The dim light at the entrance cast a soft glow, illuminating the word wine above the door. "Is this the place?" AI Wei hesitated, for she had never spent time in such a dilapidated venue before. Chenfeng estimated that the building's age would warrant heritage status in his past life. "Let's take a look and see." With a decisive motion, Chenfeng drew aside the curtain that obstructed the entrance and stepped into the tavern. Wei, compelled to follow closely behind him, found her hand still clasped in his. "Wait for me," she exclaimed. Upon entering the tavern, she collided with Chenfeng's back. "Ouch," she murmured, rubbing her forehead and chastising him. "Chenfeng, why are you blocking the doorway?" However, while massaging her forehead, Wei's gaze fell upon the interior of the tavern, and she was momentarily rendered speechless. The establishment was modest in size, featuring a long row of seats that could accommodate only 7 or 8 patrons, a remnant of its transformation from a private residence. Yet, the most striking aspect was the tavern's decor, which was resplendent and stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior. Brilliant emerald green light filled the room, emanating from a crystal orb atop the bar and illuminating the entire space. This captivating glow, imbued with an unknown enchantment, though singular in hue, evoked a far stronger ambience than the previous garish displays of revelry. "What on earth is this?" Wei mused, extending her hand to grasp the crystal orb for a closer inspection. Just as her fingers neared the orb, a profound snore erupted from behind the bar, startling Wei and causing her to retract her hand with alarm, instinctively clutching Chenfeng's arm. What was that?" she stammered. Observing her fright, Chenfeng chuckled. "That would be the tavern's proprietor. Did you think this was an empty establishment?" Noticing that Wei had yet to regain her composure, he approached the bar and gently rapped on its surface, though this gesture had no effect on the resounding snores. Chenfeng furrowed his brows slightly, increasing the pressure of his grip. "Knock, knock, knock." Again, he struck. "Knock, knock, knock." Once more, he pounded. "Knock, knock, knock. I shall strike again." Chenfeng believed that even if he shattered the bar table, the boss's snores would remain unbroken, and the rhythm would be utterly unaffected. AI Wei tugged at Chenfeng's sleeve, yet he, with a mischievous glint in his eye, cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly towards the space beneath the bar table. "Let's cause a ruckus." A gust of wind swept past Chenfeng's face, and an apparition materialized before him, or rather, stood erect in his presence. It was an elderly man, with a scruffy beard of white and gray haphazardly sprouting from his face. His attire was quite disheveled, although relatively clean. It was evident that he had neglected to fasten the buttons properly, and his garments appeared to be worn inside out, betraying a lack of care for his appearance. The old man still bore a semblance of slumber in his eyes, yet his demeanor exuded an air of authority as he glared fiercely at Chenfeng, his gaunt frame straining to stand tall. "Who are you? Have you not heard of my reputation, Antony? How dare you cause a disturbance in my territory?" The elders seemed to have more to say, and an additional remark of "Are you courting death, boy?" would have been fitting to amplify his imposing presence. "Sir, we merely came to enjoy a drink," Chenfeng replied with a smile, having inadvertently roused the old man from his slumber. "Drinking?" The man named Antony scrutinized Chenfeng and then glanced at the hooded figure behind him. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. "Are you truly here to drink?" "Indeed, is this not a tavern?" "Yes." "Then why not serve?" "Of course." "Then that settles it." Chenfeng gently covered his face with his hand. Perhaps realizing that awakening this old man was a mistake, he should have allowed him to rest undisturbed. With so many establishments outside, it was astonishing that someone had actually found their way to this place. "What did you say?" Chenfeng observed an elderly man standing alone behind the bar, murmuring to himself, though his words were indecipherable. "No matter, today you have demonstrated discernment by choosing to drink at my tavern, Anthony's," he proclaimed. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, Anthony then pondered what he might desire to drink. Such a service demeanor. Though Chenfeng remained silent, he noticed Ivy gazing vacantly at the crystal ball on the bar. He decided to order 2 glasses of wine, treating it as a mere test. "Boss, what is that crystal ball on your bar?" Ivy inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing the girl's voice, the old man paused momentarily before responding indifferently. "That is a fluorescent crystal. While it may not be commonplace in our town of Weir, it certainly cannot be deemed rare." "Fluorescent crystal?" The name does not seem particularly impressive, Ivy thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, the old man's next words piqued both her and Chenfeng's interest. "This item does not originate from here, but there are many found in the ancient ruins of Shirima." "Shirima," Ancient Ruins? Chapter 75. The Cunning Merchant indeed, the ancient ruins of Shurima, the old man affirmed, placing the 2 glasses of exquisite wine on the bar. Chenfeng lifted one glass and took a sip, a unique blend of sweetness and spice flooding his palate. You must be from outside, the old man remarked, shaking his head knowingly. You are likely aware of the trade routes belonging to the kingdom of Shurima. Thus, there are not many outsiders who venture here, and those who do are mostly drawn by the allure of the ancient ruins. What is so remarkable about those ancient ruins? Chenfeng set down his wine cup, finding the drink difficult to swallow. In his estimation, it paled in comparison to the exquisite brews crafted by the villagers of Linshui. However, Ai Wei savored it with evident delight. As for the ancient relics, my knowledge is solely derived from hearsay. Even within our town, numerous versions of the legends surrounding these relics abound. The old man grasped the crystal ball resting upon the table, and at the moment his palm made contact, a faint green glow suddenly intensified, illuminating the entire room like a high-wattage bulb. How wondrous! Ai Wei rested her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed intently upon the crystal sphere held by the elder. A millennium ago, the kingdom of Surima was abruptly besieged by a colossal sandstorm, burying countless souls beneath the golden dunes, while the majestic royal palace vanished without a trace, leaving the emperor of the nation unheard from. Following this calamity, internal strife ensued, and it is only in the past few centuries that Surima has managed to attain a semblance of unity. Yet, the once prosperous realm now finds itself reduced to barren lands, with its populace enduring harsh conditions. What, then, is the significance of these ancient relics? Chenfeng inquired. How would I know? The old man's response was unambiguous. Yet, 3 years ago, a sudden sandstorm swept through the palace ruins, as if the recorded disaster had reemerged, though it did not affect the surrounding towns. Even our town was gripped by fear at that time. The elder tossed the crystal ball in his hand, its surface glimmering in an intriguing manner. Chenfeng. I understand now. Chenfeng sighed, perplexed by the fascination girls have for such glittering trinkets. Fortunately, he had some money on hand. Acquiring this crystal ball should not pose a significant challenge. Excuse me, do you sell this crystal ball? He inquired. The elderly vendor, Anthony, raised an eyebrow in surprise and gestured 50,000 berries, and it is yours. Chenfeng spilled the entirety of his drink onto the ground, wiping the remnants from his lips. He exclaimed loudly, You dare to charge 50,000 berries for such an item? Are you robbing me? While this object may not be considered rare, you certainly wouldn't find another like it in Willow Town. The old man, unfazed, leaned casually against the bar, shaking the crystal ball in his hand, and declared, It's 50,000 berries, not a single penny less. Huh. The tempestuous temperament of Chenfeng flared up once more. What utility does this object possess beyond its mere ability to emit light? Anthony, the old man, remained silent. After a moment, Chenfeng nodded and pointed an accusing finger at the old man, exclaiming, Old man, how much do these 2 cups of wine cost? 10,000 berries. These 2 cups are exclusive to my establishment, replied old Anthony, reclining nonchalantly with his legs crossed, exuding an air of indifference that suggested he had Chenfeng firmly in his grasp. Coughing, Ai Wei, a member of a prestigious family that typically regarded money as trifling, found herself choking on the wine upon hearing such an outrageous price. It seemed she had grown accustomed to the frugality of her companions. Indeed, it was apparent. Chenfeng nodded knowingly. It was a den of iniquity, which explained why it had been relegated to such a desolate location, devoid of any patrons. Isn't that right? And there are 2 of you, the old man retorted, extending his hand toward Chenfeng. If you choose not to purchase the crystal ball, that is your prerogative, but you must pay for the wine. Hand over the money. The old man's sharp and acerbic demeanor incited a desire in Ai Wei to deliver a swift kick, while Chenfeng was resolute in his refusal. There is something amiss with your establishment. I will not pay. Refuse to pay? The old man seemed already prepared for this, a sly grin spreading across his face. Well, this is the territory of the Bounty Guild. If you're unaware of the guild, surely you have heard of the Navy? With an exaggerated gesture, old Anthony raised his thumb and declared flamboyantly, The Navy could have you imprisoned for 7 or 8 years. Do you believe that? Seeing Chenfeng remain silent, the old man continued, So what do you say? Are you afraid? Chenfeng had never encountered such a despicable individual. At this moment, it was not fear that gripped him, but a seething fury that blazed within his heart. Perhaps, in the next instant, Anthony's humble establishment might be reduced to rubble. Anthony, come out here, you coward! Just as Chenfeng was about to erupt, shouts of abuse rang out from outside. Upon hearing the call, Both Chenfeng and Ivy were momentarily taken aback, then curiously turned to glance towards the bar, only to discover the previously brazen old man cowering beneath the counter. Cautiously peeking outside. "Anthony, I know you're in there." The male voice outside shouted again, "If you don't come out, we'll set your shop and your home ablaze. You should understand, we mean what we say." "No, no, no, I'm coming out right now." Upon hearing the threat of arson, the old man emerged from behind the bar, his demeanor one of utter defeat, which struck Chenfeng as amusing. "Chenfeng, what is happening?" Ivy inquired with curiosity. "I'm not sure, but it seems highly likely that creditors have come knocking. After all, for such a shrewd and unscrupulous merchant as Anthony, if someone were to threaten him with fire, it could only be related to a monetary dispute. Indeed, such a scoundrel deserves punishment." Ivy pouted, and although she had not directly confronted Anthony earlier, she had mentally prepared herself to hurl a glass at his face. It must be said that both Chenfeng and Ivy shared a certain affinity in temperament. Suddenly, sounds of struggle and pleas for mercy erupted from outside. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll pay you what I owe right away. Can you give me a few more days?" The one pleading was none other than Anthony himself. And he was indeed the one being struck, truly poetic justice. Gradually, the pleas grew weaker, their vigor dissipating, yet the sounds of violence persisted unabated. "Chenfeng, do you think that old man might be beaten to death?" Given the frail and emaciated appearance of Anthony, it was certainly a possibility. "Let us go and take a look," Ivy suggested, glancing at Chenfeng, seeking his discretion. "Damn it, if you don't start talking, I'll bind your hands and feet and toss you into the sea to feed the fish." The man who had previously threatened to burn the shop growled menacingly, followed by Anthony's feeble voice. "You scoundrels, I will never reveal where my daughter is. Bind him and take him away." Yes, at this moment, Chenfeng realized that these individuals were not merely here to collect debts. They likely sought to threaten Anthony for other reasons. Since it pertained to other matters, it seemed there was no reason not to intervene. Chapter 76. Encounter with the Bounty Guild. Stop. Chenfeng emerged from the tavern, only to witness several men clad in matching uniforms hoisting the elderly Anthony away. "Who are you? Mind your own business and get lost." The voice belonged to a lean, short-haired man, evidently the leader of the group. "This old man and I have matters yet to clarify. You cannot take him away until we reach an understanding." Chenfeng crossed his arms, gazing intently at the short-haired man, while Ivy followed closely behind him as they exited the tavern. The short-haired man turned to glance at Anthony, who appeared battered and defeated, then flashed a sinister smile at Chenfeng. "You wish to find him?" As he approached Chenfeng, his malevolent grin was unmistakably evident. Indeed, as the man neared, he suddenly launched an attack, aiming a punch towards Chenfeng's chest. Should he believe that such a sudden assault could harm Chenfeng? He was gravely mistaken. With a mere twist of his body, Chenfeng deftly redirected the man's fist aside, subsequently bending his arm backward with a swift motion. The contorted arm rendered the man immobile, leaving him no choice but to allow Chenfeng to bind him. As the arm was twisted, a blade, concealed within the spaces of the man's clenched fist, was exposed. "Damn it, let me go. I'm a member of the Bounty Guild in Town. You can inquire about my reputation as Quick Fist Kirk." The man, known as Kirk, found his arm restrained by Chenfeng, and with no means of escape, he resorted to threats. Accompanying Kirk were 7 or 8 others who had pinned the elderly Anthony to the ground, while a few others hesitated to intervene in Kirk's aid, wary of making a reckless move. The Bounty Guild? This marks the second encounter for Chenfeng with the Bounty Guild. If my assumptions are correct, the Bounty Guild referred to by Cork must be the very group that besieged the Divine Dragon. The Bounty Guild, didn't that old man mention wanting to enlist them to capture us? However, Ivy recalled the threats made by the elderly Anthony towards the two of them, never anticipating that the members of the Bounty Guild would indeed arrive, only to seize the old man instead. "Why does the Bounty Guild want to capture him?" Chenfeng inquired. "That is not a question for you to ask," Cork retorted harshly. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng tightened his grip, twisting Cork's entire arm with an intensity that suggested he was on the verge of breaking it. Cork gritted his teeth against the pain, yet no matter how he struggled, his arm remained firmly ensnared by Chenfeng. "If you choose not to speak, then be gone from my sight, but leave the person behind." With a swift kick, Chenfeng sent Cuckoo flying sideways. Before launching his attack, Chenfeng deliberately intensified his force. Although he did not employ the power of the frenzied fruit, his inherent strength was already sufficient to incapacitate Cork, especially after that previous deadly punch. Witnessing their leader being sent flying, several subordinates rushed forward to catch Cork. However, to their astonishment, as soon as they made contact with him, they were propelled away by an overwhelming force, crashing to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Cork immediately commanded, "Eliminate them." Recognizing Chenfeng as a formidable adversary, his remaining subordinates promptly drew their firearms, preparing to shoot. Yet before they could pull the triggers, a flash of white light surged through them, while Chenfeng had already repositioned himself behind Cork and the others. The subordinates who had previously raised their guns now lay sprawled on the ground, each inflicted with varying degrees of knife wounds, leaving only Cork unscathed. As Cork surveyed his surroundings and realized that all of his companions brought from the guild had been effortlessly subdued, he was struck with profound alarm, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. "Get lost!" With a subtle utterance, Chenfeng expelled a single word, yet a menacing aura accompanied the word roll, enveloping the members of the Bounty Guild and causing them to flee in terror. You have stirred up great trouble," groaned the elderly Anthony, prostrate on the ground in evident agony. "What trouble have I caused? Is it because I frightened away the individuals you summoned to impose punishment upon us?" With a cheerful smile, Chenfeng approached the old man and offered him a hand to help him up. "That was merely a deception on my part. Yet the Bounty Guild's influence in Wild Town is undeniably formidable. Although you managed to drive them away, cough, cough, they will undoubtedly return." As Anthony spoke, he suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering his already gaunt figure even more frail. "Is it truly that severe? Have they harmed you to such an extent?" Chenfeng exclaimed in astonishment. "Chenfeng, he may have been poisoned," Ivy remarked, glancing at the blood that stained the old man's lips, a subtle hint of darkness emanating from it. Perhaps the poison was not too deep, for it was only upon close inspection that one could discern anything amiss. "Without the antidote from a Bounty Guild, I fear I shall not survive the night," Anthony lamented, once again succumbing to a harsh bout of coughing, as if he might expel his very lungs, blood oozing from between his teeth. "What could their motives possibly be? To administer such a vile toxin to you?" Chenfeng inquired. "This matter does not concern you. You must leave this place at once. I shall forego the payment for the drinks, and if you desire that crystal ball, feel free to take it. If you do not depart soon, their people will arrive, and they will not be so easily dealt with," Anthony urged, shedding his previous miserly demeanor. He implored Chenfeng and Ivy to leave quickly, relinquishing not only the payment, but even the crystal ball without hesitation. "Please do not say such things, after all. These items are worth a considerable sum of 60,000 berries." Chenfeng shrugged, seemingly mocking the old man's exorbitant demands. "What shall we do, Chenfeng?" Loveway pondered. After a moment of contemplation, Chenfeng replied, "Please fetch the crystal ball." Loveway, momentarily taken aback, wondered if he truly intended to leave with the crystal ball, abandoning the old man entirely. To be honest, although she held a disdain for the old man, she could not bring herself to act in such a manner. "Hurry up." Noticing Loveway's hesitation, Chenfeng urged her once more. "Oh!" Loveway, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned and walked towards the tavern, subsequently retrieving the crystal ball that emitted a green glow. "This crystal ball was a gift from my daughter. I hope you will take good care of it." At that moment, the old man, Anthony, appeared ashen, seemingly devoid of hope for life, merely awaiting his demise at his doorstep. Chenfeng took the crystal ball from Loveway's hands and tossed it lightly. The green glow flickered upon contact with his palm, illuminating with each toss in a playful dance of light. It truly was quite entertaining. Chenfeng handed the crystal ball to Ai Wei, then turned to the old man with a serious expression, saying, "Since I have accepted your favor, please inform me of the location of the headquarters of the Bounty Guild." "What do you intend to do?" The old man, Anthony, stammered in surprise. "To help you retrieve the antidote." Chapter 77. Breaking into the Bounty Guild in the town of Weil. At the headquarters of the Bounty Guild, Benedict had just received a report from his subordinates that strange phenomena were occurring at the ancient ruins of Shirima. Aside from the sandstorm 3 years ago, the ancient ruins had not exhibited any peculiar occurrences for a long time. Moreover, the Bounty Guild had been established for a decade, and Benedict had been the president for 5 years. Thus, he understood the matters concerning the ruins better than most. The manifestation of anomalies at the ruins indicated that requesting assistance was imperative. Benedict paced back and forth in his office for quite some time. Truth be told, the Bounty Guild had been secretly investigating the ancient ruins, and now that a lead worth pursuing had surfaced, they found themselves lacking in manpower. Damn those magic wolves. Why must they provoke such formidable foes? Under normal circumstances, the Bounty Guild possessed enough strength to dominate the town of Weil, and even held a prominent position throughout Shirima. However, due to the complete annihilation of the magic wolves and their entourage, Benedict was compelled to consider seeking reinforcements. "Report. Come in." A pirate hunter entered the president's office. Bowing respectfully as he spoke, "President, the team led by Kirk to capture Anthony has returned." "Oh!" Upon hearing the report, a weary Benedict instantly perked up. Bring that old man to me. I wish to interrogate him personally. Ah, President. The subordinate hesitated for a moment. Then, under Benedict's scrutinizing gaze, gritted his teeth and revealed the truth. Kirk and his team returned injured, and Anthony was rescued by two unidentified individuals. What did you say? So many went, yet they couldn't bring back a single old man. Just as Benedict was about to say more, another person burst into the office. President, two individuals have suddenly intruded into the Guild's headquarters, and one of them claims to seek you. Benedict felt a surge of frustration. What on earth had transpired? And why were all these events converging at such a tumultuous time? Someone has intruded into the guild. Prepare for battle. Benedict turned, retrieving a long knife from the weapon rack on his desk, then adjusted his golden-haired quiff and strode out with determination. Seeing the president personally heading out to confront the situation, his two subordinates hurriedly followed. They were not entirely aware of his prowess, but they knew he was a renowned swordsman in Shirima. Typically, he seldom engaged in combat, as most missions were led by the vice president, the Magic Wolf. However, they had heard tales that Benedict could dispatch the Magic Wolf with a single strike, which was precisely why the Magic Wolf had become the vice president. Where are they? Where are they? Chenfeng and Ai Wei casually perched atop a cargo crate at the headquarters of the Bounty Guild, while dozens of bounty hunters encircled them from a distance of 10 meters. A multitude of gleaming weapons were aimed at the duo, despite their numerical superiority. None dared to advance. This was not due to a lack of courage, but rather the indomitable prowess exhibited by these two individuals, who had effortlessly subdued nearly 100 of the guild's subordinates outside. Now, only these individuals remained at the Bounty Guild headquarters. Where is your guild leader? If he does not come down soon, I shall take it upon myself to seek him out. Chenfeng removed the soul-shattering blade from his waist, along with its sheath, resting both hands upon the hilt as he leaned against the ground, exuding an air of ennui. Beside him, Ivy was tightly wrapped in her hooded cloak, sitting closely against Chenfeng. Who possesses such audacity to intrude upon the headquarters of my Bounty Guild? A voice, imbued with commanding authority, reverberated through the air, prompting dozens of bounty hunters to part ways, clearing a path before Chenfeng and Ivy. As Chenfeng turned to investigate the sound, he beheld a brawny man with golden hair approaching. The scars and burns etched across his face were strikingly apparent, suggesting he was no younger than 30. Is it you? Benedict halted about 7 or 8 meters in front of Chenfeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What is it that you seek? Be aware that my Bounty Guild is not one to be trifled with. Chenfeng replied, My purpose for coming here is quite straightforward. I wish to request an item from the esteemed president. With a smile, Chenfeng spoke, yet to Benedict, this smile seemed far from simple. President, they just... A subordinate recounted the earlier events in detail to Benedict. Upon hearing that the two individuals before him had effortlessly subdued nearly 100 of his men outside, Benedict raised an eyebrow, feeling both anger and an increased sense of caution. The area surrounding their headquarters was rife with establishments belonging to the Bounty Guild, including casinos and taverns, and the fact that nearly 100 men had been subdued without alerting him indicated that the strength exhibited by these two was markedly superior. They had attacked us indiscriminately, and considering they had injured nearly 100 of our brothers, an explanation was certainly warranted. In the past, Benedict would have drawn his weapon without hesitation, but due to the blunders made by the Demon Wolf's group, compounded by the injuries sustained by nearly 100 of his men, the Bounty Guild's manpower was indeed limited. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict whenever possible, which was precisely Benedict's current mindset. As Chenfeng was about to speak, he witnessed Kirk tumbling out of the main building, shouting, President, it was them. They rescued that old man. It was you. Upon hearing Kirk's words, Benedict finally comprehended the identities of the two before him, realizing that reconciliation seemed increasingly unattainable. Who exactly are you, and what are your intentions? Benedict demanded, drawing his long knife and pointing it directly at Chenfeng. Hey, I haven't even spoken yet. What kind of game is this among your own people? Chenfeng stood up, grasping the soul-shattering blade firmly in his hand. I have come to demand the antidote from you. So tell me, will you provide it or not? Initially, Chenfeng had remained quite relaxed, but as he noticed the refusal to grant him a moment to speak, his patience swiftly waned. The antidote? Benedict pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, you seek the antidote for the soul-dispersing powder, do you? What is that exactly? Chenfeng turned his gaze towards Benedict. The antidote for that substance exists solely with me. If it cannot be obtained, then that old man will not see the sun rise tomorrow. With a swift motion of his long knife, Benedict created a piercing gust of wind that caused his subordinates on either side to instinctively recoil, their ears ringing in pain. If you wish to acquire the antidote, then I must witness your capabilities. Chenfeng, in a moment of exasperation, shook his head, displaying no intention of drawing his sword. Instead, he turned to AI and said, "Let us return together with the antidote." Oh, I nodded in agreement. "I shall await your return." "Youngster, do not rejoice too soon." Benedict furrowed his brow, taken aback by the audacity of the young man who appeared to disregard him. Was he overly confident in his own abilities? "Prepare to meet your end." With a surge of energy, Benedict lunged forward, only to realize he remained rooted in place, as if an iron gate had firmly lodged itself against his abdomen. In a moment of fury, Benedict suddenly discovered that not only was he unable to advance, but he was being propelled backward at an alarming speed. Boom! Chapter 78. The annihilation of the Bounty Guild. Benedict was sent flying. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Benedict had already been struck away. Under the ferocity of his abilities, Chenfeng, utilizing his unexpected swiftness, struck Benedict with a powerful blow, sending him flying in an instant. Though one would presume that his robust physique would not succumb to such a singular attack. Suddenly, a voice called out, and dozens of pirate hunters raised their weapons, aiming their strikes at Chenfeng. With a sweeping motion, the air was filled with razor-sharp sword energy. The soul-shattering blade conjured a crimson whirlwind, propelling all surrounding pirate hunters away and plunging the scene into chaos. This method, devoid of bloodshed, was precisely the means to handle the nearly 100 pirate hunters outside, proving to be unfailingly effective. After all, it was merely an antidote. What was there to hesitate about? Chenfeng waved his hand forward, and there stood Benedict, who had been sent flying by a powerful punch, rising from behind a collapsed wall. Despite his injuries, he appeared relatively unscathed. That punch certainly packed a punch. The veins on Benedict's forehead throbbed as he beheld the few remaining subordinates within the headquarters, all vanquished by a single strike, igniting a fury within him. All plans lay in ruins, and every effort had been rendered futile. "What are you shouting about?" Chenfeng observed Benedict's frenzied outburst, perplexed by his demeanor. "You shall accompany my plans to their demise." "Chenfeng, be cautious." Ivy, who had remained silent behind him, finally spoke up with a warning. "It's all right." As soon as Chenfeng's voice faded, Benedict had already launched his assault. The technique, named Firestone Feather, was not a direct advance. Instead, it utilized the release of sword energy for a range attack. True to its name, the Firestone Feather unleashed a strike that stirred up the debris from the ground, conjuring a tempest of sword energy akin to a whirlwind of flying sand and stones, pressing inexorably towards Chenfeng's position. This move is quite impressive." Chenfeng shrugged lightly, effortlessly lifting the fragmented soul blade in preparation to counter the impending assault. "Chenfeng, this time is my turn," Ivy declared, gripping the starry blade as she approached him. However, just as Chenfeng was about to voice his thoughts, he was captivated by the flickering purple glow emanating from the blade, causing his words to falter. With no discernible technique, Ivy calmly swung the starry blade forward to meet the oncoming storm of debris. The purple radiance surged magnificently along the blade. A fierce wind howled past them, causing their garments to billow wildly. The clash of the purple light against the swirling sand and stones was immediate. The violet luminescence showed no hesitation as it engulfed Benedict's swordplay and surged relentlessly towards him. "Ivy, he won't perish from this attack, will he?" Chenfeng inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "I cannot say for certain," Ivy replied, but before she could finish, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Benedict, with no avenue for retreat, braced himself against Ivy's strike, leaving his fate uncertain. "He is likely dead." Ivy nodded in agreement, without needing Chenfeng to express his thoughts. Chenfeng was still perplexed by the nature of the celestial weapon, Xingyao. The blade occasionally shimmered with a formidable purple light, capable of unleashing a sword technique as unstoppable as AI weighs with mere ease. No matter. The antidote was likely within his grasp. He took 2 steps forward, then halted, wondering if they would leave behind even a complete corpse. However, his assumption proved erroneous. Benedict not only survived, but also rose to his feet, albeit in a state of severe disarray, rendering any further confrontation utterly impossible. You resort to underhanded tricks. I refuse to accept this," Benedict bellowed, his golden locks matted with dust, presenting a disheveled appearance. He had been vanquished twice. First, by Chenfeng's lightning-fast strike that sent him hurtling before he could brace himself, and second, by a mysterious purple light that had inexplicably engulfed him. "Who would have thought you were so resilient?" Chenfeng mused, scratching his head, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Benedict. "Just hand over the antidote. Why endure such suffering?" The antidote, Benedict retorted angrily. Why do you wish to save that old man? Do you covet the ancient relics as well? Ancient relics? AI Wei questioned, perplexed. What do ancient relics have to do with old Anthony? Forget it. Here is the antidote. You may take it, Benedict said, his demeanor shifting from menacing to cooperative as he produced a small vial. The bounty guild was finished, without sufficient manpower. Any attempt to explore ancient ruins was a futile endeavor. Upon receiving the vial and opening it, they discovered several red pills nestled at the bottom. At least you know your place. Chenfeng nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to AI Wei and said, let us depart. We mustn't allow that old man to come to any harm. Yet, just as Chenfeng and AI Wei prepared to leave, the previously incapacitated Benedict unexpectedly hurled his long knife towards them. Chenfeng and his companion had not ventured far, and given their backs were turned to Benedict. This act of ambush was exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. Just as the gleaming blade streaked through the air like a flash of lightning, Chenfeng inclined his shoulder slightly, allowing the long knife to glide past him. The blade grazed his shoulder, yet in an instant, Chenfeng extended his hand, and under the influence of his ferocious abilities, he effortlessly seized the hilt of the knife, firmly grasping the now airborne weapon. How is this possible? Benedict stood frozen in disbelief. Despite facing away from him, this individual had managed to catch his ambush with bare hands. Just how formidable was he? Whoosh! With a swift motion, Chenfeng did not look back as he flung the hilt of the knife behind him, sending the long blade hurtling back at a speed that surpassed its initial assault. The blade pierced deeply into Benedict's chest, blood gushing forth from his mouth. Ivy, do you still remember the way back? Chenfeng's voice echoed faintly from outside the guild headquarters. I seem to have forgotten the path. No worries, I know the way. As the voices of Chenfeng and Ai Wei gradually faded away, the once mighty bounty guild was annihilated overnight. Over 100 pirate hunters had perished. And when accounting for the losses of the Magic Wolves group, the most formidable power in Weir Town was utterly extinguished. Reluctance and despair consumed Benedict as he sat on the ground, the long blade still piercing through his chest, yet he clung to life by a mere breath. In his hand, he grasped the communication bug, and, after a brief silence, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Oh, Benedict, is it you? The tone on the line was flat and devoid of warmth, resembling more that of a superior rather than a friend. President, the ancient ruins have shown signs of activity. Benedict replied with difficulty, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Shurima? Came the disdainful voice from the communication bug. I have decided to abandon that place. The Bounty Guild is now entirely your responsibility. I no longer require updates from you. What? What did you say? Benedict asked incredulously. The individual on the other end paid no heed to Benedict's dire condition and continued arrogantly. Compared to the Underworld King, the legacy of Shurima is nothing but empty rhetoric. With that, the communication bug was disconnected, and Benedict let his hand fall limply to the ground, unable to believe that he had been so callously cast aside. Even in his final moments, he had maintained unwavering loyalty to that person. Summoning the last of his strength, Benedict hurled the communication bug away and roared at the heavens. Damn it! Baroque Hawk. Chapter 79. The old man's daughter is a divine healer upon returning to the little tavern. Chenfeng and Ai Wei administered the antidote they had retrieved to old Anthony. Lying on his bed, Anthony's condition improved significantly after consuming Chenfeng's remedy, although his spirit still required recuperation. Old man, this antidote is likely genuine. You should be fine now, right? Chenfeng inquired, noticing the old man's prolonged silence as he leaned against the bed. A hint of confusion crossing his face. After a moment of silence, the old man opened his eyes and, with some effort, pointed towards a distant cabinet. Help me get those medicines, the yellow bottles. Following the direction of his finger, Ai Wei found a cabinet tucked away in the corner of the room. Upon opening it, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted out, quickly filling the entire space with a murky haze. Goodness, old man. Does your family run a tavern or a pharmacy? Chenfeng exclaimed, but the old man ignored him, taking a yellow bottle from Ai Wei and swallowing 2 pills. As the pills entered his mouth, old Anthony's demeanor transformed dramatically. His previously lethargic spirit sprang back to life. Had it not been for his still frail body, he might have leapt from the bed in exuberance. This antidote is indeed genuine. What kind of medicine are you consuming? Noticing Chenfeng gazing intently at the yellow vial in his hand, the old man chuckled. This is a tranquilizing remedy, devoid of any specific effects. Upon saying this, he gestured towards the other vials on the shelf. That blue bottle possesses remarkable efficacy in treating colds caused by wind and chill, while the green one contains an ointment that is exceedingly effective for contusions and injuries. Chenfeng and Ai Wei then discovered that Anthony's cabinet resembled a vibrant rainbow, filled with an array of colorful bottles, each containing distinct and seemingly potent medicines. Are all these remedies concocted by you? Ai Wei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the myriad of pharmaceuticals, though her hood concealed her expression. Certainly not my own creations, the old man replied with a touch of nonchalance. However, before Chenfeng could interject, the old man donned a proud demeanor, adding, though these remedies are not my own. My daughter is indeed the renowned healer of Shurima. Chenfeng raised an eyebrow, poised to respond, but was swiftly silenced by Ai Wei's intervention. Sir, are you implying that all these medicines were prepared by your daughter? Ai Wei gleaned from the old man's words that Shurima was a grand nation, and its esteemed healer must possess exceptional skills. If only she could be enlisted to treat Chenfeng. My daughter is quite the busy one. Anthony observed Ai Wei's shift in tone, his pride swelling. Hey, you old rascal. Chenfeng had indeed never encountered such an audacious individual, particularly one of advanced age. Around 50. You old fool. If you continue to show such disrespect due to your age, be wary of me. Ai Wei called out to Chenfeng, who merely snorted in response, stepping back to perch upon the cabinet laden with medicine. The old man Anthony paid no heed to Chenfeng, instead expressing a hint of curiosity. I did not anticipate that you would procure the antidote so swiftly. Could it be that Benedict left it behind in his office? According to Anthony's reasoning, he would naturally not assume that Chenfeng and Ai Wei had forcefully intruded into the Bounty Guild, nor that the antidote had been forcibly seized from Benedict. What do you mean by that? Chenfeng retorted, anger flaring within him at the old man's words. I fought tooth and nail to obtain this medicine. How can its value diminish simply because you speak of it? Obtained. Obtained? Anthony was visibly taken aback. Indeed, Chenfeng replied with an air of certainty. We thoroughly dismantled the Bounty Guild's headquarters. What of it? But there must have been at least 100 bounty hunters. Anthony, having long resided in this place, was well aware of the guild's formidable strength. The headquarters had consistently maintained a force of over 100 members. How could it be that merely 2 individuals could infiltrate? Although the old man had witnessed Chenfeng's overwhelming prowess against Kirk and his companions, there were still hundreds within the headquarters. Bah! What was the name of that president again? Benedict. I initially intended to spare him, but I never anticipated he would dare to launch a sneak attack. Chenfeng appeared entirely unfazed. And then, Anthony seemed to have surmised the answer, yet still struggled to believe it. He's dead. What? Upon learning of the annihilation of the Bounty Guild, long considered the tyrant of Surima, and that its once mighty president, Benedict, had been dispatched with a single blow, Anthony's previously inflated spirits deflated instantly. Are you all right, old man? Ai Wei inquired softly. Chenfeng pursed his lips, perplexed by the strange behavior of the old man. To his surprise, Anthony did not act peculiarly. Instead, he burst into tears. Why are you crying? Chenfeng thought he might lose his mind. Was the old man unwell? Good riddance. Good riddance. Anthony exclaimed loudly, followed by a fit of chest thumping and foot stomping. Benedict got what he deserved. It's a pity I couldn't witness it myself. Otherwise, I would have severed his head. As he spoke, Anthony's eyes reddened, revealing genuine emotion. Old man, what on earth is going on? Both of them sensed the underlying story, prompting Ivy to inquire. Anthony's tones softened considerably, the earlier brashness completely vanishing, replaced by a semblance of reason. Young lady, I know you are not deceiving me, am I right? He choked out. Of course, with a matter this significant, you can certainly inquire for yourself, Chenfeng replied. Yes, I understand now. Anthony nodded, gritting his teeth as he declared, I have a deep-seated vendetta against the Bounty Guild. It turned out that Anthony and his family were natives of Shurima. He had a devoted wife, and together they ran a tavern in their town, which prospered over the years. However, the couple's sole regret after many years of marriage was their inability to have a child, which caused them great distress. They prayed fervently, and eventually, heaven rewarded their persistence. They had a daughter in their old age. As she grew, their daughter developed a keen interest in medicine, and the couple, unaware of her aptitude in this field, allowed her to pursue it. 3 years ago, a rare sandstorm exposed ancient ruins, and their daughter ventured to explore, discovering numerous medical texts that had been stored in the Shuriman royal treasury millennia ago. When the Bounty Guild learned of this, they attempted to abduct my daughter. Anthony seethed, recounting how with great effort he and his wife managed to help their daughter escape, but alas, his wife, Is your current life a consequence of this incident? Chenfeng inquired. I never anticipated that the Bounty Guild had their sights set on the ancient ruins, Anthony lamented. What is their ultimate goal? Ivy pressed on. It seems to pertain to the legacy of Shurima, Anthony replied, his uncertainty palpable. Chapter 8. A foul affair. Anthony had not seen his daughter in 3 years. After she left, she never returned. Although he knew her whereabouts, he felt compelled to abandon the search due to the Bounty Guild surveillance. That crystal ball, was it brought back by her daughter from the ancient ruins? The crystal ball unexpectedly appeared in Chenfeng's hands, radiating a verdant glow that filled the entire room. Indeed, it had been 3 years since my daughter returned from the ancient ruins with it. Reflecting on that time, old Anthony was overcome with emotion. She was still unaware of her mother's fate, and I too remained oblivious to her current circumstances. According to Anthony's words, his daughter's medical skills were remarkably proficient, and she could concoct various remedies. Thus, aiding Chenfeng's ailment should not pose a significant challenge. The question lingered, however, where could one find her? Old man, do you have any idea where your daughter is now? Ivy inquired earnestly. To be frank, I require her medical expertise. Upon hearing that the two were seeking his daughter, Anthony immediately grew wary, even attempting to distance himself from them. You misunderstand, Ivy clarified, gesturing towards Chenfeng. He is gravely ill, and we are in search of a doctor who can assist. Anthony scrutinized Chenfeng with a discerning gaze, while Chenfeng impatiently turned his head away, appearing anything but sickly. He doesn't seem to be in any distress, the old man muttered. If you're unwilling to help, it's of no consequence. I'm not on the verge of death just yet, Chenfeng retorted. Chenfeng, could you refrain from speaking? Ivy snapped, her frustration evident. Mr. Colocas's medicine has long been exhausted, and if we cannot find a definitive cure, you will be in danger. Ivy's voice trembled with emotion as she continued, and upon witnessing her distress, Chenfeng quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Ivy, it's all my fault. Please don't be this way. Old Anthony, perplexed but ultimately acquiescing, nodded. You have avenged our father-daughter bond. I trust you are not ill-intentioned. It will be no trouble to share what I know. Before leaving the tavern, Chenfeng had previously inquired if Anthony wished to accompany them, but the old man declined, citing his high profile in the area and the downfall of the Bounty Guild, fearing that departing now was unwise. With no other options, despite the darkness of night, Chenfeng felt compelled to set off toward the ancient ruins, spurred on by Ivy. According to Anthony, his daughter had been residing near the ruins, though he was unaware of her exact location. The fact that the Bounty Guild had searched for so long without success indicated how well hidden that area was. Perhaps we should enlist Eyes and the others to join us, Chenfeng suggested. Don't you have a communication bug with you? Inform them at once, Ivy replied seriously. We must depart immediately. Right now? Chenfeng asked, taken aback. Yes, precisely now, Ivy affirmed, glancing at the sky. There are approximately 3 hours until dawn, and they will need to rest after procuring supplies. Let them seek us out tomorrow. Indeed, that is feasible. With a swift motion, Izar rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a communication device. Chenfeng, what is happening? Upon hearing the commotion, Caitlin and Li Qing approached him. Ancient ruins? What sort of place is that? Izar inquired, a look of confusion on his face. After listening to the voice on the device, he nodded in understanding. I see. Caitlin and Li Qing are beside me now. We shall head there after dawn. Have you asked Yasuo? He is likely at some tavern indulging in drink, Izar replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, he knows how to return to the ship. After terminating the communication, Izar, along with the 2 companions, returned to the Shenlong with their cargo. Everyone, make the most of this time to rest. We will seek out Chenfeng and I Wei tomorrow. Izar instructed Caitlin, leave the gunpowder and weapons to me. You should rest now. All right, Caitlin nodded and retreated to her quarters. We will organize the items together. Li Qing stepped forward to assist Izar in arranging the cargo, which was sufficient for several weeks of voyage for the entire crew. Is Yasuo still at the tavern? Is there any cause for concern? What could possibly go awry? The man has a reputation for being impervious to intoxication. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the town. Although distanced from the port, the clamor was unmistakably pronounced. This does not bode well. Is it Chenfeng and his group, or Yasuo? Listening intently, the din from the town grew more tumultuous, causing Izar to feel uneasy. He turned to Li Qing. You remain here to organize the cargo. I will investigate the situation. Be cautious. Understood. 2 hours ago, the Bounty Guild was attacked by an unidentified force, resulting in over 100 casualties at the guild headquarters, and the president, Benedict, was brutally killed on the spot, painting a scene of gruesome carnage. The Navy, due to its extensive cooperative relations with the Bounty Guild, was the first to arrive, dispatching troops from the naval base stationed in Surima. 200 soldiers surrounded the guild headquarters, ensuring no one could escape, while all injured guild members were promptly sent for treatment. Brigadier General Yale, the highest-ranking officer of the Navy stationed in Surima, also arrived on the scene. However, unbeknownst to everyone, someone had already been here prior to this. 2 hours earlier, a girl clad in a sky-blue dress appeared near the Bounty Guild. Her face was obscured by a blue veil, rendering her features indistinguishable, yet her figure was undeniably graceful, suggesting she was a stunning beauty. As the girl, named Chenfeng, had not resorted to violence during her intrusion, only a handful of individuals remained in the guild. Most had managed to flee, aside from those gravely injured. The girl exhibited remarkable agility, performing several flips and leaps before reaching the roof of the guild headquarters, where she gazed down at the scene below. Lingering particularly on Benedict's lifeless body, her emotions began to surge, and her fists involuntarily clenched. After what seemed like an extended internal struggle, the girl turned and made her way toward the bustling streets of her town. Walking briskly down the street, she carried a black object on her back. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was a piece of black cloth enveloping a mysterious, elongated object, harmonizing with the girl's slender silhouette. As she continued her solitary trek, she was suddenly confronted by a group of thuggish individuals blocking her path. "Beautiful lady, where are you headed?" Abaitman Apoachet, accompanied by several others who followed with smug expressions. The stench of alcohol wafted from them, causing the girl to wrinkle her nose in distaste. As the bald man reached out to touch her, she swiftly retaliated with a kick. The impact was solid, causing him to clutch his groin, and witnessing this, his companions rushed in to assist. The girl displayed formidable prowess, effortlessly evading their attacks and dispatching one thug with a single kick, resulting in chaos and confusion. Chapter 81. Yasuo vs. The mysterious girl. In a matter of moments, the girl had subdued the group of thugs, but the commotion attracted even more of their allies. This gang appeared to be long-standing bandits in the area, yet they had been more restrained on the Bounty Guild's territory. However, emboldened by the audacity of the girl's actions, they launched themselves into the fray without hesitation. "Damn it, who dares to act here?" A lean bandit, leading a group of his underlings, burst forth from the tavern, encircling the girl who was about to depart, trapping her in the center of the street. Witnessing this scene, the passers-by on the street hastily distanced themselves or stood aside, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Another brawl is about to commence. What is there to be curious about? Fights like this are commonplace in the town of Will. Two bystanders whispered to each other, while the bandits eagerly rubbed their hands, preparing to seize the girl. "Look at that charming young lady. Let us not harm her." Although her visage was partially concealed by a delicate veil, her graceful figure ignited the bandits' desires, adding an air of mysterious beauty about her. With a collective shout, dozens of bandits, fueled by alcohol, charged forward, while the girl discreetly placed her hand behind her back, gently resting it on an elongated black object. Just as the myriad of bandits surged towards her, a gust of wind swept through, scattering them in disarray, while the girl remained unfazed, allowing her dress to dance in the breeze. In the middle of the street, how is it that so many people have gathered? A swaying figure approached the crowd, wielding a long knife in his right hand, while his left hand hoisted a jug of liquor to his lips. This man was none other than Yasuo. "Who the hell are you?" the lean bandit bellowed, drawing a large sword and accusing. "Are you the one causing this ruckus?" Yasuo finished the jug in one swift gulp, then carelessly tossed it behind him. The jug shattered upon hitting the ground, producing a sharp sound as it broke into countless pieces. Yasuo pointed his sword forward and coldly declared, "Clear the way for me, or do not blame me for being impolite." Seeing the drunken demeanor of this man, the bandit leader's face turned an ashen hue with rage. "Charge! Turn him into mincemeat." "Understood." Dozens of bandits brandished their weapons, many of them charging in with bare arms. Facing the oncoming horde, Yasuo flicked his long knife, and the wind blade surged forward, piercing sharply into the ranks of his adversaries. Steel flash. A blade of sword energy surged forth, sending over a dozen robbers flying in its wake. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, Yasuo had already slipped into the crowd. Waves of force spiraled through the throng, repeatedly lifting individuals off their feet. And in mere moments, the once formidable band of robbers was reduced to disarray. Strangely, the girl did not seize this opportunity to flee. Instead, she stood at a distance, watching the battle between Yasuo and the robbers unfold. The strength of this band of robbers was generally inferior to that of ordinary soldiers from a Navy headquarters, and they were effortlessly subdued by Yasuo. In the blink of an eye, only Yasuo and the unidentified girl remained in the center of the street. With his blade, the wind slasher, angled toward the ground, Yasuo surveyed his surroundings. Upon meeting his gaze, the onlookers along the streets hastily turned away, eager to escape. Just as Yasuo was about to sheath his sword, The girl beside him suddenly removed the black cloth draped over her back, revealing an ancient zither. A palpable aura of danger emanated forth, causing Yasuo's brow to furrow. This peril did not arise from the fallen robbers. But time was not on his side as an attack surged toward him. It was an assault akin to a blade of energy, sweeping horizontally towards Yasuo's side. He halted his sheathing motion abruptly, and with a flash of white light, Yasuo deflected the incoming strike with his sword, dissipating the ominous aura. Turning his gaze, Yasuo beheld the girl seated gracefully upon a stone step, the ancient zither exuding a sense of antiquity resting upon her lap. The harmony between the maiden and her instrument created an ineffable beauty. Yet, Yasuo sensed an overwhelming threat. Neither made a move, but the energy radiating from them was terrifyingly formidable, causing even the robbers he had vanquished to flee in panic, leaving the street deserted. "Hey!" Yasuo attempted to inquire as the girl continued to caress the zither without response. However, before he could finish his sentence, she swept her hands across the strings, unleashing two waves of sound energy that surged toward him from either side. Without hesitation, Yasuo propelled himself away, narrowly evading the attack. While the sound waves struck the tavern behind him, deep gashes appeared in the wooden exterior of the establishment, as if the waves had cleaved into it by at least a finger's depth. Determined to conclude the confrontation swiftly, Yasuo deduced that the girl's attacks originated from the zither, indicating her mobility was likely limited, while he was adept at speed. He prepared to strike with the wind slasher, positioned merely 10 meters from her. Yet, before he could unleash his technique, a multitude of sound waves surged toward him. The girl's fingers danced swiftly across the zither, producing a cascade of sound waves that resonated melodiously. Yet to Yasuo, they echoed with the foreboding of imminent death. Damn it! Faced with countless waves of sonic assaults, Yasuo was compelled to retreat after deflecting 2 strikes. The farther he distanced himself from the girl, the more concentrated the attacks from the Guqin became, intensifying the pressure upon him. While Yasuo struggled to maneuver around the girl, she remained seated on the stone steps, utterly motionless, her hands stilled. "My dear lady, have I wronged you in any way?" Yasuo inquired, frustration evident in his tone. However, his query was met with yet another surge of relentless attacks. "Blast it!" Yasuo exclaimed in exasperation, perplexed by the girl's inexplicable aggression, as she seemed indifferent to his plight. "Do not blame me for being ungracious." With a sudden burst of determination, Yasuo propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance between them to a mere 5 meters. A flurry of urgent melodies erupted, and countless sound waves surged toward Yasuo, forcing him to retreat once more. This relentless cycle continued. As each time he approached the girl, he was met with an insurmountable barrier, while she remained incapable of inflicting harm upon him. As the standoff persisted, a brilliant blue light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the girl's position. The once fluid notes of the Guqin abruptly halted, prompting the girl to furrow her brow and glance upward. With a resounding explosion, the stone steps where she had been seated were blasted into a large crater, yet the girl herself vanished from sight. Yasuo turned to see his AOI rushing toward him. "Yasuo, we must return to the ship at once. The Navy has entered Weir Town." Chapter 82. Fearless and unyielding in Weir Town. Chaos erupted overnight as an unidentified force obliterated the headquarters of the Bounty Guild, while the Navy station in Shurima began to oversee the Guild's affairs. This intervention unveiled numerous illegal activities perpetrated by the Bounty Guild, with Major Yale uncovering connections to several homicides and unresolved cases. The Navy's revelations sent shockwaves through the populace of Shurima. However, those privy to the details regarded it with disdain. The relationship between the Navy and the Bounty Guild had always been murky, and the Guild's sudden demise appeared to be merely a self-serving maneuver in the pursuit of profit. As dawn broke anew, the Navy continued its investigation into the Bounty Guild, while Chenfeng and AI Wei set their course toward the ancient ruins. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, casting its punishing rays upon the desolate desert, where every exposed inch of skin felt as if it were being pierced by 1,000 needles. "AI Wei, we need not rush through the night," Chenfeng remarked. Under the shade of a sand dune, Chenfeng and Ai Wei paused for a brief respite, enveloping themselves tightly in their garments, fearful of revealing even the slightest inch to the all-pervasive sun. Their previous lack of urgency stemmed from the absence of a clear objective. Ai Wei unfastened the water flask from her side, took a modest sip after twisting off the cap, and remarked, "Now that we are aware of the whereabouts of the doctor we seek, we must not allow this matter to languish." Very well, very well." Chenfeng shrugged and said, "I'll leave it to you. I merely wish to spare you from fatigue." The two had initially intended to seek out camels, as traversing the desert mounted on such creatures would undoubtedly be more efficient and less taxing. However, they encountered no camels along the way. Impatient, Ivy seized Chenfeng's hand and ventured into the desert. According to the old man Anthony, the ancient ruins were not far from Willow Town. Chenfeng murmured that Weir Town is the nearest settlement to the ancient ruins, and after 4 hours of walking, they should be nearing the very edge of the relics. Although the old man Anthony was unaware of his daughter's whereabouts, he possessed knowledge about the ancient ruins. While he could not accompany the two personally, following his descriptions would not prove difficult. Ivy, suddenly, Chenfeng called out to AI Wei, and just as she was about to respond, she was halted by the intensity of his gaze. The sight of a serpent. AI Wei discerned the implication behind Chenfeng's eyes, and although she was unaware of the serpent's whereabouts, her body froze in that instant, utterly motionless. Chenfeng sat closely beside Ivy, while the snake that suddenly emerged was on Ivy's other side. It was a rattlesnake, adorned with light brown stripes and two small, prominent horns atop its head. The 2-foot-long serpent coiled upon itself, its rattle gently swaying as it became aware of the creatures nearby. A bite from the rattlesnake would swiftly plunge its victim into unconsciousness, with the duration varying from mere minutes to several hours. Its venom, upon entering the human body, would produce an enzyme that rapidly decomposes muscle tissue, damages nerve fibers, and could even lead to cerebral death. A torrent of knowledge surged into Chenfeng's mind, coalescing into a singular thought. He must not allow it to harm Ivy. The gentle breeze slowly curled around Chenfeng's hand as it traversed from Ivy's back. As the distance between his palm and the rattlesnake diminished, the vibrations of the serpent's tail quickened. Suddenly, the rattlesnake lunged ferociously towards Ivy's arm, its head striking like a bolt of lightning. In such a desolate place, a bite would spell certain doom, leaving no chance for salvation. Yet, the serpent halted mere inches from Ivy's arm, firmly grasped by a hand. Realizing the danger had passed, Ivy turned her head to glance at Chenfeng, observing the rattlesnake flicking its tongue, its head perilously close to her. Startled, she instinctively leaned into Chenfeng's embrace. "Fear not, I have it under control," he reassured her as he resolved to eliminate the unfortunate rattlesnake. The creature possessed a reflexive ability to strike, independent of its brain's commands, indicating that it could still inflict harm even in death. However, with a subtle pressure from Chenfeng's fingers, a delicate snap echoed, and the rattlesnake's head deflated. With a swift motion, he cast the lifeless body of the serpent several meters away, rendering it invisible in the vast desert. This desert harbors dangers at every turn, Chenfeng mused, then lowered his gaze to Ivy, who was nestled against him. Gone was her earlier panic. Now, her eyes shimmered with affection as they gazed into his, stirring a tremor within his heart. It was an inappropriate setting, an unsuitable location, and an ill-timed moment. Chenfeng leaned in for a kiss. Ivy closed her eyes. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time Chenfeng actively sought an opportunity for his first kiss. This also marked their second intimate encounter since the fireworks festival in Tanny Town. Although both remained inexperienced, this moment felt significantly more proactive, especially as the warmth of their touch resonated within their souls. "Should we be leaving?" Chenfeng slowly raised his head, gazing at Ivy as he spoke. "How annoying. You would do this in such a place." Ivy playfully chided, only to be caught off guard as Chenfeng planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Will you be my partner from now on?" Chenfeng said earnestly. This sentiment had been nestled in his heart for quite some time. From the moment he first laid eyes on Ivy's exquisite beauty, he was captivated, though he had exercised restraint. During the fireworks festival in Tanny Town, Chenfeng deliberately tried to avoid such moments, yet intimacy still blossomed, albeit for only a fleeting few seconds. Once again in Tanny Town, faced with insurmountable strength, Chenfeng found himself smitten by Ivy's heart, and now he could no longer evade the undeniable truth. "It seems that I have fallen in love with you." At this moment, Chenfeng resembled a foolish boy, and upon hearing his confession, AI Wei fell into a profound silence. The response he anticipated was conspicuously absent. Despite his keen awareness that AI Wei harbored feelings for him, perhaps even love. Instead of answering, AI Wei offered a smile, albeit a rather strained one. Her delicate, fair hands gently caressed Chenfeng's face as she leaned in to kiss him. In that instant, both their eyes glistened with unshed tears. A single tear slipped from the corner of AI Wei's eye, only to be swallowed by the parched sands of the desert. An inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped them. And Chenfeng sensed that while their bond could never be severed, an insurmountable barrier loomed between them, akin to mountains and rivers. I fear nothing. I shall not retreat. Chapter 83. The robbers' plunder. Had the ancient ruins been placed here a few years prior, they would have seemed indistinguishable from the endless expanse of desert. However, following the sandstorm 3 years ago, certain structures emerged from beneath the yellow sands. Once merely the stuff of legend and historical records, after nearly a millennium, few would believe in such enigmatic tales. The emergence of these ruins lent credence to the rumors. Countless adventurers have traversed this land over the years, many of whom contemplated excavating the sands beneath the edifices, yet none succeeded in breaching the layers of yellow sand. For this is a realm of shifting dunes. Indeed, the desert housing the ruins seems imbued with a peculiar magic. All who dare to delve beneath its surface are eternally entombed by the sands, with the Bounty Guild suffering the greatest losses. This land resembles a colossal treasure trove, concealing unimaginable wealth and formidable power, yet thus far, no one has reaped any rewards from it, save for the daughter of the old man Anthony. Someone has passed this way. Chenfeng crouched down, gazing at a hoof print beneath his feet. In the desert, any trace would swiftly be concealed by the shifting sands, yet the hoof print before him was remarkably distinct, indicating that it had been made not long ago. Is this a camel's hoof print? AI Wei inquired. The front of the imprint revealed 2 pointed protrusions, and considering this is the desert, it seemed that no other creature could leave such an impression, save for the camel. Chenfeng rose to his feet and gazed into the distance, where countless hoof prints converged to form a pathway leading towards the horizon. Judging by the sheer magnitude of these tracks, it was evident that no fewer than 20 camels had traversed this route. The frequency of passers-by suggested the presence of a village or some habitation nearby. Let us proceed and inquire about the situation. Chenfeng grasped AI Wei's hand as they trudged through the desert, step by step toward the horizon. For several days, Chenfeng had abstained from the concoctions prepared by Kuluokas, yet he had not felt any peculiarities until just now, when he nearly fainted while examining a hoof print. However, AI Wei remained oblivious to this incident. It seems this ailment is rather troublesome. If it were merely a matter of oxygen deprivation, Chenfeng would not be overly concerned. But the pervasive fatigue he felt was perplexing. How could a young man in his prime, after merely a few hours of travel, already succumb to weariness? Noticing AI Wei ahead, he dismissed his thoughts and hastened to catch up. Wait for me, he called out to her retreating figure. What's wrong? Weren't you walking quite briskly? AI Wei turned, waving her hand at him. Chenfeng hesitated, then awkwardly replied, there are people up ahead. I thought it prudent to proceed with caution. Suit yourself, AI Wei retorted, turning back to continue onward. However, after only a few steps, a thick plume of black smoke began to rise ominously in the distance. Such dense smoke could not possibly be attributed to a simple cooking fire. It was likely the result of burning thatch and timber, smoldering from incomplete combustion. Caution, there may be danger ahead. Chenfeng furrowed his brow, sensing the unusual situation. Though AI Wei was unaware of the specifics, she too felt the tension and slowed her pace to join him as they approached the source of the smoke. As they drew closer, they discovered a village, neither too large nor too small, comprised of ordinary thatched houses interspersed with a few wooden structures. It appeared to house dozens of families, possibly housing several hundred villagers. However, chaos reigned within the village. Cries of distress and the sounds of battle filled the air, as flames engulfed several thatched dwellings, the source of the billowing smoke. The cries and the clamor of conflict made the situation all too clear. Outside the village, nearly 30 camels were tethered at the entrance, their hoof prints leading unmistakably to this location. I can't believe this band is composed of thieves. Chenfeng cursed silently, then placed his hand on his weapon, the shattered soul blade, ready to intervene. AI Wei grasped his arm gently and whispered, be careful. Just give me a moment. Returning her a reassuring smile, Chenfeng advanced stealthily toward the village. The group of over 30 bandits stormed into the settlement, their intentions unmistakable. Yet their true objective was not gold or jewels, for such a village could hardly yield any significant wealth. Old man, will you speak or not? A one-eyed brute pressed a knife against an elderly man's throat, the sharp blade poised to sever the old man's arteries with a mere flick. I am the only one here who has been there. They are innocent. The elderly man implored the one-eyed brigand with a tone of desperation. Yet the brigand was far from satisfied. He bellowed, are you not aware of the ways of the Sid gang? Spare our village, I beseech you. The old man attempted to kneel before the towering figure named Sid, but was abruptly yanked back to his feet. If you do not speak now, the men of your village will soon meet their demise, and the slaughter will extend to the women and children. No, no, no. The elder hastily gestured in refusal. In the distance, the sounds of battle echoed, growing weaker as bloodied bandits appeared, dragging lifeless bodies and tossing them at the old man's feet. A total of 13 corpses. Your village can scarcely boast more than 40 men, I presume, Sid remarked, gesturing to his subordinates. Understanding the command, one of his henchmen seized a 5-year-old girl from her mother's embrace. The woman desperately attempted to reclaim her daughter, only to be knocked to the ground by another brigand's kick. Old man, I know you wish for death, but I shall not grant you that mercy just yet. Moreover, I intend for you to witness the horrors unfolding before you, Sid exclaimed, seizing the 5-year-old girl, who was wailing inconsolably while her mother cried out in anguish, repeatedly attempting to rush forward, yet being thwarted by the brutal blows of the bandits. Watch closely, for I am eager to discover how many children from your village I can slay. With that, Sid hurled the little girl into the air. As the girl struggled against gravity, Sid brandished his gleaming blade upward, preparing to pierce her. Yet, just as the blade was poised to strike, his maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced, and he vanished. In his place stood a figure shrouded in layers of fabric, revealing only 2 piercing eyes. With a swift motion, this mysterious individual caught the girl securely. Who the hell are you? A furious cry erupted from the nearby thicket as Sid emerged, clutching his abdomen, clearly astonished. It became evident to all that Sid had been sent flying a distance of 20 meters. Chapter 84. Fainting again, the divine healer and miraculous medicine. The girl was gently placed down, and her mother rushed forward to envelop her child in a protective embrace. You certainly possess remarkable resilience, Chenfeng remarked, casting a glance at Sid. Surround this wretch, Sid commanded, swinging his blade. Over a dozen brigands surged forward, encircling Chenfeng and pushing all the villagers aside. Chenfeng slowly drew the soul-shattering blade from his waist, gripping the hilt with a reverse hold. Kill. The bandits, engaged in a nefarious act of murder and plunder, were driven by an insatiable bloodlust, particularly the more ruthless and ambitious Sid. At his command, all the bandit accomplices surged towards Chenfeng. With a sudden thrust, Chenfeng drove the soul-shattering blade into the ground. As countless weapons loomed perilously close, an explosive surge of sword energy erupted from beneath his feet, propelling a dozen bandits far into the distance. The whirlwind of sword energy ravaged the assailants, yet it was executed with such finesse that it spared the nearby villagers and children from harm. Effortlessly dispatching over 10 bandits with a single stroke left Sid feeling a chill run down his spine. When this enigmatic powerhouse turned his gaze towards him, Sid did not falter. Instead, he charged forward with his blade drawn. Had he been one to cower in fear, he would not have survived to this day. Yet perhaps if he had the wisdom to assess the situation, he could have lived even longer. This predicament is of your own making. Chenfeng let out a cold snort, then sheathed his soul-shattering blade. Clenching his fists, he gazed at the enraged Sid charging towards him. In the next instant, Chenfeng's figure abruptly vanished from sight, and Sid was sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed than when he had approached. Who dares to harm my boss? Unbeknownst to him, a group of over a dozen bandits, engaged in pillaging and destruction within the village, had also arrived. Upon witnessing their leader being sent flying and their comrades severely injured, the band of marauders surged towards Chenfeng without hesitation. It appears that your band of brigands possesses quite a keen intellect. With a sense of resignation, Chenfeng uttered a few words, then cast his gaze upon the spear at his feet. In the astonished eyes of the surrounding villagers, he kicked the spear forward, its tip aimed at the approaching band of robbers. With a swift whoosh, the spear sped forth, piercing the first robber before he had the chance to react. Propelled backward by the sheer force, the spear continued its relentless trajectory, impaling a second robber before finally coming to a halt, inciting the fury of the remaining bandits. Though Chenfeng was unarmed, facing this group of a dozen simple-minded bandits posed little challenge. He effortlessly subdued them with just a few punches and kicks, without even resorting to his devil fruit abilities. Who are you exactly? The only remaining member of the bandit gang, Cider, was barely able to withstand the impact of 2 of Chenfeng's strikes. It must be noted that while the intellect of these bandits was rather lacking, their fierce and fearless fighting spirit was palpable in each one of them. If you were to join the Navy, you might even become a hero, Chenfeng remarked unexpectedly. To his surprise, Cider burst into laughter and spat contemptuously at his feet. The Navy? What is so great about that? We are living far better lives now. How unfortunate. Spare me your false compassion. Chenfeng gently shook his head, while Cider brandished his long knife and charged forward once more. At this moment, The villagers were filled with a fervent hope that this mysterious yet formidable warrior would vanquish the bloodthirsty bandit leader with a single strike. Under the relentless onslaught of this band of marauders, the village had descended into a realm of devastation and despair, and the villagers, consumed by rage, longed to feast upon the flesh and blood of their tormentors. Chenfeng had resolved to give Shida a swift end, for he had not exerted his full strength in the previous 2 strikes. Shida's assault was utterly reckless, charging forward with his blade in a fervent yet uncoordinated manner. However, the pair of eyes peering from Chenfeng's visage suddenly became ensnared in a haze, the surroundings and the figure before him blurring into an indistinct mirage. He closed his eyes, only to reopen them anew. What Chenfeng beheld remained shrouded in ambiguity. The sole discernible sight was a dark object swiftly approaching him. With a sudden gasp, blood cascaded down from his shoulder, yet his hand resolutely grasped the blade, allowing it to slice into his palm and pierce his shoulder. Standing steadfast without retreat, Cider gritted his teeth, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, seemingly invigorated by the sight of blood as he thrust the knife forward with all his might. However, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, the long blade appeared to be firmly bound, inextricably linked to Chenfeng, unyielding in its position. Abruptly, a hand seized Cider's throat, the immense force lifting him off the ground, suspended in midair. Releasing the hilt of the knife, Cider desperately clawed at the hand constricting his neck, his feet flailing in a futile attempt to find purchase, his face reddened from the struggle for breath. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Cider's arms fell limply to his sides, his head dangling at an unnatural angle like a lifeless puppet. With a thud, Cider's lifeless body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a brief moment of silence, accompanied by a thump, Chenfeng too collapsed to the ground, succumbing once more to unconsciousness. With his eyes clouded yet perceptive, Chenfeng could discern the approach of Ai Wei, feeling the warmth enveloping him as she embraced him. The village of Parma stood as the sole settlement established around ancient ruins. Village Chief Fred regarded the young man lying in bed with a gaze full of complexity. This young man was the hero who had saved the entire village just 2 hours prior, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. The girl sitting by the bedside was visibly anxious. When the villagers witnessed her remove her hood, astonishment swept through them all, men, women, and children alike. Her beauty rivaled that of their goddess, if not surpassing it. Chief, will he truly awaken soon? The girl inquired, turning her gaze towards Fred. He nodded affirmatively, explaining that the medicine left by the divine physician was not intended for miraculous healing, yet it would suffice to hasten the hero's awakening. Ai Wei remained silent, merely nodding, placing all her hopes upon the mysterious healer she had never met. As if responding to the chief's words about the healer's extraordinary abilities, Chenfeng suddenly shuddered and, with a swift motion, opened his eyes, awakening at last. Chenfeng felt as though he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare, his clothing thoroughly soaked with sweat. Although his vision had cleared, the unfamiliar surroundings left him momentarily stunned, uncertain of what had transpired. Chenfeng, you are awake, Ivy exclaimed with palpable excitement upon noticing his swift return to consciousness, hastily grabbing a towel to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. What? What is happening? Chenfeng gazed in bewilderment at the old man beside him, suddenly recalling that this elderly figure was the one threatened by bandits. Was he still in that village? Had he once again succumbed to unconsciousness? And what time was it now? Soon, Ivy's words elucidated all of Chenfeng's uncertainties. You fainted after battling with the bandits. But fortunately, it was only for 2 hours, thanks to the miraculous medicine provided by the village chief. Miraculous medicine? Chapter 85. The bandit group descends into the abyss indeed. The village chief knows where to find the healer we seek. Upon hearing Ivy's words, Chenfeng pressed his hand to his forehead and glanced at the village chief. Nodding gently, I apologize for the trouble, chief. Fred, feeling quite embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. In truth, I should not disclose any information regarding that place. As you have witnessed, those bandits threatened to burn our village for this very reason. Chief, we are left with no choice. But please believe that we are solely seeking medical assistance. If it were not an urgent matter, we would not. Ivy spoke anxiously, fearing that the chief might again refuse to divulge the healer's whereabouts. You saved our village, and sharing this with you is merely repaying the debt we owe to the entire community, Fred replied, stroking his beard. Moreover, those bandits seek treasure, whereas your intentions are different. Having lived many years, I can still discern between good and evil. Thank you. Chenfeng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Truth be told, I have only stumbled upon the healer's location once by chance, and the conditions there are extraordinary. It seems as though a transparent wall separates the inside from the outside, revealing a landscape entirely different on the other side. Fred's voice trailed off as he became lost in reminiscence. Behind that wall lies a beautiful meadow, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a picturesque scene. A towering tree stands amidst it all, its dense foliage shimmering with a vibrant green, a sight unseen in the desert. I can sense that it is a divine tree. Nurturing life. Is such a phenomenon truly possible, or is it merely an illusion? Chenfeng inquired with a sense of perplexity, while AI Wei gazed curiously at village chief Fred. Fred shook his head and then remarked that the divine healer was seated beneath the sacred tree. Upon seeing him, she initially expressed great astonishment, but subsequently bestowed upon him some miraculous medicine and courteously escorted him out. In essence, Fred still believes he has merely experienced a vivid dream. However, the medicine he brought back indeed possesses remarkable efficacy, and it was this very elixir that he administered to Chenfeng. Subsequently, Fred sought to trace the whereabouts of the divine manuscript and the healer, yet apart from the boundless desert, he uncovered no further valuable discoveries or clues. Chenfeng and AI Wei were lost in contemplation. Although the village chief could indicate a general location, it appeared that a peculiar energy shrouded what he had observed, a phenomenon he referred to as the wall. Given this, would their search yield any discoveries? Chenfeng rose from the bed, but was immediately beset by a sensation of dizziness, as if the ground were shifting beneath him. Had it not been for Ivy's timely support, he might have succumbed to the floor. Take it slow, hero, Fred cautioned. Your condition is increasingly grave. The divine physician has only provided us with medication to rouse you from your slumber. I understand. Thank you, Chenfeng replied with a nod, expressing his gratitude to the village chief. Chenfeng and AI Wei prepared to set out, eager to reach the location indicated by the village chief before dawn. The village lay 3 kilometers to the east, where remnants of ancient structures could be found. Upon sighting 3 columns, they would know they had arrived. Just before their departure, the village chief reiterated his instructions once more. Chenfeng and AI Wei rode on camels left by the bandits, journeying deeper into the desert, while the villagers of Parma stood at the village entrance, watching their departing figures. Will the village chief truly inform them? Inquired a male villager. After all, they have done us a great service, and I am uncertain if they can even locate the divine healer, Fred sighed, casting his gaze toward the distant sands, hoping they would find what they sought. In the depths of an ancient ruin resembling a temple, nearly 100 bandits armed with various weapons gathered, among whom stood the leader, a black-haired man draped in a red cloak. Why hasn't T-Sid responded yet? Ogden, the leader of the Ogden bandit group, stood out in the crowd, wielding an imposing 7-foot hammer. The red cloak billowed in the wind like a flag, guiding his followers wherever it fluttered. Boss, the Sid bandit group is nothing but a pack of brainless fools, scoffed a skilled black man wielding twin daggers. If it weren't for their slight strength, we would have already devoured them with their empty heads. Enough, Pick, Randolph said, a cigar dangling from his mouth, casting a glance at Pick who was polishing his daggers. Now that we are here, we must heed the boss's commands. Suddenly, Ogden, who had remained silent, stood up, under the gaze of his subordinates. He hoisted his giant hammer and looked towards the opposite side of the temple. No more waiting. Let's all descend into the tomb. Upon receiving their leader's command, the bandits eagerly prepared themselves, following Ogden towards a corner of the temple ruins. This corner held a wide, bottomless pit over 6 feet across. A few days prior, a group from the Bounty Guild had been digging, attempting to explore deeper. They had excavated several large holes, but as expected, quicksand once again buried their efforts, entombing numerous pirate hunters beneath the yellow sands. However, one pit remained remarkably intact, preserved against the shifting sands. The Ogden bandit group had been eyeing this site for some time, and just as they planned to clash with the Bounty Guild for the opportunity to descend, the latter unexpectedly retreated under the cover of night. Confused but resolute, the bandits wasted no time and decided to enter the pit immediately. Except for a handful of bandits left above, nearly 100 descended into the depths. As they leapt into the pit, they found themselves in a dark corridor, where the ground was no longer soft sand but hard stone tiles, and a chill breeze hinted that they had entered a sealed chamber. So that's it, Ogden realized. Enlightened. No wonder the quicksand couldn't consume this place. The Bounty Guild had already breached the ruins. Below us lies not quicksand, but a palace. Torches flickered to life. In an instant, dozens of torches ignited, illuminating the entire corridor. This was an elongated passageway, stretching at least 200 meters to its end. The emptiness of this 200-meter corridor evoked a chilling sense of dread. It was merely a palace buried beneath yellow sands, This was not a true burial chamber, devoid of traps, and there was no need for fear. The leader's words seemed to invigorate the band of thieves, while Ogden's subsequent remarks ignited a fervent desire within them all. This was the most opulent palace of Surima a millennium ago, home to unparalleled treasures. We are the first to enter here, and all the treasures are ours. Charge! Everyone forward! No further words were needed, as the desires of the bandits were roused. Yet, in their loss of reason, they became the most vulnerable to peril. Chapter 86. The underground palace and the giant scorpion 50 bandits surged ahead, while others followed Ogden and his companions, exploring the corridor in groups. The desolate passage emanated a murky aura, and under the faint flicker of the flames, everyone could discern the corridor's condition. Lured by the promise of riches, the bandits quickened their pace, fearing that others might seize the treasures within the ruins. Unbeknownst to them, danger lurked nearby. A discordant click echoed, causing all to halt and glance toward the source of the sound. A diminutive bandit stared vacantly at his feet, his companions around him frozen in the same stupor, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. Randolph, positioned closest to the bandit, was the first to react. He hurried to the bandit's side and, upon lowering his gaze, felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. A sunken stone tile, roughly the size of a human foot, had caused the earlier sound as it gave way beneath the weight. Randolph glanced back, and neither Ogden nor Peake noticed anything unusual in the corridor. This may not be a trap. Even if it were, 1,000 years would unlikely render it functional, Ogden calmly asserted. However, the next moment shattered his composure. So that is how it is. It startled me. The bandit who had stepped on the tile abruptly retracted his leg without warning. No, Ogden shouted. Click! The stone tile sprang back up, and, as it did, a cacophony erupted from the stone walls on either side of the corridor, resembling the clanking of machinery and the shifting of gravel. Get down! Randolph shouted, and he and Ogden were the first to drop to the ground. Some quick-thinking individuals followed suit upon hearing his command, yet many others stood bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless arrows shot forth from the stone walls flanking the corridor, instantly transforming the standing bandits into pin cushions, while those crouched close to the ground narrowly evaded their doom through swift reflexes. Among the standing figures, only the black bandit, Pick, remained unscathed. The rest had succumbed to their fate. With his gleaming twin blades expertly wielded, Pick deflected the multitude of arrows with impeccable precision, emerging unscathed from the onslaught. After half a minute, the hail of arrows finally ceased. In less than a minute, nearly half of the nearly 100 bandits who had descended into the ruins had perished, while the instigator of this chaos had miraculously escaped. Perhaps this diminutive bandit-esque reaction was indeed remarkably swift. Upon the command to drop, he instinctively fell to the ground, leaving only Randolph beside him as a fellow survivor. Damn it, it's all your fault. Pick bellowed in anger, raising his long blade to deliver punishment to the small bandit. Recognizing the fury of the notoriously hot-tempered second-in-command, the diminutive bandit bowed his head and closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, while the third-in-command showed no inclination to intervene. Stop! The voice rang out, halting the blade poised at the bandit's neck. Ogden approached the trembling figure, who instinctively recoiled, unable to meet Ogden's gaze. What is your name? I am Wood, the small bandit stammered, fear evident in his voice. Very well. I now present you with an opportunity. Ogden gestured toward the end of the corridor. You will proceed to the front of the line. Wood hesitated, his body shaking uncontrollably. Damn it, go. Pick kicked at Wood, his voice laced with fury. Do you wish to die? Under the threat, Wood, trembling, moved toward the front of the line, while the bandits who had originally occupied that position instinctively took a step back, creating a distance of over 10 meters from Wood. Glancing back, Wood continued his uncertain march toward the corridor's end. With Wood leading the way, the bandits advanced once more, the distance to their destination diminishing. Boss, why won't you let me kill him? Pick grumbled from the rear, frustration evident in his tone. If it weren't for this fool, we wouldn't have suffered such losses. Ogden's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze ahead, unperturbed by Pick's complaints. Killing him would only instill fear in the others, extinguishing the desire we have worked so hard to ignite. Yet, if we spare him, the rest of the brothers will also be unable to swallow their resentment. Ogden remained silent, while Randolph interjected on Pick's behalf. Then why didn't you stop me? Do you expect me to heed your words? Upon hearing Randolph's words, Pick scoffed dismissively, ultimately gripping his twin blades as he turned his gaze elsewhere. The corridor yielded no further traps, yet at its terminus lay a profound and winding staircase, descending into unfathomable depths. What should we do? Wood glanced downward, his legs trembling uncontrollably, yet he dared not take a step. "You asked me what to do." Pick cursed vehemently, demanding, "Lead the way." Countless individuals traversed deeper underground, feeling as though they had spiraled around the staircase to the brink of dizziness. Finally arriving at the very bottom of the ruins, their journey had been devoid of peril, seemingly a testament to their misfortune. With only a single trap encountered along the way, before them sprawled an immense cavern, comparable in size to a naval training ground, yet still utterly barren, devoid of any valuable clues. "Leader, look!" Wood, at the forefront of the group, exclaimed loudly, pointing ahead. Ogden and the throng of bandits followed his gaze, and indeed, a lavish palace emerged before them. However, much of the structure had been consumed by shifting sands, with the grand entrance and a considerable portion still visible to the onlookers. Just from this, one could envision the grandeur and opulence of the royal palace of the Shurima kingdom from a millennium ago. "Pick, Randolph!" Ogden hefted the colossal hammer from his shoulder and stepped forward, declaring, "Come with me into the palace." The cavern, barren of any treasures, seemed to hold the promise of riches within the palace's confines, potentially concealing innumerable artifacts from centuries past. Even the most mundane object will be transformed into a priceless antiquity in the present day. Dozens of bandits surged towards the palace, yet as they approached the imposing entrance, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble violently. Accompanied by the quaking earth, the entire cavern appeared on the verge of collapse, debris cascading from above, signaling a potential cave-in. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, revealing a gaping chasm. "Scorpion! Scorpion!" A terrified cry rang out as a colossal shadow engulfed the bandits. Chapter 87. The Awakening of the Desert Emperor. "Damn it, how could there be scorpions here?" Pick continued to curse, though his tone was undeniably peculiar. Perhaps it was not Pick who was strange, but rather the enormous scorpion. Its body was cloaked in a violet exoskeleton, its immense size rivaling that of a pirate ship, and its golden, beady eyes sparkled ominously. The mouth, lined with razor-sharp fangs, exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Hey, monster!" A sudden shout erupted, causing chaos within the band of robbers. Confronted by such a formidable beast, the dozens of thieves found themselves paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. While the one who had shouted fled towards the corner of the cave, a gunshot rang out, and the fleeing robber collapsed to the ground. Randolph exhaled the smoke from the barrel of his gun, subsequently aiming both pistols at the colossal scorpion ahead. Everyone braced for battle. This creature was the guardian of the palace, and only by vanquishing it could they escape with the treasure. Randolph's words resonated with conviction, and even Ogden, who had already ascended the palace steps, retreated to join the others in the fight. The morale of the band surged as they prepared to confront the terrifying beast. As the gigantic scorpion advanced a step, the ground trembled beneath it, sending a wave of fear through the robbers, compelling them to instinctively take a step back. It had been years since any living being had set foot in this place. A heavy voice echoed, and to their astonishment, the monster spoke. "This is the kingdom of Shurima, the land of its legacy. What purpose do you intruders serve?" Upon hearing the scorpion articulate human speech, even Ogden felt the cold sweat trickle down his spine. "Brothers, charge! Let's together slay this beast." Ogden bellowed, brandishing his colossal hammer over 7 feet long, leading the charge towards the crystalline scorpion. "Intruders, show no mercy." This was the final utterance of the colossal scorpion, immediately followed by Ogden swinging his hammer down upon its head. With a whoosh, one of its massive pincers lunged at Ogden, who was leaping into the air. With no time to evade, Ogden swung his hammer towards the pincer. The resulting impact produced a deafening crash, causing everyone's eardrums to vibrate, followed by a ringing sound. Ogden was sent flying, blood spewing forth, while the crystalline pincer remained unscathed. The crystalline scorpion emitted a thunderous roar, then leapt into the midst of the robbers. As it landed, a cloud of dust erupted, and several robbers were impaled by its legs, dying instantly. "Damn it!" Pick cursed vehemently, steeling himself to charge at the scorpion. The massive pincer swept across, sending a group of robbers flying, but Pick seized the opportunity to leap atop the scorpion's head, brandishing 2 sharp blades. Dual wield. With a fierce cry, the 2 blades ignited in flames, swiftly descending towards the scorpion's head. A thunderous explosion followed, flames bursting forth. Yet, the scorpion remained unharmed, its crystalline shell radiating a brilliant light that deflected all assaults. Realizing his strike had failed, Pick swiftly retreated, sensing danger looming. Pike was momentarily blinded, instinctively raising the twin daggers in his hands to shield himself. In an instant, a tremendous force propelled him through the air. The colossal scorpion swung its massive pincers, cleaving through more than a dozen bandits with a crescent-shaped sweep. Although Pike managed to block the razor-sharp claw, he could not withstand the overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the palace wall, creating a deep crater and leaving spiderweb-like cracks splattered across the tiles. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless mass, devoid of any sound. Second, Randolph furrowed his brow and, without warning, seized a rocket launcher from an unknown source. He aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The projectile soared forth, striking the giant scorpion's head directly. A deafening explosion ensued, and the scorpion, previously immobile, suddenly erupted into a frenzy as if wounded by the blast. Observing the effectiveness of his shot, Randolph hurriedly reloaded the launcher for another round. However, fortune did not favor him this time. A bolt of azure light shot forth like lightning, and as Randolph looked up while loading ammunition, he saw a gigantic hook hurtling towards him. He discarded the rocket launcher and drew 2 handguns to fire at the scorpion's tail, but the brilliantly gleaming crystal deflected all the bullets effortlessly. The tail hook pierced through Randolph's abdomen without hindrance. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, howling in agony. The scorpion's venom quickly began to dissolve his insides, and in the blink of an eye, his wretched cries fell silent. Hanging from the scorpion's poison barb, Randolph had become a cold corpse. With a flick of its tail, the scorpion flung Randolph's lifeless body aside like a tattered sack. The dozens of bandits who had descended into the cavern were all annihilated in the scorpion's rampage, leaving no survivors. The once untouched cave, long devoid of human presence, was now a scene of carnage, strewn with dismembered limbs and entrails, blood flowing freely. The crystalline scorpion remained poised in the center of the cavern, maintaining its combat stance. In the next moment, a figure dashed towards the palace doors, arms flailing, with Ogden sprinting wildly 20 meters behind. However, the first individual reached the entrance far too quickly before Ogden could approach. He had already yanked the doors open and slammed them shut. "What, let me in?" Ogden's terrified voice echoed from outside. "Let me in. I am your leader. Go to hell. I don't care about your life." Wood shouted vehemently from within. "Wood, save me. I promise I won't compete with you for the treasure inside." Ogden pleaded desperately as the ominous sounds approached. Wood screamed at the top of his lungs toward the door. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated from the grand door. And thereafter, Ogden's voice ceased to echo from beyond. Taking several deep breaths, Wood stepped away from the door against which he had been leaning and ventured into the palace. The opulence of the palace hall was unparalleled, with pure golden beams and columns lining either side, sustaining this majestic structure for millennia. Yet, the most striking feature was the throne at the forefront of the palace. The resplendent jewels dazzled Wood's eyes, causing him to overlook the figure clad in a humanoid suit of armor, draped in layers of dust and cobwebs, seated upon the throne. Approaching the throne, Wood trembled as he reached out to touch the humanoid armor crafted from pure gold. Gold, pure gold. He had lost all sense of reason, gazing at the throne encrusted with gemstones and the golden armor above it, feeling an overwhelming urge to shout, "The treasures of Shurima belong solely to me." Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from the humanoid armor, and to Wood's horror, the suit of armor miraculously stood upright. "What time is it?" questioned the armor, its voice imbued with curiosity, while its golden helmet concealed a visage that reflected 2 crimson eyes. Wood recoiled in terror, yet the armor inclined its head towards him. "It has been 3 years. I still have a chance," proclaimed the mysterious figure in the golden armor. "Young man, everything here now belongs to you." Before Wood could fully comprehend the words, the sands beneath his feet suddenly surged upward, engulfing him as he desperately struggled against the pull into the depths below. As he pushed open the grand doors of the palace, the colossal crystal scorpion remained stationed in the center of the cavern. Upon seeing the figure emerge from the palace, the scorpion respectfully lowered its head. "Scarab, you have worked hard," the individual before the scorpion declared. "My great sovereign, your awakening will surely herald the dawn of divinity for Shurima." The figure extended its right hand above its head, and a golden beam of light shot forth from the palace, followed by a spear-like golden staff descending into their grasp. In comparison to a deity, what significance did the Desert Emperor truly hold? Chapter 88. An uninvited guest in the desert. Fragments of ancient ruins and 3 pillars. Chenfeng surveyed his surroundings. The environment bore a striking resemblance to the description provided by the village chief, Fred. Amidst numerous dilapidated ancient ruins stood 3 stone columns, each reduced to mere stumps. Beyond these columns stretched an interminable expanse of desert, as if all architectural remnants had ceased abruptly at this point. Is this truly the location mentioned by the chief? AI Wei scrutinized her surroundings with a sense of skepticism. If there were indeed any hidden marvels here, she remained unconvinced. Having arrived at this juncture, she resolved to see for herself. With a sense of resignation, Chenfeng shrugged his shoulders and tethered the two camels to a distant stone pillar. The surroundings were characterized solely by dilapidated stone columns and colossal boulders, with nothing but endless yellow sand in sight. How could there possibly be the divine tree and the miraculous healer we seek? Ivy, feeling somewhat vexed, squatted on the ground and sighed. Perhaps there truly exists a hidden realm here. We merely need to invest some time to uncover it. Chenfeng waved his hand to Ivy, urging her to join in the search, for strength lies in numbers. Indeed, Ivy nodded resolutely, but her expression suddenly shifted as she pointed at something behind Chenfeng. Look, behind you. Before Ivy could finish her sentence, Chenfeng turned around, perplexed, only to find a towering humanoid figure materializing in his line of sight. The reason for calling a monster was due to its colossal size, standing twice as tall as an ordinary person, and its enormous black cloak enveloped its form, rendering its features indistinguishable. What on earth? Chenfeng instinctively grasped the hilt of his blade, for this was the first time he had encountered a creature of such a formidable stature. Should one suggest that this being possessed the blood of giants, he would harbor no doubts. Chenfeng observed its feet. At Ivy's prompt, Chenfeng cast his gaze downward. Indeed, this entity was far from human. Beneath its form, sharp claws were faintly visible, and the massive paw prints imprinted upon the yellow sands behind it were undeniable. Ivy, be cautious. This creature is exceedingly peculiar. In light of potential danger, Chenfeng unsheathed his soul-shattering blade, prepared for an unexpected assault, while Ivy cautiously stepped aside, her left hand firmly gripping the hilt of her starry blade. As they approached the strange being, Chenfeng noted with alarm that the serene desert was now stirred by a wind, swirling countless grains of sand into the air, ominously hinting at the onset of a sandstorm. The yellow sands billowed, yet this fierce tempest seemed confined to their immediate vicinity, enveloping only Chenfeng, Ivy, and the enigmatic creature. The being advanced without hesitation. Just as Chenfeng and Ivy struggled to keep their eyes open against the relentless sand, it maintained its relentless pace. When they were a mere 50 meters from this creature, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a violent sandstorm erupted, the furious winds lifting debris skyward, creating a tempest of swirling yellow sands. Chenfeng and Ivy, hand in hand, felt like two fragile boats tossed about in the storm. Ivy, are you all right? Though they clung together, Chenfeng shouted with all his might, desperately calling out behind him. Cough, cough. Ivy began to respond, but was abruptly choked by a mouthful of sand. Hold on to me. At Chenfeng's words, Ivy immediately embraced him tightly from behind. Chenfeng furrowed his brow tightly, gripping the soul-shattering blade in his left hand while simultaneously drawing forth the star radiance from AI Wei's waist. As the star radiance was extracted, Chenfeng sensed a fleeting resistance, yet this resistance swiftly dissipated. Without hesitation, Chenfeng wielded the two treasured swords forward, subsequently unfurling them to the sides, an exhibition of dual-wielding prowess. The yellow sands continued to surge like waves, threatening to engulf the pair. Ivy felt the tempest of sand was about to sweep them away, and instinctively tightened her embrace around Chenfeng. Wind whirl, residual clouds. This was the most formidable technique employed during his confrontation with Deo Bowman. The twin blades, Soul Shatter and Star Radiance, unleashed a unique whirlwind centered around Chenfeng and Ivy, fiercely radiating outward. The violent sandstorm collided with the ferocious whirlwind, gradually diminishing the obscuring yellow sands, while the sudden tempest was countered by Chenfeng's swordplay. At this moment, both Chenfeng and Ivy were covered in sand, with the yellow grains accumulating to their calves. Had they lingered any longer, they risked being buried alive. Although the fierce sandstorm had been neutralized, Chenfeng had expended a considerable amount of strength. As he plunged the blades into the sand, his head drooped, nearly causing him to faint. Chenfeng, are you all right? Ivy, quick to react, hurriedly supported him. Chenfeng shook his head and then, in a daze, glanced around in astonishment, exclaiming, "Where did that fellow go?" The peculiar creature, draped in a black cloak, had vanished without a trace. How could something that had once been so tangible suddenly disappear? Could it have been swept away by the sandstorm? The sandstorm. Chenfeng recalled the scene of that individual's appearance, gritting his teeth in anger. So it is him. He is the one who conjured this sandstorm. AI Wei helped Chenfeng to a nearby stone pillar, offering him a sip of fresh water and administering the medicine provided by the village chief. Afterward, Chenfeng's condition improved significantly. Are you saying that the recent sandstorm was caused by him? AI Wei inquired with a hint of confusion. But where is he now? With a deep breath, Chenfeng gazed towards the boundless desert beside him, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. Perhaps we truly have yet to grasp the means to enter the secret realm. Observing Chenfeng's reaction, AI Wei also turned her attention to the desert, lost in contemplation. On a lush, verdant meadow, butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms, their vibrant wings and the vivid colors of the flowers creating a stunning tableau. Yet, all of this unfolded beneath the shelter of a colossal tree. The enchanting melodies of akin resonated in the air, as a girl, whose beauty rivaled the surrounding scenery, delicately played ancient tunes. Her sky-blue hair swayed gently in the breeze, embodying beauty in music and nature alike. However, all of this was obliterated by a sudden, ferocious sandstorm. In a fleeting moment before the tempest struck, the girl, clutching her akin, hurriedly retreated towards the giant tree. Yet, as the storm clashed against the tree's limbs, it was repelled by a peculiar force, redirecting the winds and sands to dissipate harmlessly on either side. While the area within the tree's canopy remained unscathed, the surroundings resembled a desolate wasteland, littered with the lifeless remains of flora and fauna. A figure clad in a black cloak materialized before the giant tree. The girl, cradling her akin, regarded the newcomer with an imposing gaze. Destruction approaches. Brace yourself for impending calamity. The vast black cloak was cast aside, revealing the true visage of the visitor. His body was covered in a dense armor of hard scales. Powerful claws glinted menacingly, and a head resembling that of a crocodile, filled with jagged teeth, instilled a sense of dread. The ascension ceremony was imminent. It was time to reclaim the legacy of power. Chapter 89. Entering Recton. I never expected you to remain so stubborn. The crocodile-like humanoid turned its head, shifting its gaze from the divine tree to the girl beneath it. However, it was not her speaking, but rather a colossal tortoise beneath her feet. This tortoise was adorned with spiked armor, its sharp claws gleaming. Yet more astonishing was its ability to stand on two legs. Ramos, you too have endured countless ages. Why do you cling so fiercely to this tree? Upon seeing the tortoise, Recton's expression twisted into a grimace. Do you truly believe you can guard this place for much longer? Were it not for the protection of this tree, both you and the girl would have perished long ago. 3 years have passed. What difference does one more day make? Ramos stepped forward, directly exiting the protective boundary of the divine tree. Without its shelter, you too shall find defeat. Enough with the idle chatter. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Recton propelled his massive form forward like a spring. The creature known as Ramos, a colossal tortoise, was dwarfed by Recton's stature, its crescent-shaped blade nearly equating to the entirety of its body size. Yet, before Recton could launch his assault, several sonic waves preemptively sealed off his path. Undeterred, Recton executed a rapid spin mid-air, raising his weapon above his head, and burst through the sonic barriers like a spinning top. As her attack was thwarted, the girl seated beneath the sacred tree quickened her pace, unleashing a torrent of sonic waves that surged toward Recton like a relentless tide. Nevertheless, such ferocious onslaughts were ineffectual against him, as the waves disintegrated upon contact. Recton's target was Ramos. He could not breach the tree's sanctuary to strike the girl within, making Ramos a fitting adversary. Rather than retreat, Ramos charged forward, its spiked shell colliding with Recton. With a resounding crash, Ramos was sent flying, while Recton remained steadfast, weapon firmly in hand. Witnessing Ramos's defeat, a flicker of panic crossed the girl's face. Yet Recton cast a fleeting glance in her direction before launching himself at Ramos once more. Although Ramos's shell was remarkably resilient, impervious to any marks from the blows it endured, its counterattacks lacked potency, failing to inflict any harm upon Recton. Together, neither Ramos nor the girl could contend with Recton's might. As Ramos continued to endure relentless assaults, the girl paused momentarily before producing a different melody. With each pluck of the strings, her movements grew increasingly swift. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Ramos suddenly trembled, then deftly evaded Recton's downward strike. Recton's expression remained unperturbed, his attacks growing even more ferocious. A lesser giant tortoise would have been cleaved in two by such a blow. Ramos darted and leaped to evade Recton's strikes, seizing an opportunity during a brief lull in Recton's onslaught to claw at the steel armor, encasing him. The ground trembled. In an instant, Recton was sent sprawling by the seemingly smaller Ramos. Yet, before Recton could touch the ground, the melody shifted to a frantic tempo, and two radiant sonic waves streaked toward him like lightning, striking just as he was about to land. With a thunderous thud, Recton crashed into the ground, sending clouds of yellow dust swirling into the air. Ramos, panting heavily, bore a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth, a testament to the considerable damage it had sustained from the preceding attacks. However, this confrontation was far from over. Were these merely inconsequential counterattacks? The enormous figure rose once more, its eyes now glowing a menacing crimson. Allow me to teach you what true slaughter is. Alas, another one has appeared. From a distance, the curses of Chenfeng could be heard echoing across the desert. One cannot blame Chenfeng, for he and AI Wei once again encountered a scene reminiscent of their previous encounter. Cloaked figures and claw marks. AI Wei, do exercise caution this time. I am determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Chenfeng, you need not worry about me. This fiend is likely allied with the creature we faced earlier, and I shall not be caught off guard again. Just as AI Wei was about to speak, Chenfeng dashed forward. One sword style, eagle flash. Though Chenfeng had yet to unleash his frenzied abilities, his speed remained astonishingly swift, and the soul-shattering blade emanated an increasingly potent aura of lethal intent, intertwining with Chenfeng's fury. Take this. The cloaked figure, upon noticing the presence of another, initially displayed a fleeting look of confusion, but soon realized that the newcomer intended to attack. With a fierce roar, the figure swung a long axe towards the rapidly approaching Chenfeng. Who are you? What does it matter to you? A resounding impact erupted, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air as both figures were forced to retreat in opposite directions. Damn it, come again. With a flick of his wrist, Chenfeng brandished the soul-shattering blade and swiftly advanced. Yet his opponent, with a single wave of his left hand, conjured forth a roaring inferno upon the desolate sands. The blue flames were remarkably strange, devoid of any palpable heat. They nonetheless seemed capable of searing one's very soul, exuding an aura of eerie terror. How intriguing! With a swift flick of his long blade, Chenfeng unleashed a whirlwind of sword energy, extinguishing the azure flames in an instant. He then propelled himself forward, akin to a piercing ray of cold light, aiming for the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. The impact resonated with a sharp clang, as Chenfeng's assault was narrowly deflected by the cloaked individual. Who are you, truly? The tone of the cloaked figure was laced with exasperation, yet within, a tumult of emotions surged. Although the identity of his opponent remained shrouded in mystery, the earlier confrontation had revealed an impressive prowess. Facing this adversary would demand his utmost effort, and even then, the outcome remained uncertain. Oh, Chenfeng withdrew his figure, sheathing the shattered soul blade. Pray, do enlighten me about your identity first. Chenfeng returned to AI Wei's side, for the recent confrontation stemmed merely from the anger ignited by the preceding sandstorm. Even if they were indeed allies, there was no need for them to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The other party pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, first, elucidate the purpose of your arrival here. Very well, we replied. We have come here in pursuit of the secret realm. With unwavering determination, Chenfeng straightforwardly inquired. You must know how to enter, correct? The secret realm? The other party appeared momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon them. So, that is what you meant. What do you intend to do there? We seek a divine healer for treatment, but that is of no concern to you. I voy interjected astidi. A laugh escaped the other party. Seeking treatment. So what are you? Wait, are you asking me, or are we interrogating you? Chenfeng retorted, growing impatient. If you know how to enter, lead us without delay. Otherwise, I shall block your path, and you shan't pass. Oh, the individual paused momentarily, seemingly disregarding Chenfeng's words. They then removed their hood, revealing a visage that rendered Chenfeng momentarily speechless. You are Nethersis? How did you know? The wolf-headed figure exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, someone dressed similarly entered. They too appeared not entirely human. Could it be? Chenfeng pondered deeply, while the other party grew anxious. What? He entered as well? Nethersis swiftly grasped a nearby long axe and approached Chenfeng and AI Wei. What are you? Chenfeng questioned, perplexed. Do you not wish to enter? Then do not linger. With a grand gesture, Nethersis conjured a doorway that materialized out of thin air, stepping through it with haste. Without hesitation, seizing the opportunity before the door closed, Chenfeng grasped AI Wei's hand and followed suit. Chapter 90. You wretched creature Rectun, cease at once. Nethersis exclaimed upon witnessing Ramos being trampled beneath foot. Are you still not disheartened? Chenfeng and AI Wei followed in the wake of Nether's entrance into the secret realm. What initially captivated them was the stark contrast between this place and the outside world. However, Chenfeng was soon awestruck by the sights before him. Crocodiles, dragon turtles, and Chenfeng cast his gaze toward the colossal tree at the center, fixated on a girl with sky-blue hair cascading down to her waist. Ethereal and pure like a celestial being. Sona, upon noticing the arrival of outsiders, Rek'Sai turned to see his elder brother. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be my beloved brother. A subtle smile crept across Rek'Sai's crocodilian visage, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Why have you brought along two feeble humans? Nasu's fury was palpable, and without a doubt, Chenfeng understood the nature of the relationship between these two beings. However, what did it mean to refer to them as mere weaklings? Humans. What of humans? With a long axe in hand, Nasu stepped forward, seething with rage. The sovereign you revere is nothing but an arrogant human. Look at what he has wrought. What do you know? Everything we do is in pursuit of change. As he spoke, Rek'Sai's temper flared, the crimson in his eyes intensifying. Once Azir ascends to godhood, Shurima shall surely regain the splendor of 1,000 years ago. Perhaps even surpass it, becoming the very center of the world. Nonsense. Nasus interjected with a coarse remark, abruptly halting Rek'Sai's grand vision. While the two were at an impasse, Chenfeng and his companion were still trying to grasp the situation, subtly realizing they had been drawn into a conflict. Chenfeng, look. Ivy pointed toward the girl beneath the tree. She must be the miraculous healer the village chief spoke of. Her age aligns with that of old man Anthony's daughter. Indeed, what a coincidence. Chenfeng rubbed his head, then sighed, but the situation before us is far from simple. Enough of the idle chatter. Let me see how you've changed over the past 3 years. Hexai, Kikidharmos, who was on the ground, aside, then charged at Nasus like a spinning top, the crescent blade in his hand glinting ominously. With a resounding clash. Although Nasus lacked his brother's bloodthirsty ferocity, his combat prowess was formidable. He brandished his long axe, and the two engaged in fierce battle. The disparity in their strength was minimal, resulting in a fierce clash where neither could gain the upper hand. Their confrontation was intensely vigorous, and even Chenfeng refrained from intervening, endeavoring to avoid collateral damage as he maneuvered around them. Ivy, be cautious and do not get hurt. Chenfeng guided Ivy to the side, gripping the soul breaker in his hand. I will protect you. I'm fine. You be careful too. Ivy replied with a gentle tone. Although they appeared tense, their words conveyed a certain intimacy. Yet, just as they were about to step into the embrace of the divine tree's branches, a small figure obstructed their path. Who are you? And how did you get in here? As Chenfeng lowered his head, he indeed beheld the tormented dragon tortoise he had encountered upon his arrival. Chenfeng was astonished. He had never before witnessed such a wondrous creature. Even the likes of Nasus and Renekton possessed humanoid forms, yet this colossal tortoise was capable of articulating human speech. I was brought in by that wolf-headed fellow, he explained, casting a glance at the stern-faced Ramos. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured toward the battle group behind him. Nasus? Ramos's eyes widened, revealing a look of skepticism on his face. Hey, I'm speaking nothing but the truth. Chenfeng quickly clarified, I encountered that elder brother outside, and when I expressed my intention to seek medical assistance, he permitted us to enter. Hermes, evidently still contemplating Chenfeng's previous words, showed no inclination to relent. Could you kindly step aside? I wish to find that young lady. Chenfeng pointed toward Sona, who stood beneath the tree. I am aware that you seek her, Ramos replied impatiently, but I cannot ascertain whether you and Rek'Sai are allies. You must await Nasus's personal confirmation. Hey! Frustration surged within Chenfeng at Ramos's obstinacy. You insufferable wretch, do you not tire of your incessant prattling? As Chenfeng swiftly maneuvered his treasured blade, Ramos, sensing the unusual movement, immediately retreated within the protective embrace of the divine tree's branches. Dare you flee, Chenfeng? Chenfeng disregarded AI Wei's counsel and boldly pursued ahead with his blade drawn. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as he took merely 2 steps, colliding forcefully with an unseen object. Ouch! Chenfeng clasped his forehead, and with AI Wei's assistance, he regained his footing. Chenfeng tentatively extended his hand forward, only to encounter a texture reminiscent of glass, yet possessing a resilience surpassing that of mere glass. An air wall? Chenfeng murmured. I knew you harbored ill intentions by coming here. Ramos pointed accusingly at Chenfeng and AI Wei, his expression brimming with indignation. Hey, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one should not speak carelessly. Chenfeng retorted, pointing back at Ramos, and thus ensued a fierce exchange of insults between the two. AI Wei, witnessing the confrontation between the man and the turtle, was at a loss, while under the tree, Sona's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Chenfeng, pondering his thoughts. Very well, you wretched turtle. I shall let him speak to you. Unbeknownst to Chenfeng, he seemed to have reached some accord with Ramos. As he turned and began to walk away, they are engaged in battle. Do not interfere. Ramos, initially unconcerned, grew frantic upon seeing Chenfeng truly approach Rekton and Nasuz, exclaiming, "You will perish." The distant breeze beckoned, yet he did not glance back. The battle between Nasuz and Renekton was fiercely intense. The prowess of the two brothers was nearly equal, yet for reasons unknown, Renekton fought with an increasingly fervent spirit, while Nasuz began to subtly reveal signs of retreat. "Nasuz, is this all you have?" Renekton called out, his weapon swaying lightly in his grasp. Nasuz inhaled deeply, then coldly retorted, "Is this the power Azir has bestowed upon you? Merely this? You are mistaken. This is the ancestral strength of Shurima, not a gift from Azir." With a mighty roar, Renekton propelled himself forward once more. At that moment, Renekton's eyes glowed crimson, his aura multiplying exponentially, with both his attacks and speed markedly enhanced. As Renekton charged again, a sheen of sweat appeared on Nasuz's brow, his hands gripping his axe tightly, bracing for the encounter. With a sudden rush, a shadow zipped past Nasuz, and Renekton, caught mid-charge, collapsed to the ground, a long gash appearing on his abdomen, blood spraying forth. Chapter 91. 3 years ago what? What? Ramos exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the ever-resilient and powerful Renekton had been struck down by a mere blade. But, how infuriating! Renekton propped himself up on his arms, glaring fiercely at the new figure that had appeared beside him. "Who are you?" Chenfeng slowly turned around, while Leighton also rose to his feet. Despite the ferocity of the previous strike, it failed to strike at Leighton's vital points, allowing him to remain combat-ready despite his injuries. It would be wise to retreat promptly and not linger any longer. Chenfeng had long been aware of Rek'Sai's opposing stance against the others, and thus, when confronted, he was exceedingly straightforward. The insignificant human is nothing more than a mere bug. Rek'Sai's eyes remained blood-red, and with a thunderous roar, he abruptly changed direction, charging towards Chenfeng, one-blade style. "Witness as I crush you, you wretched insect." Leopard strike. A swift flash of cold light erupted, unleashing a cloud of crimson mist. A long gash marred Rek'Sai's upper body, yet he remained rooted in place, having yet to strike. Such astonishing speed. Although Nasuz uttered no words, his expression betrayed his astonishment. While Nasuz had previously dominated in their encounters due to speed, the velocity displayed by Chenfeng now exceeded all prior encounters. Even he found himself utterly defenseless against this assault. Blood drenched Rek'Sai from head to toe, seeping into the earth beneath him. "Today, even if I cannot destroy this tree, it will not matter." Rek'Sai gasped, "The Desert Emperor has awakened, and the legacy of Shurima shall undoubtedly return to Azir's grasp." "What did you say? Azir has awakened?" Both Nasuz and Ramos exclaimed simultaneously, while Sona clutched her ancient zither tightly, terror etched across her face. After millennia, the legacy shall once again manifest in the world, accompanied by Rek'Sai's maniacal laughter. A ferocious sandstorm erupted from beneath him, and amidst the swirling sands, his figure vanished from sight. What in the world is happening? Chenfeng sheathed the soul fragment blade, stomping his foot in frustration. Another sandstorm. Sand, sand, sand. How I utterly despise sand. Oh no, oh no. The expression on Nasuz's face was exceedingly grave. Azir had awakened. What shall we do about the world tree? Though Rek'Sai had escaped, his parting words had left a palpable tension in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with unease. With Nasuz's endorsement, Chenfeng and Ivy gained the recognition of Ramos, allowing them to pass unhindered beneath the branches of the world tree. Immediately after Rek'Sai's departure, the previously desiccated flora began to rejuvenate at a remarkable pace, transforming the once barren yellow earth into a vibrant green expanse in the blink of an eye. What could this possibly mean? Ivy gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, akin to a divine masterpiece. This is the power of the world tree, and such abilities stem from the legacy of Shurima. Nasuz began to elucidate for Chenfeng and Ivy, yet the more they listened, the more perplexed they became. Sitting cross-legged beneath the world tree, utterly bewildered. "Since you are esteemed guests from afar, and have aided us in driving away Rek'Sai," Ramos spoke up, "we shall fulfill your request." "That's splendid," Ivy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "We have come here in search of a divine healer. I have heard whispers outside." "It seems the healer you seek refers to Sona," Nasuz replied, a smile gracing his lips, though his fearsome wolf visage appeared rather incongruous. "Chenfeng suffers from Rodwin syndrome, but we are uncertain if Miss Sona possesses any remedies." Ivy said, casting a tentative glance towards Sona. However, Sona merely smiled gently, gesturing for Chenfeng to extend his hand. Wait, are you going to take my pulse? With a perplexed expression, Chenfeng raised his wrist and extended it towards Sona. Sona, with hands as delicate as cold jade, gently supported Chenfeng's wrist and placed 3 slender fingers upon his pulse. Wise Miss Swona. Ramos comprehended Iway's implication and sighed. This child, Swona, was born mute. Although she can clearly hear your conversations, she is unable to communicate with words. Mute? Iway exclaimed in astonishment. But I have not heard old Anthony mention this. Upon hearing the name Anthony, Swona's hand trembled, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over her. Beneath the tree, several individuals were seated, and Chenfeng had already been presented with the medicinal soup prepared by Swona. Lifting the bowl, he inhaled its aroma, only to find it devoid of any bitter taste. This is clearly a concoction made from traditional Chinese medicine, yet possesses no bitterness. How curious. Chenfeng mused before consuming the entire potion in one gulp. As the warm liquid coursed down his throat and filled his stomach, a comforting warmth enveloped Chenfeng, invigorating even his lethargic mind. He had no doubt that his combat prowess had been enhanced. Swona smiled and gestured with her slender fingers, and while Chenfeng looked bewildered, Iway assisted by translating. This medicinal soup requires only 1 treatment course. Take it twice daily for 3 days, and your ailments will be cured, Iway translated, her heart racing with astonishment. Chenfeng, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Is it truly possible? Such a serious illness can be remedied with just a few doses, and only 1 treatment course?" It was no wonder Chenfeng was taken aback. After all, the Rodwin syndrome had caused him to faint multiple times, and according to Coloca's, failure to treat it promptly could pose life-threatening risks. Yet now, it seemed as simple as curing cold. Swona gently nodded, assuring the two to be at ease. You need not worry about Swona's medical skills. She has mastered nearly a millennium's worth of medical knowledge from Shurima, including many long-lost remedies, Ramos stated. Indeed, it was the sandstorm 3 years ago that granted Swona access to countless ancient Shuriman texts. In this Guqin, Neithers chuckled, though she cannot speak. Swona possesses a profound passion for both medicine and music. I had no idea Sister Swona was also a virtuoso in music, Iway praised. By the way, the sandstorm from 3 years ago unearthed numerous ancient relics. Why did such a violent sandstorm occur? This question lingered in Chenfeng's mind, as it might be tied to events from millennium ago in Shurima, prompting him to cautiously inquire. Ramos glanced at Neithers, and after a moment of silence, Neithers provided an explanation to Chenfeng. People have long speculated that the sandstorm 3 years ago was a terrifying natural disaster, but in truth, it was man-made. Man-made? Chenfeng responded, astonished. Indeed, Nasus nodded thoughtfully. 3 years prior, the Desert Emperor Azir, who had slumbered for a millennium, awakened from the depths of underground ruins. Upon his awakening, Azir sought to perform a ritual to reclaim the legacy of Shurima. Long ago, he had recklessly attempted this ritual, but, due to his limited power, he was unable to acquire the entirety of the heritage, which resulted in catastrophic calamities for the Shurima kingdom, rendering it as we now behold it. At this moment, it was Ramos who interjected. 3 years ago, Ivy furrowed her brow. But now, does this mean his ritual failed? Nasus reminisced. 3 years ago, a solitary individual disrupted his ritual of inheritance. This person also came in pursuit of Shurima's legacy. The two engaged in a fierce battle atop the ruins, resulting in a mutually destructive confrontation. The ritual was thwarted, and the power of legacy scattered far and wide, with the majority settling upon this sacred tree, endowing it with boundless vitality. In just a few sentences, Nasus elucidated the events of 3 years past, which profoundly affected the current dynamics of Shurima. However, Chenfeng queried, even with only a fraction of the inherited power, Azir could dominate this land. How could they both emerge injured? Ramos, clearly unaware of the identity of that individual, was left puzzled until Nasus addressed Chenfeng's inquiry. This individual was recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His name is Crocodile. Chapter 92. Fighting side by side Crocodile? Upon hearing this name, Chenfeng immediately associated it with a land reminiscent of Shurima, Alabasta. Indeed, Crocodile and Azir clashed above the ruins, unleashing a colossal sandstorm that swept countless grains of sand skyward, revealing vast stretches of the ruins. Ramos recalled the fierce battle from 3 years ago, still haunted by its memories. Crocodile, a user of the Sansan fruit, could manipulate sand freely and transform his body into sand, while Azir's inherited power symbolized withering death rather than the life force nurtured by the sacred tree. The two engaged in a decisive battle in the desert. Their similar abilities leading to a standoff. Crocodile's strength slightly eclipsed Azir's, yet due to the advantage of fighting on Shurima's home turf, Azir held his ground. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with a gigantic sandstorm, forcing Crocodile to retreat, wounded, from Shurima, while Azir returned to his underground palace, falling once more into slumber. Although Crocodile did not seize the inheritance, he left a mark on Shurima. Nasus crossed his arms and sighed, then remarked, though Crocodile departed Shurima, he left his own people behind. Who? Chenfeng inquired immediately. The loyal subordinates of Crocodile, specifically the operatives of Baroque works. The leader of the Bounty Guild, Benedict. Nerthus furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, just yesterday, I heard that the Bounty Guild was annihilated by an unknown force, leading to the complete destruction of their ranks. Chenfeng and AI Wei found themselves at a loss for how to articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within them. The events that had transpired seemed to be woven from an uncanny tapestry of coincidences, particularly for Chenfeng, where the serendipity felt rather excessive. Indeed, the Bounty Guild had long coveted these ancient ruins, while simultaneously corrupting the local navy and ruthlessly oppressing the indigenous people, plunging the citizens of Shurima into a state of despair. Ramos exclaimed with indignation, I wonder which faction has taken it upon themselves to rid the populace of these vermin. Nephesis remarked, clapping his hands together with a sense of vindication. AI Wei and I did indeed visit the headquarters of the Bounty Guild yesterday, and we encountered Benedict there as well. Ah, I had no idea you ventured to the guild yesterday, Nephesis exclaimed, suddenly realizing as he pointed at Chenfeng. Benedict was the one you eliminated. Chenfeng remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The guild headquarters, guarded by over 100 sentinels, was a formidable stronghold. Nethers, taken aback, contemplated the implications of Chenfeng's overwhelming prowess, realizing that clearing the entire guild headquarters would pose no insurmountable challenge for him. We have also sunk the entire naval fleet of the Bounty Guild, he added. Ivy, seemingly endowed with a knack for delivering impactful statements, uttered a remark that left all three present in shock. The naval fleet of the Bounty Guild comprised numerous warships, not to mention the inherent challenges of maritime combat. Although Ramos had not yet heard of the events from the previous night, he was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Bounty Guild. Are you implying that? Indeed. I am the captain of the Super God Pirate crew. We're the Super God Pirate crew. Chenfeng pounded his chest with pride, declaring, we have many comrades in Weir Town, and it won't be long before they arrive here. The ability of a pirate crew to annihilate an entire fleet is a feat that warrants great admiration. How many members does your pirate crew consist of? Nethersis inquired. Including myself and AI Wei, we are a total of 6. Chenfeng responded excitedly. My companions are exceptionally strong, although unable to speak. Sona gazed at the eloquent Chenfeng, her face alight with enthusiasm, and nudged Ramos beside her. Understanding her cue, Ramos smiled and addressed Chenfeng and AI Wei. You are our esteemed guests, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. However, with Azir awakening, it is inevitable that Shurima will face another calamity. Noticing Ramos glance towards him, Nethersis nodded and added, we hope you two can assist us in defeating Azir. Sona slapped her forehead in exasperation, while Ramos nearly choked on his own saliva. He had intended for Nethersis to convey this more delicately, yet the latter had chosen to be straightforward and remarkably clear in his communication. Chenfeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment and then surveyed the assembled crowd. Noticing Chenfeng's hesitation, AI Wei leaned closer to whisper softly in his ear, uncertain of their intentions. The other three displayed a tense demeanor, as the prospect of defeating Azar seemed exceedingly slim. However, the addition of a powerful ally could prove to be a significant boon. After conversing quietly for a while, Chenfeng turned his gaze towards Suna, who sat opposite him. My life was saved by Miss Suna. Such a debt of gratitude ought to be repaid with the utmost sincerity. Therefore, we shall not depart this time, but instead stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. How wonderful! You are indeed our benefactors. Upon hearing Chenfeng's agreement, Nethers and Ramos were filled with excitement, and Suna smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the glances exchanged between Chenfeng and AI Wei were somewhat peculiar. At that moment, in the ancient ruins within the subterranean caverns, the once desolate site before the royal palace, littered with remnants of the past, had regained its original form, though the air still carried a faint, acrid scent of blood. My liege, all of this is my responsibility. I deserve the harshest punishment. Raikton knelt on the ground, stripped of his earlier ferocity, now exhibiting a demeanor of respect akin to a well-behaved pet in the presence of the individual before him. Rise, it is not your fault. A low voice resonated, prompting Raikton to rise without hesitation. To his surprise, neithers had also arrived, and now all my friends are gathered. I can hardly wait to host a grand feast. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the cavern, reverberating off the walls, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Skarn, guard the palace. I shall perform the inheritance ritual here. Yes. In a shadowy corner, a colossal dark figure subtly emerged. My liege, what shall we do about the sacred tree? Raikton inquired. It is merely a sapling that has acquired the power of inheritance. Proceed with the ritual without concern for anything else. The towering figure strode past Raikton, the staff in his hand gently tapping the ground, producing a soft thud. Raikton, before the ritual, accompany me for a stroll outside. At this, Raikton turned to regard the imposing figure, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. Having just awakened, it would be prudent to witness the world beyond before the ritual commences. Wouldn't it? Just to behold the final visage of this wretched world. Chapter 93. The Desert Emperor, Azar. In that case, I shall patiently await your good news. Ramos waved farewell to the gathering. Chenfeng and Iwei were set to return to Parma village to reunite with Izar and the others, while Ramos and Sona would remain to guard the divine tree. Neithers was prepared to accompany Chenfeng and the others. Rest assured, I will seek you out after reuniting with my companions, Chenfeng declared with unwavering confidence. Then we shall confront that Azir together. Although it was a moment of parting for the group, Neithers sensed an unusual tension in the air. Will Azir grant us the time we need? Neithers suddenly furrowed his brow. Logically, Azir was not one to remain idle, yet his current intentions remained unclear. That is precisely why we must act swiftly. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the secret realm, causing the newly sprouted flora to wither once again. Soon after, a thunderous crack echoed, and the entire secret realm began to shatter. This is bad, Ramos shouted. Azir has already made his move. The divine tree was laid bare in the desert, and the barrier enveloping its branches crumbled alongside the realm. The secret realm had originally been sustained by the tree's extraordinary energy. However, an inexplicable force now suppressed the divine tree, leading to the realm's collapse. The winds howled, and amidst the swirling sands, countless yellow sand soldiers emerged around the divine tree. It's the yellow sand soldiers. Azir is preparing for the inheritance ceremony. Ramos exclaimed urgently, You must leave this place at once. Neithers stood resolutely with his axe raised, while Chenfeng and Iwei took a defensive stance back to back. Sona, you must leave with them and find their allies. Upon hearing Ramos' command, Sona shook her head vigorously. Listen to me. You are the hope of defeating Azir, while I will remain here to guard the divine tree and buy us time. Ramos appeared resigned to his fate, and Neithers felt a pang of sorrow at his words. Yet he understood this was a necessary sacrifice. Perhaps such a day would come eventually. Though Sona was mute by nature, she comprehended Ramos's intent, and despite his pleas, she refused to leave. Iwei, I entrust Sona to you. Please take care of her. Taking advantage of Sona's distraction, Ramos pushed her toward Iwei, who held onto the struggling Sona tightly. We must defeat Azir swiftly to save her. Your presence here serves no purpose. Chenfeng insisted, grasping her hand firmly. She can endure the pain, but you cannot. Tears streamed down Sona's cheeks as she ceased resistance. Thank you for accompanying me these past 3 years, Sona. Ramos bowed deeply to her. Wretched Azir, your demise is nigh. Nurses swung his long axe, scattering 3 yellow sand soldiers into a cloud of dust. With a swift motion of his left hand, a vast expanse of flame erupted before him, transforming all soldiers touched by that azure fire into mere piles of sand. However, with the demise of numerous soldiers, an increasing number of yellow sand warriors emerged from the desert, their formidable power inexplicably summoning these armored figures wielding long spears from the depths of the sands. Let us proceed, Nurses commanded. Agreed. Chenfeng nodded vigorously in response. With a sudden crack, the blue inferno parted, creating a wide path in its center. Hurry! Nurses led the way, with Chenfeng following closely, as the 4 charged towards the periphery. Although the yellow sand soldiers were plentiful, their speed was insufficient to catch up with the group. After successfully evading the soldiers' encirclement, the yellow sand warriors redirected their spears towards the divine tree. Come forth, Azir! Ramos bellowed. Your demise is truly imminent. Hundreds of yellow sand soldiers surged toward Ramos, but with a mighty roar from him. A colossal turtle's paw struck the desert beneath them. The earth quaked violently. In an instant, sand billowed into the air. In the village of Parma, The residents were bustling about. Despite the lingering traces of the morning's raid still visible, the villagers had managed to care for the injured and the deceased, for the departed could not be brought back. Yet, they found themselves with a new group of guests. Nurses, Sona, these are my companions, Chenfeng introduced. I met these two at the ancient ruins with Avi. Greetings, they all said in unison. Is, and his companions, having inquired along the way, finally arrived at Parma village. After learning from the village chief about Chenfeng's earlier departure, they were preparing to set out in search of him when they noticed Chenfeng and Avi returning with two unfamiliar figures. One a stunningly beautiful, yet somewhat melancholic Sona, and the other a chilling creature with a wolf's head and a human's body. Upon seeing Yasuo, Sona's expression became slightly awkward, while Yasuo, though curious, did not dwell on it. With nurses and Avi, the two quickly recounted the events of the past 2 days to Iz and the others. The most crucial of which was the declaration of war against the Desert Emperor Azir. The Desert Emperor, is he not the reigning king of Shurima during the calamity 1,000 years ago? Iz mused, stroking his chin. Just how formidable is the legacy of Shurima? Regardless of its strength, one swift strike will suffice. Yasuo seized a wine jug and took a swig. Goodness, after drinking to the point of oblivion yesterday, how can you still be thirsty? I spoke without a word. By the way, yesterday while you were out, I was the one working, Li Qin shrugged. The three were not particularly concerned about Azir's affairs. To them, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Caitlin had been listening intently to Ivy and Nasu's. After a brief silence, she turned to Chenfeng. Chenfeng, what are your plans? Upon hearing Caitlin's words, the three beside her also looked towards Chenfeng. Me, Chenfeng, who had remained silent, appeared to be contemplating something. I have decided to head to the ancient ruins immediately to assist in defeating Azir. Well, since the captain has made a decision, we naturally have no objections. Caitlin spoke succinctly, directly loading her firearm that lay across her thigh. Indeed, Miss Sona, rest assured. I will certainly protect you. Eyes waved to Sona. Sona smiled and nodded, while Nasu's, though pleased, could not gauge the strength of these individuals. However, with Chenfeng's formidable power, he hoped his subordinates would not be weak. All right, let us set forth now. Chenfeng somersaulted down from the earthen wall. Where are you headed? A deep yet commanding voice resonated, echoing throughout the village of Parma, causing all the villagers to hastily retreat into their homes. Nasu's expression changed upon hearing the voice, and the group quickly made their way outside the village, clad in pure gold armor and wielding a golden staff, although the figure appeared ordinary. His presence overshadowed even the fearsome crocodile-like creature beside him, especially the air of disdain for all beings, a sense of superiority. Azir, Nasu spat through clenched teeth. Chapter 94. The unavoidable calamity of Parma village. Azir, brandishing his golden staff, stood with Rek'Sai positioned a step behind him, their roles clearly defined. Is that Azir? Ivy whispered to Sona. Sona slightly shook her head, evidently having never seen Azir in person. Azir, I did not expect you to awaken once more. It seems as long as you live, Shurima shall inevitably face calamity. Nasu's tightened his grip on his axe, his nerves taut in the face of Azir. Why speak in such harsh terms? Although Azir's face was obscured, he wore a cold smile, as if Nasu's had uttered a joke. What did he mean by as long as I live? Shurima cannot escape disaster. I am here to save Shurima. Azir extended a hand towards the heavens, and the winds and sands beneath him surged upward, flowing into his palm like a cascading stream. The legacy of Shurima must no longer circulate among the masses. Only by consolidating this power within one can the greatest benefit be obtained. Azir waved his hand, scattering the sand before him, and in an instant, the handful of sand transformed, coalescing into a swirling sand tornado. Faced with the oncoming tempest, the crowd felt utterly overwhelmed. Yasuo, he understood, as the whirlwind surged forward. Yasuo brandished his sword and plunged into the heart of the vortex. A barrier of air enveloped him, firmly restraining the sandstorm that advanced toward the village entrance. With a leap, he thrust his blade toward the apex of the tornado. In an instant, the sandstorm ceased, the flying grains settling, and tranquility was restored. If only Ivy were here, it would have been far simpler, Chenfeng mused, raising his soul-shattering blade to point directly at Azir. Azir, is it? I hope you remember us today. Oh. From a moment Chenfeng and Yasuo united to confront the sandstorm, curiosity flickered in Azir's eyes, as Chenfeng issued a challenge. The smile beneath Azir's mask widened. In response to the challenge, Rek'Sai stepped forward and whispered a few words to Azir. Azir nodded, feigning realization, before striking his staff down, initiating the next wave of assault. The yellow sands surged once more, but this time, the target was not Chenfeng and his companions, but rather the village of Parma behind them. This is bad. Startled, Chenfeng turned to look behind him. At that moment, the village of Parma was being ravaged by multiple sand whirlwinds, nearly reducing the entire settlement to rubble. Amidst the howling winds, one could faintly hear the cries for help and terrified shouts of the villagers. Azir, how could you target innocent lives? Neza exclaimed in fury, his hands tightening around the long axe as if he intended to crush it. I am the emperor of the desert, and soon I shall ascend to become a god of Shurima. As long as it pleases me, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Azir laughed heartily, as if annihilating a village was merely a whim of his. Neza roared in rage, raising his axe and charging at Azir. However, someone moved even faster. A glimmer of cold light flashed, abruptly halting the maniacal laughter of Azir. Chenfeng sheathed his sword, yet Azir remained unresponsive behind him. In stark contrast, Rek'Sai wore an expression of panic, clearly a loss. In the next moment, the right half of Azir's body was severed, but to everyone's astonishment, no blood spilled forth. Instead, golden sand cascaded from the severed limb like lifeblood. Remarkably, Azir, with the majority of his form intact, exhibited no violent reaction. Instead, he calmly turned to face Chenfeng and stated, I await you in the palace. Suddenly, Azir's form swelled violently, and with a thunderous sound, he erupted into a cloud of golden sand. The force of the sand's explosion caused the eyes of all present to narrow, yet in the next instant, both Azir and Rek'Sai had vanished. Nethys rushed forward, only to discover that the two who had stood there moments ago had completely disappeared, leaving nothing but sand in their wake. Damn it, Nethys exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot and sending the sand scattering. We must go save them. A cry echoed through the air, and all, including Nethys, rushed back toward the village of Parma. Outside the village, only Chenfeng remained, his back turned to the settlement, unmoving since he had severed Azir's form with a single stroke. Chenfeng slowly lifted his head, gazing toward the ancient ruins, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, Parma village had been reduced to rubble. Although the bandit group failed to obliterate it entirely, Parma village ultimately became a sacrificial offering to Azel. The sandstorm claimed the lives of dozens of villagers. Many more were buried beneath the yellow sands and debris. With the assistance of Chenfeng and his companions, a significant number of individuals were rescued. The villagers of Parma had already owed a debt of gratitude to Chenfeng and his companions. Now, in the face of such calamity, they felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Perhaps it was fate that spared village chief Fred from this disaster. In his advanced years, the chief struggled to accept such a grim reality. Is this the will of heaven to annihilate us? Chief Fred lamented. No, chief. It is not heaven that seeks your demise, but rather someone who wishes to defy the heavens. Chenfeng replied, his expression stoic, though turmoil brewed within him. You must leave this place. No one can predict what dangers may yet arise, Caitlin urged. I understand, Fred sighed. The village is destroyed, yet I must lead the remaining villagers to survival. However, he continued, alas, peace eludes us in Shurima. Wherever we go, the outcome remains the same. The villagers fell into a heavy silence upon hearing the chief's words. Suddenly, Izar slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, Chenfeng, let's confront that wretch Azel and demand retribution for the fallen villagers. Though others remained silent, their eyes instinctively turned toward Chenfeng. Chenfeng, Nadis is missing. Ivy and Sona rushed over in a flurry. What has happened? Chenfeng inquired. After Sona communicated through gestures, Ivy hastily explained, after we finished rescuing the villagers, Nadis vanished. We searched the entire village, but could not find him. I know where he has gone. With a tense expression, Chenfeng declared resolutely, let us embark now to the ancient ruins. Scattered across the desolate expanse of the desert were remnants of structures, both grand and modest. Armed with an axe, Nephesis boldly stepped towards a temple-like edifice. In the next instant, he was engulfed by the golden sands beneath him, vanishing without a trace, leaving no footprints behind. Chapter 95. Entering the underground Rekton, upon encountering his brother, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Repent. Do not continue to assist Azir. As my elder brother, do you not harbor even a modicum of ambition? Rekton swung his weapon with a flourish and strode confidently towards Nephesis, adopting a condescending tone. The sovereign is on the verge of ascension. Henceforth, I shall reign supreme, second only to none. Donotiest. Nephesis retaliated with a powerful swing of his axe, which met Rekton's strike. However, Recton swiftly retaliated, sending Nethesis hurtling through the air. He collided forcefully with a stone wall, causing the entire chamber to quake, with fine debris cascading from above. Impressive. Indeed, your skills surpass my own, Recton remarked nonchalantly, twisting his fearsome head as his eyes glowed a menacing crimson. The ascension ritual is about to commence. You would do well to remain here quietly. What? In a flash, Recton surged towards Nethesis like lightning. Caught off guard, Nethesis hastily raised his weapon in defense, only to be launched backward by the force of Recton's strike. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Nethesis's mouth, yet he could not suppress a cold laugh. I am eager to experience the true extent of the power Azir has bestowed upon you. At that moment, Recton exhibited an unsettling demeanor, his entire being radiating a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. A resounding crash echoed within the stone chamber. Is this the location of the underground palace? Chenfeng gazed ahead at a temple-like ruin, pausing momentarily in his stride. Why is there a temple here? Aiwei inquired curiously. As a native of this place, Suona was well-versed in its history and gestured towards Aiwei, who promptly explained to the group, in order to acquire immense power, Azir constructed a temple in front of the palace to conduct his inheritance rituals. Does that mean the palace lies beneath us? Izir exclaimed in astonishment. Most importantly, how do we descend? Yasuo frowned, while Suona shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. The yellow sand here is fluid. If we dig down, the surrounding sand will immediately fill the hole, Katarina murmured, feeling the grains beneath her feet. What if we break the temple and descend from above? Upon hearing Li Qing's suggestion, Suona hastily waved her hands, signaling the others. We cannot damage the temple. Otherwise, we will provoke the backlash of the yellow sand. Aiwei turned to Chenfeng, while the others awaited his decision. Why are you all looking at me? I have no idea how to get down, Chenfeng said, shrugging his shoulders in bewilderment. Just as the group stood before the structure, at a loss, a sudden surge of yellow sand erupted into the air without warning. Everyone be cautious. The yellow sand here harbors secrets. Yet, without Chenfeng's warning, all had already noticed the human figures concealed within the sand. It's the sand soldiers. The same ones we encountered at the divine tree. Aiwei exclaimed anxiously. Stay alert. These soldiers are not particularly strong, but they are numerous. Do not scatter. As Chenfeng spoke, he thrust his sword, sending a blade of energy that pierced through two soldiers several dozen meters away. More and more sand soldiers emerged, surrounding the entire temple, their numbers easily in the hundreds. Although their offensive capabilities were feeble, their endless numbers granted them a significant advantage. Fearlessly, they surged forward, relentlessly attacking Chenfeng and his companions. We must find a way to escape or descend underground immediately. Katarina, crouched atop the temple, continued firing at the surrounding sand soldiers. It was evident that this relentless horde could not be entirely vanquished. Izir, have you found anything? Chenfeng called out to the other side of the temple. Not yet. Not yet. Izir's tone was fraught with urgency, clearly straining to search. Perhaps there is no entrance to descend underground at all, if all else fails. We may need to break through elsewhere. Chenfeng swept his sword, knocking several soldiers aside, before stepping back with a graceful movement. Yasuo and I will lead the way. The rest follow closely behind. Before Chenfeng could finish his words, he noticed an inconspicuous spot below. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself downward, and, as he landed, a flash of white light erupted, disintegrating a dozen sand soldiers into mere grains. Everyone come quickly. There's a cave. Chenfeng was the first to discover a concealed entrance adjacent to the temple. The entrance had become nearly indistinguishable due to the encroaching sands. It still afforded space for a single person to pass through. Upon hearing Chenfeng's call, the group hurried towards the opening. At that moment, Yasuo was a considerable distance from the temple. However, his agility allowed him to traverse through the ranks of soldiers in mere strides, reaching the temple's front. With a swift strike of his blade, he dispersed a throng of soldiers surrounding him, who, despite their overwhelming numbers, appeared remarkably feeble. Suddenly, a spear whistled through the air, but Yasuo deftly severed it with a slash of his sword. The sound of metal clashing resonating as the fragments of the spear fell like grains of sand at his feet. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a wave of energy, annihilating all the sand soldiers within a sweeping radius of several meters. Yasuo, come quickly. A voice from behind urged him. Yasuo sheathed his sword and turned to race towards Chenfeng and the others. Just as he took a step forward, the sand beneath him unexpectedly gave way, revealing the outline of a hidden pit. Caught off guard, Yasuo plunged directly into the abyss. Yasuo, no! The others rushed forward, but were halted by Chenfeng's outstretched hand. Yasuo has already descended ahead of us. If my instincts are correct, we may encounter him within the underground palace. Chenfeng surveyed the advancing soldiers and gestured. We must ascend swiftly. Heeding his command, one by one, the group slid into the opening. As the last one to leap, Chenfeng, in that fleeting moment of descent into the abyss, seemed to catch a glimpse of Azir among a horde of golden sand soldiers. The entrance to the chasm led into an underground corridor, which was enveloped in utter darkness. However, a few had come prepared, and, within moments, a brilliant flame illuminated the corridor. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before them, an involuntary shiver coursed through the hearts of all present. The corridor was almost strewn with corpses, each body pierced by numerous arrows, lying lifeless on the ground like hedgehogs. And most significantly, the overwhelming scent of blood suggested that these souls had perished but recently. Someone had come before us not long ago. Who could they be? Chapter 96, The Palace Showdown, Part 1. Inside a stone chamber. Several massive stone pillars stood majestically in the center. The originally dark chamber was now faintly illuminated by the meager light seeping through the overhead opening. Yasuo cautiously took a step forward, the sound of his shoes scraping against the fine sand reverberating throughout the chamber, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. A series of coughs echoed, and Yasuo turned his head to see a familiar shadow leaning against one of the stone pillars. How could it be you? Nasus leaned against the pillar, gasping for breath. His body marred by deep wounds that reached to the bone, blood streaming from his injuries and staining the surrounding stone bricks crimson. Do not approach. Be wary of this place, Nasus cautioned, while Yasuo too sensed the boundless darkness ahead, where a pair of crimson eyes were fixated upon them. Are others attempting to disrupt the ritual? Rek'Sai, even if I cannot thwart you, know that you shall not succeed. Oh, are these unknown humans your hope? Rek'Sai, wielding a blood-soaked blade, stepped heavily out from the shadows, while Nasus, leaning on a fallen axe, rose to his feet. Yasuo, his expression inscrutable, regarded Rek'Sai, his right hand poised on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at any moment. Although Rek'Sai was unaware of Yasuo's true capabilities, he was familiar with Nasus, and, upon seeing him rise again, he laughed mockingly. You wretch, who granted you the audacity to stand once more? Rek'Sai directed his weapon towards Yasuo. Is it him? Your arrogance is truly astounding. Nasus's eyes ignited with a blue glow, one hand clenched into a fist, and a vast expanse of azure flames erupted within the previously dim chamber. The blue fire filled the entire stone chamber, illuminating it, revealing ancient murals and carvings adorning the stone walls, making the chamber resemble a sanctum. My brother, what trickery do you intend to employ this time? Rek'Sai scoffed disdainfully. Such an attack poses no threat whatsoever. Could it be yet another of your newly acquired tricks? Tricks? At this moment, Nasus chuckled and remarked, this move is not intended for offense. It is the steel cleave. A beam of lethal light surged forth, and Renekton was sent hurtling backwards until he collided violently with the stone wall at the far end of the chamber, kicking up a cloud of dust. Curse you, human! Renekton's eyes blazed with a deeper crimson as he leapt down from the shattered wall, as if the blow had inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. Yet, that was not all. From Yasuo's expression, no emotion could be discerned. It appeared that he perceived only his immediate foe, wholly engrossed in the battle at hand. In a fleeting moment, a flurry of blades danced within the stone chamber, each opponent exchanging strikes, while the flames surrounding them provided Yasuo with an excellent vantage point, allowing him to gain the upper hand against Renekton. Press on. Continue the fight, Nasus murmured, his gaze fixed upon the clash before him. Chenfeng and his companions traversed the corridor strewn with corpses, descending the staircase at the end of the passageway until they reached the depths of the cavern. No one could ascertain the distance from this cave to the surface. Yet at this moment, the cave was illuminated, revealing no shadowy corners beyond the reach of sight. Everyone remained cautious, for inexplicably, there were no signs of human presence here. Chenfeng furrowed his brow. Throughout the journey, there had been traces left by others. However, upon descending into the depths of the cave, there appeared to be no peculiarities whatsoever. Perhaps they had fallen into an ambush in the corridor and perished. Eyes, with remarkable audacity, took several steps ahead of the group and pointed towards the end of the cave, exclaiming, "Look, that must be the palace." Indeed, in the forefront of their vision, a palace-like structure emerged. Although much of the edifice was entombed beneath sand and stone, the grand entrance and portions of the brick walls were exposed. Despite their goal being within reach, Chenfeng sensed an ominous presence. Soon realizing that a gaze was fixed upon his back, turning around, he found it was Swona, clutching her ancient zither tightly. She vigorously shook her head upon meeting Chenfeng's glance, signaling that this place was exceedingly perilous. Chenfeng nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Let us approach together to take a closer look." Thus, the group maintained a prudent distance as they advanced towards the palace situated at the heart of the cave. All remained vigilant, attentively observing every sound and movement in their surroundings. However, as they were merely 100 meters from reaching the palace, Ai suddenly let out a startled cry and collapsed onto the ground. What happened? The already tense group turned their attention to Ai. She seemed to have tripped over something unseen, but fortunately, the thick layer of yellow sand on the ground cushioned her fall, sparing her from injury. With a contemplative sigh, Chenfeng traced his foot over the spot where Ivy had fallen, and indeed, something lay buried beneath the yellow sand. "It is a human arm," Li Qing exclaimed. "It appears that someone has come down here. This arm seems to belong to the corpse above." Taking the severed limb from Chenfeng, Caitlin began to examine it closely. A deep rumble echoed, and a multitude of small stones cascaded from the cave ceiling. There was movement above. Could it be Yasuo? Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the sound, the ground trembled violently, and an enormous figure emerged within the cave. "What manner of beast is this?" Izui exclaimed in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the creature before them, which was as large as several stories, its mass comparable to that of a grand vessel. It was a scorpion, an absurdly oversized scorpion. The moment the disturbance occurred, Caitlin had already taken aim at the creature, though her voice betrayed a sense of unease and shock. A monster? The guardian beast of the underground ruins? In any case, the exaggeratedly large scorpion, upon merely revealing itself, instilled a profound sense of dread, particularly with its menacing head and densely packed, glistening fangs. "Are you here to disrupt the ascension?" Skarner's voice resonated throughout the cave. Although its speed was not remarkable, it materialized before them in mere moments. "All intruders shall perish." With a tremendous force, its massive pincers struck the ground, causing a violent tremor that nearly toppled several individuals. "Let us dismantle this creature into pieces." As Chenfeng was about to advance, he was halted by Ivy's outstretched hand. "Chenfeng, we are out of time. Leave this to us. And you must stop, Azir. Captain, such a significant matter must be addressed by you." "We can handle this here," Li Qing declared, patting his chest confidently. Even Sona turned her gaze to Chenfeng, her eyes radiating genuine assurance. "I understand." Without a moment's hesitation, and without even looking back, Chenfeng dashed through the palace gates. "Let us deal with this scorpion," Li Qing said, turning to face the colossal crystal scorpion that towered above him. The stage was set for a fierce battle between 5 warriors and 1 scorpion. Chapter 97, The Palace Showdown, Part 2. As the guardian of the underground palace for nearly a millennium, Skarner allowed no creature to breach its sanctum. Yet, he made no move to impede Chenfeng, instead fixating his gaze upon the few individuals before him. "To become the offering for this ritual is your honor." Skarner raised his massive claw and struck at the group, who swiftly scattered to evade the assault. Bang! 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 Caitlin fired the first shot, but the bullets merely ricocheted off the scorpion's crystalline armor, causing no harm, only producing a faint glimmer. Drawn by Caitlin's attack, Skarner charged toward her, his towering form completely overshadowing her. Soundwave! A gust of force surged toward Skarner, and upon impact, it unleashed a more intense radiance, seemingly infuriating Skarner further, who abandoned Caitlin to target Li Qing instead. The 2 massive pincers battered the ground, creating deep craters, forcing Li Qing to flee desperately, attempting to lure the gigantic scorpion away. "Li Qing, over here." Meanwhile, Izir and Sona stood together, poised for action. Izir unleashed a powerful punch, sending a blue streak hurtling towards Skarner's back, while Sona followed closely behind, her vibrant sound waves striking Skarner after the explosion. Skarner's crawling momentum abruptly halted, his pincers thrashing wildly, emitting a piercing roar that reverberated through the cavern, causing the very walls to tremble and prompting the group to cover their ears. Yet, Skarner's shield remained unbroken, his robust crystalline armor steadfastly absorbing all damage. With a swift turn, Skarner's elongated tail crashed against the stone wall, sending debris flying. Another roar erupted as Skarner charged full speed at Izir and Sona. Skarner's velocity was astonishing, but Izir was already prepared. He grasped Sona's arm with one hand while pushing against the ground with the other. A surge of blue light propelled them both several dozen meters away. Just then, Caitlin had her sights set on Skarner's eye. Bang! The bullet arrived in an instant, yet Skarner's massive pincers slightly deflected it, causing the bullet to veer off course, and leave a mark on its head. This is bad. Be careful. Skarner remained undeterred, unwaveringly fixating its assault on Iz and Sona. The venomous scorpion stinger lunged forth, prompting the duo to leap aside to evade the strike once more. However, as they landed, Skarner had already sealed off their escape routes, and the magical device on Iz's wrist could no longer unleash energy in rapid succession, leaving them unable to dodge again. Damn it! Iz positioned Sona behind him, intent on drawing Skarner's attention to create an opportunity for Sona to escape, but in the next moment, a figure appeared before Iz. Ivy, you all must flee. I will confront it. Ivy merely turned her head towards Iz before raising the dazzling purple-hued starblade, aimed directly at Skarner. Iz hesitated for a brief moment, then glanced at the weapon in Ivy's grasp, unhesitatingly taking Sona's hand and fleeing to the side. Sona harbored doubts about Ivy's ability to withstand the colossal beast, and even as Iz pulled her away, she cast glances back, but what transpired next left her utterly astounded. Ivy, without any visible technique, swung her blade through the air towards Skarner. Yet this seemingly futile assault evoked tremendous upheaval. The purple radiance surged forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Skarner's violet scorpion body. Amidst the onslaught of sword energy, Skarner's incessant howls filled the air before it was sent flying, its massive form crashing against the cavern stone wall like a cannonball. I understand. Iz waved his hand, releasing a barrage of missiles, not aimed at Skarner, but rather at the rocky ceiling above. The missiles struck the wall repeatedly, and after several detonations, deep fissures marred the surface. Moments later, massive boulders plummeted from the heights, crashing down upon Skarner, burying it beneath the rubble. It's finally over. With the massive scorpion lying still and the faint purple glow dissipating, Iz sighed in relief. Are you all alright? Li Qing approached and patted Iz on the shoulder. Just then, Sona suddenly pointed forward, her expression filled with alarm. Everyone, be cautious. This creature isn't finished yet. Caitlin, who had been in charge of sniping, alerted the group, her crosshairs unwaveringly trained on Skarner. As the rocks tumbled down, Skarner's enormous form rose once more, reappearing before them, albeit with its purple crystalline armor marred by cracks, and its once impenetrable shield seemingly rendered ineffective. Observing the dulled armor, Caitlin urged, everyone, attack now. It can no longer withstand our onslaught. As Skarner launched his assault, Aurelia skillfully maneuvered with Sona, deflecting his advance, while Lee Sin gracefully leapt onto Skarner's back. Heavenly Wave. Lee Sin delivered a powerful strike to Skarner's back, shattering his crystalline armor into fragments. With the protective shield compromised, Skarner writhed in pain, desperately attempting to dislodge Lee Sin. Thunderbreak. Just as Skarner prepared to thrust his tail spike at Lee Sin, he was met with another devastating blow that nearly stripped him of all his crystalline armor. Aurelia. Caitlin called out, then aimed her weapon at Skarner's head. A spinning blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, embedding itself in Skarner's cranium, but only partially, as it lodged a third of the way in. Skarner's pincers relentlessly hammered the ground, his body drenched in blue blood, and the wound on his head proved most grievous, blood gushing forth in torrents. At that moment, Lee Sin propelled himself forward. Divine Dragon's Tail. His foot struck Skarner's head, causing the spinning blade to fully penetrate, nearly cleaving Skarner's grotesque head in two. After a brief struggle, the colossal scorpion collapsed, lifeless, aside from the occasional twitch of its limbs. What close call. Ivy sheathed her starry blade, reassured to see everyone unharmed. It was merely a matter of endurance, nothing particularly formidable. Aurelia gazed disdainfully at Skarner's lifeless form, a smirk crossing her lips. Let us proceed to find Chenfeng. Hood, hood, hood. Lee Sin struck the palace doors twice, but they remained unyielding, resolutely barring their passage. Why won't this door budge? Could it only be opened from within? Aurelia inquired, shaking her arm. Perhaps I should blast it open? No, Kathleen interjected, pointing at the fissured ceiling. If we were to explode the door, we cannot guarantee the cave's structural integrity. Should it collapse, we risk being entombed. We must trust Chenfeng and await his emergence here. Ivy's gaze remained fixed on the closed doors, her expression embodying an inexplicable calmness. Chapter 98. The Final Battle in the Palace, Part 3. At the moment the palace doors locked automatically, Chenfeng realized that his adversaries had been anticipating his arrival. Fixing his gaze upon Azir, seated upon the throne, Chenfeng maintained his composure, undaunted by the preparations of his foe. Stepping forward with poise, he passed through the opulent decor flanking the palace, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Azir. Welcome to Shurima, Azir proclaimed, rising from his throne. his staff emanating arcane patterns akin to magic. "You are all pirates, am I mistaken?" Chenfeng remained silent, merely crossing his arms as he directed his gaze towards Azel, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his words. 3 years prior, a band of pirates had arrived in this place. Although these miscreants disrupted the grand ascension ceremony, fortune smiled upon them, as they did not acquire the power of inheritance. "You are referring to Crocodile and his entourage, are you not?" Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, commands a vast and formidable influence, thereby possessing the capability to engage Azel in a stalemate 3 years ago. Had it not been for the fragment of inherited power within Azel, he might have succumbed to defeat at the hands of Crocodile. Chenfeng was acutely aware that Crocodile was currently preoccupied with investigating information regarding the Pluton, leaving little room for concerns about Shirima. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates had already made their way to Alabasta, and the ensuing events were all too predictable. You may rest assured that those who previously bore animosity towards you will soon meet their downfall. With a slow, deliberate motion, Chenfeng unsheathed the soul-shattering blade from his waist, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Shall we finally resolve the matters between us?" At this moment, Azir cast a puzzled glance at Chenfeng, inquiring, "Why do you insist on opposing me?" "I do not believe it is merely because you covet the power of the legacy. What use would I have for that legacy? My initial purpose was simply to fulfill the request of a benefactor to thwart your nefarious ritual. However, now I have come to exact vengeance for the villagers of Palma and to defeat you." "Ah, defeat me?" Though Azir's facial expression was obscured, the air was thick with his disdain and arrogance. "We shall see about that." With fierce determination, Chenfeng lunged forward, unleashing the full extent of his ferocious prowess. In an instant, his blade severed Azir's arm. Although Azir was swift and the strike was intended for his head, he managed to slightly evade the blow. The severed limb fell to the ground, swiftly transforming into fine yellow sand that scattered across the gilded palace floor. Yet in a mere 2 seconds, a perfectly intact arm grew back from the stump. Azir brandished his staff, forcing Chenfeng to retreat. It was unexpected to discover that his true form possessed such regenerative abilities. In the eyes of Chenfeng, the spirit of battle intensified. With a swift twist of his blade, he charged forward once more. Under the influence of the devil fruit's powers, Chenfeng's speed was far beyond that of Azel. Though he was not merely a passive recipient of blows, he found himself struck multiple times by Chenfeng, one of which resulted in Chenfeng severing Azel's head. Yet, Azel's abilities were exceedingly peculiar. No matter where Chenfeng assaulted him, he could instantly revert to his original state, rendering the attacks completely ineffective. "What value does speed hold when you cannot inflict harm upon me?" Azel sneered, brandishing his staff with a flick of his wrist, conjuring a sand dragon composed of yellow sands that surged towards Chenfeng. The sand dragon was nearly solidified and bolstered by Azel's powers. Its offensive capabilities rivaled that of conventional weaponry. Chenfeng had no choice but to wield his sword and unleash a wave of energy to disperse the sand dragon. After a fierce confrontation, Azel remained enscathed in the center of the palace, devoid of any desire to fight Chenfeng, knowing full well that he could not be harmed. "Is this your ability?" Azel spoke with the same arrogant tone as before, remarking, "Though your speed is impressive, it seems your attacking power leaves much to be desired." With a furrowed brow, Chenfeng realized that Azir had indeed commenced his counterattack. Several serpentine sand lances lunged towards him, but leveraging his superior speed, Chenfeng deftly evaded each assault. Meanwhile, his mind raced with various strategies to counter the onslaught. Azir remained stationary, wielding a single hand to command the relentless barrage of sand lances. With the gentle breeze of the morning, Chenfeng gracefully maneuvered within the palace, evading capture at a pace far too swift for Shalong to follow. In that moment, Chenfeng's gaze shifted, darting towards Azel. A disdainful smirk curled upon Azel's lips as he remained steadfast in his position, opting not to evade, but instead deftly directing Shalong to pursue Chenfeng closely. With a graceful leap reminiscent of the moon's ascent, Chenfeng soared into the air, deftly unfastening a water flask from his waist. He hurled the flask towards Azel, and with a swift wave of his sword energy, the vessel shattered mid-air, its contents cascading downwards. Azel, caught unawares beneath, was drenched from head to toe. Despite the golden armor encasing him, droplets of water splattered upon his face. Close on his heels, Shalom dissipated in an instant, while Chenfeng landed nimbly on a beam of the palace, propelling himself like a tightly coiled spring towards Azel, the soul-crushing blade radiating a fierce and menacing aura. Perhaps due to the diminishment of his own powers or the looming threat posed by Chenfeng, Azel was seized by panic, hastily evading the impending strike. Clash. In the end, Chenfeng's blade struck Azir's chest armor, creating a profound indentation. However, due to the exceptional hardness of the golden armor, he did not entirely breach its defenses. Yet, this was sufficient. With Azir's capabilities diminished, his regenerative abilities would inevitably be significantly compromised. Azir's powers bore resemblance to crocodiles, as both could manipulate sand or transform themselves into sand. But Azir's abilities were ultimately distinct from those derived from the devil fruit. While seawater could nullify crocodile's fruit powers, Chenfeng's freshwater could dismantle Azir's sand manipulation, solidifying loose grains into cohesive blocks. Curse be it! Azir cursed vehemently before thrusting his staff toward Chenfeng. Clang! In mere moments, Azir's armor was riddled with scars, the marks of friction adorning its surface, and soon, Chenfeng delivered another strike, severing Azir's left arm. Indeed, as Azir's arm was cleaved from his body, he let out a pained howl, unable to swiftly regenerate. Damn it, do you think you could triumph? Azir roared once more, forcefully planting his staff into the ground. In a moment of instinct, Chenfeng readied his weapon in defense, yet the anticipated assault never materialized. However, the very next instant, the palace hall began to tremble violently. Wooden beams from the ceiling cascaded down, while furnishings around him toppled in disarray. To Chenfeng's astonishment, Azir was levitating in midair. The time had come. It was time for you mortals to witness the true essence of divinity. Chapter 99. The Palace Showdown, Part 4. Meanwhile, above the vast expanse of the Shurima Desert, a robust and flourishing tree stood resolutely amidst the endless sands, while Ramos, battered and bruised, leaned against its trunk. Despite its grievous injuries, this tree of life continued to nurture Ramos with the vitality he desperately needed, enabling him to endure in the desolate wilderness. Yet, an ominous phenomenon arose. What is this? Ramos's eyes widened in disbelief as the boundless desert transformed, akin to a tranquil stream disrupted by a colossal stone. The once serene sands now roiled and boiled. Billowing clouds of yellow dust soared into the air, casting the entire desert into shadow. Countless inhabitants of Shurima gazed skyward, as the dim skies enveloped their land, drawing everyone's attention to this unprecedented event. The indigenous people of Shurima reacted swiftly, fleeing in all directions, while a mere few chose to kneel in place, beseeching forgiveness from the divine. But would such prayers bear fruit? The port towns had become a teeming mass of humanity. Whether thieves, townsfolk, or sailors, all sought to escape this eerie land. Countless vessels hoisted their sails, fleeing towards the realms untouched by the darkened firmament. Yet, the sea churned violently, colossal waves towering like walls, crashing forth with a cataclysmic roar. In mere moments, every ship that ventured out was swallowed whole, reduced to mere splinters by the ferocious tides. This was a scene of panic, a calamity. All were ensnared in an inescapable plight, their hearts heavy with dread. This disaster echoed eerily with the cataclysm recorded a millennium ago. Ramos steadied himself against the divine tree, gazing towards the ancient relics with palpable resentment. The ritual had commenced. The ascension ceremony was underway. Suddenly, a disturbance behind him prompted Ramos to turn, only to be chilled by the sight before him. The once vibrant tree of life was visibly withering, its verdant branches and leaves rapidly losing their luster, crumbling away in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the flourishing tree became barren, its vibrant life force drifting away towards the ancient ruins. This is dire. Azir has begun to gather the dispersed legacy of power. Such a scene unfolds throughout the vast lands of Shurima, with the legacy of the divine tree manifesting most prominently, almost dominating 80% of it. Damn it! He must not succeed. Ramos, filled with fury, charged forward, but barely took 2 steps before he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Though the wounds inflicted upon him by the sand soldiers were not fatal, they rendered him incapable of fighting or even moving. Deprived of the life force provided by the divine tree, the wounds that had begun to heal on Ramos' body reopened due to the violent exertion, blood gushing forth and staining the yellow sands. Shurima must not fall to your hands. Ramos reached forward, grasping at the uncontrollable, dissipating legacy power, only to succumb to darkness, collapsing onto the desert floor. Beneath the surface, in the underground ruins and caverns, the sense of dread and power emanating from the legacy force, though less intense than outside, was still palpable. Among them, Ivy and her companions were the most anxious. They dared not recklessly enter the palace, and since their arrival, Yasuo had not been encountered. The cave offered few paths to traverse, leaving them with no choice but to wait in place for the others to appear. Suddenly, the entire cavern shook violently. Debris rained down from the ceiling, and the fissures widened ominously, threatening imminent collapse. "Everyone, take cover," urged the group towards safety while launching missiles at the large boulders descending from above. Indeed, with an even more thunderous roar, the rocks finally gave way, collapsing the ceiling and forming a mountain of stone in the heart of the underground cave. Yet, amidst the falling debris, 3 figures descended together. It was Yasuo. Caitlin pointed, and the others rushed forward. "Cursed mortals, do you not realize yet?" Rek'Sai trembled as he struggled to rise from the ground. The crimson hue in his eyes began to fade, yet his brutal aura remained undiminished, seemingly intensified. "The ritual has commenced. Azir will soon acquire the power of a god, becoming the deity of Shurima, a sovereign of all." Rek'Sai's tone grew increasingly frenzied, his voice trembling as his bloodied arm raised the blade once more, while Yasuo tightened his grip on the wind cutter. Such power, lost and regained, can never truly belong to anyone. With both hands gripping his sword, Yasuo pointed unsteadily at Rek'Sai. "Only the formidable strength one generates within oneself is the truly convincing power. Is that so? But how will you overcome me?" With a resounding roar, Rek'Sai's fighting spirit surged forth. Indeed, his determination was formidable. Although there was a considerable disparity in strength between the two, Yasuo had previously held the upper hand over Rek'Sai, yet he now found himself unable to subdue him. Conversely, while Rek'Sai fought with fierce anger, he had failed to inflict any harm upon Yasuo, who was biding his time for the strength promised to him upon Azir's ascension. To seek to claim the legacy of power from Azir was a naive endeavor. Nasus, supported by Lee Sin and Eyes, managed to rise, though his injuries were not severe. "Silence," Rek'Sai bellowed, turning his gaze upon Yasuo. "Unleash your skills if you dare. Otherwise, you shall regret it." Yasuo's response was succinct and clear, his calm demeanor momentarily causing Rek'Sai to question whether he had misinterpreted the words. "Are you belittling me? Is there a problem?" The final confrontation loomed, Rek'Sai's aura escalating, while Yasuo exhibited no discernible presence. If anything, he radiated an air of aloofness. Domain of Fury. Rek'Sai's combat fervor reached its zenith, his form bending as he launched himself towards Yasuo like an arrow released from its bow. "Behold, this is the price of your contempt." The blade in Rek'Sai's grasp carved a menacing arc through the air, while Yasuo remained composed, executing the familiar technique known as steel cutting flash. To the astonishment of onlookers, Yasuo struck steel cutting flash. With a single thrust, a sudden whirlwind propelled the unsuspecting Rek'Sai backward, his body colliding violently with the stone wall, causing him to cough up blood and lose consciousness. The pursuit of power derived from nothingness is the weakest of all. As the wind stilled, the 100th chapter unfolded, the Palace Showdown, Part 5. As the legacy of power continued to coalesce, the energy enveloping Azir intensified. Before Chenfeng's eyes, Azir's severed arm regenerated, and even his tattered armor restored to pristine condition. "Do you see? All the power scattered throughout Shurima has returned to me at this moment. This is fate's decree, the power that rightfully belongs to me." Endless strength coursed into Azir, while Chenfeng felt an overwhelming pressure mounting upon him. Externally, Azir appeared unchanged. Yet his intrinsic power had transformed dramatically. As the legacy from the divine tree integrated within Azir, what emerged was not merely overwhelming destructiveness, but an infinite vitality. Single blade style leopard strike. At this moment, there could be no further delay. As time progressed, Azel's power would undergo a significant enhancement. Thus, Chenfeng took the initiative, swiftly drawing his blade to sever Azel's arm, which wielded the staff. Without any obstruction, Chenfeng successfully struck his target and appeared behind Azel. However, he did not let his guard down, as his brow furrowed in concern. The absence of a sound signaling the fall of an object was unsettling. Indeed, Azel's arm had been severed, and the staff had plummeted to the ground due to the loss of support. Yet an eerie silence prevailed. "Who do you underestimate?" Azel, now gripping his staff once more, lunged at Chenfeng, his arm having miraculously regenerated even before the staff touched the ground. Clang! The tempestuous power of Chenfeng was unleashed as he wielded his blade with ferocity against Azir. Yet, after their clash, they found themselves evenly matched. Indeed, Azir not only possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability, but also exhibited a remarkable increase in his offensive prowess, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Chenfeng. Do you recall that grand battle 3 years prior? The Navy and the world government had already sensed my presence, yet they remained oblivious to the immense strength of the legacy. With a mere flick of his hand, Azir conjured a colossal sand dragon, imbued with the might of the legacy. This sand dragon surged forth with the ferocity of a true dragon, piercing like the wind towards Chenfeng, who stood beneath the palace. A whirlwind ensued. With a swift strike, Chenfeng unleashed a whirlwind that collided fiercely with the sandstorm. After an intense clash, the winds subsided and the sands dispersed, resulting in a stalemate for both parties. Yet this was not the end. As the yellow sands settled, a figure darted forth like lightning, thrusting a blade that pierced Azir's abdomen. This time, the substance flowing from Azir's wound was not sand, but genuine blood. How Navi! Azir retaliated with a powerful palm strike, sending Chenfeng flying several meters away. The blood from his abdominal wound dried in mere moments, the flesh knitting together, fully mending the injury. Haha, you cannot kill me. I've already become invincible in this world. Azir laughed maniacally, then, with a flick of his wrist, scattered a handful of sand. As the sand fell to the ground, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the yellow grains far and wide. Countless sand soldiers surged forth, nearly filling the entire palace. Their long spears pointed menacingly at Chenfeng, arrayed in formation like an army, steadfastly protecting Azir at his command. Kill him, Azir calmly pointed, and a multitude of densely packed spears hurtled toward Chenfeng. As he leapt into the air with a graceful step, the soldiers below did not relent in their pursuit. Instead, they hurled their spears. Azir, do you truly believe yourself to be invincible in this realm? The persistent winds of Chenfeng deftly evaded the spears below, while he proclaimed loudly above the palace. In truth, the world as you perceive, it is merely the island of Shurima. What does this signify? Azir waved his hand, and instantly, all the sand soldiers ceased their assault, which allowed Chenfeng to finally exhale in relief. Do you not comprehend my meaning? With a disdainful gaze, Chenfeng looked at Azir and coldly scoffed. Do you believe Shurima encompasses the entirety of the world? In the grand scheme of existence, you are but the size of an ant. Even if you were to steal divine power, you would still remain a mere weakling in this realm. Weakling? Azir erupted into laughter upon hearing Chenfeng's words. Years ago, long before the 7 warlords even existed, the world government identified 6 individuals of extreme danger. Each of these 6 possessed catastrophic destructive capabilities and immense strength rivaling that of nations. 6 individuals. Chenfeng tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. Indeed, these 6 are known as the 6 kings, and they all happen to be on this very route. Some are kings of nations, others are formidable pirates, and some are cunning manipulators of power. A king? Are you implying that you? Chenfeng's tone reflected incredulity and confusion. After all, he was unfamiliar with the matter of the 6 kings, having only heard of them from Karolkas. Were these 6 individuals akin to the 7 warlords? These 6 do not conform to any legitimate political decree. They are deemed a perilous group by the world government. 3 years ago, I was classified as one of the 6 kings, and ironically, it is only now that I can truly emerge into the world. Azir's latent power surged within him, and he began to extract this force. Life and death intertwined as he pointed his staff once more at Chenfeng. I shall slay you all and ascend to divinity. I will lead my forces to eradicate every enemy that stands before me, and I shall become the god of the entire world. Do you believe you can achieve this with merely these sand soldiers by your side? The momentum of Chenfeng remained undiminished, unleashing a tempest of fury and bloodlust, consolidating all his battle intent at this very moment. He had come to realize that although he once again heard the term 6 kings today, it was indisputable that he would encounter even mightier foes on his future journey. The individual before him was likely the first formidable obstacle in his path, the initial trial he must face. Indeed, yet you shall never have the chance to witness that moment. Azel smirked arrogantly, then, wielding his staff, he surged forward towards Chenfeng with great ferocity. In response, Chenfeng brandished a sharp blade and, with a tempestuous stride, advanced to meet Azel. As the climactic battle approached, the aura emanating from both combatants nearly intimidated the entire royal palace, rendering it akin to a powder keg, ready to be obliterated at any moment. Suddenly, a wave-like pattern materialized out of thin air. Chenfeng deftly evaded the attack and plunged his blade into Azel's body. Your assault has no effect on me. Azel slowly raised his left hand, a sandstorm brewing ominously, but then he trembled, and Chenfeng smiled. With a smile, Chenfeng unsheathed the soul-shattering blade, which, upon piercing Azir's heart, remained untouched by blood, devoid even of the slightest trace of yellow sand. Subsequently, a surge of energy erupted from Azir's heart, intertwining with the foreign force in a rhythmic exchange, releasing the entirety of Azir's inherited power. This legacy of power dispersed, ascending toward the skies above Shurima, cascading down to grace every inch of its land. Synopsis: transcending into the world of One Piece, one becomes a supernova akin to Luffy. Yet for Chenfeng, who commands a pirate crew, this ambition is merely the beginning. Our ultimate goal is to conquer the vast starry seas,